Demon Slayer, starting with the hero template. Chapter 1. Transmigration simulation in progress, randomly selecting a world. Selected world, Demon Slayer. Task 1, have at least 4 teammates to receive a team bonus. Mission 2, defeat the Eternal Night Demon King, Kimi Kiyomizu Muzan, while having died once or less. Mission 3, kill the demons of this world and get an S-level rating. Mission failed, stay in this plane forever, reborn and refresh everything, simulate again, mission completed, return to the main world, and make the next journey. This world's cheat code, hero template Demon Sealing Sword Soul Yanjin, talent selection completed, deadly tempo, S-level precision keystone rune. In a dilapidated house, a corpse was lying quietly. The house looked like it had been attacked by a monster. It was hideous, messy, and in a terrible state. The blood on the ground gave off a black and foul smell. But I don't know how long it took. The corpse's fingers suddenly twitched, and the stiff body gradually began to move. Sudden. It opened its eyes. The grey-white pupils emitted a faint deep blue light. In the dark house, a corpse stood up precariously. When Shen Yuan woke up, he felt weak all over and his head was in a mess. But he didn't panic. The feeling of physical weakness quickly disappeared, and at the same time, the information in my head became clearer. Have you already died once? The corpse who had just climbed up looked around. He looked at the corpses lying around in confusion, as if they had just died not long ago. Soon. He seemed to recall something and suddenly touched his neck. Attacked by an evil spirit. Shen Yuan recalled the last scene. As soon as he crossed over, he was slashed in the throat by a hideous evil ghost and died tragically in a pool of blood. The wound on his neck was horrific, but he didn't feel any pain. Now, the injury is gradually disappearing, and he has regained his strength. System, explain. Shen Yuan's voice stopped abruptly. Instead, there is a series of information prompts. Hero template, Demon Sword Soul Yanjin. Level, 1. Skill, not learned yet. Current record, 0/1/0. Rune, Deadly Rhythm. Looking at the attributes on the panel, Shen Yuan fell into deep thought and took a deep breath. Gave away first blood at the start. Fortunately, the template he randomly got was not Yasuo, the swift swordsman, otherwise it would be difficult to finish without 0/21/0. Fortunately, Mission 2 seems to have not been interrupted. But it also means that he will have to become immortal and super god again in order to take over the world of Demon Slayer. If not, everything starts again. Heroes and runes are randomly refreshed. I couldn't even keep the S-level golden rune talent Fatal Tempo that I had worked so hard to get, and then if I got bone plating or nullifying sphere, it would be all over. Looks like I need to make a plan. But, it seems I can learn skills now. The black-haired young man, Shen Yuan, retained his appearance before death, but his skin was unusually pale, and there was an evil light flashing in his eyes. He is only 18 years old and looks handsome. Although it is difficult to tell from the outside, his body has been well trained. It's not just about growing muscles. That was the result of his relentless sword swinging and his unremitting daily life since childhood. Let me see what the Demon Sealing Sword Soul's abilities are. Shen Yuan lowered his head, his vision seemed to be blocked by something. He put his hands on his face, but found that a mask was firmly stuck on his face and could not be removed. But he could feel an evil power within the mask, as if it sealed the soul of a demon. Then, he had 2 swords hanging from his waist. One sword is called the Sword of Azakana, and the other weapon is called the Wind Sword. In addition, Shen Yuan's body was full of cracks and ember-like marks everywhere, but the injuries were being repaired. As the information in his mind explained, Shen Yuan understood his situation. The hero he imitated was called Yon. During his lifetime, he adhered to the principles of loyalty and righteousness and was a renowned disciple at his hometown's swordsmanship dojo. But after his death at the hands of his brother, he found himself being haunted by the malevolent spirit Azakana from the spiritual realm, and was forced to slay it with its own sword. The Azakana killed by Yanjin will turn into the image of a mask after death, and the cursed Yanjin puts on its demon mask and begins a ruthless hunt. He wants to hunt down all demons of the same kind in order to find out what he has become. In their eyes, I am just a mask. In my eyes, they are just terrified. A heart-shaking line appeared in Shen Yuan's mind. He blurted out subconsciously. Comparing his own situation, Yanjin died once and he also died once. The creatures that Yanjin hunts are called malevolent spirits, which can be considered as another form of ghost. It's just that one feeds on people, and the other feeds on people's emotional desires. Besides that, he has two swords. There is a sword called Wind Sword, a mortal sword, but it can cut jade and cut steel. Wind Sword. What Shen Yuan held in his left hand seemed to be a sword without a sheath. It was extremely sharp and beautiful, and no sheath could contain its sharpness. The blade moves forward, cutting through all shackles until they are broken. This is its choice and its destiny. The other sword is called Sword of Azakana, the sword of hunting demons. Every time it sweeps and slashes, the enemy where the blade passes will suffer soul damage. The demon hunting sword. Shen Yuan raised his right hand, and a magic blade emitting a blood-red light was extremely domineering. But its weight and feel were different from the steel swords he was more familiar with. The steel sword's attack movements are lighter, while the Azakana's blade swings with greater force, being heavier and larger than the steel sword. The steel sword kills the body, the magic sword kills the soul. One sword kills evil, one sword calms the soul. Shen Yuan's eyes flashed with determination as he slowly put the two swords into their scabbards. The current hymn. In addition to the passive skill Hunter's Way, there is also an opportunity to learn an active skill. Skills: Jade Cutting, God Slashing, Barrier Breaking Edge, Sealing Dust, and Absolute Thought Slash. Ultimate Skill, Insufficient Level. What should I learn? Just when Shen Yuan was hesitating, a surprised voice was heard outside the house. The evil ghost who was eating people saw the figure standing up in the house and came closer. Didn't I kill you? How come you're still alive? The voice reached Shen Yuan's ears. He felt a sickening chill spread throughout his body. And the being that had created this hell was right at his doorstep, a creature called a ghost. Hiss. As he took a deep breath, Shen Yuan's eyes turned red and black, and his eyes flickered repeatedly with burning flames. The moment he felt the desire to kill, Shen Yuan placed his hands on the hilts of the two swords. Chapter 2, God Slash. You're still alive. Dark shadows shrouded the outside of the house, and the moonlight was dimly obscured by dark clouds, as if light and darkness were intertwined, and the atmosphere was eerie and terrifying. A ghost. Shen Yuan looked at the tall woodcutter-like guy standing at the door. The guy's blood-red vertical pupils shone in the darkness, his eyes were greedy and cruel, and his face looked as ferocious as a monster. Looks like I have to eat you first. The evil eyes of the woodcutter ghost were filled with terrifying murderous intent. He looked at the two swords in Shen Yuan's hands with contempt, and then approached step by step. You're not a good kid. Humph. Looking at the evil ghost gradually approaching, Shen Yuan remembered the cause of his death, and suddenly a trace of anger rose. He clenched his two swords, rushed forward suddenly, and swung the two swords in the direction of the evil ghost. When the evil ghost saw Shen Yuan rushing towards him, he couldn't help but smile sarcastically. It was not afraid of Shen Yuan, but it hated this human being because his body exuded an aura that could seal demons and calm souls, which made it feel a little bit scared. But this also made him angry, and he wanted to crush the guy in front of him completely to prove how powerful he was. Do you think I'm still the same person I was before? You're so naive. Shen Yuan held the two swords tightly in his hands. Passive, Hunter's Way. Fan Ling's twin swords, living towards death. Two blood-red sword lights shot out like lightning, slashing towards the evil ghost at the door at an extremely fast speed. Under Shen Yuan's gaze, the evil ghost at the doorway had no time to dodge. He was struck directly by two sword beams, and the flesh on his chest suddenly blurred, leaving two deep cuts that could be seen through the bone. At the same time, the moment the blood-red sword slashed down, an expression of immense pain flashed in the evil ghost's eyes. Ah 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 ah! The evil ghost felt a sharp pain in his soul, and his eyes widened in disbelief, and he let out an unbelievable howl from his mouth. It seems that the damage to the spirit body is effective. Shen Yuan thought secretly in his heart and gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands. He chopped at the evil ghost at the door again. You beast! This time, Shen Yuan's sword speed was even faster. The two swords passed almost close to the evil ghost's head, but the evil ghost couldn't even move. The Fanling double swords in Shen Yuan's hands, one causes physical damage, and the other causes magical damage, which can also be understood as spiritual damage. Born to Die increases his critical hit chance by 150%. A critical hit can also be understood as a fatal blow to the vital points. Obviously, that blow just now made the evil ghost feel the pain that penetrated his soul. It hurts, It hurts too much. Since being turned into a demon by Lord Muzan until now, the woodcutter demon has never felt such severe pain. Its blood-red eyes were wide open, staring ferociously into the abyss. I'm going to kill you, ah! The severely injured woodcutter ghost became furious. Want to kill me? Then come and try. Shen Yuan looked at the sword in his hand, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. He muttered to himself. It seems to determine the skills to be learned. Staring closely at the woodcutter ghost rushing towards him, Shen Yuan tightly grasped the sword of Azakana in his right hand. Suddenly, a strong bloodlight emanated from the blade, as terrifying as a devil's blade. At the moment when the woodcutter ghost approached his attack range, the whole world was covered in scarlet. Rin Shen slash. Wherever the eyes looked, blood splattered. With a single sweeping slash, everything in the path of the blade was cut open. Ah 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 ah! The evil ghost's howling became more and more shrill, and finally it turned into a corpse cut in half and fell to the ground, while the two swords in Shen Yuan's hands still remained in mid-air. One sword, just one sword. The irreversible spiritual damage caused by the Linshan slash directly killed the spirit of the woodcutter ghost, leaving only a pile of flesh and blood of a ghost that still had physiological reactions, while its consciousness had long been dead. Simultaneously, a blood-red glow like a shield lingered on the surface of Shen Yuan's body. It seemed that it was transformed from the energy absorbed by the sword of Azakana from the evil spirit. You killed the woodcutter ghost, gained experience points, and leveled up. The system voice sounded. The next moment, a life-enhancing energy seemed to surge in Shen Yuan's body, and his aura became more than twice as strong as before. At the same time, new skill points appeared, which meant that Shen Yuan could learn the next move. Or, strengthen Rin Shen Zhan. Hey? This is... Shen Yuan looked at the shining objects like gold coins that suddenly appeared on the body of the woodcutter ghost in front of him and flowed into his body. You got 240 gold coins. Good guy. Equipment exploded? No, it was money. Just when Shen Yuan was confused, the system gave an explanation. When you kill any living creatures such as ghosts and humans, you will gain experience points and money. Experience points can improve the combat effectiveness of the hero template, which is commonly known as upgrading. Money can be used to purchase equipment, props, and some rare items in the system mall. But unlike the setting in the game, the price ratio here is 100:1. It means the blood medicine that usually costs 50 yuan a bottle. It's sold here for 5,000 yuan a bottle. It's simply a black market business. But if you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. After all, this is reality. If artifacts can be obtained easily, you will become invincible soon, and there will be no point in simulating heroes. You can't improve your skills by relying solely on equipment. But since you can make money by killing people and killing ghosts. If this continues, if I massacre a village or a city, wouldn't I be able to wholesale Infinity Blade at will? But Shen Yuan quickly dismissed the idea. Because the system provides a bounty mechanism, which means that the money earned from killing ordinary ghosts is not much, and ordinary humans only get 1/10 of the money earned by ghosts. It means that killing people is not worth money, but killing ghosts is worth money. The stronger the ghost, the higher its value. For example, the 12 ghost moons all have their own bounty on their heads. If you can kill an upper-ranked demon, the benefits will be far greater than killing 100 or even more ordinary demons, and the efficiency will be the fastest. And the tasks also have rewards. Task 1, have at least 4 teammates to receive a team bonus. Reward, random skin. This is Shen Yuan's easiest goal to achieve at the moment. But why teammates? Of course this is not necessary, but is randomly released by the system tasks. Fortunately, the system did not let him directly challenge the upper moon demon among the 12 demon moons. If such a task appears randomly, that's the start of nightmare difficulty. Looking up at the system's performance panel 1/1/0, Shen Yuan took a deep breath and walked out. It was dark night. All I could see was darkness covered by dark clouds. Chapter 3, Beheading, Wrong Jade Cutting. Wow! A biting cold wind blew in my face, and I could faintly smell the smell of blood. The body of the woodcutter ghost was cut in half on the ground. In order to prevent its flesh and blood from being eaten by other creatures, Shen Yuan nailed it to the ground and waited for the next day's sunlight to kill it. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba isn't a particularly dangerous world, but since I've already lost a blood, I have to be careful. Shen Yuan looked at the bright moon hanging high above the forest, feeling the faint power flowing in his body. Wearing a demon mask, he curled his lips into a sneer. Complete Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba as quickly as possible and achieve an S-rank rating. The mission begins. Walking alone in the forest, Shen Yuan, with a firm will and a clear purpose, began his journey of hunting ghosts. To be precise, it is about gaining experience. On the roadside leading to the nearby village, all I could see was a dark forest. It was so silent that not even an insect could be seen, let alone a person. Shen Yuan walked on the path with two swords, looking forward with an expressionless face. Wearing a devil mask, with his upper body naked and wounds wrapped in bandages, he gave people a cold and ruthless feeling that he was not to be trifled with. Especially when walking in the dark night, it was easy for people to suspect that he was a murderer or something like that. Facts have proved that it is true. It's just that Shen Yuan isn't a murderer, he's a ghost killer, because humans aren't as valuable as ghosts. Why hasn't anyone attacked me yet? If it were the Shen Yuan of the past, he would definitely be terrified of a person appearing in such a deep forest, but now his heart was filled with disappointment. I originally wanted to encounter a few blind ghosts before reaching the nearby town. Then kill it and make some extra money. This is like a jungler who wants to quickly reach level 3 or 6, but can't find the location of the wild monsters after searching for a long time. The darkness of night enveloped everything like the fog of war. But Shen Yuan drew his sword and looked around, feeling confused. Is there anything I can chop? Just as Shen Yuan was thinking about it. Just then, the wind suddenly blew in the dark woods. A cold wind blew, and the leaves rustled. In the silence of the night, the friction sound of the wind blowing through the leaves became louder and louder, like a drop of water falling into a lake, creating ripples. Shen Yuan seemed to hear vaguely the sound of something approaching quickly. But the thing was very fast and did not rush up immediately, but jumped back and forth among the woods. The corners of Shen Yuan's mouth curved slightly under the blood-red demon mask. He walked forward slowly, creating a feeling of confusion. He deliberately walked towards the best attack distance of his prey. At this time, the dark clouds also cooperated very well to cover the moon, taking away the last ray of light. A cold wind blew, lifting Shen Yuan's black hair and taking away the last bit of patience of the evil spirit hiding in the darkness. Although he noticed something unusual about the black-haired young man and the demon mask on his face that looked like Prujna, his blood exuded a hint of temptation that made the lurking evil spirit feel moved. Instinct tells it that this is the best time to hunt. When the moonlight was dim and could not illuminate the surrounding environment, the ghost in the darkness moved at high speed, suddenly bursting out with terrifying speed, and attacked directly towards Shen Yuan's back. I've been fooled. You sure? The moment he felt the airflow fluctuation behind him, Shen Yuan, who had been prepared, swung out the demon hunting sword. Blood instantly covered the radius of several meters behind him, and a figure with a cut abdomen fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. The ghost that was hit by the Rin Shen Zhan did not die immediately. It seemed to have taken a step back at the last moment, thus avoiding the tragedy of being cut in half. But because of this, it suffered a heavy blow. Yes, the reaction speed is much faster than that woodcutter ghost. Shen Yuan did not give the ghost a chance to answer, but raised the steel blade of the wind sword in his left hand and swooped down. Wrong Tamakiri. The thunder strike launched only by the mortal sword is no less explosive than the breath of thunder. This move is similar to Yasuo's steel flash, but Shen Yuan will not summon a whirlwind to blow up the enemy. Instead, he can use the wind to rush towards the enemy, knocking them away and cutting them in the process. Swish! Shen Yuan kept drawing his sword as he crossed paths with the ghost's body. As the moonlight gradually faded, the ghost's head neatly fell from its neck and rolled to the ground at his feet. Shen Yuan seemed to be about to give a score to his extremely handsome posture, but he found that his ankle was bitten. The head of the ghost did not seem to die just because it was disconnected from the body, but the place where it bit was just the blood-red shield, because before the Lin Shenzhan cut this guy open, it refreshed a layer of shield for Shen Yuan that absorbed a certain amount of damage. Otherwise, you might really get bitten. It seems like even if his head is cut off, he won't die. If that's the case. Shen Yuan swung the demon hunting sword expressionlessly and pierced the ghost's head. Then, as if devouring the ghost's soul, the demon hunting sword emitted a blood-red light. Not a few seconds passed. The ghost's violently struggling body then ceased to move, leaving only its nerves and instincts, like the corpse of a living dead. Chapter 4, Muzan's sister appears and Huazuo appears. At the same time, In an ancient and luxurious building somewhere, in a room filled with all kinds of books. That sword seems to have an anti-ghost effect. A beautiful woman wearing a kimono, with fair skin and long hair tied up behind her head, suddenly said these words in the empty study. Although it's not uncommon to kill a demon by relying solely on physical strength, it's not uncommon for a human with superb swordsmanship to kill a demon. But how did that black-haired young man holding two swords manage to kill the demon in the dark of night without using the Nichiren sword? No, how did he manage to sever the connection between the demon's spirit and me? The woman's voice revealed a coldness, and her cat-like pupils narrowed slightly in her pale red eyes, giving people a strange beauty that was both beautiful and dangerous. It makes people want to get closer, but they are afraid of the fatality revealed in it. The ghost dance is not tragic. If Shen Yuan saw her here, he would definitely recognize this guy's identity at a glance. He is the final boss of Demon Slayer world. However, she seemed to see Shen Yuan through the eyes of the two ghosts killed by Shen Yuan, and developed a little interest in him. Interesting guy. Next moment. Miss, here's some black tea for you. The servant appeared behind the woman in kimono. Well, leave it there. The woman in kimono said without turning her head. Muzan Kibutsuji is now pretending to be a human lady. She is very beautiful, with fair and tender skin and a tall and slender figure. Even when she is wearing a loose kimono, her curvy figure can be seen. However, she was immersed in the bookshelf for only one purpose, which was to find the blue-red spider lily so that the ghost would no longer be afraid of sunlight, overcome this only weakness, and become a perfect life form. Yes, miss. The servant girl hesitated to speak, but quickly put down the tea and left. When she left, the woman in kimono turned around and looked at the tea on the table. But her mind wasn't on that. While that black-haired young man poses no threat, that sword is quite interesting. It was able to sever the connection between me and my subordinates. If left unchecked, it could be a problem in the future. Although he said that, Guiwuji and Muzan didn't look too concerned. However, that place seems to be Doma's territory, so let that guy handle this matter. Muzan Kibutsuji seemed to be talking to himself. But after the words fell, she used her ability to control the demons under her to pass the order to the ears of upper rank 2, Doma, who was on patrol. Yes. Lord Muzan. Doma's inner voice was also transmitted through some means, and he then focused his attention on a black-haired young man who was killing demons near his territory. The moon is shining brightly, but the night is not over yet. However, Shen Yuan, who is targeted by Doma, is still on the road to becoming stronger. It's outrageous. He was beheaded and his spirit was cut off, yet he's still alive? This ghost's cells must have mutated. Shen Yuan put away his two swords. He was 100% sure that the ghost in front of him was dead. But it is spiritual death. The body is still in a half-dead state, like a zombie that has lost its instincts. Of course, without the influence of brain nerves, it cannot move. The vitality is so strong that I want to become a ghost. But after becoming a ghost, I'm afraid I will be controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji, so forget it. After saying that, Shen Yuan cut a wooden stake, nailed the ghost's body on it, and placed it on the open ground, waiting for the dawn to come, when it would turn to ashes. Just as Shen Yuan finished all this and was about to stand up, he seemed to sense the presence of other people nearby. But unlike before when he was observing me from a distance, now he is much closer. Again, it seems like we had a great harvest tonight. Shen Yuan placed his hands on the hilt of his sword, his sharp gaze directed towards the forest, looking down at the depths of darkness from above. Don't waste my time clearing the jungle. I'm in a hurry to harvest the next head. Ah! I seem to be mistaken for a ghost. The voice was accompanied by a hint of cheerfulness, and a woman about 17 years old walked out from the depths of the forest, staring at Shen Yuan with curiosity. Who are you? Shen Yuan was startled. As the moonlight shone down, he gradually saw the female figure appearing in the dim night. Humans, of course. The woman who spoke like this had black hair and purple eyes, and was wearing a butterfly haori and a butterfly hairpin with a purple-red edge. She looked at Shen Yuan with a smile and surprise on her face, as well as the ghost on the ground who was clearly not dead but had lost his soul and was motionless. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise and said, "You are so amazing. You are obviously not a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps, but you have such superb swordsmanship that you can easily subdue the demon. The most important thing is, you don't seem to have the Nichiren sword. How did you get it into this state? Demon Slayer Corps? You are. Butterfly Shinobu. Shen Yuan seemed to have an impression of the girl in front of him. But the other party's next sentence left him confused. Demon Slayer Core, Hanamika-chan, Butterfly Kane. The woman had a smile on her face and her voice was as gentle as the warm spring sun. Not right. Isn't Butterfly Kane dead? Shen Yuan frowned, wondering if his memory was wrong or if he had just watched a fake demon slayer. But he soon reacted. There is no definite timeline now, so it is difficult to summarize what era I am in. Seeing Shen Yuan silent, Butterfly Kane asked curiously, "Are you a samurai? It's really rare to see such a powerful samurai in this era. Judging from your appearance, it seems that you have been through many fierce battles." Kane Kocho looked at the black-haired young man in front of her who was about her age. The mask on the other person's face was deeply disturbing, and the two swords in his hands, especially the blood-red blade, exuded a terrifying aura, emitting bursts of faint red light, which did not look like a mortal weapon. Could it be a demon sword? In this regard, Kocho Kane became even more curious. Chapter 5, Blade Rage. Slay demons. Destroy evil. So this is a ghost. A legendary monster that roams at night and feeds on humans. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Shen Yuan pretended to know nothing. He looked down at the two swords in his hands and said calmly, "My name is Shen Yuan, and I'm a disciple from a distant swordsmanship dojo. I was attacked by a creature called a ghost, and the two swords my master gave me came in handy, rendering it completely harmless." Having said that, Shen Yuan looked at Butterfly Kane in front of him and asked, "Since you are a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, you must be very powerful. Do you know their weaknesses?" I'm not as good as you say. Don't be so modest, okay." Butterfly Kane covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes secretly looking at the black-haired young man in front of her. As a talented woman who is good at gahan, flower arrangement and tea ceremony, Kane Kocho has always had a good eye for people. Shen Yuan didn't have a remarkable appearance. He was about the same age as her, but his temperament was different from that of ordinary people, and his sharp black eyes were like swords that could penetrate people's hearts. After all, among the people that Kocho Kane had seen, there were only a few masters of swordsmanship, and most of them were pillar-level powerhouses. Although Shen Yuan's breath gave people a feeling of weakness, his body had obviously been fully trained. Combined with what he said, it can be seen that this is a swordsman who persists in swinging the sword. Moreover, his swordsmanship obviously came from a well-known dojo. Although different from the breathing method, it is not inferior at all. She believed that as long as the man in front of her was given a stage to display his strength, he would definitely become a powerful ghost hunter. You know what I mean? Ghosts survive by eating human flesh. Their weakness is being burned to death by sunlight, and they don't dare approach wisteria flowers. And this knife? Kocho Kane explained patiently, then drew out her Nichiren sword and handed it to Shen Yuan. This is... The sun blade is a weapon that targets demons. The blade is made of a material that absorbs sunlight. It is the only weapon that can damage demons and can even kill evil demons. Butterfly Kane put her hands behind her back and looked at Shen Yuan with a smile. Sun blade. Shen Yuan didn't expect that Butterfly Kane would trust a stranger like him so much and hand the weapon to him directly. Isn't she afraid that she is a bad person? Or is she so gentle to everyone? Thinking about returning. But Shen Yuan still studied the sun wheel sword carefully. After inheriting the attributes of Yanjin, the demon sealing sword soul, Shen Yuan also inherited Yanjin's attainments in swordsmanship and understanding of weapons. Yes, it's a good knife. Kocho Kane's Nichiren sword has an orange, four-leaf clover-shaped blade, an emerald green handle, a peach-colored blade, and the words Evil Destroyer written on the blade. These colors seem to correspond to breathing techniques, and will appear in different colors depending on the user's attributes. The breathing of flowers is a branch of the breathing of water. It can be considered a rare weapon. It's just that compared to Duran's blade, its attributes are a little worse. In terms of simply increasing attack power, it's not much better than the long sword. But if he could find the raw materials to make the sun blade, perhaps he could enchant and recast it with the wind steel sword in his hand, giving it the ability to slay evil spirits. In this way, one sword can cut the body and one sword can cut the soul, so no matter how powerful the evil ghost is, you will not be afraid. How's it going? Do you like it? Butterfly Kane came closer with a smile, and took her Nichiren sword from Shen Yuan's hand. If you consider joining the Demon Slayer Corps, you can have it. The knife is good, but it lacks sharpness. It's also too light, making it unsuitable for direct combat. However, I can certainly sense a burning power within it. Is it because it has absorbed the essence of the sun that it can restrain demons? Through his contact with Butterfly Kane, Shen Yuan had a preliminary understanding of some valuable things. The Demon Slayer core, the nemesis of demons, and the Nichiren sword that can kill demons. Of course, there are many ways to kill ghosts, including destroying cells throughout the body, such as cremation. Fire can purify everything. The high temperature kills all cells and burns them to ashes. But in order to achieve this, the first thing to do is to make the ghost lose its combat effectiveness. From this point of view, the Nichiren sword is still extremely important. Speaking of which, why did Mr. Shen insist on killing the ghost? Butterfly Kane asked curiously. I think that ghost hunting is not only about saving the people that ghosts want to kill, but also about freeing ghosts from the sad karma. Besides, they were once human beings. I must slay the demon. For this is the fate of the sword wielder, the duty of those who possess the power to wield it. For a man who had been seriously wounded and had experienced death once and had been attacked by evil spirits. Normally, the soul should rest in peace at this time. But Shen Yuan was an exception. He was cursed, just like Yanjin was cursed by a malevolent spirit like Azakana. If he didn't kill the ghost, Shen Yuan would not be able to achieve an S-rank rating and leave this world, and would be reincarnated forever. From the very beginning, Shen Yuan had not harbored any illusions about ghosts. After all, how many ghosts like Nezuko and Tamayo were there? In other words, any evil spirit controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji is to be killed. The character he plays is Demon Sealing Sword Soul. What is the devil? Why is it sealed? This is the fate of a hero. In order to better understand the hero Yanjin, Shen Yuan inherited his power and chose to accept this inheritance. After all, if the real Yanjin were in this world, he would probably do exactly the same thing as me. I see. Kane Kocho looked deeply into Shen Yuan's eyes. She could clearly feel the obsession in this man's heart. He was not confused at all and his purpose was clear, which was to kill the evil spirits in this world. It would be a shame if such a talent didn't join the Demon Slayer Corps. Ms. Butterfly, I haven't asked why you are here yet. Shen Yuan stared at the beautiful girl standing in front of him under the moonlight. She looked pretty and gentle, but she was alone in the dark forest. One could imagine how dangerous it was. I'm on a mission and need to go to a town to deal with the ghost hiding there. Kane Kocho did not hide her purpose and gave Shen Yuan a brief account of it. In that case, take me with you. Under normal circumstances, Shen Yuan would not team up with others, but when he heard that Kane Kocho was going to deal with a special ghost, Shen Yuan felt that he could go and get an assist or grab a kill or something. Okay. As for Kane Kocho, she was very happy. After seeing Shen Yuan's strength, she naturally believed that this person had the ability to protect himself from the ghost and even kill it. But, it's getting late. You better hurry up and catch up. The ghosts will hide when daybreak comes. It is good. As soon as Shen Yuan finished speaking, he saw Butterfly Kane disappear. When I looked again, Butterfly Kane appeared on the road in the distance, heading towards a small town. So Shen Yuan did not stop and chose to follow. When Shen Yuan followed Butterfly Kane to a village, they began to investigate separately. It's not that Kane Kocho's senses were not sharp enough to detect the presence of the ghost immediately, but the search in the first half of the night yielded basically no results, and in the end they could only choose to look for their own ghosts. Late at night, the last light in the village went out. The entire village fell into silence. After temporarily separating from Butterfly Kane, Shen Yuan began to walk on the street, listening to the faint noises coming from all directions. At this moment, a scream disappeared in an instant. Did it appear? Shen Yuan looked at a nearby house. Suddenly, a candle lit up in the house, reflecting a hideous and thick ghost hand by the window. Then the candle went out, and a blood-like liquid dyed the window red. Someone is dead. Shen Yuan drew his swords, quickly approached the house, then jumped onto the roof and ran. It's a ghost, right here. Shen Yuan looked down from the roof and saw a tall man squatting on the ground chewing something in a dim room. With the faint moonlight, one could see a monster with dark skin, bulging veins on its forehead, and bloodshot eyes. It was chewing on a middle-aged man's arm, swallowing greedily. Father! Faint sounds of fear and crying came from the closet, as if there was a young girl hiding inside, covering her mouth tightly and not daring to make a sound. But the creature with green skin and blood-red eyes had obviously noticed the girl's presence, but it was not in a hurry. It opened its bloody mouth and threatened in the direction of the cabinet. "Human, if you can be quiet, I might wait a little longer to attack you." "No." The girl screamed in fear and was terrified. "Noisy." The ghost growled, stood up angrily, and walked towards the girl hiding in the closet. "Wow!" At this moment, there was a crisp sound, the rubble suddenly shattered, and the figure of the black-haired young man jumped down from the roof. "Kill the demon! Slay the evil!" Shen Yuan swept out with the sword of Ling Shenzhen. It seemed that he did not intend to give the ghost a chance to react and launched an attack directly. It hurts. Feeling the pain of its spirit being torn apart from behind, the blue ghost roared in shock and anger. It suddenly turned its head and glared at the human swordsman who was attacking with two swords in his hands. "How dare you sneak attack me, you bastard human! What's a sneak attack? This is called a righteous backstab. Never mind. There's nothing much to say to a guy like you." Shen Yuan's body suddenly rushed forward and swung the two swords in his hands towards the evil ghost. Anyway, he didn't think that the level 1 Lin Shenzhen could instantly kill this evil ghost that had eaten humans. Life is hopeless, and death is not peaceful. Shen Yuan raised his hands, which were tightly gripping the Fanling twin swords, slightly and said something that sounded like he was speaking to both himself and a ghost. "In that case, why don't you just die?" The angry green ghost pounced forward. Perhaps it was blood magic or something else, but his arms became thick and huge, as if containing some terrifying power. Blade Rage. As Shen Yuan's voice rang out, the mortal sword shone with a jade-cutting light. Instantly, a house-tearing gust of wind struck, colliding with the green ghost's giant ghost arm. Chapter 6, Let's Go Ngank Doma. Pu La. A horrifying sound of flesh being torn apart was heard, and the green ghost's muscles and bones were broken. Amidst a scream and the sound of swords, a huge steel gale blew through the wall, and then a tall figure was knocked to the ground in a mess. "Damn it, ah!" The ghost with green skin and bloodshot eyes roared, fell to the ground after his arm was cut off, and then felt a kind of fear. It looked in fear at the figure wearing a demon mask and holding two swords walking towards it step by step from the darkness, and hurriedly shouted, "Human swordsman! Do you know what you are doing? I am a subordinate of Doma-sama. If you dare to kill me, you will be an enemy of Doma-sama. He will not let you go. That girl is a sacrifice to Doma-sama. Cut off the slander, break the rebellion and kill." Shen Yuan did not give Qing Gui a chance to continue speaking. He swung the demon-hunting sword, and with a flash of blood-red sword light, he beheaded him. Gulp! The huge head of the green ghost rolled to the ground, and the breath of life quickly dissipated. At the same time, a stream of energy from the spirit was completely absorbed and faintly became a part of Shen Yuan's power. "You killed the blue ghost, gained experience points, and your level increased to level 3. Doma." Shen Yuan kept muttering the name. He naturally knew who this guy was. The 12th ghost moon, the second of the waxing moon. He is extremely powerful and has the power to destroy the pillars of the Demon Slayer core. If I were to face him in my current state, I would probably be in great danger. There is hope only after you have learned the ultimate move at least at level 6. Compared to this, now you can learn Barrier Breaker. Killed the green ghost. Shen Yuan's strength increased again, and he also gained a lot of gold coins. "Do not kill me." Shen Yuan turned around and saw the girl retreating with fear in her eyes. When she saw herself wearing a mask and holding two swords, she probably misunderstood something. "Bury your father." Shen Yuan glanced at the girl and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. After he finished speaking, he opened the door and walked outside. Wait a minute." Shen Yuan paused for a moment, and after hearing a thank you, he left. But before he could take a few steps away from here, my feet suddenly froze in place, and a sudden sense of oppression came from not far away. In an instant, Shen Yuan's hands, which were holding the two swords, paused slightly, and he suddenly turned around to look in a certain direction under the night sky. Has it appeared? A high-level ghost. On the hill behind the village. The girl, Kocho Kane, was running through the dark woods. She gritted her teeth, wielding the four-leaf-shaped Nichiren sword in her hand while running, while at the same time being on guard against the terrifying guy who might attack from the darkness at any time. "Here!" A frivolous voice came from behind. "Chiang! Kane Kocho was startled and drew her knife to swing it the moment she reacted, but found that it collided with some weapon. The opponent's force was so strong that her hands were hurt. She's pretty, but a little weak, but she's still pretty good. A white-haired man holding a golden iron fan appeared. The young man's slightly narrowed colorful eyes revealed joy, and he kept praising Kane Kocho's tight defensive moves, while his hands continued to attack her with the same fierce attack. What a surprise! I was originally looking for the man with the twin swords, but I unexpectedly ran into the demon slayer Kor's Hanashi. How interesting! The iron fan seemed to be poisoned, with lotus patterns all over the edge of the fan, and ice crystals would fall when it was swung. Who are you? Butterfly Kane seemed to be very afraid of these ice crystals and kept dodging. She had no way of defeating the guy in front of her. The other party's aura was too strong. Until now, the other party had been using ordinary moves to fight her head-on, and had not even used blood magic. I am no match for him. Kocho Kane could only fight and retreat at the same time, choosing to delay time. This guy, is his target Shen Yuan? Butterfly Kane looked behind her and could vaguely see the human town at the foot of the mountain. She could no longer retreat. This ghost is too dangerous. Shen Yuan will definitely be killed by him, so he must avoid being discovered by him. Thinking of this, Kane Kocho, who could have found a way to delay time and escape, chose to stay here and fight the white-haired young man. He. Is there no way to escape? The crazy white-haired young man had a slightly sick smile on his face, and his gaze towards the woman was filled with twisted appetite. My name is Doma, upper rank 2. Flower breathing, second form. Don't wait for the other person to finish their introduction. Butterfly Kane took the lead in launching the attack. Lotus leaf ice. However, the expressionless white-haired man swung the iron fan to create ice spikes that resembled lotus flowers. The biting ice shot out, emitting a cold air that could tear the lungs and freeze everything. Blood magic. Butterfly Kane did not retreat but advanced, gripping the four-leaf blade tightly and gathering it into a dancing sword energy. The moment she slashed the flower-breathing ribbon with a unique murderous aura towards Doma, the situation suddenly changed and the white-haired man suddenly laughed strangely. Blood demon art, scattering lotuses. Suddenly, the white-haired ice demon used the blood vampire magic again, fanned out a large number of tiny ice spikes, and those ice petals pierced into the body of the black-haired girl, Butterfly Kane, like blades. Puff. Cough cough, just a little bit. As she spoke, Kane Kocho retreated uncontrollably, her legs went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, covering her wound with her left hand and inserting her sword into the ground with her right hand. She seemed badly traumatized. It's really disturbing. Kane Kocho suppressed the pain in her lungs and looked forward. The ice demon who claimed to be one of the 12 demon moons, the second upper moon, was getting closer and closer. What's the meaning? The black-haired girl squinted her eyes, and with her blurred vision, she kept trying to focus her sight to see the enemy's position clearly. At the same time, she secretly mobilized the remaining strength in her body, preparing to launch a fatal blow the moment the opponent approached. You want to counter my will, it's boring. The white-haired ice ghost directly exposed the inner thoughts of Butterfly Kane, showed a morbid smile, and slowly approached. However, it's a shame that a girl as beautiful as a butterfly and as fresh as a petal died in a place like this. You had a chance to survive until dawn, but you chose to fight me to the death for that black-haired human holding two swords. However, your unyielding look really makes me want to taste it. Finally revealing that hideous and ugly side. Hee. Butterfly Kane wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sneered. She is quite strong. In terms of innate conditions, she is even better than the future Shinobu Kocho. She is taller, about 1.6 meters, and has thicker bones. Her strength is higher than that of an average adult male. Therefore, she does not need to use poison to kill demons like Shinobu Kocho. She can use the Nichiren sword to chop off the heads of demons. From this we can see that Kocho Kane is able to reach the level of a pillar in terms of strength. But the existence in front of him is an upper-rank demon. Without using blood magic, you can force yourself into a desperate situation. If you use blood magic, you can even kill yourself instantly. It is undeniable that I lost completely. But as early as when she made a promise with her sister Shinobu Kocho to kill demons together, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to protect the happiness of others. Now that she is on the verge of death, she instead reveals a smile as warm as the spring sun. At least, I delayed him enough to escape. After saying that, Butterfly Kane once again swung the sword in her hand and stabbed at the ice ghost. Then the opponent slightly turned sideways and dodged the sword. Really? Doma's cold, iridescent eyes looked down at the fallen woman. Her attitude made him angry. Then die. Vampire art, lotus leaf ice. Exorcise the evil spirits. Slay the evil and slay the demons. The sudden sound interrupted the movement of the ice demon Doma, causing him to fall back suddenly. Originally, Doma was not afraid of ordinary blades at all, but the opponent's sword energy carried the breath of sealing souls and suppressing demons. The fear in his soul forced Doma to retreat. Reinforcements? No, the target. Doma thought that the Demon Slayer Corps' helpers had arrived, and his head was filled with anger as if it was on fire. The newcomer had ruined his upcoming good thing, making his whole mood worse. The man had black hair, a ghost face, and held two swords in his hands. He had superb and sharp swordsmanship. It was obvious that he was the target that Lord Muzan had instructed to kill. You came just in time, saving me from having to look for you. After seeing Shen Yuan appear here, Doma turned his anger into laughter, waving the golden iron fan coldly, and with an angry blow, an icicle covered with blood demon poison fell from the sky. Vampire art, Xiandong icicle. Humph! Shen Yuan did not retreat or dodge, but fought back. He was pierced through the body by a large number of sharp ice spikes created in the air, and fell to the ground behind him. How? Doma opened his eyes wide and looked at the black-haired young swordsman who was immune to his attacks. He rushed in front of him and then launched a series of attacks without any explanation. You're the stupid one. Do you really think you're the boss? Shen Yuan mocked, then used his sword to cut through the jade and slash through the gods, and then collided with Doma's golden iron fan continuously, making a sound of sparks from the collision of gold and iron. One sword slays the devil, two swords slay the evil, three swords, destroy. Suddenly, Shen Yuan swung his sword faster and faster. The two swords turned into afterimages and fell in the air. A flash of sword energy flashed, and his attack method seemed to have doubled. Deadly rhythm. Shua. Doma, who was stepping back with his head raised, was brushed by the sword's tip close to his neck. A tingling pain in his spiritual body forced him to step back. The opponent's sword was too fast, and he was using two weapons. It seemed that there were dozens of flashes of swords and sabers every second. Although the attack power was not enough to destroy his own ghost body, the attack speed was so fast that in a short while, many cuts and tears appeared on Doma's clothes. You guys, are you also a pillar? At this time, the pupils of Ice Demon Doma shrank slightly, but soon his pupils turned wildly and he discovered the secret of why he could not attack Shen Yuan. The perceptive Doma saw that Shen Yuan was covered by a crimson light, and there was a faint light tugging at his body. And somewhere a few dozen meters away, the real body of Shen Yuan stood there motionless, holding two swords and with his eyes tightly closed. Chapter 7 Fatal Rhythm. Butterfly Kane. This seemed to mean that the humanoid swordsman fighting with him was not his real body, but a spirit similar to a soul leaving his body. Is it there? Doma is very sensitive to human scent, so he quickly discovered Shen Yuan's true form. Discovered. When Shen Yuan saw that Doma was no longer attacking his spirit but was quickly rushing towards his real body, he immediately retracted his E-skill breakthrough. However, before that, his spirit launched a fierce attack on Doma, marking him and accumulating damage. When the spirit returns to the body, the mark will disappear, causing a wave of true damage that ignores defense and hits the soul directly. Ah! Doma's figure froze, and he let out a painful wail, while a large number of scars appeared on his body. You bastard! Shen Yuan let Doma experience what a true soul leaving the body was like, leaving his body briefly traveling through the air and causing irreversible damage to him. The injured Doma was in no mood to care whether this was blood demon art or some special ability. He attributed everything to Shen Yuan's sword. If this is the weapon that Lord Muzan is interested in, the guy in front of me must die. Vampire art, lotus flower. Doma's colorful eyes flashed with deep murderous intent, and he waved the iron fan. In an instant, the thorny lotus vines bound towards Shen Yuan, preventing him from escaping. Not only that, Doma's speed of movement was also frightening. In the blink of an eye, he appeared not far in front of Shen Yuan. Seeing this, Shen Yuan felt a little scalp tingling. Is this the upper moon demon? The opponent is very strong. If I have to say something, it is that he is of high level, has a lot of blood, and his output is exaggerated. At my current level, unless I can use my spirit to consume him in a safe situation, otherwise I will definitely be the one who loses if I force him to lose blood. Because the basic level gap is too big. If Shen Yuan was already level 12 now, and had a bloodthirsty sword, he could kill an upper moon demon with just one strike. The key is that he doesn't even have Duran's blade and is only level 3. You can't just act recklessly, you have to find a way to repel him. Rin God Slash. Swa. With a sweep of the sword, Doma in front of him instantly disappeared from his original position and appeared in mid-air. You're so dangerous. After dodging Shen Yuan's sword, Doma put away his teasing attitude and became completely serious. He seemed to regard Shen Yuan as a powerful opponent. What a quick reaction. But I'm not bad either. Because Shen Yuan is in a state of deadly rhythm, his reaction speed and attack methods have increased by several times. Although his attacks are very sharp, the magic damage of the Azakana blade is enough to pose a threat to Doma. But the prerequisite is that the opponent stands still and lets him chop him, but this is obviously impossible. It's not too late to escape now. I'm going to be serious. Shen Yuan said this, sheathed his two swords, and made a gesture of drawing his swords to attack. Doma stared at the cold and ruthless eyes under Shen Yuan's blood-red mask, grinned, and seemed to be completely fearless. He transformed his fighting spirit and hostility into a fierce momentum in the confrontation. But although it is not inferior in momentum, but Doma did not dare to get close to the attack range of Shen Yuan's Azakana blade. He seemed to be afraid of the sword emitting blood light, because this sword was not like the sun blade. Once it was hit, it would penetrate the spirit body, so it was very dangerous. Is it time, humph? Suddenly, Doma sneered and said, you're lucky, but that girl is not far from death. That's it for today. The next time I see you, I will kill you. Get out of here. You don't deserve my sword. Shen Yuan sneered, but he looked up slightly and saw a golden light swaying from the horizon. So that's how it is. Dawn has arrived without me noticing. No wonder Doma said that. If it wasn't for the time being, he might really have fought with me. However, the fatal rhythm seems to have arrived. If you continue fighting, unless you can get a loan to buy some equipment in the system mall, there is a high probability that you will die here and then start the cycle all over again. I remember you. Shen Yuan looked at Doma, who ran away after saying some harsh words, but he also remembered this guy. When he met him next time, he would let him see the true power of the demon sealing sword soul. Are you okay? Cough cough. At this moment, the beautiful girl who was holding on to her body and tightly grasping the sword slowly raised her head, spat out a mouthful of blood, and her vision blurred. It seemed that even when she was on the verge of death, she was still concerned about Shen Yuan's condition. Ms. Kane. Shen Yuan came closer, picked her up from the ground, and assessed the extent of her injuries. No. It's no use, the poison has already started to spread. Black blood was flowing from the corner of Kane Koko's mouth, her vision was blurring, and her vital signs were gradually disappearing. Maybe it can be rescued. Shen Yuan frowned, but what Butterfly Kane said was the truth, she was not far from death. But if such a gentle and beautiful girl were to die here like this, Shen Yuan felt that he was somewhat responsible. Besides, in order to avoid being discovered by Doma, she chose to stay here and fight, which is why she was defeated so quickly. Give up. It's too late. I can feel the poison spreading in my body. Butterfly Kane was extremely weak and gasped, it's so cold. I can't breathe. Shen Yuan could feel that Kane Koko's body temperature was dropping and her alveoli had begun to necrotize. Doma's blood demon art was extremely terrifying and almost incurable. At this time, waiting to die is the only option. You're not going to die. Shen Yuan thought to himself, just think of it as me repaying you a favor. Why, do you say that? Accompanied by the sound of weak coughing, the semi-conscious Kane Koko smiled slightly, and then lay on Shen Yuan's body motionless. Man's destiny is not predetermined. Your destiny is in your own hands. Shen Yuan looked at the system mall, then stared at the gold coins accumulated after defeating Doma and killing 3 evil spirits, and then stared at the few lit icons among the purchasable items. If I don't help someone dying, just to survive, then what's the difference between me and a ghost? Besides, I don't need such a thing right now. With a slight movement of his mind, a blood-red potion bottle appeared in Shen Yuan's palm. He opened the metal bottle and pointed it at Butterfly Kane's lips, trying to make her drink it. Ahem. However, Koko Kane had difficulty even breathing, let alone opening her mouth. That being the case, saving lives was the most important thing, so Shen Yuan didn't think much about it. He tilted his head back and drank a mouthful of the life potion, then lowered his head and leaned against the black-haired girl, pouring it into her mouthful by mouthful. Green fluorescence visible to the naked eye appeared around Butterfly Kane like magic. She looked as beautiful and dazzling as a fluttering butterfly. A mysterious magical energy was clearing away the poison of vampire magic and completely repairing her cells. About 15 seconds later, Kocho Kane's vital signs completely returned to normal and her wounds had healed. As she regained consciousness, she opened her eyes slightly and looked at the black-haired man whose lips were pressed against hers. Her pupils flickered and she froze in place for a moment. Okay. Shen Yuan saw that Butterfly Chainwei had opened her eyes, and then raised her head. Have you recovered? However, the girl was as dazed as a piece of wood, her cheeks slightly red, staring blankly at Shen Yuan. Your condition is too serious. Although your injuries have partially recovered, they are not fully healed. You can ask your companions to rescue you. Seeing that Butterfly Kane didn't answer, Shen Yuan stood up, but before that, I should leave. And many more. Butterfly Kane suddenly stretched out her hands, her eyes regained their clarity, and then she grabbed Shen Yuan's hand. You saved me, how can I repay you? You and I each have our own destiny, and there's no need to repay. You're alone and helpless in a place like this, and you're going to hunt demons next, right? If so, why don't you come with me to the Demon Slayer Corps? I'm a Ronin swordsman. I'm used to freedom and don't like being controlled by others. Who said you should be inferior to others? Don't you want the Nichiren blade? Why don't you strengthen your weapon? Shen Yuan turned around and saw a spring-like smile on the slightly blushing face of Butterfly Kane. He fell silent. It's a good idea to go to the Demon Slayer Corps and get a few Nichiren swords for free. You can also get some extra stuff at the same time. Even if you don't use them, you can sell them to the system mall. After all, Shen Yuan's hero simulation system is fully functional and quite conscientious. He can gain proficiency by increasing his level, thereby further inheriting the power of the Demon Sword Soul. When he reaches level 18, he will 100% unlock the hero's peak combat power during his lifetime. Once the hero's proficiency reaches the maximum, it will be automatically inherited to the main body without the need for selection. However, this requires achieving an S-level rating. The equipment purchased by earning gold coins can be taken to the next world when the simulation world ends. Therefore, in Demon Slayer, if you can find a way to make money and get an Infinity Blade, then the next world will start with Infinity Blade. As long as the random hero template is not too outrageous, such as choosing a mage hero, it can be considered a takeoff. Besides, even if it is a mage hero, it is normal for him to have Infinity Edge. If you know a melee physical mage, he can kill people instantly with a basic attack. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you how you saved me. Butterfly Kane looked at Shen Yuan curiously with a dazzling smile. She seemed to have deliberately forgotten how he saved her, or perhaps she was too embarrassed to mention it. What kind of medicine is that? It's amazing. My family's secret recipe will not be passed on to anyone else. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Shen Yuan realized that the atmosphere was wrong. He was clearly feeling nervous when facing a strong enemy just now, but he was suddenly made to forget his current situation by the girl's friendly smile. But soon. The moment the sun rose, Shen Yuan and Butterfly Kane saw a figure rushing towards them. Elder sister. A girl who was much smaller than Kane appeared in his sight. It was obviously Shinobu Kocho. I see. I understand. Shen Yuan looked up at the dawn sun and guessed the timeline he was in. Chapter 16, Crazy Training, Reach Level in Seconds. The timeline where Shen Yuan is located. It was about 4 years before the main story began when Tanjiro's family was murdered. That was the night before Kane Kocho died. However, judging from Doma's words, he should be being targeted by Muzan Kibutsuji. And if he hadn't happened to meet Kane Kocho, or if he had made a mistake in judgment and taken a slightly wrong step, then Butterfly Kane is doomed to die. Does this count as completing a hidden plot? Shen Yuan seemed to be lost in thought. You saved Choco Kane and defeated upper rank 2 Doma, but your actions alerted Muzan Kibutsuji, and the enemies you'll encounter will be even stronger. However, you've decided to train with the Demon Slayer Corps for a while, honing your rank and upgrading your equipment before hunting the Demon King. The system simulator records Shen Yuan's status at all times. Shen Yuan also checked the series of events he had caused from time to time. It was definitely a good thing that Kane Kocho did not die, but his arrival would definitely produce some kind of butterfly effect. So Shen Yuan decided to work hard to improve his strength before deciding on the next course of action. He wants to achieve an S-level score. Therefore, all decisions are made to make the ending of the story perfect. The next morning. Demon Slayer Core, Butterfly House. Kane, don't sleep anymore, take me to get the Nichiren sword, how can you go back on your word? Shen Yuan appeared near the butterfly house and shouted. Don't speak ill of my sister. You rude person. The petite Shinobu Kocho glared at Shen Yuan fiercely. Although she was only 14 years old, she had a very bad temper. When she heard Shen Yuan complaining about Kane, she immediately protected her sister. Turns out he's a sister complex. Shen Yuan looked down at Shinobu Kocho from his superior position. He was about 1.8 meters tall, while the other party was only about 1.45 meters tall. Although she was still growing, she would stop at 1.5 meters at most. Humph! I saw you trying to do something bad yesterday while my sister was unconscious. The reason why the girl looked unhappy seemed to be because of some of Shen Yuan's actions yesterday. You should thank me, otherwise if Kane died from her injuries, wouldn't you cry to death? Of course, if you want to become the new owner of the butterfly house, hee. Shen Yuan's slightly teasing words made the girl who was staring at him release strong hostility. In the original work, Shinobu Kocho has a good temper because after attending Kane's funeral, she always smiles in front of others, just like her sister did when she was alive. Afterwards, Shinobu Kocho went through painstaking training and eventually became the insect pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. But all this is based on the pain she experienced when she lost her sister. Now that Kane has been rescued by Shen Yuan, Shinobu Kocho is still that irritable tomboy. After all, Shinobu Kocho had a straightforward temper. Meeting is fate. I saved your sister. So you should call me your benefactor and apologize. You should know what to do when apologizing, right? Zianan, you don't want your sister to be bullied, right? Shen Yuan teased, his tone full of ill intentions. Looking closely, Shinobu Kocho has short hair as if to show the difference from her sister. Although she is petite, her development is not inferior to her sister at all. The only difference is her personality is completely opposite. What's there to apologize for? I don't even know you. You can't say that. Didn't you see me yesterday? So. At this time. Just as Shen Yuan was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of a figure appearing at the door out of the corner of his eye. Ms. Kane, you're awake. Did you have a good rest last night? Shen Yuan seemed like a different person. His tone changed from that of a Ronin, a rogue, to that of a serious swordsman. Well, thanks to you. Kocho Kane responded softly, her eyes full of fatigue, as if she had not fully recovered yet. You're seriously injured this time. You need more rest. When you're better, take me to apply for a sun blade. Shen Yuan's tone was calm, and his eyes were full of concern when he looked at Butterfly Kane. Hey! Shinobu Kocho widened her eyes and looked at Shen Yuan in disbelief. She seemed to be somewhat surprised by his sudden serious attitude. Why do I feel that this guy suddenly looks handsome? No, it's an illusion. This is not his nature, he must be lying to his sister. Thinking of this, she quickly looked at Butterfly Kane. Sister, this person said he wanted to bully you. Shinobu Kocho mustered up the courage to speak, her face flushed, obviously very nervous, but her tone was very firm. But don't worry, I will follow you every step of the way, and I will never let this guy succeed. Nin, Mr. Shen is a righteous man, how could he possibly bully me? Butterfly Chainwi tilted her head slightly, then smiled and said, don't take it to heart, Shen Jun. My sister is just like that. She tends to say some nonsense. I will educate her in private later. Nothing, it's just that you two sisters have very different temperaments. Shen Yuan glanced at her and smiled without saying anything. He says one thing to one person and another thing to another. If Shinobu Kocho had the same gentle temper as Kane Kocho, he would not have deliberately teased her. Sister, this guy obviously has bad intentions. Shinobu Kocho said anxiously and angrily, you are a pillar, how can you let him lead you by the nose? Hold on. Butterfly Kane glared at her sister. It was rare to see her be so stern. If it weren't for Shen Jun, I might have died at the hands of that ghost who controls ice. After all, he is my savior. Even if he bullied me, so what? You can't be so rude to him. Whoa! Shinobu Koko's stubborn temper flared up. It was so abominable that even her beloved sister was thinking about such a stranger. Ms. Kane, don't say that. If you don't mind, let your sister take me to visit the butterfly house. I will clear up the misunderstanding between her and me. Shen Yuan looked at Shinobu Koko calmly, and the girl glared at him, as if to say, that's what I've been waiting for. Well, please bear with it. Kane Koko smiled cheerfully again, not caring about these little things, which made Shinobu Koko endure her depression and look at Shen Yuan with a tense face as if she was angry. My sister asked me to take you to learn about the Nichiren sword and the Demon Slayer core. You must follow me. Don't blame me if you get lost. No problem. After the three of them chatted for a while, Shen Yuan followed Shinobu Koko and went out for a while. However, in addition to these two sisters and some ordinary students of the Demon Slayer Corps, there is also a youngest who never speaks, Kaneo Kurika, the adopted sister of the Butterfly Sisters. She just stared at Shen Yuan blankly without saying anything. However, Shen Yuan did not ask her anything, because Shinobu Koko was still very wary of him, and it seemed that he had to teach her a lesson. In the butterfly house, you met Shinobu Koko and Kaneo Kurika, but you were surprised by her cautiousness and vigilance. So you decided to dispel her vigilance, spend time with her alone, and use this opportunity to investigate the internal situation of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's getting dark. Along the way, Shinobu Koko showed both curiosity and resistance towards you. However, as she got to know you better, she was astonished by your record of defeating upper rank 2 Doma and slaying multiple demons without the Nichiren sword. She also expressed a hint of admiration for you. However, due to her pride, Shinobu Koko challenged you. The next day, you accepted Shinobu Koko's challenge and defeated her with ease. You gained a small amount of experience points. Then, realizing you could accumulate a small amount of experience points even through combat, without having to kill, you came up with a bold idea, to challenge the 9 highest-ranking swordsmen, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. Day 3. Shinobu Koko has completely surrendered. You show no mercy to a woman, bullying her to the point of tears and whimpering, demanding revenge on her sister. You take advantage of this opportunity to challenge Kane Koko. She seems eager to see your true strength and agrees. Soon, after expending considerable energy, Hanahashi is defeated by your wind sword. You realize you possess strength comparable to the pillars, your confidence soars, and you begin to intensify your training. A week later, you reached level 6 and learned Sealing Absolute Thoughts / your ultimate move. When you once again battled the Flower Pillar, Butterfly Kane, you overcame her defenses with a single blow, striking her with dozens of blows in a split second, instantly slaying her. This earned you the admiration and respect of everyone in the Butterfly House, and even made the Butterfly House caregivers like Kanzaki Aoi your fans. Your prowess also astounded the Rock Pillar, Gyume, who had come to watch the battle. Driven by a desire to fight, you challenged him to a draw. Then, you discovered the markings on the Rock Pillar's arms, piqued your interest, and learned how to activate them. Half a month later, you learned the markings. Activating them significantly improved your physical fitness, but they also placed a heavy strain on your body, and you weren't expected to live past 25. But you didn't care, because you were confident you could kill Muzan Kibutsuji before you turned 25, and then you could leave this world. Next, Yubayashiki Kaya invited you to become a new pillar again. You didn't refuse, but told him that you would join the other pillars as long as they could defeat you. Your arrogance surprised the other pillars, and they appeared one after another to challenge you. A year later, you still haven't become a new pillar, because your strength has surpassed everyone else. But you feel that this is not enough. The pressure brought to you by the Upper Moon Demon is even greater than that of the other pillars. You are familiar with the plot and know the existence of Kokushibo and Akaza, so you don't feel proud of being able to defeat the other pillars. During this time, you knew you could no longer advance in the Demon Slayer Corps and discussed your future with Koko Kane. Your close relationship with the Koko sisters, coupled with your status as their benefactor, made you the most important person in their hearts. But one night, you decided to break through and reach level 16. Under Koko Kane's reluctant gaze, you left the Koko Kane. 3 years later, you roam the mortal world as a Ronin swordsman, slaying the demons of this world. Your record is 168 kills, surpassing even Tsujikuni Yoriaki's 150 kills. You have become a legend in the Demon Slayer Corps, though you are not yet a pillar. Winter arrives. You encounter the 12 ghost moons, but the hunting time has arrived, and you decide to leave the mountains. Chapter 9. The time has come, get ready to go out. Winter is approaching, and you feel the time has come to go out. But before that, you need to retrieve your weapon, so you head to the forest where the swordsmith is. Night, in the mountain stream. In the dark and lightless forest, the bright silver moon cast a tragic white light, letting the quiet and terrifying atmosphere quietly spread. In the wooden house, the swordsmith who was sharpening his sword slowly raised his head and looked outside the door. Finally, it's here. From the vaguely visible grass, there was a rustling sound of snakes and insects fleeing. On the mountain road, a man wearing a conical hat and a red devil mask gradually approached. He was 22 years old, tall, and his well-trained muscles showed perfect lines, and he looked full of power. As expected of the most mysterious demon hunter in the Demon Slayer Corps, my name is Tsukasa Tsuchiya, and I'm here to give you a sword. Lord Shen Yuan. With a clang, the crows in the woods suddenly flew up. At some point, a black-haired young man with 2 swords hanging on his waist appeared in front of the man. His movements were so silent that people could not even notice them. This is your knife. It's 4 years late. Tetsuka Tsukasa stretched out his hands, held the knife in both hands, and presented it to the masked man in front of him. The Demon Slayer Corps' Nichiren blade is forged from Gorilla Scarlet Iron and Gorilla Scarlet Ore, changing color depending on its owner. As your swordsmith, I actually spent a full 3.5 years just to reforge your wind sword. How ashamed! It doesn't matter. Shen Yuan lowered his head, pulled the knife out of the scabbard, and then gently stroked the blade. Under his influence, the snow-white blade gradually turned scarlet. Color. The one who was surprised was not Shen Yuan, but the swordsmith. Such a strong murderous aura. May I ask what breathing style Lord Shen Yuan uses? I didn't learn the breathing techniques. Shen Yuan spoke calmly. In the past few years, he had been concentrating on hunting ghosts and left the steel sword in the swordsmith's village. Incredible. Tsukaya Katetsu swallowed his saliva and said, the color of the Nichiren sword will identify a portion of the owner's power. This means that the demons you have killed in the past few years are enough to dye any sword red. Sharp gust. Shen Yuan did not respond, but drew his sword and slashed towards the outside of the wooden house. In an instant, an invisible sword energy flew along the sea of flowers. In an instant, a bunch of flowers dozens of meters away suddenly broke into 2 halves neatly, and even the half-human high boulder in the distance was cut diagonally. Such a sharp aura. It seems your strength has greatly improved compared to before. That's it. Seeing the swordsmith's surprised look, Shen Yuan put the sword back into the sheath, smiled slightly, took out his purse and expressed his gratitude. This is sword forging fee. Need not. I'm not from the Demon Slayer Corps, so please accept it. After noticing Shen Yuan's gaze, the swordsmith hesitated to speak and had to accept it. Where is Mr. Shen Yuan going next? I found something and I'm going to take it back. How is the headquarters doing now? Everything is fine. I wonder what you brought with you. A flower, a blue flower. A blue flower? Is there anything unusual about it? You talk too much. Feel sorry. I'm leaving. Tell headquarters to prepare for a meeting of the pillars. I'll pass it on. After the swordsmith left, Shen Yuan stared at the sun wheel sword in his hand, which was specially made based on the wind sword. During this time, he had been using the Azakana blade and the ordinary sun blade to kill demons, accumulating a large amount of experience points and gold coins, and his level also increased from the initial level 3 to level 16. It's too difficult. Shen Yuan sighed secretly. He originally thought the upgrade would go smoothly, but that turned out not to be the case. You only last hit 168 times, and you want to upgrade to level 18? Dreaming. Starting from level 1, the first 6 levels are relatively easy to improve. However, after level 10, the experience points required for each level doubled, especially when upgrading from level 15 to level 16, which took Shen Yuan almost a whole year. Shen Yuan stared at his system panel and fell into silence. Hero Template, Demon Sword Soul Yanjin. Level, 1-6. Skills, Jade Cutting, Level 5, God Slashing, Level 5, Barrier Breaking Edge, Level 3, Sealing Thoughts Slash, Level 3. Current record, 168/1/12. Rune, Fatal Rhythm, S rank. Equipment, Wind and Sun Sword, Azakana Blade. Gold, 35. Hero Proficiency, 90%. Shen Yuan currently has a lot of gold coins, but he did not choose to buy weapons and equipment. It's not that I don't want to buy, but it's difficult to buy something that suits my needs. System, refresh the store. Do you want to spend 500 gold coins to refresh them all? Yes. System prompt, after each successful refresh, you can choose to purchase 3 different types of equipment between F and S levels. There is a certain chance of refreshing mythical equipment. The cooldown period is 24 hours. Please select the equipment you want to purchase: Ash Knife, 3.5 gold coins, Hail Blade, 3.5 gold coins, Moonstone Regenerator, 25 gold coins. Close them all. Shen Yuan looked at the junk equipment in the store with an expressionless face. No desire to buy at all. 2 broken jungle knives, with a very high probability of appearing, as well as various eye stones, auxiliary equipment and some equipment for mages. Talk about it. Shen Yuan once refreshed the Blade of the Ruined King, but unfortunately the high price of 32 gold coins made it beyond his reach. But later, the weapon disappeared because people could not afford it. Now that I can afford it, I can no longer refresh the excellent weapons and equipment. Not to mention mythical weapons, even the weakest legendary equipment will do. Never mind, a Nichiren sword would be nice too. Shen Yuan held high the wind steel sword that was glowing red. Now, combined with the demonic blade Azakana, it can completely cause a devastating blow to all the ghosts, one breaking the body and the other breaking the soul. Demon Sword, Blade of Azakana. Features: when attacking an enemy, half of the magic damage on the spirit body will be added. Mortal Sword, Feng Yang Sword, Sun Blade. Features: when attacking ghosts, it has a fatal restraining effect and can also inflict additional sunlight burn damage. The strengthened wind sword looks more beautiful and sharper, and faintly emits a solar halo. Calculate the time. Now is my 4th year in this world. It just happened to be the timeline where the main story began. As for the blue-red spider lily, he has also found it. This flower only blooms for 2 to 3 days a year. It only exists during the day and does not appear at night. Therefore, it is impossible to find Muzan Kibutsuji, and as the most mysterious foreshadowing in this world, the blue spider lily did not reveal where it grew even in the finale. But it does exist, because Shen Yuan also found it by chance in a doctor's house in the deep mountains. However, it was almost withered when he found it, so Shen Yuan picked one in advance and put it in the system inventory. Items in the system space are permanent, so there is no need to worry about them withering. However, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Without magic, it would take a huge cost and price to cultivate it manually. Hey, it's time. Shen Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked towards a certain direction in the night sky. In the past few years, he has done a lot of things, killed a lot of ghosts, and taken many detours. However, for fear of alerting the enemy, he did not kill any of the 12 Kizuki and did not fight the upper moon demons head-on. His purpose was to prevent Muzan Kibutsuji from obtaining too much information about himself. He has been developing quietly and honing his skills until he has achieved great success. I once chased the unruly wind, but now I will become a dark, raging storm. It's time to end it all. When Shen Yuan was preparing to hunt the 12 ghost moons and was ready to completely clear this world, suddenly a crow from the woods flew over and screamed. Listen! I will deliver the orders. The crow imitated the human way of delivering messages and shouted, head to the southwest town of Da County. The 12 ghost moons have appeared. Yet. After hearing what the crow said, Shen Yuan started heading south. That's not his job. But perhaps we can take this opportunity to lure the snake out of its hole, so that Muzan Kibutsuji can send out his subordinates to defeat them one by one. Chapter 10, Bad Brother-in-Law, Why Are You Still Alive? Da County. The city and the izakayas are bustling with people coming and going. A man wearing a conical hat and a red devil mask came to the town. He sheathed the Feng Yang sword and the Azakana blade and carried them close to his body, but they trembled slightly because he sensed the breath of a ghost. There are ghosts in this town. Shen Yuan looked up at the street. Many passers-by looked at him in surprise and avoided him, as if they mistook him for a Ronin warrior. To put it bluntly, they are equivalent to the gangsters of Yan country, or to put it bluntly, they are almost like bandits. Because this is an era when big changes are about to happen, and war will break out in a few years. Samurai are almost becoming the dust of history. Humph. Shen Yuan ignored other people's opinions of him. He only cared about the cultural and interesting things here. The 12 demon moons that appear here, is it the waxing moon or the wasting moon? In this regard, Shen Yuan decided to inquire in a nearby izakaya. Welcome Light. The owner of the izakaya watched a man carrying 2 swords walk in. His hands, which were wiping the cups, trembled slightly, and his face turned bitter. Master, I'm really out of money. Our shop has only been open for a short time. Boom. Shen Yuan picked up a bag of money and slammed it heavily on the table. His sharp eyes stared directly at the owner of the izakaya, as if penetrating his spirit, and asked, "Answer me a few questions. These are all yours." "Okay, okay." The izakaya owner nodded hurriedly, then stared at the purse greedily, but fearing Shen Yuan's aura, he didn't dare to show any intention of taking it. "What's going on recently?" Shen Yuan began to ask questions. "The first thing is to see if there have been any strange things happening in the town recently, or if people have gone missing." The izakaya owner was very honest and answered all the questions one by one. But even if he was not honest, there was nothing he could do, because Shen Yuan could see through human spirits. If he lied, the spirit would show the opposite abnormality. After some research, Shen Yuan got some valuable information. People go missing, and it happens more than once. Some time ago, 2 naked corpses were found in the mountains. However, one of the corpses was just skin and bones, with its face distorted and damaged beyond recognition. Its shriveled body looked as if it had been drained of its blood. The other body was that of a shop owner, and his death was similar. However, this happened long before this incident. The daughter of a wealthy businessman in the county once disappeared mysteriously, as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. A servant said that the eldest lady had a severe headache recently, so he went to get medicine. However, when she came back with the medicine, she disappeared. But the next night, she was found in the courtyard, as if she had become a different person and no longer went out. Speaking of which, the daughter of a wealthy merchant seems to have some peculiar habits. The izakaya owner suddenly seemed to remember something and said it out of the blue. "Hobby?" Shen Yuan asked curiously. "You don't know that although the daughter of a wealthy businessman is beautiful and pretty, she has a strange habit of licking things, especially people." "You sure?" Shen Yuan frowned slightly. "What a weird hobby. It should be true." The izakaya owner smiled meaningfully, "But I only heard about it from others, I haven't seen it with my own eyes." But speaking of which, the 2 people who were murdered had discussed the wealthy businessman's daughter the day before they died. However, after they went out at night, they were already dead when they were found again. The izakaya owner's face looked a little unhappy, and he said in a slightly strange tone, "But don't tell anyone about this. If someone goes to complain, they'll be caught by the wealthy businessman and made to drink sewage. Give me a drink." Shen Yuan stood up, drank the wine handed to him by the boss, threw down his purse, turned around and walked out. After going out, Shen Yuan then knew who his target was. This wasn't some werewolf game. As long as he had some general clues and got close to the target, his demon-killing sword would vibrate slightly, alerting him that prey was nearby. By mastering 2 important messages, it can be basically determined that the ghost is the daughter of a wealthy businessman. Or, it's a coincidence. But there is no coincidence in ghost hunting. As to whether it is her, just look for traces of the wealthy merchant's daughter. If she were a human, judging by the time, she would have most likely been killed and her body thrown into the wild. But if she herself is a ghost, she must be somewhere in this town. However, Shen Yuan couldn't just rush into the rich businessman's house and kill his daughter, as that would be a major incident. So, he chose to wait. Gradually, the corners of the setting sun disappeared on the other side of the horizon. The entire sky was dyed by twilight, and the orange-yellow sunlight fell on the earth, as if covered with a layer of gauze. It was dusk, a time of year that was neither day nor night. During this time, the outline of the sky begins to blur, the yin and yang worlds begin to alternate, and it is also the time when non-human creatures begin to wander the world. The time has come. Shen Yuan stopped sitting cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest, watching the setting sun, and took advantage of the hazy night to approach the location of the wealthy businessman. "It's getting foggy?" Shen Yuan looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the moon, and thick fog gradually appeared on the town's roads. The whole town became extremely quiet, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Shen Yuan jumped onto the roof of the rich businessman's villa and looked at a room in the yard where a candle was still lit. So, is she a ghost? Shen Yuan pulled out the Azakana blade, as if asking the demon blade. However, the blood-colored sword did not react at all, as if telling Shen Yuan that he had chosen the wrong target. You mean, I guessed wrong? Shen Yuan seemed a little skeptical, and then jumped onto the boudoir of the rich businessman's daughter, lifted up a piece of rubble, and saw a beautiful woman taking a bath, who did not look like a ghost at all. Something's wrong. Shen Yuan frowned and stared at the body of the rich businessman's daughter. After taking a few careful looks and finding that it was indeed not a ghost, he did not disturb her and continued to take a bath. Since the rich businessman's daughter is not a ghost, where is the real ghost? Suddenly, Shen Yuan thought of a possibility. If the wealthy daughter was a ghost, how did she know that someone was saying bad things about her, or if it was a news that was deliberately released? If this is really possible. That is, the rich businessman's daughter is not a ghost, but a bait, a patient used to take the blame. The real ghost is hiding somewhere in the izakaya, eavesdropping on everything, but he is unaware of it. In an instant, Shen Yuan disappeared from the rich man's house and rushed towards the izakaya. If nothing unexpected happened, the owner of the izakaya would be killed. At the same time, the izakaya owner returned home and was about to open the door. You are Miss Uzi? Why are you here? Then, the izakaya owner saw a good-looking woman appear at the door, who seemed to be a regular customer of his shop. I had a fight with my family. My father wanted me to marry someone else, but I refused, so I ran away from home. Could I stay with you for one night? Please. I can do anything. What? Hearing this, the izakaya owner relaxed a little, then looked at her with strange eyes, and gradually became captivated by her. Hey! The izakaya owner nodded foolishly and brought the girl into the room. At this time, in the silent night, a figure followed. Shen Yuan watched the izakaya owner bring a young and beautiful girl into the room, and his guess was immediately confirmed. This woman must be the one spreading rumors, slandering the rich businessman's daughter who had a skin disease and could not get sun exposure as having a strange habit, but in fact the real ghost was herself. Bold evildoer! Shen Yuan moved closer, and when the candle light went out, he leaped in front of the house, then swung his sword to cut the door lock. Bang! Kick it open! Looking up, I saw a female figure pressing on the izakaya owner, but her appearance was not so delicate and beautiful. Instead, her face was covered with terrifying hairs, and she stuck out a tongue that looked like it had barbs. The izakaya owner, on the other hand, looked comfortable, unaware that his body was already a bloody mess. Who are you? The female ghost who was eating bit by bit suddenly looked up and looked at Shen Yuan who appeared at the door. At this time, the izakaya owner who seemed to be bewitched by some kind of blood magic also seemed to wake up. When he saw the woman in front of him with a terrifying beast-like face, he screamed in horror. Ah! My body! Puff! Immediately afterwards, the unlucky izakaya owner had his neck broken by the female ghost and died immediately. You don't need to kill him and add to your sins. Shen Yuan looked at the miserable appearance of the izakaya owner with sympathy. Although he was a step late, it was ultimately because he was too lustful and couldn't resist the temptation. That knife, are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? The hairy female ghost jumped up in horror and stared warily at the man in the red devil mask in front of her. Do you think I'm scarier? Under Shen Yuan's gaze, the furry female ghost in front of him gradually regained her human form. There were 2 black stripes on her cheeks, sharp ghost horns on both sides of her forehead, her pupils were blood red, and veins on her forehead bulged. I am one of the 12 ghost moons, the 4th of the lower moon, 0 more. And then? Shen Yuan asked expressionlessly. I don't like eating dead people. Since you interrupted my meal, then you can take his place. The furry female ghost bit her sharp fingers and then pounced towards Shen Yuan. Chong! The sword flashed, and the hairy female ghost let out a scream. Her 5 fingers were neatly cut off and fell to the ground with blood. Ah! Damn, this power! You are a pillar! The hairy female ghost looked at Shen Yuan in horror, let out a scream, quickly broke through the window, fled outside, and disappeared into the twilight. Can you escape? Shen Yuan pushed open the door and walked out. The hairy female ghost fled towards the mountains and forests. She seemed to be very afraid of the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. It was like an instinct for survival. After realizing her own strength, she did not want to fight and chose to escape immediately. I have to say it is a wise choice. However, when Shen Yuan was about to go out to chase after her, he found that the hairy female ghost suddenly fell on the open space outside the house and lost her combat ability. What's the situation? Hey, bad brother-in-law! Are you still alive? Shen Yuan looked up and saw a beautiful butterfly-like figure appear on the roof, her purple eyes looking at him with a smile. Chapter 11 is a bit short. Butterfly dance, tease. In an instant, a butterfly-like figure emerged in the air, flashed lightly and quickly behind the fleeing furry female ghost, and then delivered a fatal blow. He used a poisonous blade to pierce the back of his opponent's neck. Swish! A beautiful girl with black hair and purple bangs falls down like a butterfly. Her light body seems to be floating. She is wearing the Demon Slayer core uniform and a haori with a butterfly wing pattern on the outside. When it is unfolded in the air, its shape is very similar to that of a butterfly. Tolerate! Shen Yuan's attention was drawn to the person who came, and his gaze was fixed on him. She was a girl with black hair, purple eyes, and a butterfly hair accessory. She exuded a serious and stern temperament. She always remained calm and looked at him with a smile on her face. But just when Shen Yuan didn't know whether she was the Kocho Shinobu he was familiar with. Hey, bad brother-in-law! How come you are still alive? Shinobu Kocho said this harsh remark in a rather calm tone, showing her sharp-tongued side. After being scolded, Shen Yuan laughed instead. It's indeed Shinobu Kocho, it couldn't be more real. Apart from her, who else would dare to curse herself like this? You didn't kill her. Shen Yuan looked at the hairy female ghost lying on the ground, and approached her step by step with his sword in hand. That depends on how quickly the toxin takes effect. Just now, I injected 50 milligrams of wisteria poison. So much. Shen Yuan was surprised for a moment, then looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. Your aura has become much stronger. Are you a pillar now? It's not thanks to you. After landing, Shinobu Kocho jumped over lightly. After seeing Shen Yuan's unchanging appearance, she recalled the painful childhood memories of being tortured by Shen Yuan. Haha, then why don't you thank me quickly? Shen Yuan smiled and opened his arms. The girl hesitated for a moment and came closer. The next moment, an extremely strong and well-trained body embraced her, wrapping her up completely. Feeling the joy and familiar strength that had been repeated for a long time, Shinobu Kocho's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She didn't know whether she felt pain or touched, or both. Let me go. Bad brother-in-law, I can't breathe. Shinobu Kocho struggled to escape, but found that even if she became a pillar, her strength was not even 1/10 of Shen Yuan's, or even less. If any other man dared to hug her like this, she would give him a poison injection without mercy. However, Shen Yuan once saved Shinobu Kocho's sister and lived in the butterfly house for a long time. It can be said that everyone in the butterfly house is familiar with him. Even the taciturn, timid, and shy beautiful girl Kaneo Kurikara often giggles after hearing about Shen Yuan's deeds. But in the entire butterfly house, if we had to say who is the most familiar to Shen Yuan, it is not Butterfly Kane and Kurikarayo Kaneo, but Butterfly Shinobu. At the same time, she is often bullied by Shen Yuan. She has a very natural personality, although she herself would not admit it. Moreover, when he was a child, he was often frightened by Shen Yuan's words, "Ninja, you don't want your sister to be bullied, right?" And thus did some bad things. However, it is a relatively serious matter. By the way, when did I become your brother-in-law? This was something that Shen Yuan was quite confused about. It seemed that he and Kane Kocho were just friends beyond ordinary affection, and they were not married or anything like that. The entire Butterfly House nursing staff knows that you live in Butterfly House because you like my sister, don't they? Shinobu Kocho pointed it out bluntly. Of course not, completely. Shen Yuan's goal is to get the resources of the Ghost Slayer core for free so that he can become stronger quickly. After all, clearing the world is the first and foremost task. Besides, why can't I do it because I care about other people? Like you, Shinobu. Sure enough, Shinobu Kocho's face suddenly darkened. She looked at Shen Yuan kindly and said contemptuously, "So, you want to start a harem? Just like that guy, Sound Pillar, with a multitude of wives and concubines. You think too much. How could I possibly?" Shen Yuan quickly shook his head. He wanted to say that he existed only to kill ghosts. Sure, Shinobu Kocho's expression suddenly changed, revealing an indifferent smile, as long as you don't disappear without saying a word again, I'll agree to it. At this point, the butterfly girl's voice seemed to contain complex emotions such as anger, grievance, and anger. Shen Yuan then remembered that he had parted with Kane Kocho at night. He left in a hurry and did not inform anyone else, including Shinobu Kocho. Shen Yuan wanted to reach out and touch Shinobu Kocho's shoulder, but was interrupted by the furry female ghost lying on the ground. You damned fellows, why are you holding on to me so tightly? The furry ghost cried out in despair, as a pillar, you actually came to such a small place. Master Doma will not let you go. Doma? The upper-rank demon who almost killed my sister. Shinobu Kocho suddenly regained her cold expression, stared at the furry female ghost lying on the ground, and took a step forward, wanting to kill her. Wait a moment. Shen Yuan stopped Shinobu Kocho, then squatted on the ground, pinched her chin, and examined the female ghost in front of him. It can be seen that the female ghost has a pretty face and is very beautiful. Muzan Kibutsuji, you should know this name. Well, judging by your frightened look, you must be very clear about it. However, I know that he can see everything and knows my identity. Shen Yuan slowly drew out his sun blade, the sharp blade gradually gleaming with light. He then pointed at the ghost girl's eyes and said coldly, if you want the blue bana, then come find me. I believe you will make the right choice. As soon as she finished speaking, the hairy female ghost's vision went black, and she couldn't even scream before she was beheaded by the sun blade, Feng Yang sword. Lower Moon Demon, kill. Shen Yuan let out a breath calmly. There was nothing much to say about the record of killing a lower-rank demon in seconds. It's as easy as adding a sports car in a game. Today, Shen Yuan possesses 90% of the combat power of the demon sword soul, Yanjin at its peak. In addition to the sun blade and the techniques such as the patterns he learned in this world, the only people Shen Yuan can take seriously are those at the level of Kokushibo and Muzan Kibutsuji. Although Akeza, Doma, and the like are also very powerful, they cannot defeat me alone. Kibutsuji Muzan. Shinobu Kocho was surprised to hear the name. She must have known something. Muzan is the demon king of eternal night, the ancestor of demons, the culprit and the instigator of all sins. But speaking of which, how did you get here? Of course I rushed here after hearing you showed up in the county. How was it? Are you touched? Okay, Shinobu, I have a plan, do you want to hear it? What plan? Shinobu Kocho tilted her head, blinked her eyes and asked Shen Yuan. The plan to kill the Ghost King and end all the grudges that have lasted for hundreds of years. Listen. It took so many years and so many deaths for the Demon Slayer Corps to collect information about the 12 Kizuki, and even the news that the ancestor of demons is Muzan Kibutsuji. However, all the information about the Demon Slayer Corps was controlled by Shen Yuan during these 4 years. He even knew what Muzan Kibutsuji's purpose was. However, I will only tell this plan to those I am close to and trust. It is more important than the orders of the Demon Slayer Corps. Let me ask you, will you listen to the Demon Slayer Corps or me? Hear the words. Shinobu Kocho pursed her lips and smiled. She was silent for a moment. Then she said, perhaps I have already told you that my parents were killed by demons when I was very young. The reason we joined the Demon Slayer Corps is to make demons disappear. Although I believe that humans and demons can coexist peacefully, I hate them. However, since you said that the culprit of all this is Muzan Kibutsuji, I think I will follow you without hesitation and fight with you. In that case, you will be my assistant. Shen Yuan said casually. Assist? Do you mean assistant or something like that? Asked Shinobu Kocho in confusion. Almost. In my eyes, you are already considered a support. Shen Yuan thought. If Shinobu Kocho were given a heroic template, then she should be positioned as a healer or support, and can barely be considered an assassin who uses poison attacks. Passive skill, pure poison. Kocho Shinobu uses the insect breathing, a derivative of flower breathing, named after the dance of the word. During combat, Kocho Shinobu applies poison to her Nichiren blade. When she sheathes the blade, the poison's formula changes, accompanied by a distinctive sound. Kocho Shinobu uses different venoms depending on the type of demon. A maximum dose of 50 mg of poison can be injected at a time. Q skill, butterfly dance. Tease move as lightly as a butterfly, quickly use the poison blade to continuously stab the opponent's body. W skill, B fang dance. True me use the sun wheel sword to unexpectedly thrust towards the opponent. E skill, Dragonfly Dance Hexagonal Compound I, a 6-hit combo that injects a large amount of poison into the opponent's body. R skill, Centipede Dance Centipede Belly. By stomping on the ground with such force that it can lift it up, it meanders in all directions, disrupting the opponent and then taking the opportunity to attack with a knife. If Shinobu Kocho was really recruited as a hero, the data should be like this. But considering its own strength, Shinobu Kocho is the type of person who has weak abilities and is particularly dependent on equipment. She has low health and high agility, and needs equipment to make herself stronger. If I let her be my assistant, she might be too fragile. It is easy to be killed instantly in the next battle with the Upper Moon Demons. Therefore, Shen Yuan's evaluation is rotten. Shinobu Kocho is definitely not suitable for output because her basic strength value is extremely low, lower than that of an average adult man. After all, she is a girl. Moreover, most of her attack methods are physical attacks, and she needs to get close to the enemy to hit him. Therefore, no matter how fast she is, it is still difficult for her to dodge a large-scale blood vampire attack. Although Shinobu Kocho knows medical methods, most of them are herbs and she does not know healing magic. Low attack, high agility, but poor healing ability. Shen Yuan analyzed. What? Kocho Shinobu tilted her head in confusion. Healing ability? What does that mean? You misunderstood. I mean, are you good at medical treatment? I guess I'm good at it. In that case, I'll let you be my assistant. After a brief hesitation, Shen Yuan made up his mind, opened the system store, and purchased the mythical equipment Moonstone Regenerator. Chapter 12, Love Pillar, I'm getting married. Anyway, as long as you have gold coins, you can buy other things. If you fail to obtain an S-level rating, then these gold coins will be cleared even if you keep them, and it will be a waste of time if you don't use them. Here, put this on. Shen Yuan put his hand over Shinobu Kocho, and under her curious and suspicious gaze, suddenly an emerald pendant emitting the ultimate moonlight glow appeared in his hand. This is... Just as Shinobu Kocho was about to say something, Shen Yuan placed the emerald green gem that shone with moonlight around her neck. In an instant, an indescribable power surged through my body, as refreshing as bathing in the spring breeze or drinking nectar on a hot summer day. All the fatigue in Shinobu Kocho's body was swept away in an instant, and the injuries accumulated from years of training and fighting also disappeared at this moment. The effect brought by this mythical auxiliary artifact is enough to allow any ordinary person to gain extraordinary power. What's going on with me? I have this inexplicable strange feeling. I feel like I have incredible power. What on earth is this? Butterfly Shinobu was so frightened that she became incoherent. She felt scared. Because this power is too mysterious, it is difficult for an ordinary person who does not understand what magic is to accept. I'll explain this to you slowly. How do you feel now? Shen Yuan stared at the emerald green gem pendant on Shinobu Kocho's body. A faint green halo enveloped her. This is a power that does not belong to this world, so it is normal for Shinobu Kocho to feel shocked and unbelievable. Next. Under Shen Yuan's guidance, Shinobu Kocho used the pure poison, but the poison emitted a strange and enchanting light, as if it had been strengthened by some magic, and its power became incredibly powerful. This made Shen Yuan guess that this was the benefit brought by the increase in spell strength. Moreover, her release movements became faster, probably because her skills increased rapidly, and she had a certain degree of mana recovery, as if she had suddenly been enlightened. But compared to these, the most powerful aspect of the Moonstone Regenerator is its additional skill, Starlight Grace. In combat, after using a skill or attack on an enemy, including allies, a small amount of health will be restored to the most seriously injured nearby ally, no cooldown. Every second of this increase in combat will increase your healing effect and shield strength by 5%, unlimited stacking. Don't underestimate this small amount of health recovery. It can be said that as long as Shinobu Kocho participates in the battle, her teammates are like fighting with blood bottles. When the enemy loses blood, they recover blood. As long as they participate in the attack, this small amount of recovery will become higher and higher, and eventually rise to a very terrifying level. This is the power of mythical equipment. Of course, if you are killed instantly, then it will be useless. The day of the decisive battle is approaching. You choose Shinobu Kocho as your assistant and use the blue Higanbana as bait to pass the news to Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan Kibutsuji immediately convenes a meeting in Infinite City and begins summoning the 12 demon moons, even ordinary demons, as if brewing some conspiracy. During this time, you traveled with Shinobu Kocho to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, as you planned to find the remaining teammates and assemble them into the strongest team to prepare for the upcoming Demon Slayer battle. Dawn. At this time, 2 pillars appeared in the Demon Slayer Corps' swordsmith village. Is the Demon Slayer Corps leader's residence so hidden? Shen Yuan looked around. In order to prevent ghosts from attacking the village, the location of the swordsmith village was quite hidden. It was formed by the hidden and complex geographical environment, and its confidentiality was impeccable. The Demon Slayer Corps members entering the village need to be led in sections by several hidden members and crows. The order of the route and the crows and members of the hidden will change frequently. But he came here for only one purpose. Supplies are needed before the big battle. He needed a large amount of sun blade materials, which could be recycled through the system and transformed into more powerful weapons. In addition, it is time to choose teammates. Just follow along. Shinobu Kocho had a faint smile on her face, and it seemed that she had been here more than once. What's the point of tying this? Shen Yuan felt Shinobu Kocho's small hands touching his face, and she covered his eyes and blocked his nose with a black cloth. Because you're not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, you wouldn't be eligible to ask the Lord to summon the pillars. But since you're a legendary demon hunter, this is an exception. Kocho Shinobu said, then touched the cold red mask on Shen Yuan's forehead and asked curiously, have you been wearing it all these years? I haven't seen your true face yet. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. Shen Yuan said softly, and then was pulled by the hand by Kocho Shinobu and walked towards the depths of the swordsmith village. Although his eyes and nose were covered, he could still feel the air flowing around him. Therefore, this method of blindfolding is nothing more than covering one's ears and stealing the bell for a being of his level. At the same time, Swordsmith Village, near the hot springs. Mitsurai Kanroji, the love pillar who was soaking in the hot spring, felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up inexplicably. She opened her large light green eyes and looked at a crow flying in the sky with flushed cheeks. What happened? I suddenly felt like my heart was beating faster. The girl with cherry pink long braids stared at the crow with wide eyes. At this time, the crow flew to her and handed her a letter. W.A. Looking at the straightforward words on the letter, Mitsurai Kanroji stood up excitedly and ran out of the hot spring without even bothering to put on her clothes. She hurriedly put on her open-chested team uniform and short skirt, then ran towards the foot of the mountain wearing a snow-white haori. The current timeline is not long after the main story begins. Tanjiro Kamato's family also suffered from the murder of Muzan Kibutsuji, so this young man with dark red hair and red eyes, a scar on his left forehead, and wearing a sun wheel earring passed down from generation to generation, joined the Demon Slayer Corps with his sister. After undergoing training at Sagiri Mountain and passing the team selection, Tanjiro should have been forged a Nichiren sword. However, because Tetsuya Tsuchiya and his brother Tetsuya Tsuchiya Hotaru were working together to forge the Wind and Sun sword for the strongest demon hunter Shen Yuan, they had no time to take care of Tanjiro. For this reason, Tanjiro had to go to the swordsmith village with Nezuko. On the way, his sister Nezuko was almost killed because she was blocked by the pillars. It was Kane Kocho who stopped the others and persuaded the pillars to give Tanjiro a chance. Because Kocho Kane has a close relationship with Shen Yuan, the pillars, while fearing Shen Yuan's powerful strength, gave Kocho Kane face and let Tanjiro and Nezuko go. However, this also made Tanjiro swear that if Nezuko eats people, he will take full responsibility. Under the butterfly effect, Tanjiro had no choice but to come to the swordsmith village in order to obtain the Nichiren sword. He met the love pillar, Mitsurai Kanroji and Jinyabu Suigawa one after another, and became friends with the innocent love pillar. 2 days ago, Tanjiro learned that Tsukasa, the steel sword man who delivered the sword to Shen Yuan, had returned. So he excitedly wanted to find him to forge a Nichiren sword for him, but Tetsuzuka said he was very busy and asked Tanjiro to find his younger brother Tetsuzuka Hotaru. Tanjiro was helpless in this way and could only get up early and wait for Hotaru Katsuchizuka to get up so that he could forge a Nichiren sword for him. During this period, Tanjiro also persisted in practicing swordsmanship, exercising, and visiting the village chief. The village chief told Tanjiro that there was a magical hot spring in the mountains and suggested that he go there. Tanjiro, the love pillar is upstairs. Once she comes out, you can go in. The guide, wearing a swordsmith's mask, looked expressionlessly at Tanjiro and Nezuko, who was carrying Nezuko in the wooden cabinet on his back. I'm preparing the meal downstairs. A distinguished guest will be arriving today. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Tanjiro said politely and started waiting here. It was at this time. Gwa-ya-ya. Oh no, something terrible has happened, Tanji-kun. Something terrible has happened. Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kenroji, ran down from the hot spring on the top of the mountain with a blushing face. Her 3 long cherry pink braids swayed behind her as she ran, and the grass green ends of her hair had a hint of youthfulness. She ran and cried incoherently. Lord Love Pillar, please be careful, something happened. Tanjiro looked at the person in panic and was startled. Listen to me. Listen to me. Love Pillar cried and grabbed Tanjiro's sleeve, then said with a blushing face, I'm getting married. What? Tanjiro's eyes widened, and then he said happily, Congratulations, this is a good thing, but who are you marrying? I don't know, I haven't met him in person yet. Love Pillar said this a little nervously, causing Tanjiro and Nezuko, who overheard this in the closet, to freeze on the spot, looking confused. You don't even know what your spouse looks like, and you're going to get married. Tanjiro yelled in fear. Yet. Love Pillar also cried out loudly. She cried and said, this person was introduced by Shinobu, what should I do if he doesn't like me? Woo. Tanjiro was dumbfounded. He didn't know how to answer. Don't you think it's too much? I have a big appetite, my hair is ugly, and I'm stronger than a man. Woohoo, I've been rejected harshly on blind dates before. What should I do if I get rejected again? Because the person that Zion introduces me to will definitely be excellent. Love Pillar cried out, her voice full of sweet joy and nervous worry. Wait. How did you know you were getting married? Did Insect Pillar-sama tell you? The Love Pillar nodded vigorously, then took a piece of letter from his arms and handed it to Tanjiro, asking him to take a look. Tanjiro took the paper with trembling fingers, and his expression froze instantly. There was only one sentence in the letter. Little Kenroji, do you feel it? I've found a reliable husband for you, if he likes you. Shinobu Kocho. What should I do? I'm so nervous, my heart is beating like a thump, then a flutter, and my ears are pounding and feeling so hot, I can't breathe, I'm suffocating. Love Pillar seems to be very bad at expressing himself and is now incoherent. The pink heart-shaped texture on the left side of her neck also became slightly hot. I'm so excited that I'm about to enter the striped state. Wait a minute. Chapter 13, Shinobu Kocho, you plotted against me. Wait a minute. Tanjiro's expression was dull, it looked like a joke no matter how you looked at it. Just saying this is going to get you married. No way. Love Pillar-sama. Tanjiro complained loudly, recalling his father's teachings, then cracked his fingers and said, is that man reliable? You don't even know his appearance, values, or family situation. You can't be so decisive. You must first get to know him. After you understand each other, spend some time with him before making a decision. You must confirm his character. He doesn't have to come from a wealthy family, but he must treat you sincerely. So that's what's going on. Love Pilla's crying face suddenly broke into a smile, and then she thanked him, thank you, Tanjiro-kun. I know what to do now. As soon as he finished speaking, Tanjiro stared in amazement at the Love Pillar, who was humming a song excitedly as he ran down the mountain. As he ran, he said, I can't agree to him yet. First, I have to test whether he likes girls like me. Secondly, he has to eat more than me. He. And he has to be stronger than me. If he meets all of these requirements, then I'll marry him. Get married. I'm getting married. Why do I always feel that it's not very reliable? Tanjiro looked at Love Pilla's leaving back stupidly and sighed. He shook his head. For a guy who doesn't even have a Nichiren sword, what qualifications does he have to discuss other people's affairs? But then again, it seems that Koishira doesn't even know the name of his blind date. Will you really not be cheated? Never mind, that's other people's business. Under the sunset, Shen Yuan stood halfway up the mountain, surrounded by a vast sea of flowers. Wisteria flowers spread across the mountains and cover both sides of the shrine-like steps. A gentle breeze blew by, shaking the beautiful sea of flowers. I smell the scent of wisteria. Suddenly, the black cloth in front of Shen Yuan was pulled off, and he saw the butterfly ninja in front of him picked up a flower vine and put it in front of her nose. Okay, this is the entrance to the swordsmith village. Shinobu Kocho seems to like wisteria very much, maybe because of Kane. What is this doing? Shen Yuan looked at her doubtfully. Just take it. Then Shinobu Kocho stuffed a bouquet of wisteria flowers into Shen Yuan's hands and asked him to hold it. Thank you. Someone sent flowers, and Shen Yuan didn't want to refuse, but he always felt something was wrong. He noticed that Shinobu Kocho was trying hard to suppress a smirk, as if she was deliberately being naughty and wanted to take revenge on him. However, what kind of scene has Shen Yuan not seen? He wasn't worried that Shinobu Kocho would harm him. At most, she would try to embarrass him. Rather, Shinobu Kocho's little action made him curious about what would happen next. Why aren't you coming? Shinobu Kocho was looking into the distance curiously, muttering something. The girl in front of him was much more playful and lively than in the original novel, and she was also very vindictive, even tricking her best friend without blinking an eye. What's not coming yet? Shen Yuan asked. A beauty whose passion can melt your heart. Be sure to behave well when we meet later. She's also a pillar. Who? A female figure vaguely emerged in Shen Yuan's mind. Could it be that Kocho Shinobu is talking about her? At the same time, Mitsurai Kenroji, who was hiding on the other side of the sea of flowers on the cliff, was extremely nervous. She bit her lip and secretly looked over here. She saw a black-haired young man. He was quite handsome, and it was easy to tell from his appearance that his body had been fully trained. He swung his sword relentlessly, and his posture exuded a sharp and serious attitude, just like the sword intent in him. His black hair with a reddish tint reached his waist, and the red ghost mask covered half of his upper face, making it difficult to see his features. However, one had the feeling that once he took it off, he would reveal an extremely handsome face. At this time, hiding in the shadows, wearing grey-black hoods and masks, the hidden soldiers who were responsible for protecting the swordsmith's village, a slightly old and low voice came from the Anbu. Don't you think he looks like a human? Who? Following the fate of the country. Impossible. I once saw a portrait of Tsujikuni Yoriichi. They look alike, even in their expressions. They're so alike. Could it be that this person is the reincarnation of Master Jiguo Yuanyi? Maybe it's just a coincidence. The other side. Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kenroji, appeared at the foot of the mountain as if she had mustered up her courage, then looked in the direction of Shinobu Kocho and Shen Yuan, and walked towards them step by step. That, Weevu, you are. Love Pillar suddenly became afraid. She seemed to have foreseen the other person's expression of disdain and disgust, and she stayed where she was, not daring to get closer. Because after seeing Shen Yuan and feeling his persistence, seriousness, and mysterious aura, she knew she was not worthy. What a beautiful girl! Shen Yuan didn't know what Lianzu was thinking, but he still showed the gentleness and attitude that an older brother like Yanjin should have. Because while playing the role of the demon sealing sword soul, as his proficiency increased, the experience accumulated over the years and the little things he went through also made Shen Yuan become much more calm. Expression and momentum. They are all quite similar to Yanjin. Other than that, the only difference is their personalities. At Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kenroji stared blankly at the handsome figure walking towards her. She looked up blankly. Shen Yuan looked at her. There were many people in this world who did not look down on Mitsurai Ganlo Temple, because even though her hair color was different from that of ordinary people, her appearance and figure were far superior to many other girls. Very beautiful, extremely beautiful, Koihashira Kenroji Mitsurai can definitely be called a great beauty. Not to mention the figure. She tends to be the chubby type, with a curvy figure that is very obvious even when wearing loose clothes. You must be the Love Pillar, right? I heard your name from Shinobi. Shen Yuan took the opportunity to hand over the wisteria flowers that Kocho Shinobu had given him. Thank you for coming to greet me. This is probably the first time you see me. My name is Shen Yuan, and it's nice to meet you. Woohoo, he said he was glad to see me. Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kenroji, looked at Shinobu Kocho in horror, her eyes filled with incredible joy, almost suffocating her. Hey? What's wrong with you? Shen Yuan looked down at the Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kenroji. Her cheeks were red as if they were about to burn, her heart was beating faster, and a terrible sense of oppression arose, as if the markings were about to awaken. No, 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 nothing, I don't want to marry you. Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kenroji, almost choked on her saliva, her face flushed and she started coughing, then quickly said that she was fine. Marry. Shen Yuan's expression became strange, full of question marks, which was quite strange. He thought it was just an ordinary meeting with the pillar. Wrong. If you are just meeting with Zhu, why not choose to drink tea and chat in the house, but choose this romantic sea of flowers? Why did Shinobu Kocho pick wisteria flowers? Although it is understandable that she likes this kind of flower. But why did he deliberately prepare it and give it to himself? And then it was Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kenroji, who appeared here at the right time and staged an inexplicable conversation. Ninja, you plotted against me. Shen Yuan glared at Shinobu Kocho fiercely and understood everything in an instant. Abba Abba. Shinobu Kocho looked confused and pretended to know nothing. Then he pushed the Love Pillar, Kenroji Mitsurai, over and said with a sly smile, "Why don't you just marry little Kenroji Mitsurai? That way, you don't have to bother my sister." Shinobu Kocho had indeed planned this. She wanted Shen Yuan and Mitsurai Kenroji to have a relationship. Then, Butterfly Kane will belong to her, and at the same time, this muscular woman, well, her best friend will also have a husband and will never come to her to complain again. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Make sure you make money without losing money. Ah, right. Shinobu Kocho's eyes lit up, and she chuckled softly, "Little Kenroji Mitsurai, let me introduce him to you. He's the strongest demon hunter who once awed the Demon Slayer Corps. He once challenged all the pillars without a single defeat. He possesses immense strength and superb swordsmanship, and he's currently single." Having said that, it seemed that he was not going to give Shen Yuan a chance to explain. Shinobu Kocho continued, "Little Kenroji Mitsurai joined the Demon Slayer Corps when she was 17 years old. She's now 19. Although she's a bit old for marriage, her appetite is more than 10 times that of an average person. She's been cruelly rejected many times on blind dates. Even though she's a woman, she's incredibly strong. If she uses all her strength, she can easily defeat 3 sumo wrestlers. But if you discriminate against her and look down on her because of this, that's too much. The fact that you can say all these things without batting an eyelid is truly excessive." Shen Yuan complained and warned Shinobu Kocho with his eyes that you will suffer the consequences later. "I'm sorry. I'm a weird girl." Love Pillar has an expression as if he is about to cry, giving people a feeling of pity. A triumphant smile appeared on Shinobu Kocho's lips. She seemed to want to see Shen Yuan's embarrassed expression, but she was soon disappointed. "I didn't expect you to be so strong. I just happened to be planning to recruit a few teammates to fight against the Demon King. So, Love Pillar, I invite you to join my team, are you willing?" However, Shen Yuan did not play by the rules. He took the initiative and invited the Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kenroji, to join. "I do. As long as you don't mind, I'm willing to do anything." Although Love Pillar, Mitsurai Kenroji, didn't know what was going on, she nodded with extraordinary happiness, which stunned Shinobu Kocho. "No, you." Butterfly Shinobu became anxious. She quickly stopped Shen Yuan and asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Shen Yuan said, "My determination to hunt ghosts is unwavering. I hold this sword to fulfill this responsibility. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, are you really going to take Mitsurai Kenroji away? You introduced her to me, so why should I refuse? When fighting against the Ghost King, one more person means more strength." Shen Yuan didn't mention anything else and turned a deaf ear to Shinobu Kocho's implied meaning. At this time, just act stupid. Chapter 14, Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, all pillars gather. Okay. But you have to be careful. The Snake Pillar might get jealous of you because you stole his crush. Why is Xiaobania jealous of Shen Jun? Love Pillar came closer and looked curiously at what Shinobu Kocho was whispering to Shen Yuan. "Nothing." Kocho Shinobu sighed, showing a helpless smile and said, "Come on, I wish you success, I am really impressed." Seeing Shen Yuan solve the problem of Lianzu so easily, Shinobu Kocho became depressed instead. "I feel a little sad, as if I have suffered a great loss. But there is no way. Now that things have come to this, I can only go on with it." Then, the three will then head to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is located on another hill near the Swordsmith village. Upon arriving at the Swordsmith village, you saw the Love Pillar, and her reaction surprised you. After all, Kocho Shinobu's subtle actions had fostered a bond between you and the Love Pillar. You didn't refuse, inviting her to join your team, giving you 2 companions. The love pillar uses the breath of love, a derivative of the breath of flame. Her muscle density is 8 times that of an average person, making her stronger than many men. She has also awakened her markings, and with her specially crafted soft blade, she can simultaneously attack and defend. You've made her a warrior in the team, responsible for frontline protection. The stage for the final battle is about to begin. Because the pillars had already prepared for a decisive battle with the Demon King. So from the moment I joined the Demon Slayer Corps, none of them thought they could survive to the end. Everyone, including the Lord, just wants to kill as many ghosts as possible before they die, either for revenge or for protection. This is true even for the 3 butterfly sisters, including Love Pillar. None of them thought that they could live to see the final moment. Therefore, in the face of hundreds of years of deadly feud between ghosts and humans, love itself is a trivial thing, but at this moment it seems extremely precious. A few hours later, Shen Yuan and his group looked up ahead, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. On another hilltop from the Swordsmith village, wisteria flowers bloom all over the mountain stream. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is located here, and the two are not far apart. Even so, without the Demon Slayer Corps' post-processing unit cage and the exclusive crows leading the way, ordinary people would not be able to find such a place. In this ancient organization with hundreds of members, which is not officially recognized. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps are divided into 10 classes, with 1 captain and 9 pillar-level cotters. The team members are all issued team uniforms and sunwheel swords, and communicate through talking crows to convey the mission of defeating demons. Among them, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, the head of the group, is the Yubayashiki family. The pillars are the cornerstones that support the Demon Slayer Corps. They are the 9 strongest swordsmen who are powerful and possess considerable power. Now, Shen Yuan, who was known as the strongest demon hunter in history after Kuniyashi Ichi, naturally became the target of reception by the pillars and leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps. He is compared to being as strong as Yoriichi Tsugakuni. Shen Yuan did not feel disgusted or averse. Because Yoriichi Tsugakuni should be considered the strongest fighter in the Demon Slayer world. He was a powerful man born in the Warring States period. He was the founder of breathing techniques and possessed the most powerful breathing technique in history, the breathing of the Sunday. But compared to sun breathing, Yoriichi Tsugakuni himself is the strongest swordsman in the series. He once swung his sword and chopped Muzan Kibutsuji into more than 1,500 pieces of flesh, scaring the Demon King so much that he fled in a panic. To this day, he can't help but tremble when he hears the name of Yoriichi Tsugakuni. But Shen Yuan believes that the power of the Demon Sealing Sword Soul is even stronger than Tsugamaya Yoriichi's breathing method. This is why he was determined not to learn the breathing method, because the power of the Demon Sealing Sword Soul, plus the patterns and the transparent world were enough. Coming. Shinobu Kocho looked at the clear and cold mountain stream in front of her, the lush bushes and vines climbing up the bamboo house, and the mountain stream was surrounded and covered by hidden mechanisms. Neither humans nor ghosts could easily break in. It is in such a deserted mountain that a paradise is hidden. The residence of the Demon Slayer Corps leader. Next, let me lead the way. As the insect pillar, Shinobu Kocho finally played her role, that of a guide. Because the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps is equivalent to the benefactor who adopted the Butterfly Sisters and is also the big boss who provides them with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. If Shen Yuan wants to poach the other party's 2 generals, he must inform them. Mi Li, go report to the Lord first. Shen Yuan, come with me. My sister and the other pillars have been waiting for a long time. Shinobu Kocho curled her lips slightly and pushed Love Pillar away. It is good. Shen Yuan caught a glimpse of Shinobu Kocho's smile from the corner of his eye, and the curve of her lips revealed her inner thoughts. Maybe he wanted to give himself a warning. This girl never seems to give up and is always trying to find ways to trick me, but as long as she doesn't go too far, I'll just let her be. Follow me. The last short distance was led by Shinobu Kocho herself. But they were intercepted on the way. Deep in the lush forest, the outline of the bamboo house of the Demon Slayer Corps leader can be vaguely seen. At the same time, several powerful auras are lingering in it, and the pillars have gathered in one place. But before that... Stop! A man with golden green eyes appeared on a tree not far in front of Shen Yuan. His gaze was sharp, his body was covered with stripes, and a white snake was wrapped around his neck. Shinobu, who is he? The snake pillar jumped down from a high altitude, rolled half a circle in the air lightly, and landed steadily on the ground. he. Shinobu Kocho leaned against the tree nearby, holding the Nichiren sword on her shoulders, looking like she was watching a show. Your rival in love, or rather, he is Mitsurai's lover. The girl hid behind a tree, covering her mouth and laughing. Shen Yuan glanced at her and thought that the Kocho Shinobu in the original novel didn't have so many bad intentions. Why was she only thinking about creating assists for herself? No, that would be troublesome. Varied. The black-haired, black-eyed man widened his eyes and looked at the mysterious young man with two swords hanging on his waist with hostility. His mouth, wrapped in a scarf, was tightened, veins appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were narrowed dangerously. Is that so? Love Pillar likes men who are stronger than her, let's see if you have what it takes. The Snake Pillar had no intention of giving Shen Yuan a chance to explain. It seemed as if it had disappeared, and attacked with a certain murderous aura. Ugh! Shen Yuan sighed and then drew his sword. He could sense that the other pillars were watching a show, and many of them were acquaintances of Shen Yuan, such as the Rock Pillar. But that guy was also very curious about how powerful he was, and seemed to have tacitly agreed to let the Snake Pillar be the big enemy and let him challenge him. Sharp, gust. With one sword, the air in front was torn apart. Shen Yuan's attack speed was so fast that even the Snake Pillar was caught off guard. Snake Breath, second form, narrow head fangs. The Snake Pillar retreated without fighting, choosing to go around and swing the Sun Wheel sword at the back of Shen Yuan's neck. His moves were extremely fierce, but there was no obvious killing intent, but more hostility and temptation with personal grudges. Chong! The sudden attack knocked the Snake Pillar's weapon away. What was shocking was that Shen Yuan's figure remained in place without moving. A faint afterimage swung a sharp blade, ignoring the Snake Pillar's Sun Wheel sword and knocked him to the ground. The purple curved snake-shaped double-edged blade fell to the ground. The Snake Pillar was about to take a step forward, but found that his neck was cold. If you were a ghost, you'd be dead. The Scarlet Devil's blade landed on the scarf and neck of the Snake Pillar. Shen Yuan's spirit spoke coldly, then turned into a series of afterimages and disappeared, returning to his original body with his eyes closed. When his soul left his body and returned to it, Shen Yuan acted as if he had not made any move at all. He did not even look at the Snake Pillar kneeling on the ground with trembling eyes, and walked towards the bamboo house in front. At this moment, the Snake Pillar was in a state of great fear and shock. His spirit seemed nearly wiped out. And Shen Yuan's words also made him realize the gap between the two sides. Although he didn't want to admit it, the person in front of him was indeed the strongest demon hunter in history, no less than Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Tisk tisk. Shinobu Kocho looked at the dejected Snake Pillar and shook her head. Don't be too sad, you won't be the only one crying later, someone else will be in trouble too. System Narration Record. After arriving at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, you encountered the Snake Pillar and easily defeated its surprise attack. Faced with the other pillars who watched in silence, you decided to teach them a lesson. To prepare for your next plan, you challenged them, or rather, tested their strength. Yabayashiki Kaya is very interested in you. His health is gradually deteriorating due to illness, and he wants to witness the true power of the man known as the strongest demon hunter. When facing the challenge of the pillars, you asked them to attack together and decided to use Sealing Dust and Absolute Thought Slash. Unlike his younger brother Yasuo, Yanjin is not arrogant, but respectful, cautious, self-aware and humble. But this good character does not seem to have been fully inherited by Shen Yuan. Because he only inherited Yanjin's power, not transformed into Yanjin himself. Now, facing the pillars who wanted to see his strength, Shen Yuan walked forward step by step with two swords in hand. With his slow pace, the pillars seemed to understand his intention. Interesting. How arrogant. Let me see what the guy who defeated the Snake Pillar is capable of. No matter who this guy is, if you need to bring weapons to see the Lord, don't even think about getting past me. Ah, are we going to fight? Hee. Shinobu Kocho was clearly anxious for the world to be in chaos, and she chuckled in anticipation. It seems that Kane Kocho was too indulgent towards her. This guy. Water Pillar Tomiokaji looked ahead vigilantly, while Demon Sealing Sword Soul Shen Yuan, holding two swords, approached step by step, with infinite oppression and momentum in his steps. Very dangerous. Water Pillar Tomiokaji leaned forward slightly, placed his fingers on the Nichiren sword engraved with the words Evil Demon Slayer, and gripped the hilt tightly. Next moment. Just as he dived forward, the Demon Sealing Sword Soul Shen Yuan raised his head. A water column. Shen Yuan's two swords were unsheathed, one red and one white, particularly dazzling. Let me see how much of your master, Urokadaka Seikanji's strength you have inherited. Chapter 15, One sword breaks the sky, and seals the dust and kills all thoughts. You know my master? In that case. Water pillar Tomioka Jiyuho began to go all out, launching fierce slashes from top to bottom. A-type Taki Pot. The attack came fiercely. Because Shen Yuan easily defeated the snake pillar, the water pillar Tomioka Jiyuho did not dare to be careless and used his ultimate move, which was enough to show his serious attitude. At the same time, Shen Yuan swung his sword and thrust forward. Wrong Tamakiri. The momentum that was like a huge wave was instantly cut into two. The attack of water pillar Tomioka Jiyuho paused, and his Nichiren sword crossed with Shen Yuan's sword, but Shen Yuan was not hurt at all. On the contrary, a blood line appeared on the neck of water pillar Tomioka Jiyuho, and blood was oozing out. If there had been even a slighter miscommunication, he might have died here. How can it be? Water pillar Tomioka Jiyuho turned around in horror and was about to launch another attack, but found that the opponent was faster. Rin God Slash. Shen Yuan's demon blade swept across, and a blood-red aura appeared on his body, like a shield. Wrong Tamakiri. With a thud, the person who fell to the ground was Kashima Hashira, Tokaido Muchiro. It turned out that at the moment when water pillar Tomioka Jiyuho was killed in an instant, he suddenly launched a sneak attack, but he did not expect Shen Yuan's reaction speed to be so fast, and directly defeated him who was hidden in the wind and as elusive as mist. So strong. Kashima Hara Tokaido Muchiro looked at the cut on his abdomen, blood seeping out of his uniform, and a spiritual pain came over him, making him grit his teeth and breathe deeply. Have you shown mercy? Kashima Hara Tokaido Muchiro looked up in horror. Usually taciturn and indifferent, he felt the fear of death for the first time. Who is the next? I come. Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro showed a ferocious smile, exuding a fiery aura and burning fiercely. One type, Shiranui. The flame pillar rushed forward with the momentum of a blazing explosion. Type 2, Rising Summer. Then he swung the sun blade from bottom to top, slashing towards Shen Yuan with the blazing blade. Barrier breaking edge. Shen Yuan's soul left his body and he dodged to the side to avoid the slash from the flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro. Shen Yuan also swung the hurricane-like momentum on his sword forward. Blade Rage. Type 3 Qi Yan Vian Tian. The flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro, reacted very quickly and with even greater momentum, swinging the sun blade directly from bottom to top, which seemed to be a complete combo. But he was fast, and Shen Yuan was even faster. Has the fatal rhythm been triggered? Shen Yuan smiled coldly, wanting to fight with the flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro for a while longer. But unexpectedly, the fatal rhythm was triggered. I'm so sorry. Shen Yuan, whose soul had left his body, already had the advantage of speed, and with the terrifying blessing of the deadly rhythm, until the hurricane on the sword in his hand appeared again, rushing forward, the hurricane blew up the flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuro, and the embarrassed flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuro had not yet reacted to what was going to happen next. One sword to slay evil, one sword to soothe the soul, one sword to exorcise regret, one sword to open the door. Almost in an instant, Shen Yuan burst out with a sword-swinging speed comparable to Ji Kuyuan's after he opened the transparent world. Every slash created a sharp air wave in the air, and in that instant, the airflow turned into a sword blade storm. It was like a sword dance. The flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro, had no idea what was happening. Dozens of cracks appeared on his Nichiren sword, and the base of his palms were numb from the shock. When he had no time to retreat. In less than half a second, the clothes of flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuro exploded into countless pieces, and a grid-like blood mark appeared on his body in an instant. He had been stabbed at least 1,800 times. The poor flame pillar fell directly into a pool of blood before he even felt the pain. Rengoku Kyojuro. You're not going to die. The pillars looked at this scene in shock, and were horrified by Shen Yuan's fighting ability. But when they looked up, they found that Shen Yuan's eyes were lit with a hunting red light, as if he regarded them as ghosts. No, stop him. The wind pillar, Bussy Ai-san, said in shock and anger. Mr. Shen, you wouldn't. Hana-style butterfly Kane's expression changed slightly, and she also went into a defensive state. I quit. I don't want to be defeated in a flashy way. This has nothing to do with me. Sound pillar, Tenjin Uzui, shouted hurriedly, turned around and sold out his teammates to escape. Come on, let me feel the pain I haven't felt for a long time. The rock pillar, Gyume, the monk Khan, stood in front of everyone as still as a mountain. He swung the Buddhist beads in his hand as he swung the meteor hammer and used the third form, rock skin, to defend against any attack. In that case, Shen Yuan knew that if the rock pillar was blocking the way, he would not be able to hurt the other pillars unless he defeated him quickly. But now he is completely different from before, and a sword intent that can tear through the storm appears. A strong wind suddenly blew up, uprooting all the grass and trees. A sharp sword light was extremely bright at this moment. Feng Chen Junian slash. At this moment, Shen Yuan suddenly jumped up and teleported behind everyone, slashing with both swords quickly. Everyone felt the terrifying sword energy coming at them in an instant and had nowhere to dodge. The next second, rock pillar, Gyume Shoto, widened his eyes, his face filled with shock as if he had seen a ghost. He seemed to be saying, "Your move was not so powerful before. Spirit is free, demons retreat." I only heard Shen Yuan moving his lips soundlessly. As the voice fell, a strong wind arose, and countless destructive sword energies were stirred up in the line he passed, slashing down towards the ground. It was like the sharpest blade in the world, along with the rock pillars, flower pillars, sound pillars, wind pillars, and others, all gathered together. Boom! The earth shook violently, and a dark ravine seemed to split the earth in two. Everything along the way was destroyed by this blow without leaving any residue. How come? Shinobu Kocho was stunned, her eyes trembling, and she didn't even notice the sawdust falling into her mouth. She looked at the dark, dusty ravine, and the figures of the pillars had completely disappeared. It was as if they were all chopped into pieces. Cough cough. However, the figures of rock pillar and others were knocked away at that moment. The cut seemed to have missed their positions. The aftermath alone caused their clothes to be torn and blood to flow from their bodies. Shinobu Kocho hurriedly ran to her sister and picked her up. Seeing that Kane was just a little disheveled, she knew that Shen Yuan had let her go. What's the name of this move? Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro also rushed over and looked at them covered in blood. Feng Chen Ju Nian Zhan. Shen Yuan's voice was very low. I have a rough idea of your strength, and my target is set. Shen Yuan looked at the blood-soaked flame pillar and the disheveled monk rock pillar. Since you can withstand my attack, it means you are qualified to serve as a human shield. The flame pillar's attacks and momentum are as fierce as fire, and he is a warrior. The two of you, together with me, the love pillar, and the insect pillar, can form the strongest demon slayer team. As for the others, I'm not targeting you, but you are simply not qualified to go head-to-head with the upper-ranked demons. Form your own teams. At this point, Shen Yuan looked at Hanabi, Butterfly Kane, and his voice slowed down a bit. Long time no see, it seems that your strength has improved a bit, but you can't become a top-tier demon slayer swordsman. It's okay. Kane smiled gently. She did not try to be stubborn, but completely trusted Shen Yuan. Chokonin, give them treatment. The only pillars that didn't get beaten were the Butterfly Ninja and Renzu, who looked adoring. When Shinobu Kocho heard Shen Yuan's voice, her face changed slightly and she hurried over to treat the others. She seemed to be a little afraid of Shen Yuan because she also knew that she seemed to have been a little clever, and not being beaten now did not mean she would not be beaten in the future. After seeing how powerful Shen Yuan was, no one would be able to save her even if he bullied her every day. The thought of being ruthlessly retaliated by Shen Yuan in the future makes me feel uncomfortable. Shinobu Kocho suddenly felt a little regretful. At this time, a beautiful woman and two boys and girls walked into the house of the Demon Slayer Corps leader. They all had white hair and looked in the direction of Shen Yuan. The master has been waiting for you for a long time. Yet, Shen Yuan put away his sword and walked into the house. He looked up and saw a man sitting at the tea table, looking at him with a smile on his face, but he seemed to have been blind for a long time, and the shadow of his hair covered the upper half of his face. My lord, Mr. Shen Yuan is here. Yubayashiki Kazuya's son and daughter whispered in his ears. Although I've long been blind, I can still sense your uniqueness, Mr. Shen Yuan. Yubayashiki Kaya sat motionless, turning his head to look outside the open door. I'm the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Kaya, ahem. Shen Yuan was slightly stunned when he saw the terminally ill Yoshiki Yoya. After defeating the pillars, you met the Demon Slayer Corps' leader, Yubayashiki Kaya. However, you were concerned about his condition, which was gradually deteriorating and approaching death. You're worried about whether he's still capable of leading the Demon Slayer Corps, and you're hesitant about whether to reveal your plan. Father. Yubayashiki Kazuya's violent coughing made his child worried. The beautiful white-haired woman hurriedly patted his shoulder, but the man raised his hand to stop her. Ahem. Sorry to make you laugh, this is an old problem of mine. Yubayashiki Yoya picked up the handkerchief given by his daughter, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then raised his head. Muzan Kibutsuji, you have a way to kill him, right? Suddenly, Yubayashiki's tone became a little hurried. He ignored his illness and said excitedly, please forgive my abruptness, but I don't have much time left. Now I have to bet the fate of the Demon Slayer Corps. But this is also inevitable. One day we will face it, and one day we will usher in such a moment, and someone will always sacrifice for it. As time goes by, I can really feel the changes in things. It's just that I don't have much time left. The men in our family are born weak and are raised as girls until they reach the age of 13. To prevent the extinction of the bloodline, the Yubayashiki clan followed the advice of the shrine leader and married off generations of girls from the priest's family. Although this allowed for the continuation of the offspring's lives, no one lived past the age of 30. Regarding the shame of this family, this is also what we will discuss with you this time: completely eradicate the ghost dance Chien Muzan. Yubayashiki's voice suddenly became stronger. He seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Before the final battle of Chapter 16. New Skin, Soul Lotus. Mr. Shen Yuan, do you know why I hold such a deep grudge against Muzan Kibutsuji? Yubayashiki Kazuya's voice was calm and gentle, but one could clearly hear a hint of murderous hatred in it. Appreciate further details. It's a curse. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled bitterly and said, in fact, the Yubayashiki clan is related to Muzan Kibutsuji by blood. Muzan was cursed after he became a demon 1,000 years ago. This statement came out. The expressions of the pillars became extremely surprised. Although some of them already knew it, their expressions still changed slightly. After all, who would have thought that the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps is the descendant of the Demon King? Is Muzan Kibutsuji your ancestor? Shen Yuan looked up at Yubayashiki Yoya, appearing surprised, but in his heart he already knew it all. He is a transmigrator who has secretly read the script. Yes. Yubayashiki Kaya nodded slightly. He paused and continued, regarding the shame of the Yubayashiki clan, that is also what we will discuss with you this time. Completely eradicate Kibutsuken Muzan. His voice suddenly gained strength. The will contained in it is no weaker than that of others, and may even be stronger. I see. I'm already aware of the conflict between your family and Muzan Kibutsuji. Shen Yuan said he understood, because the family is related to Muzan Kibutsuji by blood. After Muzan became a demon, the family was cursed. The children born, especially the boys, are all weak and sickly, and they will die soon. Yubayashiki Kazuya was no more than 23 years old, and his eldest son was already 8 years old, which means he had a child when he was 15 years old. The men of the Yubayashiki clan will die before the age of 30. This shows that even though he didn't say anything, the Yubayashiki clan was indeed cursed. But, haven't you ever thought about eternal life? Hear the words. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled and shook his head. If you want immortality, you have to pay a price, right? That's why everything we see, hear, and smell in our limited time is so much more precious and meaningful. Yes. Shen Yuan agreed with him. My body, plagued by illness, can't even see much sunlight. Even so, I can hear the sounds of all things, and I can truly feel that I'm still alive. But if I become a ghost, without emotions, even if I have an immortal body, there will be nothing worth remembering. Perhaps there is a way to overcome this. What method? Yubayashiki Yoya wondered if there was any way to solve the curse that had plagued their family for thousands of years and the ghost's weakness of being afraid of sunlight. A flower. Shen Yuan slowly uttered a name, Blue Bianhua. Blue Spider Lily. Yubayashiki Yoya and others were all stunned. However, they did not ask, but listened patiently to what Shen Yuan said next. Muzan Kibutsuji is cruel and cold-blooded, and you call him a stain and shame on his clan. But according to my research, he is actually an extremely timid and fearful person. He is very sensitive to people saying that he looks seriously ill or is about to die. He has a strong obsession with immortality. Shen Yuan spoke calmly, that's why Muzan Kibutsuji particularly hated the doctor who didn't cure him. He learned that the blue spider lily was his last hope to overcome the sun's damage, so he spent thousands of years searching for it. However, the blue spider lily only blooms in the sun, and only for 2 or 3 days a year. You told Yubayashiki Kaya and the others about Muzan Kibutsuji's secret. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up, and everyone was extremely excited. The other pillars learned how tempting the blue spider lily was to Muzan Kibutsuji, and they immediately understood your intention. Then, you shared your plan. I see. If we spread the news about the Blue Higanbana and deliberately reveal the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Muzan Kibutsuji will take the initiative to attack. Yubayashiki Yoya suddenly realized. Now that you put it that way, there's actually nothing scary about Muzan Kibutsuji. I thought the mysterious Demon King would be a very scary guy. Sound Pillar Uzui Tenjin and others complained. Yeah. Insect Pillar Kocho Shinobu looked at her with an expression of agreement. So Mr. Shen has found such an important clue in these few years. Butterfly Kane stared at Shen Yuan deeply, her eyes full of tenderness and admiration. In that case, let's set up an ambush here and wait for Muzan Kibutsuji to show up. Having said that, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Shen Yuan looked at the pillars and said, the upper string demons possess most of Muzan Kibutsuji's power. Among them is a fellow named Kokushibo, who is the upper string one of the 12 demon moons and the strongest demon under Muzan Kibutsuji. His true identity is Yoriichi Tsugakuni's brother. Due to jealousy and hatred, he was transformed into a demon by Muzan in pursuit of power that surpasses Yoriichi Tsugakuni. He is also a swordsman who can use the breath of the moon. Kurashibo. This name. I never thought he was actually Tsugakoko Yoriichi's brother. The pillars had different expressions, but none of them took it seriously. That Kokushibo, is he very strong? The wind pillar Fuzugawa Minoru asked. It's almost enough to kill you all. Shen Yuan said bluntly, he has markings, has learned to see through the world, and his swordsmanship is superb. Add to that the physical fitness of a ghost and the strange power of blood ghost magic. Do any of you think you can stop him? The pillars were so shocked that they dared not speak, but some still refused to accept it. Can't we all do it together? Don't we still have Mr. Shen Yuan? I can deal with Kokushibo, but who can deal with Muzan Kibutsuji, Doma, Akaza, Naruto, these upper-rank demons? Shen Yuan glanced at the other pillars and criticized them mercilessly. How many of you have awakened your markings, mastered the red blade, and learned to see through the world? How many of you are confident that you can fight alone and risk your life to exchange for an upper-rank demon? Therefore, if you don't follow my plan, your fate will be to be wiped out by Muzan Kibutsuji. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent again. However, after hearing Shen Yuan's plan, their eyes lit up. My plan is to capture the thief and the leader, because as long as Muzan Kibutsuji dies, the other demons will die instantly. This is because Muzan Kibutsuji made a backup plan to prevent someone from betraying him. The 5-man team I formed is both offensive and defensive, and we will not lose even if we face Muzan Kibutsuji and all the upper-rank demons. Because you only need to contain the other upper-rank demons. We don't seek to defeat them, but only to separate them from Muzan Kibutsuji. I can use my spirit to shuttle close to Muzan Kibutsuji. Although his physical body is immortal, as long as I cut him, his spirit will be injured. If his spirit dies, even if he only has a physical body, it will be just a pile of useless flesh and blood, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Shen Yuan has extreme confidence in himself, or rather, in the power of the demon-sealing sword soul. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. As long as Feng Chen's ultimate move, Junian Zhan, does not miss and hits Muzan Kibutsuji head-on, he can directly destroy his physical body and wipe out his spirit. The rest will be left to the sun. I believe you. When the pillars heard this, they were shocked. This plan has an important premise, which is that it requires a big core, and this person is Shen Yuan. He is the core of the team and the only swordsman who can cause devastating damage to Muzan Kibutsuji. However, if he goes straight to Muzan Kibutsuji, he will definitely be blocked by upper-rank demons such as Kokushibo, Akaza, and Naruto, thus creating a chance for Muzan Kibutsuji to escape. If you miss the best opportunity to attack, it may not be so easy to succeed the next time you meet Muzan Kibutsuji. So here comes their role. The pillars have to divide the battlefield and share the pressure of the upper-rank demons, giving Shen Yuan a chance to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. And it must be fast, accurate and ruthless. As long as Muzan Kibutsuji falls, even if he doesn't die immediately, there will be no room for resistance. The remaining time is for Shen Yuan to cooperate with the pillars to kill the other upper-rank demons one by one and wait for the moment when the sunlight purifies everything. It's almost equivalent to a 4-protect-1 tactic. The other pillars are responsible for restraining the other beings of the 12 demon moons. Have you ever considered using poison? Kocho Shinobu asked. No need. Shen Yuan shook his head, although there was a drug that could turn Muzan Kibutsuji into a human. However, it is still necessary to injure Muzan Kibutsuji in order to inject the medicine. If there was this opportunity, Shen Yuan would have used the demon blade to chop his soul into pieces. Once the soul is scattered, what is the use of having a physical body? He would not be able to pretend to be dead. Then let's start executing the plan. Thus, the mission to defeat the Demon King of Eternal Night began, and the pillars began to train intensively. Next, they just need to wait for Muzan Kibutsuji to come to them on their own initiative, because the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters has been deliberately leaked. Presumably, given Muzan Kibutsuji's character, even if it is not for the Blue Spider Lily, he will take the opportunity to wipe out the Demon Slayer Corps that makes him feel annoyed. The most important thing is that from the beginning to now, Shen Yuan has never shown his true strength in front of the 12 ghost moons, creating a false illusion of being the strongest ghost hunter for them. I guess Muzan Kibutsuji had already cursed in disdain in his heart, what the strongest swordsman. If this is the strongest, then the Demon Slayer Corps is no more than that. In a few days, all of you Demon Slayer Corps will be wiped out. Late at night, in Kane Koko's room. Shinobu Kocho, who always had a tense face and was serious, sat opposite her gentle sister who had a personality opposite to hers and gave people a light and airy feeling. In front of them, Shen Yuan, who had just returned from his training, was eating with his bowl and chopsticks. Sister, what exactly do you like about this guy? Besides being tall, handsome, skilled with a sword, and incredibly strong, what are his strengths? And he has a bad personality, an arrogant temper, and is decisive and ruthless in his actions. No matter how you look at him, he's full of flaws. At the end, Shinobu Kocho was troubled to organize her words, but finally said simply, and you don't even know what he looks like. What if he is ugly? Wouldn't that be a big loss? What are you talking about? Shen Yuan said that eating 2 bowls of your rice does not mean he owes you anything, and it is not that he cannot take off the mask. Because after completing the team mission, he gained team bonus attributes. And newly unlocked random skin. Soul Blossom, Yanjin. Chapter 17, Taking off the masks, the Butterfly Sisters are dumbfounded. System, team mission completed. System, you have obtained a random skin, Soul Lotus, skin. What if he's ugly? Shen Yuan, who was immersed in the system prompts, suddenly heard Shinobu Kocho slandering him. I was suddenly filled with anger. He had been wanting to teach Shinobu Kocho a lesson for the entire day. Is your butt itchy? I remember I haven't spanked you for a long time. In front of Kane Kocho, Shen Yuan spoke to Shinobu Kocho bluntly. Am I wrong? Haven't you been hiding your appearance all this time? Or are you afraid of being seen? Shinobu Kocho asked righteously. Ren, don't make Mr. Shen angry, you're going a little too far. Although Kane was also very curious about why Shen Yuan always wore a mask, the other party said that there was a devil sealed in his mask and it could not be taken off easily. Okay. Chan Ahui sat opposite Shen Yuan, holding her chin, tilting her head and showing a bright smile. Shinobu was just joking, don't be angry. I'm not angry, it's just that your sister seems to have forgotten who she's talking to. Shen Yuan showed a kind look, which made Shinobu Kocho feel nervous and she quickly hid behind Kane. You, what are you doing? Don't draw your sword. Shinobu Kocho looked at Shen Yuan's raised hand and suddenly became frightened. Don't you want to see what I look like under the mask? Then I'll take it off. Shinobu Kocho was shocked. She didn't expect that Shen Yuan actually intended to do it. But Kane seemed worried that it might have some bad influence on Shen Yuan. Don't worry, the demon soul has been purified. However, once this mask is removed, I will never be able to wear it again. Even my body will undergo some changes. I hope you won't be surprised, because this is a very important ritual. Shen Yuan's words immediately made the Butterfly Sisters nervous. For a moment, they felt flattered. Jun Shen's true face. The breathing became rapid, and one could even faintly hear many furtive figures appearing outside the butterfly house, as if the nurses were looking over furtively. At this time, The girl who noticed this group of people, Kaneo Kurihana, who was cute and a little naive, looked at a group of women surrounding a room in the yard, and subconsciously walked over out of curiosity. You. Before Luoluo Kaneo could say anything, she was suddenly pulled over by others. SHH. Kanzaki Aoi told her seriously, don't make a sound. You'll soon see Mr. Shen Yuan's true appearance. I've been waiting for this moment for 4 whole years. 4 years. Do you know how many times we resisted the urge to take it off during these 4 years? Even the faces in my sister's dreams were blurry. If they could see Shen Yuan's stunning beauty, it would probably remain in their hearts forever. For a moment, Kaneo Luo was stunned. She also subconsciously looked into the room from the corner of the window, only to see Shen Yuan with one hand on his mask. The expressions of her 2 sisters, Shinobu and Kane, were frozen in place, their mouths wide open. Mask. Luoluo Kaneo could vaguely see Shen Yuan, who had taken off a crack in his mask. His long black hair with red ends turned snow white in an instant, as gorgeous as a waterfall. It's been taken off. When Shen Yuan's hands completely took off the mask and dropped it on the table, with a crisp sound, his entire hair turned snow white. Then he looked up. For a moment, Shinobu Kocho, Kane, Kaneo Kurihana and other caregivers of the Butterfly House were stunned. In fact, all the characters in Demon Slayer, both men and women, are very good looking. If Shen Yuan's original appearance could be considered handsome but not particularly outstanding, then now, rather than being a handsome white-haired man, it would be better to say that his temperament completely overshadows his appearance. He has long silver white hair, blue eyes with slightly pointed pupils, a bit like Sephiroth, the one-winged angel in Final Fantasy, slightly noble and indifferent. A bright and beautiful aura emanates from his face and infects Shinobu, Kane and others. He didn't smile, but his clear eyes contained a smile. There is no need for fancy words to describe it, because Shen Yuan's requirement for his appearance is just not ugly, but above average. But it turned out that this skin did not disappoint him. Of course, the greater significance of skins lies in changing a person's temperament and appearance. A few will add rare powers and special abilities. It should be said that Shen Yuan himself has a good foundation, but the Soul Lotus skin only sets him off. So handsome. Shinobu Kocho didn't want to praise the guy who always argued with her. She had never expected Shen Yuan to be so handsome. If it weren't for Shen Yuan wearing this mask, she would definitely think that the man in front of her was ordinary looking and completely disproportionate to his strength. But she was completely wrong. Shen Yuan is not only a top-notch man in terms of strength, but also a handsome man with a look that matches the appearance. Hey, stunned. Shen Yuan smiled and suddenly felt that he had transformed from the male protagonist of a hot-blooded comic to the protagonist of a domineering CEO novel. Looking at Shinobu Kocho's expression, it seemed like it really felt like that. So he subconsciously glanced at Kane, who was also in disbelief, and then looked at himself in the mirror. Shen Yuan almost cursed. He is not a narcissistic person and rarely looks at his appearance in the mirror. But what was unexpected was that the Soul Blossom series of skins actually elevated his temperament and appearance to an extremely high level. No wonder every male and female hero in this series of skins are extraordinarily handsome, extremely beautiful, and stunningly beautiful. However, Shen Yuan usually cares about female heroes and has not paid much attention to the changes in male heroes. Ugh! Stop pushing, I'm going to be exposed. Wow! Suddenly, the door of the room was pressed down, and a group of Butterfly House nurses and Luoluo Kaneo fell in front of Shen Yuan. They tried to get up in pain and were about to apologize. But when he saw the handsome white-haired man turning around, he seemed like a different person. After looking at the other person's appearance, the scene suddenly became silent. For a moment, the whole room was quiet for a long time, with no sound at all. Their faces were blushing, their heartbeats were accelerating, and hearts were showing in their eyes. Their reactions seemed to be much more intense than Shen Yuan had imagined. The situation almost got out of control and was unbearable. At the same time, in Infinite City, the air is extremely heavy and suffocating. In this oppressive atmosphere, a series of crisp footsteps were heard, and countless eyes were focused on it. With a leisurely pace, a woman in kimono appeared in front of the 12 Kizuki and the other demons, and Muzan Kibutsuji appeared. The blue Higanbana has appeared, right at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The woman in kimono said coldly. Lord Muzan Kibutsuji, please forgive me for being blunt, but this is a trap. Upper rank 1 Kokushibo spoke, staring ahead with 6 pairs of eyes. Humph. Muzan Kibutsuji, disguised as a woman in a kimono, snorted coldly, glanced at the 12 demon moons summoned by Mingnu, and said coldly, "Of course I know what they are planning. They want to use the blue-red spider lily as bait and then take the opportunity to ambush me. This is a conspiracy. It is telling you clearly that what you want is right at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, which you hate the most. Whether it is for eternal life or to destroy the Demon Slayer Corps. Both Kibutsuji and Muzan must go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Otherwise, the other party will destroy the blue spider lily. Once this opportunity is missed, it may be the next 1,000 years. Kakushibo, Doma, Akaza, Naruto, Gyakutsubo, Hantengu, Chiatsubo, and Daki. The rest will be killed." After saying this expressionlessly, Muzan Kibutsuji turned around. "What?" Upon hearing this, Yahoo, Hantengu, Jifutaro, Daki and others all showed shocked expressions, and the other 12 Kizuki also looked up in disbelief. "Master Muzan, you can't do this. Please, let us go." However, Muzan Kibutsuji turned his back to them indifferently. "This time, the Demon Slayer Corps must be completely destroyed, so there is no need for useless guys. Only a few of you are left. Collect all their blood for me. You know what to do, hum." After the cruel order was given, the upper moons such as Doma and Akaza showed cold smiles, and even Kokushibo had no choice but to draw his sword and turn around to swing at the fleeing lower moons and other demons. It seems that Lord Muzan Kibutsuji is serious this time. There's no other way but to kill him. He. On Shen Yuan's side, he didn't know that Muzan Kibutsuji had already begun to eliminate all the demons and began to concentrate his strength. As time flows, his relationship with the Butterfly Sisters has become very close. Even Mitsurai Koibashi would run to him from time to time to bring him food such as bento boxes, as if to gain their favor. The pillars have almost finished their training and are ready to fight at any time. But the reality is that you can't start a war whenever you want. The initiative of the attack was in the hands of Muzan Kibutsuji. Shen Yuan could only predict that he would attack within the next few days, but he never thought about the specific time. Moreover, it came so quickly. Late at night, after going through harsh and hellish training, all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps fell into a deep sleep. But the pillars did not relax and continued to train. After finishing their actual combat, Wind Pillar Fuzukawa Shigeya and Water Pillar Tomiokaji went to the bamboo forest alone to spar with the Snake Pillar who guarded the valley. However, the movement in the bushes caught his attention. Muichiro thought it was a bug, so he raised his hand and grabbed the flying object. But when he opened his hand, he was horrified to find that it was a strange eyeball with flesh and blood. What? Wind Pillar Uzui Miyabushi pinched the eyeball with the word engraved on it and became confused. At this time, the eyeball was spinning around, as if locking onto a bamboo house behind him, and the space-based blood demon art was activated. Ghost. Is it attacking? Chapter 18, The Helpless Muzan Kibutsuji. The moon is bright in the sky at this moment, which is the perfect time for ghosts to appear. Just when the Wind Pillar, Fushigi Uzui, was about to turn around, he suddenly froze in place, as if several terrifying auras appeared behind him. In the distance, a swordsman with 6 eyes, a white-haired man holding a golden fan, and a man with short peach-colored hair and countless dark blue tattoos representing sinners appeared. However, they did not seem to be in a hurry to kill him. Instead, they used their aura to oppress the Wind Pillar, Mushikawa Shigeya, so that he could not move. If he made a sound or made the slightest movement, he would die on the spot. The other side. Outside the Yubayashiki residence, the footsteps of a strange man in black clothes and a hat were heard, walking towards the house. Are you here? Lying on the berth, Yubayashiki Kyuya was wrapped in bandages, looking like he was on the verge of death, with his wife Tianyan sitting beside him. Hearing footsteps, Yubayashiki Kazuya raised his head. Although he couldn't see anything, but one could sense a man in black appearing outside the house. His blood-red eyes, under his jet-black curly hair, stared at the front, giving off an aura of blood, cruelty and extraordinary aggression. The moment he felt this breath, Yubayashiki Kazuya's body trembled noticeably, and he suppressed the impulse in his heart. Nice to meet you, Muzan Kibutsuji. Wrapped in bandages like a mummy, Yubayashiki Kaya stared straight ahead, making it impossible to tell his specific condition. What an ugly posture, Yubayashiki. In the darkness, the man in the black windbreaker smiled contemptuously. You've finally come to me. Right before my eyes. Muzan Kibutsuji. The stain on our clan, the ancestor of demons that the Demon Slayer Corps has been pursuing for thousands of years. Yubayashiki Kaya's voice paused here. Unable to see Muzan Kibutsuji, he asked the people around him, Amini, what does he look like? He looks like a man in his mid-20s, but his eyes are blood red and his pupils are slender like a cat's. Is that so? Hearing this, Yubayashiki Yoya raised his head again and said, I knew you would come. You must hate me, and the Yubayashiki clan, right? You will definitely come and kill us yourself. I'm no longer interested. Muzan Kibutsuji stood at the door, his face expressionless as he said, You ignorant fellow, you've been obstructing my family for millennia, and I never imagined you'd end up like this. Ugly, so ugly. You're already starting to reek of a corpse, Yubayashiki. The stench of a corpse? Yeah, I don't have much time left. 6 months ago, the doctor said I didn't have much time left to live. Even if I'm still alive now, it's all because I wanted to completely eradicate you. Ahem. Despite his weak body, Yubayashiki Kakia's tone became excited. You think so? Is your brain fried? Are you so stupid that you think you can kill me? Muzan Kibutsuji instantly realized that Yubayashiki Kaya was on the verge of death, but he sneered sarcastically. You may not know why I have such a divine obsession with you. Muzan Kibutsuji, you and I are of the same bloodline, but because you were born 1,000 years ago, our bloodline may have diverged greatly. What do you want to say? I don't have any so-called feelings, and I don't remember leaving any children. I forced my 5 wives to death a long time ago. It's the family. Because a monster like you appeared in the family, our family is cursed. The god said that if a demon appears in the bloodline, you must devote all your efforts to defeat it, so that the family will not be cut off. Muzan Kibutsuji. You are the only stain on our family, and I must completely wipe you out here. Absolutely ridiculous. Muzan Kibutsuji's tone grew angry, and he said coldly, well, forget it. I've lost interest in you. Even if your ancestors and I were once from the same family, that's all in the past. Yubayashiki, give that thing to me, and I can let you die with dignity. Don't you understand yet? Muzan Kibutsuji, haven't you had the same dream in these past 1,000 years? This statement came out. Muzan Kibutsuji's body stiffened, and he looked forward with murderous intent in his eyes. He had a strange feeling. The Yubayashiki Kakia in front of him did not make him feel disgusted or hateful. Rather, he was lost in thought as he looked at the 2 daughters of the Yubayashiki family who were playing by the flower pond outside. There is no one else here. There were only people from the Yubayashiki family, only humans. Even the pillars did not react and did not know when he arrived. In this situation, for Muzan Kibutsuji, it only takes a moment to kill Yubayashiki Kaya, and the pillars cannot save him, so Muzan Kibutsuji is not afraid of anything. But he was confused. Why are these people so calm in confronting me? Aren't they afraid of themselves? At this time, Yubayashiki Yoya smiled and said, let me guess, Muzan, the eternity you dream of is to gain an immortal life? But it seems that there is something missing from perfection. Yes, and it will happen soon. As long as we get that flower. Ghost Dance Suji Muzan said. Your dream will never come true, Muzan. Yubayashiki Yoya shook his head. Humph, it seems like you are quite confident in hiding the blue spider lily. You are wrong, Muzan. Yubayashiki Kaya raised his head. What? Muzan Kibutsuji was furious. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you right now and then slowly look for you? Even if you kill me, it won't hurt the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm not that important, and you won't be able to get the blue spider lily either. Boring. Your words are truly unbearable to hear. I've had enough. I'm going to kill you now and destroy the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan Kibutsuji seemed impatient and was ready to take action. The Demon Slayer Corps has not been extinct in these 1,000 years. Although there are many poor homeless children, they will not be extinct as long as they are still here. Yubayashiki Kaya's voice was resounding, Muzan Kibutsuji, the thoughts of those boring people you asserted will never disappear. The lives of their important people were taken away by you without any reason, and their thoughts of never forgiving you will not change. It is precisely because of their thoughts that new blood continues to appear in the Demon Slayer Corps. The hatred and resentment accumulated over the past 1,000 years have gathered into the power to destroy you. And you, Muzan, you have never been forgiven by anyone. Not only do you not know how to live or die, but you have also provoked the tiger's tail countless times and touched the dragon's reverse scales. You have awakened the dragons and tigers that were supposed to sleep all their lives. They are keeping their eyes on you and will never let you go. Rather, the moment that demon-sealing swordsman appeared, wielding twin swords, I knew the reign of demons was over. You can't understand the thoughts and boredom of those people, right? Muzan, because of you, as long as you die, all the ghosts will disappear. The air shook violently. The materialized hostility turned into a terrifying murderous intent, rushing towards him. This made Yubayashiki Yoya realize that he had hit Muzan Kibutsuji's sore spot, making Muzan Kibutsuji's face look extremely ugly, even hideous, and terrifying. Uyashiki! Muzan Kibutsuji roared. Well, that's enough. I've already told you what I've always wanted to say. Although I'm ready to die, you have no way out. The reason those children of the pillars have grown so fast is because they admire me so much. It doesn't matter to me whether I live or die. Because the enemy you are facing now is them. The moment the words were finished, suddenly, footsteps were heard, and the doors of the Yubayashiki mansion were suddenly pushed open. Uzui Miyabi, holding his bloody eyeball, and the figures of other pillars appeared one after another. Today, on the rooftop, groups of pillars and a large number of Demon Slayer Corps members rushed in from outside and surrounded them. New members of the Demon Slayer Corps, including Tanjiro Kamatu, Kaneo Kurika, and other young people, also gathered here. When they felt the terrifying formation coming from all directions, Muzan Kibutsuji instantly realized that he was being set up. My lord! The Wind Pillar, the Snake Pillar, the Water Pillar, the Mist Pillar, the Sound Pillar, the Flower Pillar, along with their stepsons, the Ghost Hunters of the Gui and Gang levels, all assembled. And formed an impenetrable net, surrounding the entire mansion inside and out. Don't you understand? You have no way out. Yubayashiki Yoya said this, hating the person in front of him like an angry viper. Deep in the darkness of his heart, the strong murderous intent that had been hidden until now was finally exposed. At the same time, his wife and children stood in front of him fearlessly, but unlike in the original work, he did not use explosives to kill himself and his wife and children together with Muzan Kibutsuji. Instead, he was prepared for a desperate battle. Because there is no need for that anymore. Under the moonlight, several figures appeared on the roof. The Rock Pillar, the Love Pillar, the Insect Pillar, and the Flame Pillar stared at the direction of Muzan Kibutsuji with a fierce look, and blocked Kokushibo, Akaza, Doma, and others outside, preventing them from getting close to the interior of the mansion. At this time, more and more human auras are gathering, and they are probably well prepared. In other words, Yubayashiki Kaya had already anticipated that he would be attacked at this time, and was prepared to show weakness to the enemy so that Muzan would let down his guard. Miracle Girl! Muzan Kibutsuji growled and ran outside, but soon he stopped. A magic blade emitting blood light pointed at his face and passed by his neck. Muzan was so scared that he took a step back and came in front of Yubayashiki Yoya and held him hostage. Sorry, this place is full, Muzan. The long-laid-in-ambush demon-sealing sword spirit Shen Yuan walked out from behind the bamboo curtain, holding a sword in one hand pointing forward, and holding the head of Upper Moon 3-4, Ming-Nu, in the other hand, blocking the exit of the door. At this time, Muzan Kibutsuji was isolated and helpless. You're next. A cold smile appeared on Shen Yuan's lips. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. No way out? Even so, I will kill all of you. At this moment, Muzan Kibutsuji no longer hesitated, and the terrifying smile on his face became even more terrifying and dangerous. A strong murderous aura erupted, and bloodshot pupils and ferocious blue veins bulged. With the naked eye, the airflow around him gradually changed, and the man's breath gradually became bloody. Not good. The moment the support arrived, the pillars felt immense pressure. Chapter 19, The Final Battle, The Blade of Annihilation. Even though they're dead, you still remain calm? Yubayashiki. Pfft. The next moment. The first thing that fell after the loud shout was bright red blood and bloody limbs. Muzan Kibutsuji grinned with a terrifying smile and decisively released his killing move. However, the target is the person behind Yubayashiki Yoya. What? Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes. It was too late for him to stop it, or he didn't try to stop it at all. In the dim candlelight and moonlight, the blood sprayed on the walls, the surrounding ground, and Yubayashiki Kazuya's face was particularly eye-catching. How come? Shinobu Koko's voice trembled. She, the love pillar, the flame pillar, and the rock pillar just arrived behind Shen Yuan and looked ahead in horror. The torn limbs and the flowing bright red liquid are not a trick, but the blood that sustains life. The pillars' expressions froze. Muzan Kibutsuji's arms turned into terrifying tentacle thorns, which instantly pierced the neck of Yubayashiki's wife Amini, and the two daughters beside her. They were all cruelly cut into several pieces, and even the two still beating hearts were tightly grasped by his other hand. Yubayashiki Yoya clenched his fists and looked straight ahead. Although he was blind, he could clearly feel that his blood was cut off. I didn't expect it to come to this moment. Will his wife Tianyan and two daughters Hinamai and Rika still be unable to escape death? Perhaps this is their fate. Muzan Kibutsuji also brutally killed his descendants who were related to his bloodline without mercy. Yugai. But the one who broke through the defense the fastest was Muzan Kibutsuji. He did not see any other changes in Yubayashiki Kagura's eyes, and was even unmoved. Only the endless resentment and murderous intent continued. Mr. Shen Yuan, there is nothing to worry about now. Please kill Muzan Kibutsuji right here. The last sentence was almost shouted by Yubayashiki Kakuya, and his voice even broke. I see. Shen Yuan didn't expect that Yubayashiki Yoya would go so far as to use his wife, children, and daughters as bait to completely kill Muzan Kibutsuji here. But it must be said that his decision completely cut off Muzan Kibutsuji's retreat. Put down your burden, Yubayashiki Yoya. With a wave of his hand, the Feng Yang sword and the Azakana blade appeared in the hands of the white-haired man in front of the door, one red and one white. Now, it's time for me to settle my personal grudge with him. Muzan Kibutsuji, this sword strike is for the young man you killed 4 years ago. The hunt will never end. Shen Yuan roared, and a sword aura suddenly spread out in an arc shape with him as the center. Everything in the wooden house was completely destroyed wherever it passed. Double sword slash. Sealing dust and absolute thought slash. A strong wind suddenly arose, uprooting all the grass and trees. At this moment, a sharp sword intent was extremely eye-catching. How can it be? A sharp sword energy slashed forward in a straight line, and the night seemed to be cut in half by this flash of sword energy. The next second, Muzan Kibutsuji's face was filled with fear as if he had seen a monster. Under his terrified gaze, his body was instantly torn apart by the terrifying sword energy, leaving him nowhere to dodge. Sugakoku Yoriichi. At this moment, the figure in front of him reminded Muzan Kibutsuji of the strongest swordsman who once frightened him and forced him to flee in embarrassment. However, since Yoshikazu Tsugakuni failed to kill him, how could he fall in such a place? Boom! There was a loud explosion, the sword flashed, and the mountains and forests shook. When Shen Yuan put away his sword and turned around, the wooden house was in ruins, and Muzan Kibutsuji was instantly turned into 1,800 pieces, but more than 1,700 of them were chopped off. Muzan Kibutsuji is not dead yet. He growled at the rock pillar and the others, then saw out of the corner of his eye that Kokushibo had already jumped high and attacked with the moon-breathing sword technique, as if he wanted to rescue Muzan Kibutsuji, who had turned into countless pieces of flesh, before anyone else. Stop them, I'll finish them off. My lord. The pillars who came from all directions looked at Yubayashiki who was lying in the ruins, his life or death unknown, with grief. He was like an adoptive parent to these people. Now he witnessed with his own eyes that the Yubayashiki family was killed by Muzan Kibutsuji, and he was immediately furious. Kill. Namo Amitabha. Ghosts, go to hell. All the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, including the pillars, fought like crazy against the upper moon demons and the monsters of the 100 Demons Night Prowl who came to support them. Lord Muzan is still alive. Go save him. If he dies, none of us will survive. Moon's breathing form 14, fierce transformation, the sky is full of a slender moon. Kokushibo's movements were extremely fast, swinging the evolved demon blade and slashing out 2 giant crescent-shaped sword energies, which knocked away and killed more than a dozen members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and then a residual image burst out to attack. Rin God Slash! Shen Yuan swept his sword across, dissolving one of the giant sword energies, and Rock Pillar and the others also began to move. Shinobu, prepare to save people. The mythical equipment Moonstone Regenerator also demonstrated its powerful strength. The injured Demon Slayer Corps members and pillars regained their vitality in an instant, got up from the ground and continued to fight the demons. This is terrible. We have no way to retreat, Doma-sama, why don't we escape now? Hee hee. Before the coward could finish, Doma killed him with a blow of his fan. I didn't expect you to be so loyal at a time like this. Akame scoffed, but he seemed very happy and didn't seem worried about dying at all. In other words, it would be nice to be able to fight with so many strong people before dying. However, what really shocked and terrified the ghosts was that Shen Yuan, a human who exuded the aura of sealing demons and calming souls, actually possessed such powerful strength that he instantly killed Muzan Kibutsuji and turned him into countless pieces of flesh and blood. That guy's fighting ability has become so strong. Doma looked at Shen Yuan with fear, feeling a little uneasy. However, Kokushibo's side has been surrounded by several pillars specially selected by Shen Yuan, and the situation is completely out of their control. At this time, Shen Yuan was like surrounding a point and attacking reinforcements. He stayed near the fragments of Muzan Kibutsuji and killed all the ghosts that came. The reason why he didn't kill Muzan Kibutsuji so quickly. He wanted to take the opportunity to break through to level 18 and complete the task of killing the ghosts in this world. Shinobu, Mitsurai, Chiome, Kyojuro. Keep an eye on the fragments of Muzan Kibutsuji and prevent it from escaping. Leave it to us. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yuan's soul left his body and used the barrier-breaking edge to shuttle around everyone, approaching the direction of upper rank 2, Doma, who was fighting with the flower pillar and the water pillar. Among these ghosts, this guy is the most annoying. He is also Shen Yuan's old enemy. Open your eyes wide and reflect my figure and fear into your soul. Spirits free. Demons retreat. Sealing the dust and killing the thoughts. This is not a game. Although it is a big move, as long as you have physical strength, you can release it infinitely. The so-called cooling time is simply the speed at which physical strength recovers. After defeating Muzan Kibutsuji at close range, Shen Yuan quickly recovered his strength. With the enhancement of the mythical equipment Moonstone Regenerator, the cooling time of his ultimate move is 10 seconds. Die. With the low roar of the demon sealing sword spirit and the movement of swinging the sword, it fell. A violent storm arose, and countless destructive sword energies were stirred up in the line he passed, like the sharpest blade in the world, covering Doma who had no time to escape, and slashing down to the ground. Vampire art crystallized prince. In desperation, Doma created a small ice man in his own appearance, and at the same time captured the figures of Jifutaro and Daki as his shields. Doma-sama, you. Daki looked at the sword energy falling from the sky in horror. As soon as she finished speaking, it turned into countless fragments and blood mist and disappeared between heaven and earth. Jifutaro suffered a similar fate. Can you escape? Shen Yuan entered a deadly rhythm state. His attack speed was already astonishing when his soul was out of his body, and now his reaction speed was thousands of times faster than that of an ordinary person. Blade Rage. He swung forward the hurricane-like momentum of the two swords, one red and one white. Doma tried to escape, but was knocked away. Do not. As soon as he finished speaking, Doma saw countless sword lights flashing, and Shen Yuan's spirit was suddenly retracted, as if everything was over. Puff. The next moment, countless slashes fell, and Doma's flesh and blood were destroyed, even to the cells, and his head was split into countless pieces. Under the burning of the Feng Yang sword and the Sun Wheel sword, it turned into ashes floating in the sky. Doma is dead? Good death. Akame didn't get angry but laughed instead. He had disliked Doma for a long time. Because he is a demon and believes in being strong, he never kills or eats women. He only chooses to eat humans when he is extremely hungry. He is at the opposite end of the spectrum from Doma, who only loves to eat women, so their relationship is extremely bad. Sorry, this road is blocked. Your opponent is me. When the flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro saw that Akame wanted to save Muzan Kibutsuji, he took the initiative to stop him. Bring it on. Akame rushed forward without thinking. The bloodshot eyes were filled with desire for the strong, like the gaze on prey or food. The heart is filled with a strong murderous intent. Breath of the Moon, Type 16, Moon Rainbow, Lonely Moon. On the other side, as Kokushibo swung the evolved demon blade, several giant blade winds fell from the sky, shattering the earth, and at the same time, countless crescent blades fell towards the pillars. All the pillars were horrified when they saw this amazing slash. Kurashibori. Shen Yuan watched this amazing slash with a calm expression. Next, this is the last enemy. He also entered his strongest state without reservation. Purple-black flames wrapped around his body, and his muscles were able to contract freely. It was as if he had entered a world of patterns and transparency. The swordsmanship that he had been swinging the sword and honing his skills for the past 4 years until it reached perfection also broke out completely at this moment. One sword kills evil, one sword calms the soul, one sword exorcises regret, one sword opens the sky. Then, the sword that terrified Kokushibo cut through the sky like lightning, leaving a pitch-black ravine that seemed to swallow him up. Everything in its path was reduced to nothing under this blow. How can it be? A cut appeared on Kokushibo's face. He was about to move, but found that his body had lost consciousness, as if it had been cut off from his spirit. One of the upper moons, death. Clear Chapter 20 with an S and rating and inherit mythical equipment. After the markers are activated, one's combat capability can be greatly enhanced. At this time, the human body will feel as hot as if it is burning, and whether or not one can survive after entering this high-risk state is the watershed that determines whether or not stripes will appear on the body. Compared to stripes, if you want to open the transparent world, the key lies in the accuracy of breathing and movements, and whether you can use the smallest movement to exert the greatest power. In this way, the mind will gradually become transparent, and you can see the opponent's movements and weaknesses clearly. When the power of the stripe state is increased, coupled with the super high reaction brought by the deadly rhythm, and the precision after the transparent world is combined with the capture of the weaknesses of the enemy's movements. On this basis, use the strongest, fastest, and most fierce swordsmanship, Fengchen Junian Zhan Type 2 Destruction Zhan to inflict a devastating blow to the enemy. This is the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the power to penetrate and destroy everything. It can be said that Shen Yuan is now the top combat force in this world even without relying on any equipment. No matter how you look at it, there's no way he can lose this battle. At this moment, Kokushibo had been killed. Shen Yuan casually swung his 2 swords, unleashing a terrifying slash that was even stronger than Tsujikuni Yoriaki's. The most terrifying thing about him was the demon blade, because it was a sword that could cut off spirits, and it was also the key to Shen Yuan's invincibility in this world. The only 79 pieces of flesh left of Muzan Kibutsuji wanted to be resurrected, but Shen Yuan killed them again and again, turning them into ashes one by one. He finally stopped until the last piece. You have reached level 18. System: Demon Sealing Sword Soul Hero Proficiency 100%. You have completely inherited this hero's power, and this power will automatically be passed on to the host without any restrictions. Haha, Muzan Kibutsuji, this is your end. Shen Yuan looked at the pillars who were approaching after clearing out the other ghosts. It seemed that they all wanted to witness the complete death of the Ghost King with their own eyes, and they stared at Shen Yuan as he swung his sword. Do not. Faintly, one could hear Muzan Kibutsuji's screams of resentment and despair, which turned into a cold wind blowing. He could clearly feel that the last piece of his flesh and blood would be cut off. End it all. Shen Yuan's sword fell mercilessly, killing Muzan Kibutsuji completely with an expressionless face. However, there was not much change on his face, as if sealing the demon and calming the soul was as easy as breathing to him. This is his job and the responsibility of holding this sword. Not long after, pieces of flesh and blood of Muzan Kibutsuji gradually turned into ashes under the sweep of the sun blade, and turned into countless sparks twinkling in the night sky. My lord! Still alive! Someone shouted, and Shen Yuan also looked sideways. The curse on Yabayashiki Yoya seemed to have disappeared, and his body was healing. But what was truly surprising was that in the ruins, Shinobu Kocho seemed to have rescued Yabayashiki's wife and daughter as well. What happened? The pillars were shocked. They had all seen with their own eyes that their lord's wife and daughter were dismembered by Muzan Kibutsuji. How could they suddenly come back to life? I see, a moonstone regenerator. This strange and even magical thing is entirely due to the terrifying healing power of the mythical equipment Moonstone Regenerator. This piece of equipment was looked down upon by Shen Yuan, who even compared it to mythical garbage. But it was this piece of garbage that allowed a person who was almost dead, with only his heart still beating, to be healed and restored in an instant by the powerful magic power, as if telling Shen Yuan, do you understand the value of mythical equipment? In the real world, equipment that can be rated as mythical may not necessarily be stronger than a few legendary equipment, but it is definitely not garbage. When Shen Yuan used his ultimate move to block Muzan Kibutsuji's movement and created a ruined space, Shinobu Kocho arrived in time. Awakened by her strong will, the Moonstone Regenerator also emitted magical light. This can be said to be a miracle. Because this power does not belong to this world, it is the incredible effect of mythical equipment. It's that emerald pendant. As soon as these words were spoken, Everyone looked in shock at the divine weapon on Shinobu Koko's neck that was emitting circles of green light. The moment they were covered by the light, their physical strength and injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Shen Yuan had no intention of explaining this. When Shinobu Koko was surrounded and questioned by the pillars, he was ready to turn around and leave. Mr. Shen Yuan. At this time, when the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were cheering for their victory, Shen Yuan was stopped by a strange figure. You are. Shen Yuan looked up and saw a mysterious girl with medium-length black hair and wearing a short kimono with a plum blossom pattern standing under the tree looking at him. She took off her smiling fox mask with a blue pattern, revealing her true identity. Thank you for saving everyone again. The girl has an ethereal voice and speaks lightly. She is a very cute girl. She is really good. He is one of the disciples of the former water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Urokodaka Seikanji. Looking at the girl, Shen Yuan smiled slightly and recalled a scene after he left the butterfly house several years ago. The girl was running for her life and the monster was chasing her. Under the silvery glow of moonlight, darkness gradually engulfed everything, leaving only the faintest glimmer of starlight. Tree shadows darted by, and the girl ran desperately, but she wasn't afraid of the darkness, but of what was stalking her in it. The girl was Jengamo. An alien ghost with a lot of wrists wrapped around its body was approaching her step by step, and the oppressive feeling it brought was terrifying. But at this time, a phantom of a soul opened its blue eyes, as if seeing through everything in the narrow fog, and approached this side. Jengu dared to glance back and saw a dark figure holding two swords standing still, while his soul appeared in front of the hand ghost and swung the sword to repel it. The frightened Jengu lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and she looked at the person who saved her. A tall, lithe figure, shirtless and unfazed by the cold night, wore a loose, torn burqa, a terrifying demonic mask draped over his face, his arms bandaged, and in each hand he held a sword, one of steel gleaming in the moonlight, the other a sinister crimson. But what shocked the girl most was the man's face. Those cold blue eyes were hidden under a cruel mask. His body emitted a strange red color like the sword. The mask was firmly attached to the man's face, making it almost impossible to see his features. Who are you? Jengu asked hoarsely. It's not me you should be afraid of, the man said, his voice low and light, his eyes fixed on the huge alien ghost that was crawling up behind the girl. Kill the demons and slay the evil. A clear shout rang out in the narrow mist mountain, and the twisted alien ghost in the mist was cut neatly, and then the scream stopped abruptly. The memory ends. It was by chance that Shen Yuan encountered Zhengu and Xian Tu, who were being chased by the hand ghost during his training. He rescued them and left after spending some time with them. So when Shen Yuan met the water pillar for the first time, he asked him how much of Urokodaka Seikanji's power he had inherited. Long time no see, Makoto. You too. Shen Yuan took a step forward, and the girl smiled and nodded. It's all over, the girl murmured, her voice light and airy. After a pause, she spoke again, will you leave here? I remember you said you were an ancient swordsman from the east, a demon-hunting swordsman. Did I say that? I seem to have forgotten. Shen Yuan didn't know if he had truly forgotten or was just pretending to be dumb, but he looked down at Zhengu's face and asked, or do you want me to leave? No. The girl shook her head. Is that so? Shen Yuan nodded, feeling mixed emotions. Today's him. I have completed all the tasks and my hero proficiency has reached 100%. There will be no progress if I stay in this world. Leaving, that's for sure. But before that, he still has some things to do. Is what she said true? Butterfly Kane looked over here with some sadness. She didn't know when she appeared here. Not yet. Shen Yuan turned his head and looked at their figures. Perhaps in their minds, they are savior heroes who are tasked with slaying demons and eliminating evil. Mr. Shen, I want to be your wife, is that okay? After a moment of silence, Butterfly Kane suddenly spoke boldly. Looking at her eyes, I don't know if it's because she's overwhelmed by romance or what, she's dodging left and right, her cheeks are slightly red, the corners of her mouth are raised, and she looks shy. Shen Yuan was stunned and hesitated to speak. He changed his mind and realized that he was also a flesh and blood person in this world. Although it was a simulation, the pain and emotions were all reflected from his own body. It could be said that it was a life in another world. He did not reject the inner thoughts. Decided to stay here for the time being. After killing Muzan Kibutsuji, you married Kane Koko. You lived happily ever after for 2 weeks and then married Shinobu Kocho and Mitsurai Kenroji. Muzan died, but the demons that had escaped his control hadn't fully recovered. Upon a recommendation, Tanjiro Kamata found you and asked you to restore Nezuko to human form. You initially refused, but at Tanjiro's insistence, you took Nezuko with you to find a cure. A month later, Nezuko returned to human form and stayed by your side to repay your kindness. Tanjiro was delighted and completely trusted you. One day, you became dissatisfied with your current situation, frustrated by your inability to improve your abilities. You eventually sought out your wives, Kaneo and Makomo, and revealed your origins and identity. After discussing your situation with them, they decided to punish you and allowed you to leave, but with the requirement that you return home regularly. You agreed and decided to complete the game. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving an S&D rating and receiving a mysterious clearance gift pack. Just then, the system prompt sounded. A prompt appeared in front of Shen Yuan. You have cleared this world. You can now enter the Demon Slayer world through the portal. Entering does not consume real-world time, and you can also visit the Recollection House at any time. You have 3 common lottery chances and 1 rare lottery chance. Simulation completed. This simulation took 5 years and 3 months. Achievement achieved, sealing the Demon Sword Soul. You have unlocked the mythical equipment Draxar's Dusk Blade. Chapter 21, Dusk Blade of Drakthar. Soul-eating sea worm. Hey, are you back? After clearing the world. Shen Yuan opened his eyes, but the system's voice kept reminding him that there were new gift packages available. You have unlocked the mythical equipment Draxar's Dusk Blade. In an instant, a dark red short blade appeared in front of Shen Yuan, exuding a terrifying aura that made people feel terrified. Even Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel frightened by the terrifying power contained in this short blade. Because before clearing the world, he used all the gold coins he earned to refresh them all. Finally, I got the weapon Dusk Blade of Drakthar. Although it is not as powerful as other legendary equipment, the Dusk Blade can be regarded as a mythical weapon with great power. As for how strong it is, it was not until he saw it now that Shen Yuan had a general understanding of it. It's terrifying. Shen Yuan picked up Drakthar's Dusk Blade. He looked at the attributes and was stunned. Draxar's Dusk Blade, S&D rank. Level, Mythical. Attributes, Attack power increased by 60%, Skill haste increased by 18%, Armor penetration increased by 20%. Additional skill, Night Walker, when attacking an enemy, inflicts an additional 25% of attack damage in physical damage, guarantees a critical hit, and slows the enemy by 99%. If the enemy dies, the cooldown is instantly refreshed, and the owner becomes invisible. Additional skill, Shadow Magic, can gradually control the minds of others, turning them into one's puppets. This is listed as a forbidden technique. Description: Drakthar is fear incarnate. Few assassins in history have achieved such a reputation. Drakthar's Dusk Blade is perhaps even more legendary than he himself. Many have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of this weapon, and it is rumored that many have sacrificed their lives for it. It is said that this blade revels in darkness, infusing it into the hearts of its enemies and instilling utter fear in them. Rumors of this blade's power recall the Order of the Shadow, masters of shadow magic from Ionia. If Drakthar were alive today, the Shadow would surely welcome him into their ranks. The final equipment for the assassin hero. This not only made Shen Yuan's heart move, but also made him hold the black short blade with a red glow in his hand reluctantly. At the same time, a shadow magic energy began to linger around him. This energy was the same product of the shadow energy that gave birth to the eternal nightmare Morden. However, it seems that the system prompts him that he still has several chances to draw a lottery, as well as a mysterious gift package. Start the lottery. In an instant, golden light flashed, and it seemed as if 3 blind boxes appeared in front of Shen Yuan and were opened. The first one is the Summoner Skill Ghost Sprint. After it is activated, you can ignore the collision volume of the unit and shuttle back and forth as fast as a ghost, increasing the movement speed by 200%. You can pass through walls and all physical obstacles, but you cannot penetrate magic barriers. It lasts for 10 minutes and has a cooldown of 2 hours. This works great. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up. He finally had summoner skills. The second one is an epic equipment Vigilance Eye Stone, which has the passive Arcane Horde, allowing this equipment to store up to 3 purchased control wards and 5 reconnaissance wards. The Reconnaissance Guard, commonly known as the Eye, can be understood as an invisible 360-degree camera with no blind spots. The control guard is commonly known as the true eye, which is a 360-degree camera with no blind spots that can see invisible ghosts and spirits. It's okay. Sometimes vision is also very important. Moreover, if Shen Yuan had some bold ideas and evil intentions, it would be too rogue to throw a reconnaissance guard in the women's bathhouse or room. The third one is a hero skill card swindle, which comes from a notorious fraudster Twisted Fate, a gambler commonly known as the Card Master. He used his superb card cheating skills, charm, and gambling skills to make the rich people both envious and jealous. And he always faces every day with a contemptuous smile and a nonchalant look. But no matter what the situation, Driz always has an ace up his sleeve. Card trick? Every fourth card I draw, I'm guaranteed to get the card I want? Interesting. Maybe I can use this ability to make some money. Shen Yuan did not despise this ability. It is always better to have many skills than nothing. Is there only one rare draw left? In an instant, purple light flickered continuously, as if something rare appeared in front of Shen Yuan, causing him to open his eyes wide. However, it was not the expected props or equipment, not even a skin. What appeared in front of Shen Yuan was a strange pocket, or rather a container that captured something. It looked like a brown-black cowhide bag, and the surface exuded the fishy stench of sea water. When you touched it, it had a strange feel. What is this? Shen Yuan was so shocked that he almost threw it out. I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Name, Soul-Eating Sea Worm, Junior, Capture Bag. Level, Legendary Creature. Description, a larva of the soul-eating sea worm, a species of the canyon's most powerful creature, Baron Nash. It possesses extremely terrifying potential, and upon reaching adulthood, it appears to possess a massive, all-consuming body. I'm super. Unexpectedly, the bag contained a dragon cub, a soul-eating sea worm. Baron Nash is actually a soul-eating sea worm corrupted by the void, a creature carrying the void's highly toxic liquid. If someone finds out that I have something like this hidden in my house, I'm doomed. Shen Yuan never thought of raising a big dragon as a pet. But now that I've drawn it, I can't just fry it and eat it. I have to put it aside for now and figure out how to deal with it later. There is one last mysterious clearance gift pack. Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment and decided to open it. Open the mysterious gift package. Ding! You have obtained the right to choose the next reincarnation world. Do you want to use it? Do not. Shen Yuan shook his head. He didn't plan to continue simulating the next world for the time being. You have to take a breath first. But speaking of it, it's good news that we can now enter the Demon Slayer world through a portal without wasting time in reality. This means that Shen Yuan can invite Shinobu Kocho, Kane, and others to visit his world, or go into the recollection room every night to chat with them. Moreover, the time in the two worlds passes differently, and the time in the simulated copy world passes much slower than in the real world, so he doesn't have to worry about them missing him too much. Maybe for me it's just going there once a week, but for them it's just why are you here again? Anyway. Shen Yuan was holding a brown leather bag. There seemed to be something jumping around inside, trying to break the bag. Little thing, you're quite strong. It would be nice if I could train the soul-eating sea worm into a creature like Baron Nash and have it become my pet. Think about it this way. Shen Yuan subconsciously opened the rope of the cowhide bag and curiously opened a crack to peek inside. Suddenly, a strange and eerie strong blue light appeared. SS. A sharp roar suddenly came from inside, as if it was going to tear and destroy everything around it. At this moment, almost the entire corridor shook. It almost caused a sensation and chaos. What? Shen Yuan saw a soul-eating sea worm cub inside throwing a tantrum, but it was still very cute when it was young, ugly, and cute, although a little ferocious. But it's still quite disgusting because of the turbid mucus covering its body. Seeing how ferocious it looked, Shen Yuan quickly sealed the bag again. This cowhide bag is also a magic prop. It is extremely tough and can hold things much larger than itself. So there is no need to worry about the soul-eating sea worm sneaking out. Just as he was about to take back the soul-eating sea worm, there was a knock on the door. Shen Yuan, what are you doing? A delicate cry came from outside the house, like the voice of the beautiful landlord. Sorry. Shen Yuan hurriedly apologized and put the soul-eating sea worm away. He opened the door and saw the landlady, a beautiful woman with black hair in a ponytail and long legs, wearing black stockings and beautiful eyes, staring at him. Chapter 22, Happy Apartment, where weirdos gather. Shen Yuan's intuition told him that this woman was not simple. It was fine in the past, but now that he had inherited all the power of the demon-sealing sword soul, he still couldn't see through her true face. All you do all day is tinker with stuff. If you have the energy, you might as well find a job and earn some money. The woman in black stockings and long legs claimed that she was the landlord here. Privately, she was called landlady. She was greedy for money and very powerful. Everyone in the whole building was submissive to her. Although it was a rumor, some people said that this woman could defeat a phantom beast with her bare hands. I'll give you 1 week to pay this month's rent. Otherwise, you'll give up room 106 to someone in need. Do you understand? How much is it? Shen Yuan asked again. You've already owed 5 months' rent, which adds up to 10 yuan, about 8,000 RMB. This is my final warning to you this month. After saying that, the beautiful landlord in black stockings and long legs snorted coldly and left. Before leaving, she glanced at the cute girl who was sticking her head out from next door and scolded her, "What are you looking at? You too," which scared her and made her shrink back. So expensive. Shen Yuan sighed and looked at his empty wallet. It seemed that he had no choice but to find a way to make money. Forgot to say. Shen Yuan is not a native of this world, he is a transmigrator. The game simulator system awakens after traveling through this world, and this world, let's call it the main world. But this main world is not as simple as it seems. This world is facing the collapse of the dimension. Ancient gods, alternate dimensions, parallel worlds, ancient sorcery, anime characters that transcend the dimensional wall, people with awakened superpowers, myths and legends, super AI, magic, mysterious creatures from another world. In this world, human beings face so many indescribable things, and all places are often affected by various disasters and harassment. Shen Yuan, who traveled to this world, was an orphan, without a father, mother, or sister, and he didn't even have an ID card. Because he traveled through time in his physical body, he was an ordinary person. But by chance, he met the beautiful landlord with black stockings and long legs. The guy was very strange. He came up and said, "I have a cheap house here, especially suitable for homeless people like you. Do you want to stay here?" Then, Shen Yuan followed her in a daze and came to this dilapidated apartment that looked like an unfinished building. The apartment was dark and eerie. The beautiful landlord very kindly arranged me to room 106, and told me that the elevator in this building was broken, and that I was absolutely not allowed to go above the 7th floor. She also warned me that I had to come back before 10 o'clock every night, otherwise the apartment would be closed, and I was not allowed to go out after 12 o'clock. At the same time, the beautiful landlord also said, "No matter what you see or hear, don't pay attention to it, just take care of yourself. Don't try to talk to any neighbors, and don't peek at other neighbors. No one knows each other here. If you violate the above rules, you will bear the consequences at your own risk." Shen Yuan decisively agreed to these conditions. He was too lazy to interact with other people. After all, maintaining neighborly relationships was a hassle. He just wanted to find a place to live. However, on the first day in this strange apartment, Shen Yuan was awakened by noises in the night. There are all kinds of weird people here. Apart from the beautiful landlord with black stockings and a weird temper, there is a beautiful girl next door with long black straight hair who looks a little gloomy. She is a stay-at-home girl. Every time I meet her in the corridor, she stammers and walks away quickly. There is also a seemingly gentle and big-breasted sister. One night, Shen Yuan saw her dragging a body into the room through the crack of the door. Combined with the recent news of missing people, Shen Yuan suspected that she might be a serial killer. Shen Yuan didn't sleep well that night. The next day, he went to see the beautiful landlord with dark circles under his eyes and told her about the incident. As a result, the beautiful landlord with black stockings glared at him and said, "Didn't I warn you not to meddle in other people's business?" Shen Yuan was speechless, thinking that this place was too abnormal. But what was even more abnormal was what the beautiful landlady said to him next, which was very meaningful. If anyone heard a sinister chuckle in the dead of night, perhaps it meant that a new unlucky person was about to be made into a doll-like toy. If you see a zombie jumping in the corridor, don't be surprised. Maybe she is an idle girl who is crazily pursued by fans during the day. There is also the evil god who claims to be the strongest black magician on earth, who has powerful abilities that surpass the highest level demons, a middle school girl with a second-year syndrome who can knock God to the brink of death with a single punch, who looks only in her teens but is actually already in college, and so on. Shen Yuan didn't believe what the beautiful landlord said. He thought the female college student living in the shabby apartment was a girl who liked watching horror movies and had a somewhat dark personality. He treated the many people living in this apartment with their own stories as if they had escaped from a mental hospital, or were homeless like him, without ID or money, or were people from the underworld hiding from their enemies. And this building was also listed as a gathering place for weirdos in Shen Yuan's mind. But he didn't dare to ask rashly, and could only tell himself not to meddle in other people's business, because this apartment was one of the few places with low prices that did not require an ID card to stay in. Just follow the rules here, go to bed before 10 p.m., don't go out after midnight, and don't go beyond the 7th floor. Everything else is up to you. Then, Shen Yuan spent half a year in a daze. Suddenly one day, the hero simulator system awakened, and then began to simulate the demon sword soul. Finally, after obtaining an SN score, he perfectly cleared the world and returned to reality. But his mentality had quietly changed. Could it be that what the landlord said is true? Having witnessed all kinds of incredible things, Shen Yuan was no longer sure how many strange characters existed in this weird apartment. I'm not living in a haunted house. Shen Yuan muttered to himself. But what are you afraid of? With the power of the demon-sealing sword soul, I am at least capable of killing monsters like Muzan Kibutsuji in seconds. After all, he is an expert swordsman. Moreover, I followed the rules set by the beautiful landlord and never encountered any terrible things again. Perhaps the scout guards can find something. Shen Yuan secretly made up his mind to place a reconnaissance guard at the door and in the corridor to monitor whether there were any strange guys approaching him. But, compared to these, the beautiful landlord's warning has to be heeded. After all, it is time to pay the rent. In order to make money, Shen Yuan had to go out and look for job opportunities. Thinking of this, he did not stop and walked out. Because it was on the first floor, Shen Yuan quickly left the strange apartment and looked at the unfinished building of more than 20 floors from a distance. There was a word on it that was almost tattered and could not be seen. It read happiness. It seemed that there were people living here a long time ago. The surrounding environment is not bad, and the landscaping is quite good. However, the various plants like willow trees are very strange. At night, they look like monsters with bared fangs and claws. I don't know if it is an illusion, but I always feel that the position of these plants is different every day. Ding! The system detects that the host is currently in dire straits. Do you want to start the main world random quest? Chapter 23 Gabriel, I am not a human, but you are a real dog. At this time, Shen Yuan was walking on the street. Although his appearance and temperament are very different from before. But the clothes were too plain. Apparently, he hasn't had the money to buy a new one in a long time. Ding! The system detects that the host is currently in dire straits. Do you want to start the main world random quest? Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Ah, this is so humane. Shen Yuan muttered. Then nodded and turned it on. Ding! Host, please set a small goal, and the system will randomly assign you an encounter mission. Let me find a way to make 10 yuan. Mission, go to the nearest angel cafe, find a red bag, and take it. There's 100,000 yuan in cash inside. Angel cafe? Apart from anything else, is this called taking? This is clearly stealing. Don't go. Shen Yuan refused, saying that he was already planning to steal, and he was probably not far from robbing a bank. Can't you just be normal and make money based on your own abilities? At this time, the system seemed to have detected Shen Yuan's thoughts and gave a new encounter task. Mission released, go to the underground city and participate in the Supreme Boxing Champion event. Winning will reward you with 100 million yuan in cash. Mission released, find the cyberpunk girl and learn about her big plan. Completion will earn you 200 million yuan in cash. Mission, apply for admission to the Totsuki Suryo Culinary School through the recruitment letter. If you excel, you will receive a scholarship of 300 million yen. Stop, stop, stop. Shen Yuan quickly stopped the system and issued the task. Compared with these increasingly outrageous tasks, he thought it would be better to go to the Angel Cafe. Take me to the Angel Cafe. Ding! The location of Angel Cafe has been marked on the host's phone. Please open the phone navigation to go there. Angel Cafe is located in the north of the street, not very far from Shen Yuan. Relying on the physical strength inherited from the demon sealing sword soul, he walked like the wind and soon arrived at the commercial street near the cafe. Shen Yuan kept paying attention to the location on his mobile phone navigation along the way, fearing that he would miss the destination. There are low houses on both sides of the street. Probably because there are no tall buildings, the location is relatively easy to find. Arrive. Shen Yuan put down the phone in his hand and glanced at the house number on the street. Angel Cafe, currently open. Welcome. Shen Yuan walked in and found that it was a small coffee shop with comfortable decoration and extremely elegant style, as if it came out of the second dimension. What would you like to drink, little brother? In front of him, the person talking to Shen Yuan was a sweet and pretty girl, who seemed to be a waitress in this coffee shop. A blended coffee, please. Shen Yuan looked around and secretly admired that the decoration style of this place was indeed very beautiful. But his goal was to find the bag in the mission. Okay, please wait a moment. Xiaojie, thank you for your help. The waitress spoke to a figure behind her, and Shen Yuan heard a somewhat weak voice with a cautious tone. Do you want to add anything? No. Shen Yuan's attention was not on her, his eyes had fallen on a red bag near the front desk. It looks very cute, with a little angel's head painted on it. Okay. There was a hint of laziness in that soft voice. A blonde girl could be vaguely seen lowering her head and getting busy. Shen Yuan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that she looked like a character he was familiar with. Suddenly, the lazy-looking blonde girl seemed to have noticed something and looked over here. When she saw Shen Yuan playing with a few cards in his hands, she thought she was worrying too much and turned back to continue making coffee. Shen Yuan lowered his head, recalling the girl's identity, but seeing how hard she worked, he cancelled the task. There is no need to harm others just for a little money. That. At this moment, the soft voice of a blonde girl came from in front of Shen Yuan. He looked up and looked forward. Your coffee. When he looked up, Shen Yuan realized that the person standing in front of him was a very cute girl. She was wearing a maid outfit and her long, soft, and silky golden hair fell near her hips. Not only does she have a small and delicate face, but her figure is also surprisingly slender. Is there something on my face? The blonde girl looked at Shen Yuan in confusion. She felt a little embarrassed being stared at. Sorry, I couldn't help but get distracted when I saw a cute girl like you. Shen Yuan took the coffee and smiled slightly. She really looks like him. Considering the name of Angel Cafe, it couldn't be that Gabriel. The blonde girl was slightly stunned when she heard this, then she smiled brightly and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you for your compliment. I'll get back to my work now. Okay. Shen Yuan watched the blonde girl leave, then picked up the coffee and tasted it. He didn't have time to waste here. After the other party left, Shen Yuan also looked for some reliable ways to make money in the system's random encounter tasks, but there seemed to be no easy way to make money. It was nothing more than stealing and robbery, but as a model young man, how could Shen Yuan be deceived by the system and thus tarnish his reputation? At this time, the blonde girl who looked like Gabriel was squatting near the front desk, looking at something excitedly. Shen Yuan's ears moved slightly and he heard some strange news. Things like, this game is amazing, it costs 120,000 yuan, just hold on for 2 more days and you'll have a blast. What game is so fun? Can you let me take a look? Shen Yuan leaned over curiously and saw Gabriel opening her small bag to check the things, but when she saw Shen Yuan, Gabriel shrank back as if she had seen a ghost. SHHH. Gabriel hurriedly covered Shen Yuan's mouth, and then said anxiously, Keep your voice down, if the boss hears me, my salary will be deducted. Okay. Shen Yuan nodded, indicating that he would not say anything. Then Gabriel looked around to see if there was anyone around, then pulled Shen Yuan closer to the front desk and handed him a game poster. Excuse me, are you a gamer too? Me? I guess so. Shen Yuan nodded. That's great. Did you know there's a new game in that popular MMO genre? Oh, this is it. Shen Yuan blinked his black eyes and looked at the game poster. The poster uses a character from a MMO online game, but the product is called the Psychic Linkage Device, which is equivalent to VR glasses for stealth players to wear for an immersive experience, but the effect is similar to a full stealth game like SAO. The headset costs 12 yuan, so expensive. But then, he saw an ID card in the bag, stared at it, and whispered, Innocent Gabriel White, age 16, celestial student, Chief Angel of Angel School. Gabriel? Could it really be that nerdy Angel Gabriel? So, this guy named Gabriel makes money just to spend money and buy games to play. Shen Yuan complained in his heart. This reminded him of the useless angel in Gabriel's Fall. She was a goddess-like character who was at the top of the class in the heavenly school, but she secretly ran to the earth and started to live a decadent life of skipping school and playing online games all day. You are an angel. How could you allow yourself to become a lazy loser? What about your goal of making all of humanity happy? Have you thrown it all out the window? Chapter 24 Jabamai Yunko, find an opportunity to teach this guy a lesson. It's fine if you're just playing games, but you're so addicted to it. If you're addicted, that's all. You even spend money on it. But think of it. Gabriel seems to be a high school student now, right? At this age, if she doesn't study hard and is addicted to online games, how can she sleep well? Forget it, this is not my business. But speaking of games, Shen Yuan felt that if he traveled directly to the dungeon world, wouldn't the sense of immersion be higher? Actually, the game I play is even more exciting than yours. Shen Yuan said this with a deep meaning, then stared at High Report. This can only be a holographic simulation, it's not advanced enough. I can directly enter the game world and play. The immersion is better than yours. Tisk, I guess you don't understand. Gabriel was scornful when he heard this. Do you even understand the value of Vermeer page? You're so amazing, are you a game developer? Developing a game, it's not impossible. The thought of this. Shen Yuan felt that he might be able to start a gaming company. Maybe it can even save the internet-addicted girl who is addicted to online games. Oh no, Angel. So you were just bragging. In the Angel Cafe, the originally perfect personality of the blonde girl Gabriel suddenly became scandalous. She held the poster and laughed, and seemed to be looking forward to the arrival of this new game in her heart. I have no expectations for unreleased games at all. Gabriel chuckled and said to Shen Yuan, as long as we finish today's work, we can play the new game to our heart's content. Do you want to play with us? We can arrange a server opening time and log in together. I want to play too, but my family is poor, you know. Unless you lend me some money, I will pay you back double afterwards. No borrowing. Gabriel was so frightened that he quickly protected the small bag, then looked at Shen Yuan warily, his face slightly changed. This is the hard-earned money I saved with great difficulty, who knows when you can pay it back. Then it'll be fine. Shen Yuan shrugged indifferently, expressing his pity. However, he thought for a moment and said, but I can't sit idle any longer. I need to go out for a while. Do you know of any other jobs nearby that can make quick money? No, I don't know. I'm a stay-at-home mom. Don't ask me. If I knew, I wouldn't come here to work. Gabriel looked helpless. Although she was not a socially anxious person, seeing how she was afraid of trouble, it was clear that she had put in a lot of effort working in the coffee shop. Well, little angel, we'll see you later. Shen Yuan said this, then stood up and prepared to leave. What? Gabriel didn't react at first, but when she saw Shen Yuan walk out the door and disappear, her eyes widened in surprise. Did he recognize me? But why would this slightly strange, handsome boy know his identity? It's over, could he be a reporter from heaven? Gabriel immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly chased after him, looking for Shen Yuan's whereabouts. If he was really a reporter from heaven, then the news of her fall on Earth would definitely be reported. By then, her sister might even see it and post it in the class group, and she would be really doomed. Where did he run to? Gabriel looked at the place where Shen Yuan disappeared in surprise and doubt, and stamped her feet anxiously in the park. After a while, a beautiful girl with long silver hair and amber eyes, but who looked rather sinister, appeared. What's wrong, Zygia? What happened? Why are you calling me so urgently? Woo woo woo. Raphael, the celestial reporter is here. Gabriel hurriedly explained the situation to Raphael, then said, help me find that guy. He must be here to investigate us, the celestial students. It's over. I'm about to be caught. Pfft. I'm not laughing. I'm wondering if it was Satania who did it. She's from the simple demon world of Hades Wind, and she sees you as her rival. Maybe she's taking revenge on you. Raphael guessed, maliciously putting the blame on the unlucky Satania. It's not Satania. That guy is a boy, no, he might be a demon. Anyway, let's find him first. Oh? What are you going to do when you find him? Silence him. Raphael looked at Gabriel with a smile on her face. Of course not. Find a way to give him some hush money. As long as he accepts the money, everything will be fine. If he doesn't, then all the equipment he used for filming will be confiscated. Gabriel said seriously. If she was sent back to heaven, she would never be able to be lazy like this again. It's not easy to come to Earth. She didn't want it to end so early. Shen Yuan didn't know that he was mistaken for a celestial reporter. But if he knew, he will definitely take the opportunity to blackmail me, no, to collect hush money. But compared to these, I have to find a way to earn 100,000 yuan before I can go back. At this time, Shen Yuan stopped. He looked at a neon sign in front of him, where several figures were coming in and out, sighing and talking about something. Didn't you see that guy cheating? No. That girl is amazing. She beat all of us by herself. She must have made at least 150 million this time. Damn it. If I could do it, I would force her to reveal her cheating methods. Cheating? 150 million. Shen Yuan's ears moved and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that he had found a fun place. He walked towards the room calmly and slowly went in under the gaze of several gamblers who had lost all their belongings. As soon as I entered, I heard a few people at the door saying gloatingly, "Another unlucky guy comes." But Shen Yuan didn't care. He now has 100,000 yuan worth of chips, and with the help of the card master's card tricks, he might be able to double it. Anyway, even if you lose, it's not your money. Another one. In the dim room, a group of gamblers, some frustrated and some excited, sat around a beautiful girl with long black hair and red eyes. Beneath the girl's graceful appearance lay a strong impulse and desire for gambling. It seemed that she had won 17 games in a row and defeated all the guys who tried to challenge her. Is there anyone left? Opening soon, this time. Before the mysterious beautiful girl could finish her words, her eyes caught a man with a unique temperament. She saw Shen Yuan. She didn't know if it was intuition or something else, but her heart told her that the man in front of her was a gambling expert. Want to play a game with me? Shen Yuan seemed to be possessed by the card master. He looked over here with a contemptuous smile and a nonchalant look, looking at the mysterious beautiful girl. Oh, he's a master. The mysterious and beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes, Jabamaya Yunko, looked at the stack of cash in Shen Yuan's hand as if she was staring at her prey, and her snake-like eyes suddenly showed joy. It seems like another guy who overestimates his own abilities has come. He needs to be taught a lesson. Chapter 25, I have an incompatible relationship with gambling and drugs. Is there anyone else coming? A mysterious and beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes sat at the gambling table. There were piles of chips in front of her, but she didn't seem to be enjoying herself at all. She had a calm face and didn't seem excited at all about winning so much money. I come. Shen Yuan approached with a contemptuous smile and a nonchalant look, giving people the impression of a gambler and gangster who was not doing his job properly. But that temperament that hides cunningness gives people a kind of psychological pressure. The more such a guy is, the more likely he is to cheat. And the means are very sophisticated. Oh. It seems like here comes another guy who overestimates his own abilities. Thinking of this, the mysterious and beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes, Jabamaya Yunko, looked at Shen Yuan with increasingly fiery eyes. Shen Yuan also noticed Jabamaya Yunko's gaze and looked up at her. She has standard long straight black hair and wears a tight red school uniform on her upper body, which sets off her perfect figure. She wears black pantyhose on her lower body, and her long, straight and attractive legs are matched with the school uniform skirt, which adds a unique charm. Student. Shen Yuan muttered to himself that the girl's appearance seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember anything for a moment. Just like Gabriel, you may not recognize someone when you meet them in person, but you will react instantly after knowing their name. However, students come to places like this to gamble. It seems that she is a problem child who doesn't learn her lesson just like Gabriel. I have to find a way to teach her a lesson. What do you want to play? Teach the other person a lesson. Jabamaya Yunko thought so too. She is not an ordinary person. As a gambling king who has become popular in recent months, Yunko Jabamaya has won in many casinos here in just a few days. The reason why she became popular is, firstly, because of her beautiful appearance, and secondly, because of her amazing gambling skills. She is good at gambling and cheating, and has an almost photographic memory and keen insight. In every duel with her opponents, she has repeatedly seen through their cheating tricks and defeated all kinds of people with her wisdom and strength. In other words, what kind of people hasn't Jabama Yunko seen? There were many people like Shen Yuan who thought they had some ability and dared to challenge her, so she decided to teach this handsome guy a lesson. Cards. Jabama Yunko rubbed the playing cards lightly with her white fingers, exhaled lightly, and looked in the direction of Shen Yuan, as if to guide him. If it's a card, then you're doomed. Shen Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, revealing a hint of disdain. Hey, kid, don't be so reckless. Ms. Menzi is very strong. Even if you are a master of gambling, don't even think about defeating her. Several gamblers tried to persuade Shen Yuan, as they thought Shen Yuan must be a fool. Oh, so you're an expert. Shen Yuan pretended to be enlightened and said, no wonder, to dare to come here, you must have some tricks up your sleeve. The words were full of sarcasm. This guy is really not afraid of death. Then let's play a game. Jabama Yunko smiled lightly. She smiled happily, as if she had already seen through Shen Yuan's deliberate pretense of being a bad boy who knew nothing. She did not ask the visitor's name or the chips, but opened the game directly. 1 plate. Shen Yuan looked at his wallet. He only had a few chips left, so he was not qualified to participate in a gamble of this amount. But since the other party has given me this opportunity, I might as well give it a try. It is good. Shen Yuan walked over without any hesitation, pulled out a chair and sat in front of Jabama Yunko, his tone extremely confident. His expression, tone, and the way he touched the cards startled the gamblers, who thought he was a great player. Soon more and more people gathered around curiously. Even the casino manager here was like this, looking at her expectantly. It seemed that he had been annoyed with this girl who always won for a long time. No need to bother. Jabama Yunko made no secret of her arrogance. Her viper-like red pupils stared into Shen Yuan's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up. As long as you can beat me in 2 games, all of these will be yours. As she spoke, she pushed all the chips that had piled up in front of her. Okay, you're brave. If that's the case, I'll bet everything on it. After Shen Yuan exchanged all the cash into chips, he placed them on the table. However, the other party did not even look at his money, but stared at him closely. At that moment, Shen Yuan felt as if he was being stared at by a deadly poisonous snake. He had a strange feeling of irritability. Will I lose? Your destiny is determined by heaven, but your success depends on yourself. The other party is just a girl without superpowers, how could I lose? Shen Yuan was still very confident in the card master's deception, so in order to prevent others from noticing the flaw, he watched the beautiful dealer start dealing the cards, then stared at her fingers every 4th time she dealt the cards, and began to recite something in his mind. This small movement was barely noticeable, but it was caught by Yunko Jabamai who was staring at him. Yunko Jabamai vaguely read the word 4 from Shen Yuan's pupils. 4? Does this number mean anything? Jabamai Yunko suddenly felt a strong urge and desire to sense danger. Her breathing became slightly rapid, but her expression did not change much. This may be true patience. Then. First round, draw the cards. Mr. Shen Yuan wins. It was won without any suspense. Now it was Jabamai Yunko's turn to be dumbfounded. She frowned slightly, then looked up and stared at the numbers on every 4th card in Shen Yuan's hand. Each one was extremely outrageous, obviously a big card. I see. Jabamai Yunko seemed to understand something. She glanced at the unaware bunny girl and subconsciously thought that Shen Yuan was someone sent by the casino, who had already colluded with the dealer and deliberately made her lose and spit out all her money. Keep going, there's one more round. Hear this. Shen Yuan raised his head and saw Jabamai Yunko staring at him intently. He didn't know if it was because she was overwhelmed with love or something, but the girl's eyes were darting left and right, her cheeks were slightly red, the corners of her mouth were raised, and she looked shy. Ready, show the cards. Demi-yo. Jabamai Yunko placed her white fingers on her lips, and her breath suddenly became much more bitter. Then she looked at Shen Yuan, who looked slightly stunned, and let out a light breath. When everyone's eyes were on her. Under Shen Yuan's gaze, Jabamai Yunko stood up and leaned forward. The huge evil pressing in front of her made it difficult for her to breathe. Just when Shen Yuan was wondering why the other party suddenly gave him a benefit, with the powerful senses inherited from the demon sealing sword soul, he sensed that Jabamaya Yunko's other hand was quietly moving across the card table at an extremely fast speed, and she skillfully exchanged the position of her fourth card with his own. Then, a sly glint flashed across Jabamaya Yunko's eyes, and she teased, "You're too eager to win, which means the risks you'll take will increase. This time, it's just money. You should be grateful for my mercy. So, do you still have chips to gamble? Or are you just going to leave in disgrace?" After she finished speaking, she sat back, staring at the expressionless Shen Yuan, and signaled the bunny girl to open the cards. Second round, cards revealed. Chapter 26, Gabriel, you don't want your sister to know, right? And the winner is... The bunny girl looked at the card in slight surprise, then looked aside and said, "Ms. Jabamaya Yunko." Hee. Shen Yuan grinned, he seemed to have understood Jabamaya Yunko's methods. This guy is a master at cheating. At this moment, the gamblers sighed and were excited. Ms. Yunko is indeed worthy of being my idol. She's so strong. She kills instantly. She must have cheated in some way. Seeing her arrogant attitude, will she face retaliation? That boy's eyes seem to be burning with fire. I feel like he might do something impulsive. I heard someone won a lot of money before, but suddenly disappeared. I heard they were drowned. Listening to everyone's discussion, Shen Yuan slowly stood up. He didn't think about taking revenge on the other party, but since the other party chose to cheat, don't blame him for cheating. Did you just leave like that? Jabamaya Yunko looked at Shen Yuan with a look of lingering interest, then said, "If you don't have any chips, I can lend them to you. However, you need to sign a contract." "No." Shen Yuan looked at her and smiled slightly, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I'll just let you be happy for a while." Well. Jabamaya Yunko watched Shen Yuan's back disappear, but at some point, she suddenly heard a mocking whisper in her ears. "Lady Luck is smiling. Miss Yunko, everything between you and me is in the cards. Next time, you won't have the chance to change the cards." Shen Yuan seemed to have anticipated this scene. After leaving a whisper in someone's ear, he disappeared into the crowd. After leaving the casino, Shen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expose Jabamaya Yunko's little tricks. Because no one else has discovered it. If I expose it myself, who will believe me? Or if they ask, how do you know whether it is made up? Ultimately, it's due to lack of ability. If it was really Trist himself who was here, he might be able to defeat him easily, because he has skills such as Wildcard and Fate. Wildcard can transform the cards in his hand into any cards, and Fate can directly see what cards are in the opponent's hand. Therefore, Shen Yuan lost because he trusted the card master's ability too much and ignored the fact that Trist himself was a habitual fraudster. Meaning is, Shen Yuan lost because of his own honesty and was caught by Jabamaya Yunko, who made some tricks and secretly replaced the cards that belonged to Shen Yuan with her own. Although Shen Yuan found out, he couldn't just push away Jabamaya Yunko's huge evil and grab her hand. That's too indecent. I am an upright lustful man. I am sworn in with gambling and drugs. After saying this coldly, Shen Yuan walked towards the street outside. However, just as Shen Yuan was about to go out, he saw a beautiful golden figure appear at the door. Gabriel and a beautiful girl with long silver hair seemed to have come to the door. The moment they saw him, he felt a burning gaze. "Hey, Gabriel, what's going on?" Upon hearing this, Gabriel and Raphael were stunned and looked at each other. "You really know me?" A golden beam of light descended from the sky, and Gabriel instantly appeared in front of Shen Yuan, grabbing his shoulders and saying, "Tell me, are you a reporter from the celestial realm?" "Heavenly reporter." Shen Yuan turned around in bewilderment and found the smiling silver-haired girl Raphael looking at him with a sinister expression. "What are you saying?" Shen Yuan was inexplicably caught between two beautiful angel girls, and he always felt that they might have misunderstood something. At times like this, it's best to just play dumb and pretend to be an ordinary person. "Little brother." Raphael stared at Shen Yuan with interest, then asked, "Don't worry, we just want to confirm the situation. Answer honestly, otherwise, hee. Hurry up and take out your ID card." Gabriel stared at Shen Yuan and said, "You must be a spy from the demon world." "What? The demon realm?" Shen Yuan's expression changed slightly, and then he explained, "Doesn't your student ID have your name written on it?" "You forgot, when you showed me the game poster, your student ID was right next to it." Gabriel's expression froze, and even Raphael was speechless. Since you've already discovered it, let's stop pretending. Gabriel had a ferocious look on her face as if she was about to silence someone. A power beyond the reach of mortals seemed to erupt from her slender body. A faint golden halo appeared above her head, and then a pair of holy feather wings spread out behind her, like an angel descending. Wow, you really are an angel. Shen Yuan looked at Gabriel with feigned excitement, but suddenly tilted his head and asked, but why would an angel come to the mortal world and become addicted to online games? If I could go to heaven, I would definitely tell God about this. Don't. Gabriel's eyes widened, her pupils trembled, and then she apologized, please don't go to heaven, and don't tell anyone about what happened here, especially my sister. Oh. Shen Yuan straightened his clothes, then said with a look of enlightenment, Gabriel, you don't want your sister to know about your downfall on Earth, do you? What do you want to do? After hearing what Shen Yuan said, Gabriel suddenly became nervous. Xiaojie, calm down. Listen to what he says. At this time, Raphael suddenly started to persuade, with a smile on her face, looking very happy. Shen Yuan saw Raphael's expression and thought that this beautiful silver-haired angel girl was much more scheming than Gabriel, and she seemed to be a bit of a prankster and liked to see other people panic. This is it. Shen Yuan looked at the gambling hall behind him, and then said meaningfully to Gabriel, I want to play landlord with a woman in there, but I'm short of money now. Do you understand what I mean? You don't want to. For you. Gabriel hurriedly handed 10,000 yuan to Shen Yuan. Not enough. Shen Yuan looked at the money and said, want to invest? This time, I'm 100% sure I can win all that woman's money. There are so many cards in landlord, there's no chance she'll cheat. Also, I need you to do me a favor. After the gambling is over, her money will be split 70% between you and me. 70% will be mine, and 30% will be yours. Why is it only 30%? Gabriel was stunned, she was the shareholder of the investment. 150 million, even percent is enough for you to buy several gaming headsets. As a human being, no, as an angel, don't be too greedy, otherwise what's the difference between you and the devil? Or do you want everyone to know that you were arrogant and domineering in the mortal world, bullying a poor mortal, and then falling into addiction and indulging in a life of idleness? Okay. Gabriel nodded helplessly, but soon she began to imagine the scene of using 30% of the money to play games and spend it on in-game currency to break into the top 10 in the national server. Stars appeared in her eyes and she looked like she was daydreaming. Xiaojie, you are too easily deceived. Raphael shook her head. She moved closer, then got close to Shen Yuan's face, observing his eyes closely, as if checking for lies. What makes you think you'll win? If you lose, won't Zaijia's hard-earned money be gone? I lied and didn't go to heaven after I died. How about that? That way you won't lose anything. Anyway, Shen Yuan was not planning to go to heaven, and hell was much simpler than this Ming Feng. At that time, you will unlock the template of Thresh the Jailer, and you can harvest infinite souls cursed by hell, killing gods and demons who stand in your way. So cruel. Gabriel was stunned, then looked at Shen Yuan with a bit of pity, I believe you. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I was too excited. But as long as you can win, I'll do anything. Then follow me, this time, she loses. Shen Yuan looked in the direction of the casino and walked in with great confidence. And behind him, the two beautiful angel girls also disguised themselves as humans and hurriedly stepped into the neon casino. Chapter 17 is cheating? Can you kill me in 1 second with cards? Ms. Menzi, I'm here again. Shen Yuan said with a smile, then looked at Jabamai Yunko opposite him. His eyes became sharp, and this time he put away his previous contempt and carelessness, and shot towards Jabamai Yunko opposite him like a sword. Who are they? Are they the helpers you found? Jabamai Yunko's expression remained unchanged, but when she looked at the two beautiful angel girls behind Shen Yuan, she showed a strange look. Don't worry, they're here to cheer me on, and they're also my employers. This time, I'm here to end your winning streak. This is all I have, and I hope you can humiliate me like you did last time. The meaning of Shen Yuan's words was very clear, and Jabamai Yunko understood it immediately. Sure. It can't be said that Jabamai Yunko is not interested in money, but compared to the money itself, what is hidden beneath her beautiful appearance is a strong impulse and desire for gambling. He is a gambling maniac who gets excited when hearing anything related to gambling. Once he gets into a serious gambling state, his expression becomes exaggerated. He enjoys and becomes intoxicated by the pleasure brought by taking risks. The pursuit of extreme excitement will lead to a crazy and cold facial expression. Shen Yuan was well aware of this, which is why he let Jabamai Yunko put all her chips on the line and have a life and death duel with him. He was careless before. He underestimated Yunko Jabamai's gambling skills. But this time, he would not make any mistakes and was well prepared. Okay, I admire your magnanimity. Shen Yuan smiled and took out the chips and placed them in front of him. Well, let's start dealing the cards. The bunny girl dealer smiled slightly and dealt the cards in her hand to the positions of both parties one after another. This game was landlord that Shen Yuan requested. Although the rules of the game are very simple. But the need for luck is not bad at all. Oh, it started again. Come on, Miss Menzi, teach him a lesson. Why is this young man still here? He didn't lose, did he? Come on, little brother, don't lose to the big devil. In an instant, all the gamblers gathered here excitedly again and started to make a noise. It's all or nothing. Shen Yuan spoke in a deep voice while making eye contact with Gabriel. This useless angel pretended to be a middle school girl and quietly approached behind Jabamai Yunko. Jabamai Yunko felt someone approaching from behind her and snorted softly, probably guessing Shen Yuan's trick. But what she never expected was that Gabriel was not intending to peek into her cards, but was just leaving something by her side. The name of that thing is Scout Guard. Is this a cheat? Yes, this is clearly a rigged bet. But does it mean it's a cheat if it's turned on? Jabamai Yunko turned her head slightly, she looked at Shen Yuan's unchanging eyes, and her whole aura seemed to be completely different from before. Could it be that he has a plan to win? Jabamai Yunko's mind started to work quickly, her head spinning rapidly, imagining Shen Yuan's various flaws and loopholes, and then a picture gradually emerged in her mind, a picture of Shen Yuan cheating under her nose. A woman who was considered by her classmates to be born for gambling and crazy about gambling. Jabamai Yunko really enjoys the thrill of taking risks and hates gambles where she is bound to lose or win. Only the uncertainty of gambling and the huge risks it may take can make her feel happy and crazy. And now, all the abnormalities shown by Shen Yuan, accompanied by a feeling that she was being monitored, made Menzi unable to stop. Embarrassing. This feeling. Her face flushed instantly, with a strange smile on her face, her eyes full of interest and anticipation, her palms trembling slightly, the desire in her heart becoming stronger and stronger, her eyes becoming more and more hot, and the corners of her mouth curled up higher. Shen Yuan saw all the changes in Jabamai Yunko's expression. He shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart, what a madman who exists only for gambling. A con man? Ha! That's just a polite way of calling a winner. As long as you can win, any means used in gambling are in compliance with the regulations. But the next moment, Jabamai Yunko suddenly raised her head, leaned her chest on the table, pressed a deck of cards with both hands, stared at Shen Yuan with deep red eyes, and her expression gradually became fanatical. I'm showing my cards. Jabamai Yunko's words froze Shen Yuan in place, and he looked at her in disbelief. Yes. Since she knew that Shen Yuan would definitely cheat, how could Jabamai Yunko not guess it? Since she was taking the risk of revealing her cards, she might as well just reveal them directly. This would completely disable Shen Yuan's reconnaissance guards, making it the same as not opening the cards at all. However, revealing your cards requires a lot of courage, and also extremely incredible luck. And many more. What card is that? Whether it was Shen Yuan, the other gamblers, or even Gabriel and Raphael, their expressions changed rapidly. 2 kings, 4 twos, 4, a 4 and a 3. In two-player landlord, each player can be dealt a total of 17 cards, and these 17 cards are distributed randomly. Jabamai Yunko's cards are 3 bombs, 1 king bomb, and 2 single cards. How to lose? Impossible. Such a good hand. What kind of incredible luck is this? Ms. Menzi won again. It was no surprise. Everyone in the casino shook their heads, this hand of cards left them dumbfounded. The landlord is Shen Yuan. At this moment, a word from the dealer brought them back to their senses. But what if Shen Yuan takes the initiative? Jabamai Yunko raised her head slightly, and the other person's gaze also looked over at her. Looking at this beautiful girl with long black hair and red eyes, Shen Yuan's shocked expression suddenly became weird. This feeling. Looking at the cards in her hand, Yunko Jabamai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She knew that she had really met a strong man this time. Although luck is part of strength, it seems that the other party is not surprised at all by what cards he has. This person is completely different from what he looked like just now. He is not a gambler who knows nothing, but a very shrewd con artist. When Jabamai Yunko thought of this, her fair face suddenly turned slightly red. Excited. It sounds a bit obscene. But when she met such a master, she didn't feel fear, but instead became excited. Chapter 28 Gabriel, listen to me. Thank you. So. Just when Shen Yuan was about to play all the cards in his hand. This time, I admit defeat. Jabamai Yunko, with a flushed face, suddenly spoke, and her words made the casino manager next to her stunned. The opponent hasn't even played a card, and he's already given up? What on earth is it? I have no interest in games where I'm bound to lose or win. It was as if Jabamai Yunko already knew what cards Shen Yuan had left, because she could tell just by checking her own cards. Are you sure you want to give up? Shen Yuan raised his head and looked at her, just as Jabamai Yunko said. His status as the landlord, coupled with the pairs of planes in his hands, allows him to launch all attacks at once. Having learned from the previous lesson, Shen Yuan did the opposite this time and deliberately put all the cards he wanted into his opponent's hands. Since he can't control the luck of the cards in his hand, he might as well control the luck of his opponent's cards. In the end, he was lucky enough to win the bet. But, can you gamble with me again? Jabamai Yunko licked her fingers, seemingly unsatisfied, and looked at Shen Yuan with a glint in her eyes. This time, I'll bet 10 million. But let's play a different game, also with cards. How about that? If it were most people, they would probably agree while they were in the thick of victory. But Shen Yuan is not that kind of person. The offer is good, he smiled and shook his head, but I refuse. His words were like a bucket of cold water, which made Jabamai Yunko suddenly calm down. Her expression became aggrieved and suppressed, as if she had failed to reach some kind of climax. Sorry, I don't want to play anymore. Shen Yuan said this, then stood up and said, Boss, exchange the chips and take them all away. Because there is no need to continue. His goal was just to earn enough to pay the rent, and there was no need to gamble for more money for the time being. The safest approach is to quit while you are ahead. After all, before you fully obtain the inheritance of the card master, especially before you get the two skills of Universal Card and Destiny, it is better to gamble less, as you may end up losing everything. Because in Shen Yuan's eyes, only what he can control truly belongs to him, and he will never change his choice because of other people's opinions. And Jabamai Yunko is obviously much more difficult to deal with than imagined. Okay, the boss said, seeing the distinguished guest about to leave, and stood up and swiped the money into the card, cash out all these chips. Thank you. Shen Yuan had just received the money from the counter and turned around to see Jabamai Yunko staring at him, her eyes fixed on his pupils, as if she was looking at some prey. Does she still want to continue gambling? Businessmen use collateral to borrow money, but luck doesn't stay with one person forever. Jabamai Yunko didn't expect that this man was so steady. It was obvious that he was different from others and not greedy at all. It seemed like the money was very important to him. This reminded her that she had a sister who was in the hospital all year round. Yunko Jabamai, whose parents passed away, needs huge medical expenses to treat her sister, but in fact she loves gambling and making money is just one of the purposes of life. Today is my lucky day. Maybe the goddess of luck is on my side. Shen Yuan smiled slightly and took the bank card like a gentleman. This young man looks quite handsome. Could it be that his gambling skills and IQ are also off the charts? Seeing Shen Yuan's back, the waitress beside him whispered. That. Can I have your name, please? How about exchanging phone numbers? If you need help or money. Jabamai Yunko seemed to have her eyes on Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan is the only person who interests her these days, and he is a man. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful guy outside the academy. Oh sure. Shen Yuan didn't mind, because as long as he got the money, it was enough. Don't be too ruthless or too cowardly in life, always give your opponent some face. After all, Yunko Jabamai was the first woman who made him taste defeat. Even in gambling. My name is Shen Yuan, and I live in Happiness Apartment. Ah, it's already 9 o'clock. I have to go back, or the apartment will be closed. Excuse me, Gabriel, Raphael, let's go. After leaving his cell phone number, Shen Yuan left in a hurry. See him like this? The gamblers immediately started cursing. Tisk, this guy must be afraid that someone will come and steal his money. You run really fast. Damn it, there are actually 2 such cute girls around me. I'm so jealous. When they went out, Shen Yuan was indeed followed, but their plan of robbery was quickly dashed. After Shen Yuan left the gambling hall, he burst out with a running speed beyond that of an ordinary person, turning into a ghost and disappearing. Ordinary people could not catch up with him at all. At this time, Gabriel and Raphael also followed Shen Yuan with a smile all the way to a nearby ATM and started to divide the spoils. No, the money. That's a lot of money. Wow, ha 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 ha. Gabriel suddenly laughed foolishly. She seemed to have never seen so much money before. She held a large stack of money she had taken out from the ATM and stuffed it into her bag. Xiaoji, pay attention to your image. Raphael looked at Shen Yuan with some admiration, and then couldn't help but remind Gabriel not to behave too outrageously. No matter what, she is an angel. She should not be too greedy in front of mortals. Anyway, we agreed that I'll take 7 and you'll take 3, no less. Angels must be honest. Because they were angels, Shen Yuan tentatively believed in their character and warned them many times in the name of heaven. But for the fallen Gabriel, if Raphael hadn't been here, she would definitely have snatched away most of the money. Raphael also wants to maintain the image of a kind and fair angel, so she always looks like a lady, but in fact, what she thinks in her heart is similar to Gabriel. This time, it was an inner game between the 2 of them, and Shen Yuan took advantage. By then, 2 lovely angel ladies. After Shen Yuan finished speaking, he rushed towards the apartment, and Gabriel turned around and left as if she was in a hurry to launch the game. Hey, it's finally over. Shen Yuan thought to himself. He didn't expect Gabriel to be so trustworthy. She seemed to be much more honest than he imagined. But to be honest, she still had to thank him. It's like we have a telepathic connection. Gabriel, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. Mr. Shen. Gabriel suddenly turned around and smiled brightly. Thank you. You're welcome. Shen Yuan also raised his hand to say hello, and then saw a flash of golden and silver light, and the 2 angels moved away in an instant. Teleportation, what a great thing. I wonder when I'll be able to draw the skill teleport, or blink would be fine too. The ability to tear through space is truly something to be envied. Never mind, I should go back. If I'm any later, the apartment might be closed. I wonder if the landlady is already waiting for me by now. I might get scolded soon. Thinking of the murderous look of the beautiful landlord in black stockings, Shen Yuan immediately shook his head and sighed as he rushed towards the direction of Xingfu apartment. But there is no need to be afraid of her this time. If you have money, you should be tough. We have to find a way to wake up that greedy landlady. Chapter 29, Humiliating the Beautiful Landlord. A New World Reincarnation. 21:50 p.m. Shen Yuan finally arrived at the apartment door before 10 o'clock. As soon as he entered, he saw the female landlord in black stockings and long legs staring at him with a sour face. You still know how to come back? The beautiful landlord in black stockings and long legs stared at Shen Yuan coldly, looking disappointed in him. Where have you been? It's always you who's late. Look at how generous the tenant next door is. He always. Shut up, stupid woman. But Shen Yuan suddenly became tough. When the beautiful landlord in black stockings was about to explode, he threw a handful of banknotes in her face. This is a year's rent, no need to give change. You. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the beautiful landlord in black silk stockings, but when she saw the money, her eyes suddenly became strange, and then she stared at Shen Yuan with a strange expression. Where did you get so much money? Did you rob it? Let me tell you. Rob? Who are you looking down on? I won this from gambling. Shen Yuan said confidently, then looked at the beautiful landlord whose strength was unfathomable, and took out 100,000 and placed it in front of her. Come on, smile for me. Shen Yuan, don't think you're great just because you're rich, woo-woo. The usually domineering female landlord suddenly seemed to give in. She curled up the corners of her mouth reluctantly, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Hey hey, V. Shen Yuan smiled, put away the remaining purses, and swaggered into the apartment, leaving behind the beautiful landlord in black stockings staring at him. She seemed angry and furious. But due to certain rules, she couldn't attack the tenants here, so she could only watch Shen Yuan humiliate her and then move into the room. I will remember this grudge. The beautiful landlord in black stockings puffed up her cheeks and angrily wrote a name in the small notebook. However, her notebook seemed to be densely filled with many names, but some names were extremely blurred, obscured by some indescribable force. Among these names, there is a new name, Shen Yuan. The crime was using money to humiliate me, not greeting me when entering the door, not saying hello to the landlord, being arrogant, which was too much. After passing through the dark corridor, Shen Yuan arrived at the door of room 106. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and walked in. It's about time to start the next world simulation. System, open the portal and go to Demon Slayer Reminiscence Room. But before starting, Shen Yuan decided to have some time to be intimate with Shinobu, Kocho, Akame, and the others. Then, 10 minutes passed in real time. As for Shen Yuan, no one knew how much time had passed. When he appeared again, his entire temperament, demeanor, and eyes had changed. He no longer looked like an ordinary boy, but had the aura of a swordsmanship master. Very good, keep up the momentum and start a new world simulation. Shen Yuan muttered to himself, then called out the system. Ding! Do you want to use your right to choose a reincarnation world? Yes. Shen Yuan nodded without hesitation. The following world has been refreshed, please choose. World 1, Akame Ga Kill. World 2, Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. World 3, ReZero starting life in another world. World 4, this hero is overly cautious despite being extremely strong. World 5, Fate/0. World 6, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. World 7, So I'm a Spider. Since you have achieved an S-level score, the host can select an additional world and store it. After completing this world, you can choose from the alternative worlds in the next simulation. There were actually 7 worlds in this simulation. In theory, there are usually 3 categories to choose from: Daily World, High-Level Martial Arts World, and Virtual World. Different worlds have different difficulties and rewards. The Daily World may also randomly produce powerful hero templates, which is safer. But this time, it seems different. The combat power levels are a bit mixed. Shen Yuan frowned, thinking that it would be better for him not to go to the world with gods and demons for the time being. Because the simulated road will be extremely dangerous and full of difficulties, and you might even die tragically on the street. Go to Fuyuki to participate in the Holy Grail War, go to Egypt to hunt down Dio, plunder the Stand World, or encounter it turns out that Huai is such a silly girl and go on adventures together. Of course, you can also be stubborn and go to the alternate world of ReZero where there is a constant cycle of death and reincarnation, fight wits and courage with the witches, and get along with Ram and Rim. These are places where the danger levels are relatively not that outrageous. If it is a spider world, the mortality rate is estimated to be extremely high. If you don't have a demigod or even stronger hero template, it is better not to challenge it easily. My choice is World 1/Red Eyes. Soon, Shen Yuan made his own decision. Surprisingly, he did not choose to participate in the Holy Grail War, nor did he go hunting down the vampire Dio. Instead, he chose to start in a dark, cruel, vicious, and corrupt world. If you want to strengthen your equipment, gain imperial weapons and power, then killing the Red Eyes is a good choice. Ding! The reincarnation world has been confirmed. Host, please select an alternative world. The next simulation can start from the alternative world. Alternative World Choice 2, Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. Ding! All content has been confirmed. The simulation is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. Note, you can bring equipment and items into this simulation, but you can only bring a maximum of 6 items. You can only bring 1 mythical equipment or S-level talent. The host inherits 100% of the Demon Sealing Sword Soul's strength by default. However, please don't forget to improve the proficiency of the new hero, as this will affect the host's score when completing the game. Then, let's begin. As Shen Yuan finished speaking, his consciousness fell into endless darkness. Hero is being randomly selected, target confirmed. Shadow Lord, robbery. Talent is being randomly generated, generation completed. S-rank rune blades. You've equipped the mythical weapon Draxar's Dusk Blade. Friendly reminder, the host's killing and choices will affect the ultimate outcome of the story. Remember what you've seen and heard in this other world, stay true to your original aspiration, and keep moving forward. I wish you a smooth journey. Face the shadows, seek the truth, only the masters can survive. When the familiar lines appeared in Shen Yuan's ears, the next moment, his world changed drastically. The cycle has begun. Chapter 30, Cut the Red Eyes. Lord of Shadows, G. Hero simulation in progress. Selected world, / Red Eyes. Mission 1, cut off their last breath. Assassinate the Emperor, assassinate the ministers, assassinate the generals and other supreme commanders of the Empire. Mission 2, I am the Dark Blade. Complete a fusion with a dangerous creature and receive the Imperial Skin Tianchi. Mission 3, embrace the shadow, or die in the dark. Change Esdeath's mind and make her betray her allegiance to the Empire. If repeated attempts to persuade her fail, kill her and end it all. Hidden quest, only experts can survive. When all members of the killer group, Night Raid survive, the host will receive a lottery for mythical equipment. If all members die, they will receive a lottery for legendary equipment. World clearance conditions, all of us, a professional assassin team. Cleanse the Empire of millennia of corruption. After assassinating the Empire's 3 titans, we'll reach the final conclusion. Before that, the more missions we complete, the higher our score will be. This simulation hero is Zed, the Shadow Lord. Talent selection complete, Blades of Blades, S-rank domination keystone rune. In the world of Akame Ga Kill, danger is everywhere. Outside the Imperial capital, danger lurks on every side. Crazy and dangerous creatures, monsters, attacking villagers can be seen everywhere. In the Imperial capital, people eat each other. The rampage of dangerous species can be subdued by powerful force, but when faced with the evil people's methods behind the scenes, many kind and righteous people often suffer from their murderous hands. Because it is a simulation, Shen Yuan's identity is a young man from a village outside the Imperial capital. At the age of 0, you were born into a kind-hearted village couple. However, due to your family's poverty, you never had enough to eat. Your parents begged for your sake, but because they offended the village's most powerful chief, your father's legs were broken and he died before the winter. Your mother also died of depression. You were adopted by a relative. Good guy. It's just the beginning and my blood pressure is already rising. At this moment, Shen Yuan seemed to be recalling the memories of the first half of his life, and many fragments of resentment, anger, and darkness appeared in his mind. At the age of 3, you were boarding with relatives. You had a vicious cousin who always bullied you. When your parents were not at home, she made you pretend to be animals and bullied you, making you feel extremely wronged but unable to express your anger. At age 5, the Empire issued a new policy, allowing rural residents to travel to the capital to work and save their impoverished village. The young people in the village were eager to try, and the number of people dwindled. But soon, you discovered that after leaving for the capital, they never returned. At the age of 7, your village was attacked by a dangerous creature, resulting in numerous casualties. To prepare for future dangers, you began training with the sword, spending the years like days practicing various assassination techniques, swordplay, katana, and shuriken. The hatred you harbored for your parents' deaths drove you to become stronger. Seeing this, Shen Yuan was a little curious about where the power template of his demon sealing sword soul Yanjin had gone. However, when I thought about the fact that this was the setting of identity background, I felt relieved. At this time, he had not yet officially awakened, but was instead an identity background fabricated by the system through time acceleration. What this means is that, without heroic powers, this kind of miserable childhood is what ordinary people should have. Even a transmigrator like Shen Yuan couldn't withstand it, let alone others. When you were 10 years old, you killed someone. It was a robber who broke into your relative's home and murdered your adopted parents. Just as he was about to attack your most hated cousin, you couldn't hold back, leaping from the roof and slashing him in the back with a sword. But you seemed to be born with the killer's instincts, managing to remain calm even after your first kill. Your ruthlessness and methods frightened your cousin. The robber you killed was actually a servant in the village chief's household. Terrified, she told the chief the news, and you were put on the wanted list. At the age of 12, you escaped from prison. Hatred and darkness had completely overwhelmed you. That night, you slaughtered the entire village, killing the village chief and all the servants. In the end, your cousin also died by your own hand. However, your actions attracted the attention of the Empire, and they began to send mercenaries and soldiers to hunt you down, regardless of life or death. At 14, after 2 years on the run, you've completely embraced the darkness. Donning a pitch-black mask, you resemble a ninja. You've forgotten the meaning of mercy and become a killer, willing to kill anyone for money without batting an eyelid. At 15, during your time as a killer, you witnessed too much darkness and injustice. Eventually, you grew unable to bear it any longer, no longer killing for money, but out of your own will. Through your insights, you discovered the Empire's deepest decay, rotten from within and without. Just as people decay, so too will nations eventually fall. Even the imperial capital, prosperous for millennia, was nothing more than a corrupt hell on earth where demons and monsters in human form roamed with impunity. If heaven cannot punish evil, we will vanish into darkness. You vowed inwardly. At the age of 16, after a mission went awry, you were captured and all your companions perished. Despite the purgatory-like torture, you managed to survive through incredible willpower. But as a result, you were shackled and enslaved. Witnessing countless meaningless acts of resistance and sacrifice, your heart died, numb and silent, as if you no longer had any attachment to the world. 1 month ago, you were bought by a noble girl with a lovely exterior but a vicious heart and a wicked personality. You became her male slave. Her perversion humiliated you, and she enjoyed luring country folk who came to the imperial capital from other places to make a living into her home and then torturing them to death. But you eventually lost your will to fight, and decided to die, once and for all. Now, after being tortured into a coma, you dreamed of your true name, Shen Yuan. You seemed to understand everything, why you appeared in this world, and what you represent. You opened your eyes. 16 years of training have sharpened your will like a blade. Hatred and anger can no longer control your emotions, and your methods will be as ruthless as thunder, slashing all corruption with your sword. Now, you have awakened. Buzz. In the dark and damp dungeon, a pair of cold and ruthless eyes suddenly opened. Shen Yuan looked down at the heavy shackles on his hands and feet. His expression was extremely cold. He remembered his identity and everything. Although it's just background information, who knows if there's a parallel world where I actually went through all this. Shen Yuan clenched his fists, his joints creaking, and the anger that he had suppressed in his heart had reached its peak. But soon, he took a deep breath to calm his inner anger. Jet, who has completely abandoned kindness and mercy, is the leader of the Shadow Sect. In desperation, he activated his mysterious shadow form. This is a form of evil magic that, while powerful, is also very dangerous and corrupting. But Ji has completely mastered this forbidden technique, using it to destroy threats he sees as threats, to protect his country, and his sect. Hero Template, Shadow Lord Jet. Level, 1-1. Skills, Shadow Ninja Technique. Soul Destruction, Passive, Shadow Secret Technique. Blades, Q, Shadow Secret Technique. Clone, W, Shadow Secret Technique. Ghost Slash, E, Forbidden Secret Technique. Instant Prison Shadow Killing Formation, R Ultimate. S-Level Talent, Blades. Mythic Equipment, Draxar's Dusk Blade. It seemed that he had gone through the early training, so after absorbing this memory fragment, Shen Yuan's level directly became 11. But is this a strong start? I paid for it with my life. If I had chosen the Noxian leader, I might have chosen to help the Empire this time. But unfortunately, I am a killer, a Shadow Lord without emotions. Because he had put himself in so many situations, Shen Yuan felt a little numb and tired at this moment. He gripped the dark, scarlet glowing dusk blade of Drakthar tightly, and easily cut the chains and shackles on his hands and feet. The terrifying force instantly freed him from the restraints. Chi. Shen Yuan exhaled a breath of cold air. He looked down at the tattered prison uniform on his lean body. He could vaguely see many wounds on his strong abdominal muscles that were stitched with blades. It's time for a reckoning between us. When he raised his head again, Shen Yuan picked up the black iron mask on the dungeon beside him and covered his face with it. On his face, whose features could not be seen clearly, a pair of blood-red eyes like sickles opened. He walked straight towards the iron wall of the dungeon. His body passed through the iron gate unhindered, and he could vaguely see a shadow clone in the depths of the dungeon that looked exactly like him but was extremely dark and was slowly disappearing. After crossing positions with his shadow clone, Shen Yuan appeared outside the dungeon. Okay. The two guards hired by the noble lady seemed to have heard footsteps. When they turned around in surprise, one of them fell down with a puff, covering the huge bloody hole in his abdomen. The man who killed him seemed to have disappeared and became invisible behind the other man. Who is it? Ugh! Just as the terrified second man was about to make a sound, he was ruthlessly pierced through the chest by the sword of the invisible Shen Yuan behind him, and immediately fell to the ground with a chill in his heart. Boom! After he fell to the ground, Shen Yuan, who had used the killing effect of Drokthar's dusk blade to become invisible, appeared in front of a cell dozens of meters away. A pair of bright eyes in the dungeon looked at him in horror. Shen Yuan glanced sideways and saw a slightly dirty girl hiding inside, shivering and looking at the sword in his hand that was dripping with blood. Chapter 31, The Invisible Blade is the Most Deadly. Crack! The lock of the iron gate broke at the sound, and not only hers, but also more than a dozen nearby boys and girls, including those who had long been dead and turned into dry bones, were all released from their cages. I'll create chaos, and you guys take the opportunity to escape. Shen Yuan turned his back to the group of frightened and bewildered people and walked forward. Suddenly, his powerful hands pushed open the heavy iron door. Crunch! The heavy iron door of the dungeon was opened, and some bodyguards kept by the nobles who were guarding the door looked behind them in disbelief. Before they realized who came out, he felt a chill on his neck, and then warm blood spurted out uncontrollably. Unable to make a sound, he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes open. What happened? The servants in the mansion were walking in the corridor. In the moonlight, they looked in panic as a ghostly, dark, masked figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Available in the next second. As if teleporting, the ghostly black masked figure appeared in front of them. There was a monster like a shadow, waving the shuriken in its hand, piercing their bodies in a straight line. Everyone fell straight to the ground, bleeding. Not long after, in the silent aristocratic mansion, a vague black shadow appeared at the door of the eldest lady's room. How many times have I told you not to disturb me while I'm showering? A slightly angry shout came from inside the room, but the figure outside was unmoved. He put his hand on the door lock, and with a click, the door was opened. But, it's gone. The figure outside the house seemed to have never appeared, only a shadow clone on the ground was slowly disappearing. Who is so bold? Just as the lovely young lady was about to get angry, she felt a gust of cold wind and the sound of someone's breathing coming from the wooden barrel behind her neck. She immediately turned around in fright and screamed. Ah, help! There's an enemy, come and save me! But no matter how she shouted, the group of minions lying in a pool of blood outside were already beyond help. They are all dead. She died under the sword of Shadow, and the owner of Shadow, Shen Yuan, appeared in front of the noble girl, sat beside the wooden barrel, and looked down at her from above. You, who are you? When she realized that no one came to rescue her, the noble girl looked at the extremely tall figure in front of her with fear. In her memory, it seemed that she had never offended such a strong man. I am the Dark Blade, and I am here to kill you. Shen Yuan's voice sounded like cold steel, with an emotionless metallic tone. This made him different from the disheartened teenager before, and more like a machine focused on killing. No, no. You monster, please don't kill me, I can give you a lot of money. I can give you anything, if you want, I can also. I only want your life. Your death would be the greatest pleasure for me. But obviously she couldn't be allowed to die so easily. Shen Yuan raised his hand and motioned the noble girl to look outside. Suddenly, a group of young boys and girls who had been tortured and abused by her appeared in the yard. They all looked at this side with resentment and anger. After getting Shen Yuan's permission, they pounced on them like wolves and tigers, ready to avenge the murder of their childhood sweethearts and good friends. Go to hell, bastard! Seeing this scene, the noble girl suddenly became angry, jumped out in a step, ran to the clothes and pulled out a pistol. Although this world is an era dominated by cold weapons, there has been progress in the development of hot weapons such as muskets. You mere animals dare to attack your master. You are so despicable. Die, all of you. The girl pulled the trigger frantically, but the next moment her arms and the weapon flew off. Ah! I gave it to you. After Shen Yuan finished all this, he walked outside. However, thank you. The girl who was initially saved by Shen Yuan ran over and looked at him with tears of gratitude. The girl's empty and numb eyes seemed to have a little more luster. She looked at Shen Yuan while crying, and seemed very scared. No need to thank me, I have always had a grudge against her. Woohoo! Thank you so much. After seeing that Shen Yuan was a boy of the same age as her, the girl rushed over crying, hugged his legs and burst into tears. Really? Then tell me about it. Shen Yuan touched her head, then sighed and began to ask a few questions. It turns out that the girl's name is Sao, and she has a childhood sweetheart named Tatsumai. In response to the empire's policy, he wanted to go to the big city to work hard to save the poor village, but on the way to the imperial capital with Tatsumai, he was attacked by a thief and was separated from Tatsumai. Later in the imperial capital, Sheo was imprisoned as a toy by the noble girl Arya and her parents. At the same time, because the other party was jealous of her beautiful long black hair, she was almost tortured to death. If it weren't for Shen Yuan's appearance and his sudden surge of powerful strength, Sheo would probably have died within a few days. But Shen Yuan's power did not come out of thin air. It was something he already possessed, but the boy had lost the will to live because he had experienced too much pain. It was Shen Yuan who awakened this will to kill and allowed him to stand up again. But Shen Yuan was not a true assassin who was brainwashed and trained through countless assassination techniques. So his good nature was not extinguished, but he was a person of flesh and blood. Some people can be killed, while others need to be protected. You can cry as much as you want. Shen Yuan hugged the head of the girl who was almost collapsed and held her in his arms. He was not disgusted by the girl's inappropriate behavior. After all, he has witnessed too many sacrifices and he knows the preciousness of life. If killing one corrupt person can save so many kind people, why not do it? The moment this thought came to mind, Shen Yuan's resolve was strengthened. Chapter 32, The Three Giants of the Empire, Mission to Assassinate the Target. After the bloodbath in the mansion, Shen Yuan watched as a group of young men and women rode in carriages back to their respective villages. The imperial capital seemed too dangerous for them. Compared to the complicated human heart, dangerous species like warcraft are more simple. One is to satisfy the inner desires, and the other is to hunt simply to survive. However, in order to understand the deeper darkness of the empire, Shen Yuan chose to stay in the imperial capital and begin his mission investigation. In order to repay him, Sheo voluntarily followed him and was determined to work with Shen Yuan to eliminate the dark side of the imperial capital. Because Sao is Tatsumai's childhood sweetheart, she is also an adventurer. After a little cleaning and dressing up, it can be seen that she looks very cute and lively. The girl had a katana hanging around her waist. She had a slender figure and beautiful black hair that reached past her waist. The cherry blossom-shaped hair accessories made her look more spiritual. She wore a black dress with white edges and white silk over the knee socks. She gave off a sense of maturity that was different from that of an average girl of 17 or 18. She looked older than Shen Yuan in this world. Because the Shen Yuan in this world is only 16 years old, but he has experienced too much, giving people a sense of reliability that comes from being mature and experienced beyond his years. Are you sure you want to follow me? Are you not afraid of death? You saved my life. If it weren't for you, I would have been tortured to death long ago. Shen Yuan was surprised by the girl's answer, but he did not refuse, because his former subordinates had all died long ago at the hands of the imperial generals, and he would avenge this hatred sooner or later. Then you are now a member of the Shadow Stream. You will become my sharp blade, bringing punishment to the land of decay. All of us are killers. After saying this, the boy and girl set off on their journey. As soon as they stepped into the gate of the imperial capital, they were filled with the atmosphere of prosperity. However, neither Shen Yuan nor Sheo were fooled by the prosperity shown. They are all people who have been harmed by the dark and disgusting evil hidden behind. So all of this is very familiar. Apples. Anyone want to buy fresh apples? The tavern has a sale on whole wheat beer, buy 2 get 1 free. The streets were filled with the shouts of vendors. In Shen Yuan's experience, if one wanted to gather intelligence here, the best place to go was to a place with a large flow of people, with taverns being the best. Drunk people are the most likely to talk nonsense, and it is easy to get the information you want from them. Gathering intelligence is also an essential skill for an assassin. Let's investigate separately. Shen Yuan said to the girl. Yet. Sheo nodded. This time she would not be as naive and careless as before. Moreover, assassins are best at acting alone. She also knew that if she kept following Shen Yuan, she would cause trouble for him, so she would keep a certain distance. The other side. Shen Yuan stepped into the tavern and just found a place to sit down when he heard the discussion. Have you heard? General Esdeath, after recently defeating the revolutionary army and cornering them, has now moved on to the northern battlefield against the foreign race. That barbaric race, thought to take at least a year to defeat, was conquered by her overnight, burying 40 of them alive. Even that once invincible, wise, and courageous foreign prince was defeated so miserably that not even his dignity remained. As expected of the strongest general in the entire empire, General Esdeath's strength is worlds apart from the other soldiers. In the imperial capital, everyone knows how powerful Esdeath is. Even the country folk who had just arrived in the imperial capital would often hear this terrifying name. The record of killing 40 people was known throughout the imperial capital and even to other countries outside the capital. By the way, have you heard? There's an assassination organization called Night Raid that's been going wild lately. They've already assassinated several nobles. Last night, another noble was attacked. It was a horrific scene. It's said that their entire family was killed, and all the slaves escaped. This should be what Shen Yuan did, but it seems that people mistakenly thought it was done by Night Raid. SHH. Let's not talk about these topics in public. Do you want to implicate other people? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. What are you afraid of? It doesn't matter if anyone eavesdrops. Besides, this is a well-known fact. There's nothing to keep secret. And hasn't the minister already sent General Bud to investigate these matters? General Bud is the supreme commander of the Imperial Army, who is deeply trusted by the Emperor. He is upright and old-fashioned, and serves the Empire wholeheartedly. He is the other strongest person besides Esdeath and commands the palace guards. But he is also Shen Yuan's mortal enemy. In the memory, the past Shen Yuan met General Bud when he was assassinating a great noble. This guy ignored the darkness in front of him and was very rigid. He believed that this young man was the evil rebel. So a battle was inevitable, but because of the disparity in strength, Shen Yuan at that time did not have strong power and was quickly defeated. Several of his subordinates and companions were also killed one after another and eventually ended up in prison. Later, he tossed and turned and became a slave. General Bud is also on Shen Yuan's kill list. Because his so-called integrity and old-fashionedness are nothing more than being a dog of the Empire. He can't even tell the difference between good and evil. It's just foolish loyalty. The supreme ruler of the Empire, also the last emperor of the Empire, looked only 11 or 12 years old and was a puppet. The young emperor was completely brainwashed by his ministers and followed their advice on all matters, carrying out a tyrannical rule that he did not want to see. Although he was a tragedy and not a bad person, he indirectly harmed the empire because he was deeply deceived by his ministers, so his sins cannot be washed away. Even if it was not his own intention, sin is still sin. Who will atone for the sins of the hundreds of thousands of people who died? The little emperor is also on Shen Yuan's kill list. He represents the supreme ruler of this evil empire and must personally step onto the guillotine. The last one is the culprit. Imperial Minister, Minister Ernest. He is like Dongzhou and Cao in the Three Kingdoms, but he does not have the heroic spirit of Cao. He is a greedy man who manipulates the young emperor to implement endless tyranny. He looks honest on the outside, but is treacherous and cunning on the inside, and is extremely scheming. It is rumored that he is the culprit who killed the young emperor's parents and caused national corruption. Not only Shen Yuan wanted to kill him, but even the killer group Night Raid, which was famous in the imperial capital, was targeting the minister as its ultimate assassination target. This means that Shen Yuan can now rush into the empire, kill the ministers, the emperor, and the generals, and then directly declare victory. However, the success rate is low. This is because there is a kind of equipment called imperial equipment in this world. It uses legendary super dangerous species as materials, combined with rare metals and a large number of long-lost secret techniques, to develop 48 powerful and impossible to replicate weapons. These weapons possess incredible powers. Some can control fire, ice, curses and poisons, grant people armor with powerful strength, and allow monsters to grow in size. If they were to face the three giants of the Empire head-on, relying on the combat power of the Shadow Lord and the demon-sealing Sword Soul, a one-on-one fight would be no problem. But they are emperors, ministers, and generals, and the soldiers around them with excellent combat capabilities are not there to sit there and do nothing. Once they expose themselves, they will instantly be besieged by the army. What does it mean to fight 1 against 10,000? Is that what an assassin does? Therefore, assassination is the most efficient means. This is also the reason why Shen Yuan is the Lord of Shadow Stream, not the Lord of Unparalleled. Squinting his eyes, Shen Yuan had already received enough information to gain a general understanding of the current situation in the imperial capital. Chapter 33 Assassination Team, Night Attack Organization. Now, in the imperial capital, the Ice Queen and General Esdeath are not there. General Bud is hunting down the Night Raid organization. The ministers still manipulated the little emperor to fulfill his ambitions. Just when I thought of this, Shen Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by a generous and carefree voice. Hey! Little brother, you're drinking alone, can you sit down? Having said that, the pretty woman with beautiful blonde hair, golden eyes and cat ears sat down next to Shen Yuan, then stared at him seductively, quietly showing off her super beautiful figure. Is there anything wrong? This, sister. Shen Yuan looked at the figure in front. You have a strange smell. It smells like rust, no, blood. The woman with blonde cat ears and a huge, evil head approached Shen Yuan, sniffed him, and said with ill intent, could you be a member of the Assassination Team Night Raid Organization? Assassin Squad. The wine glass in Shen Yuan's hand froze for a moment. The other party thought he was frightened and immediately laughed as if his prank had succeeded. Ah ha ha ha, just kidding. The blonde older sister said, then looked at Shen Yuan and said, my name is Leona. I'd like you to buy me a drink. How about that? Leon. Shen Yuan then realized that the lioness-like woman in front of him was a member of the Revolutionary Army's Assassination Unit Night Raid. Did not expect. A real member of the Night Raid organization came over and said he was the Night Raid? Is she kidding? Or did he really see something? Why should I treat you to a drink? Shen Yuan asked puzzledly. You're stupid, Leon said softly, pretending to be weak. I can't drink much, can't you get me drunk and then, When she said this, Shen Yuan immediately understood what this guy was here for, to scam people out of money. I'm sorry, I'm a pauper. Shen Yuan said bluntly, it's true. I don't have a penny in my wallet. Even if you give me more benefits, I can't fulfill your wish. Real or fake? Leona realized that he had been exposed, so he directly snatched Shen Yuan's purse, and then took a look and found that there was nothing in it. Tisk, poor bastard, you're wasting my time. Unexpectedly, this woman changed her attitude so quickly. After seeing that Shen Yuan had no money, she turned around and was about to leave. However, before leaving, she took the half glass of wine in Shen Yuan's hand and said, just consider it as compensation. After saying that, Leon drank the whole drink and left the tavern to look for his next target. Hey! Little brother, is this your first time in the capital? Shen Yuan saw Leona just leave the tavern and then he entangled with a young swordsman who looked innocent and upright and was eager to make a name for himself. So your name is Tatsumai, you seem to have brought a lot of money with you to the capital. Come and let me see it. I'll take you to rent a hotel. It looks like the story is about to officially begin. The young swordsman who seemed to want to make a name for himself was completely unaware that he had been deceived. He was so naive that he thought Leona was an enthusiastic and kind older sister. He didn't expect that all his money would be defrauded on the first day. Then the guy was left on the streets. Time passed quickly, and the system began to record Shen Yuan's deeds. On the second day of the mission, you gather intelligence at a tavern and encounter Leon, a member of the renowned assassin group Night Raid in the imperial capital. Her personality surprises you, perhaps a disguise in the outside world. But she detects a strong scent of blood on you, suggesting you might be targeted by the Night Raid organization. So, you decide to test them late at night and, in turn, begin tracking Leon's movements. Because you killed that noble lady, Tatsumai escaped death, but not completely. Wandering the streets, he was swindled out of all his money by Leon. After consuming the tea and cookies offered by a kind man, he passed out on the ground. The man turned out to be an underground slave trader, and Tatsumai became his slave, ready to be taken into the underworld. While tracking Leon, you discover she's in contact with a suspected member of the Night Raid organization, a naive, bespectacled girl named Hill. You learn their next target is to assassinate the notorious slave traders guild leader. Leon and the others, having accepted the commission, head out to kill the slave trader and his guards. You were secretly observing all this, but unexpectedly, a beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes spotted you. Since someone had witnessed the Night Raid organization's actions, they had no choice but to find a way to silence them. So, this beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes chased after you, and you began to retreat, trying to shake her off. Under the moonlight night, Leon, Akame, Maine, Lubbock, Hill, Brand, and others who were standing in front of the bodies of the slave traders and several guards, appeared in front of a down-and-out young swordsman. "Hey, boy, we meet again." Leon looked at Tatsumai's trembling appearance and smiled at the boy who was afraid of them. "I'm so sorry for using you to attract the target. You, don't come over here." Tatsumai looked at them in horror. When he woke up, he found that the uncle who gave him the sleeping tea had been beheaded. And these guys in front of him, each of them exuded a terrifying bloody smell. Could it be that they are the rumored killer group Night Raid? "Don't be afraid, young man. We are good people." A muscular man with a crew cut pointed at himself with his thumb, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, as if he was smiling. But Tatsumai became even more scared. But just as they were trying to figure out how to explain to the young man, the beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes who had been silent and taciturn in the team suddenly noticed something strange and looked up at the roof behind them. Under the night sky, a human-shaped shadow wrapped in darkness was half crouching high up, looking down at this side. "What's wrong, Akagi?" Maine looked at her curiously, then raised her head to look towards the roof, and was suddenly shocked when she saw the black shadow. "Enemy! Prepare to fight!" As she spoke, she raised a gun-shaped imperial weapon that looked like a sniper rifle, the romantic turret pumpkin. Chapter 34, Forbidden Secret. Instant prison shadow killing formation. Boom! A stream of spiritual energy from the spear-shaped imperial weapon transformed into a shock wave that cut through the night sky and hit the black shadow, but the next moment the black shadow disappeared like smoke. "Damn it, was someone witnessed? What should we do? If we get exposed, it will be very detrimental to our disguised identities. It seems the only option is to silence him." The other members began to discuss anxiously. "I'll go after him." At this moment, the beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes suddenly became determined. She jumped up lightly and landed on the roof. Then she chased in the direction where the figure disappeared. "I leave it to you, Akame. Is she okay?" Tatsumai stared blankly at the group of people who let a petite-looking girl chase a scary-looking enemy, and asked with some concern. "You mean Akame? Ha ha ha, don't underestimate her because she's just a cute pretty girl, but she's known as the most vicious killer in the imperial capital. Known as the Ace, Akame is the most powerful among us. Trust Akame. She won't do anything that's disadvantageous to her. She's always able to calmly analyze situations and possesses extensive combat experience. She's ruthless in dealing with her enemies, always aiming for a single blow. If she can't stop him, it only means he's far more powerful than we imagined. Even if we join forces, it'll be difficult to stop him." In front of Tatsumai, Leon and the others seemed to have a very high opinion of this girl with black hair and red eyes. And her figure quickly disappeared into the twilight. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. On the streets of the imperial capital under the night sky, two figures moved quickly, flashing non-stop as if they were teleporting. With his arms behind him and the sword blade swung out from his sleeves, Shen Yuan swung the shuriken backwards like a shadow ninja, but with a crisp ding sound, it was bounced away by a sharp long sword. Finally, in a deep alley, Shen Yuan stopped. "Turn around." Under the moonlight, a girl with beautiful black hair, red eyes, an unyielding look and a pretty face was staring at him fiercely. There was no murderous intent in her eyes, but there was no obvious facial expression. It was as if they were chasing me just to protect the safety of their companions. "Nice to meet you, Miss Akame." Shen Yuan no longer retreated, but faced the young killer who was chasing him. "Do you know me?" There was a hint of surprise in Kaitong's calm eyes as he looked at Shen Yuan curiously. "You should have heard of my name is Shen Yuan." At this moment, the young man suddenly took off his steel mask and revealed his true face. The moment he saw Shen Yuan, Chi Tong's body shook, as if he recognized his identity. "You are a member of the Imperial Assassination Force Elite 7, the assassin known as the strongest? Weren't you killed by General Bud?" Akato's eyes gradually became serious, as if he felt the pressure. "To be precise, I was once a member of the Imperial Assassination Corps, just like you. I joined later, hoping to use this opportunity to achieve my own goals. Unfortunately, I failed. But fortunately, I am still alive." Shen Yuan said coldly that when he recalled the first half of his life through the simulator, he and Chi Tong had been colleagues. However, the two sides never had the opportunity to come into contact, they just passed each other occasionally and carried out their own orders. Later, Akame betrayed the assassination unit and joined the revolutionary army. Shen Yuan was also imprisoned for failing to assassinate a great nobleman and was declared dead. I see. So, what are you going to do? Let me bury you. At this time, Qi Tong did not understand Shen Yuan's purpose, and because of her respect for him, she kept fighting. Bury me. Shen Yuan grinned, can you do it? As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Tong's pupils suddenly shrank and he looked around. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! The corners of his mouth curved into an arc, and a strange sneer came out of Shen Yuan's mouth, as if foreshadowing the arrival of a deadly murderous intent. 3 dark shadows quickly flew out from under his feet, instantly surrounding Qi Tong. A dark shadow clone landed not far behind Akame. An equally dark shadow clone appeared at the feet of the figure. Finally, Shen Yuan, who had switched positions with his shadow clone, appeared on the roof. The 3 figures turned into a strange and unprepared deadly threat, and simultaneously attacked Qi Tong's position. Forbidden secret technique. Instant prison shadow killing formation. A scarlet mark of death appeared in Akame's wide-open eyes. She felt a fatal threat and immediately clenched the imperial weapon in her hand. One-hit kill, Murasame. Shadow secret. Blades. Shadow shurikens appeared one after another and were thrown out like thunder. Although Akame had excellent insight cultivated through continuous training and trials, the ever-changing situation on the battlefield still made her unable to react. Ding! Ding! Clang! 2 shadow shurikens were bounced away, but one of them still cut through Akame's cheek, splashing scarlet blood and putting her in danger. Behind. As an assassin, Akame knows that it is their habit to surprise their opponents. Even in a crisis, she can calmly grasp the situation of both the enemy and us. When fighting with the shadow, the opponent's attacks were full of weirdness and trickiness, but it was difficult to deal with and avoid them relying solely on combat experience. But just when Akame was about to swing his sword back at the figure that appeared behind him. Shadow secret. Clone. Qi Tong's fatal attack missed, and she felt like she was being fooled and completely controlled by the opponent. How come? Qi Tong looked at Shen Yuan in disbelief as he suddenly turned into a shadow. Her attacks had never hit the opponent since the beginning of the battle. Shadow secret. Ghost killing. Swish. 3 shadows came forward, one in front, one behind, and one above. Shen Yuan and his shadow clone slashed back and forth. The swords tore Qi Tong's clothes, causing her to ignore the risk of exposing herself. She breathed rapidly and was alert to the other party's figure. You are already dead. Suddenly, Shen Yuan's shadow clones all disappeared, and he appeared a few meters in front of Qi Tong, staring at her coldly. Why? Qi Tong wanted to speak, but suddenly fell to one knee. Bang! With a terrible sound of energy exploding, the mark of death on Akame's body exploded. The terrifying power erupted violently, and scarlet blood splattered all over the sky, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Everything, including her, was raised to the ground by the shadow energy. The air became dead silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. An unknown amount of time passed, but as the shadowy aura dissipated, the red eyes that should have turned into blood mist suddenly opened their eyes wide and came back to their senses. She looked in horror at the motionless dark figure in front of her. Everything she had just experienced and felt seemed to be a warning brought by the bloody aura and shadow energy emanating from that person. It means that the end of being his enemy is death. Because Drokthar's Duskblade loves darkness, it can inject darkness into the hearts of its enemies, making them terrified. Akame has a very keen sense of danger. After absorbing a trace of shadow energy, she predicted how she would die, so everything that just happened was an illusion. Chapter 35, Captured a Red-Eyed One. It seems that you seem to have noticed something. Shen Yuan stared at Qi Tong's fair little hand placed on the one-hit kill Murasame imperial weapon. Under his gaze, the other party slowly loosened his grip on the hilt and stopped drawing the sword. You are strong. After recovering from her emptiness and dullness, Akame, with her amazing intuition and sense of danger, predicted the future scene in an instant. If she drew her sword and attacked the person in front of her, the scene she saw in her mind would be a kaleidoscope of events before her death. She still doesn't understand what kind of fatal blow she suffered. There was a faint voice in my mind, as if saying, "Invisible blade. The most deadly. Shen Yuan, why are you in a place like this?" Akame calmly analyzed the situation and concluded that making an enemy of the person in front of her would undoubtedly be courting her own destruction. So she no longer maintained hostility, because Shen Yuan did not join the Imperial Assassin camp, and from a standpoint, the two sides should be friendly forces. I'm here for you. Qi Tong tilted her head cutely. She had a silly personality and didn't seem to understand what Shen Yuan meant. I believe you have a deep understanding of the current darkness of the Empire. I would like to speak with the leader of the Revolutionary Army and need your introduction. Shen Yuan put away his weapon, moved closer, and came in front of Qi Tong. Nat Shitan. Akame reveals the name of the important general who betrayed the Empire and is now the leader of the assassination team Night Raid. Take me back to your team base. Oh, and I have a companion. As he spoke, Shen Yuan looked towards the darkness in the alley. Shehu's figure walked out and looked at Kai Tong with curiosity. Well? What's your decision? Shen Yuan looked at Qi Tong at close range. This was the opponent's best attack distance. With the one-hit kill curse of Murasame, he only needed to cut a small wound on his body to put himself to death. However, Shen Yuan had already left shadow clones in other places. If Qi Tong really did this, he would disappear instantly. Then kill it back. Can you trust me? Qi Tong didn't move at all, but raised her head and stared into Shen Yuan's eyes. Of course can. Shen Yuan nodded. However, Qi Tong said nothing, stretched out his hand, and motioned Shen Yuan to hold it. Those were a pair of white and slender hands full of traces of training, but they were still much more delicate than his own. When their hands were held together, the last trace of hostility in Akagi disappeared. I'm hungry. Qi Tong suddenly said in a low voice. What? Shen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. It seemed that Akame treated him as a companion. The previous tit-for-tat atmosphere had completely disappeared, and instead, her cute side was revealed. Zayasha, you should still have some dried meat, right? Yeah, here it is. Ah. When Shen Yuan handed it to Qi Tong, this guy suddenly bit it and held his finger in his mouth. It seems that Akagi hasn't eaten yet and is extremely hungry. Even food given by strangers is swallowed without hesitation. However, this is consistent with Akame's personality. She is a girl with a very strong appetite and is very passionate about food. Especially like to eat meat, and have a physique that will not gain weight even if you overeat. Although she displays a merciless and efficient assassination temperament during battle, she is usually a naive and beautiful girl who is not good at expressing herself verbally and rarely shows shyness on her face. Woohoo! Delicious! Hearing the kitten-like whimpering sound coming from Kai Tong's throat, Shen Yuan and Sheo looked at each other, feeling a little helpless. He was ready to fight just a moment ago, but now he suddenly became like this. Ultimately, the reason why Qi Tong really chose to trust Shen Yuan was because of her understanding of him. It was as if Shen Yuan had investigated Qi Tong. As a former member of the Elite 7 of the Imperial Assassination Organization, Akame knows all about the other members. As the so-called strongest assassin, Shen Yuan was once the target that Qi Tong wanted to surpass. He clearly does not possess any imperial weapon, but he possesses extremely rich experience and methods in assassination. If it weren't for the attack on the imperial nobles, he might have been granted a powerful imperial weapon. But it was precisely because of Shen Yuan's actions that after Akame was persuaded by Nichiren to betray the empire, she realized how great Shen Yuan was. Speaking of which, Nichiren, the leader of the Revolutionary Army's assassination squad, once commented on Shen Yuan, that young man's strategy and assassination skills are unparalleled. Although the empire is decaying, it is still alive even after death. In order to defeat the empire, the Revolutionary Army needs such strong people to join them. It's a pity that the young man had such a rough fate that he died before he could achieve his goal. It's really a pity. This was what Nichiren said some time ago. It was only when she learned that General Bud had killed a traitor to the empire that she realized that Shen Yuan was such a sad figure, who was silently eliminating evil like a lone hero. Even many members of the assassination team Night Raid regarded Shen Yuan as their target. Akagiri, who is he? When Qi Tong appeared in front of Mayan, Lubbock, Hill and others with Shen Yuan and Sheu, the others were shocked. Ah, it's that poor guy. Leona recognized Shen Yuan's identity instantly, but she did not show any disgust. Instead, she hugged him warmly, but was avoided. You are, Seo. Tatsumai's eyes lit up when he saw a fellow villager from his village. Wow, I thought I'd never see you again. Tatsumai. Seo looked at Tatsumai with some complicated feelings and smiled slightly. She didn't expect that he was still so innocent and honest. By the way, where's Iya? Tatsumai asked hurriedly. Iya is dead. Shehu said sadly, and then told her what happened. He also revealed the news that Iya was imprisoned and tortured by a noble lady like a toy, and eventually died of illness. After hearing this, Tatsumai's pupils trembled, and he seemed to be struck by lightning, as if he could not believe that this was true. My condolences, little brother. Brand, like a muscular brother, approached Tatsumai and said to him in a soothing tone, I can lend you my chest. Cry as much as you want, young man. Chapter 36, All of Us, a professional killer group. Iya woohoo. Tatsumai burst into tears and looked at the dead slave trader on the ground with hatred. Seeing the corruption of the empire, he seemed to have some dark emotions. But compared to this... Hey, Akame, have you found the person you were tracking? At this time, a girl with long pink hair and an alien ethnic group from the western part of the empire approached. 8th Sundara girl with twin ponytails, mine is extremely talented with firearms. She often carries out sniper and assassination missions and is the ADC of the team. Because he is a sniper, he has low health and weak defense. Shen Yuan felt that he could take care of a girl like her with just one strike. The reason he thought so was because Main had just shot him. Although she missed, it still made him very upset. That person is me. Shen Yuan approached Marin and said, scaring the girl so much that she stepped back. Who are you? Marin seemed to be very afraid of the fierce aura from Shen Yuan, as if he were her natural enemy. After all, it is normal for ADC to be afraid of assassins. Chi Tong chewed the dried meat in her mouth hard, swallowing the large snack Shen Yuan had given her. Then she explained, Shen Yuan is here to join our night raid, he's not an enemy. Haha, mine, that guy is. Shen Yuan. Leon was about to burst out laughing, but suddenly froze. Wait, is this the name the boss once mentioned, the youngest killer who challenged General Bud? The one the Imperial Army called the most dangerous young man in history. Aren't you dead? The eldest brother, Brand, also widened his eyes and came closer, shaking his strong muscles. His special crew cut was particularly eye-catching. Hello, my name is Brand. Please be quiet. Shen Yuan interrupted their rumors about him and said, I'm not interested in muscle brother. Please take me to your headquarters. The eldest brother Brand opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute the boy with sharp words, and could only look at others helplessly. Ha ha ha. Akaji and Mayan almost couldn't hold back their laughter, but in order not to embarrass their eldest brother Brand, they forced themselves to hold it back. Ha ha ha, muscle brother. So disgusting. But Leona and Lubbock didn't care about this at all and laughed unscrupulously. After all, if you curse someone to death, it's a good thing you don't get stabbed. But Shen Yuan is right. We have stayed here for too long. If we don't leave now and get seen, it will be troublesome. That's right. Everyone in the night raid nodded. Then, everyone return. Akahima, who had a cute and innocent look on her face just now, immediately showed the posture of a captain, holding her imperial weapon one-hit kill Murasame in her hand. In the absence of the leader Nishida, Akahima acted as the boss of the team. Understood. As professional killers, everyone had a tacit understanding and they took action quickly. Marn raised the large gun-type Imperial Tool Romantic Turret Pumpkin, Leona cancelled her transformation King of Beasts Lion King, and her eldest brother Brand put away his armor-type Imperial Tool Operation Armor Devil Haunted. A sharp silver light flashed, and the taciturn girl with glasses, Hill, also picked up the scissors that were almost as big as a person. The Imperial weapon soul-severing scissors on the other side was shining with transparent silk threads between Lubbock's fingers, and the Imperial weapon of thread cross-tail was triggered and retracted one after another. The night raid was carried out by people in a clean and efficient manner, without any delay, which shows the high quality of professional killers. Seeing this scene, Tatsumai was also shocked. Let's go, Seo. Shen Yuan disarmed himself, and the sword blade retracted into his sleeve as if it would retract, but his body was always surrounded by shadows, which was the effect of the mythical weapon Dusk Blade of Drakthar. Compared to other Imperial artifacts with various abilities, Dusk Blade of Drakthar also has its own unique effect, which is not weaker at all, and is even stronger. Invisibility effect and shadow magic, these two additional skills are enough. Okay. The swordsman girl nodded slightly, but she looked at Shen Yuan with some concern and whispered, "Shen Yuan, do they really trust us so much?" "Of course not." Shen Yuan said with a smile, "They revealed the imperial artifact to warn us not to have any bad ideas. And they took us to see the boss without hesitation because they trust Qi Tong. Or, in other words, if we fail the interview with the boss, we may not be able to escape unscathed." Although he said so, there was no trace of nervousness on Shen Yuan's face. It is normal for Akagi and others to have such concerns, because they are killers, so they have to be cautious. And Sheu is an adventurer from a village on the border of the empire. She can be described as a completely naive girl. People like her often become the hindrance of professional killer groups. It is not good to be too kind. Therefore, another purpose of Shen Yuan's visit to the night raid headquarters was to hand over Seihu to them for training, so that she could get rid of her timidity and become stronger. After a brief exchange along the way, everyone returned to the headquarters of Night Raid together. This killer group, which is famous in the imperial capital, is headquartered in the mountains 10 kilometers north of the imperial capital. It is actually a secret force established by the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the rule of the imperial capital. Usually, his main job is to accept commissions from the residents of the imperial capital to eliminate corrupt bureaucrats and villains. He is also responsible for fighting against the imperial weapon users and collecting imperial weapons. His ultimate goal is to assassinate the source of corruption in the empire, the minister. The vast forests in the deep mountains on the border of the imperial capital make this place rarely visited by people. Halfway up the mountain, there is a large house covered by dense branches and leaves. That is the headquarters of Night Raid. "Hello, my name is Marin, and I'm the sniper responsible for providing long-range support for the Night Raid." Marin hummed softly, shook her pink twin tails and introduced herself. She seemed to still be upset about the threats Shen Yuan had just made against her. "My name is Lubbock. I have a lot of responsibilities within the organization and rarely participate in assassinations. That's why there's no bounty on my head in the imperial capital yet." Lubbock has green hair and a personality similar to Leon's, both are carefree. When he saw Shen Yuan's short silver hair under the iron mask, his sharp and intimidating eyes, and his extremely handsome appearance after taking off the mask, his face suddenly changed. "He's quite handsome, but not as good as me," Lubbock said sourly, "so I'm not worried that you'll affect my status. After all, in other stories, guys as handsome as me are usually the protagonists. You, at most, are a supporting role, and not a very important one." Bang! Leon, standing by, punched him mercilessly and sarcastically said, "Stop flattering yourself. Wouldn't it look much better if you dyed your hair green again? What are you doing? Green hair looks so good. You really have no taste. Humph, guys like you are destined to be supporting roles forever. Real protagonists are not as talkative as you." Leon complained. Chapter 37, Big Sister, Leader Nichitin. "That's because you haven't noticed my sunny and handsome side, and how popular it is with girls." As Lubbock was talking nonsense and about to look at other people, the situation suddenly changed. "Careful!" Before others could introduce themselves, a dangerous Tyrannosaurus Rex ran out of the forest. Its body below the neck was covered with dense green scales, which reflected a cold and hard luster in the moonlight. "What's going on? Why are these dangerous creatures here? This thing, no, it looks like someone else's mount. It looks like someone's coming for a night raid. But it seems like Nichita should be there too. Let's catch up." A group of people hurried back to the night raid headquarters. As soon as they returned, they saw the figure of Boss Nichitin, so Akame and others went up to say hello and inform her of the news. "It's like this. Didn't the boss mention a young man some time ago? Now Qi Tong has found him. His name is Shen Yuan, and he's interested in joining us." "Are you sure?" Nichitin swept her eyes over everyone, then fixed her gaze on Shen Yuan, staring at this young man whose aura was as elusive as a shadow, and whose presence was difficult to detect without careful observation. "Hello, Nichitin, I have come to join you." Shen Yuan's eyes under the mask were like torches, staring straight at the beautiful assassination team leader boss in front of him. Nichitin's beautiful eyes widened when she saw Shen Yuan. "Are you really that boy? Replacement guaranteed." Shen Yuan was also looking at the other person. Nichita is the leader of a professional assassin group and a former general of the empire. At that time, Esdeath was her deputy and colleague. Today, Nichitin's right arm is a modified mechanical arm, she wears a black mask on her right eye, and wears a well-fitting black suit, giving people the feeling of a big sister. The cigarette in her mouth reveals a sense of boldness. Unbelievable. Nichiren seemed surprised that Shen Yuan was still alive and appeared in front of her intact. However, she had learned some information and had the idea of talking to Shen Yuan in private. You all, go back to your rooms and rest. Nichiren glanced at the night raid members who were discussing something, then said to Shen Yuan, come on, follow me into the house. I want to talk to you alone. Interview? However, this is Nichiren's home court, so Shen Yuan did not refuse. The two of them walked into the house representing the leader. Everyone else was forcibly sent back to their respective rooms. Sheo was also pulled away by Leona and the others. In the empty house, Shen Yuan and Nichiren were alone together. Tell me, why are you targeting us? Nichiren sat on the sofa with a manly look and said directly, what benefits will it bring to you if you join the night raid? I have 3 targets I must kill. With my abilities, I can definitely assassinate any one of them, but the margin for error is low. Once something goes wrong, the difficulty will increase significantly. As a professional assassin group, Night Raid has the intelligence network, manpower and resources backed by the Revolutionary Army. Shen Yuan stated his purpose directly and told Nichiren that he wanted to borrow the power of the Sharp Blade Night Attack. Who do you want to kill? Nichiren took a deep puff of cigarette and puffed out smoke. The Emperor, the Minister, and the General. Shen Yuan said 3 names. That's easy for you to say. These 3 are also the ultimate targets of our night raid, but it's not as easy to achieve as you think. Nichiren is a soldier, and she naturally knows how difficult this kind of assassination mission is. What's so difficult about it? I'll kill them with 1 blow if I get the chance. What about the chances? Nichiren chuckled. The Imperial High Command has the Hunter Corps, the 3 beast warriors who follow Esdeath, the Minister has his own personal executioner, and the 4 chosen masters of the Imperial Fist Temple, the 4 Rakshasas. They are the pinnacle of strength among non-imperial gear wielders, capable of rivaling imperial gear users with their bare hands. Even the minister's son has his own secret police force, the Wild Hounds. Beyond all that, General Bud himself is incredibly powerful. What if Esdeath joins the Revolutionary Army? Shen Yuan grasped Drokthar's dusk blade and said meaningfully, what are our chances of winning? Are you dreaming? If Esdeath joined us, we wouldn't need all these assassination tactics. We could just overwhelm the Empire's top brass. Nichiren said without exaggeration, to defeat this madwoman, we'll need the combined efforts of at least 5 elite soldiers and over 10 true Imperial artifact users, including our assassin ace, Akame. What makes you think she'll join us? As her former colleague, I know her better than anyone else. There is one thing to say, indeed. In the original work, during the decisive battle in the Imperial capital, Esdeath single-handedly fought against more than 10 Imperial weapon users and 1 million troops, showing unparalleled strength. However, because she was too immersed in the battle, she revealed a flaw and was hit by Akame Murasame. In order to fight against the curse, she had to cut off her wrist and replaced her right arm with an ice blade. In the end, he was defeated by the cursed Akame who mastered the special skills. Having said that, Akame's attack mainly relied on the power of one-hit kill Murasame, and the lethality was mainly reflected in single targets. Esdeath is a group attack, just like the 3 admirals Aoki in One Piece. In the face of the power of the Imperial weapon magic god appearance, Devil's essence that freezes everything, even the entire time and space can be completely frozen. I have my own way to defeat her, but I can't approach her openly. I must be given a chance to approach her without being noticed. Tell me about it. Nichiren actually admired Shen Yuan's arrogance. If an assassin didn't even have this kind of self-confidence, he would probably never be able to complete any difficult task again. My Imperial gear, the Dusk Blade of Drokthar, has a special ability called Shadow Magic. It can gradually control the minds of others through nightmares, turning them into my puppets. If I can get close to Esdeath while she's asleep, I can invade her dreams and change her opinion of the Revolutionary Army. That's easy to say, but how can I get close to a sleeping Esdeath so easily? Wait, maybe there's a way I can do that. Nichiren suddenly revealed a strange smile, as if she had a plan with a deeper meaning. Chapter 38 The target is Esdeath. In the eyes of outsiders, Esdeath is a super S-queen, ruthless to her enemies, and full of queenly demeanor. But in reality, like most women, she also has a little womanly side at heart, and hopes to have a normal relationship. Nichiren recalled that when she and Esdeath were colleagues, Esdeath seemed to have told her the criteria for choosing a partner. First, Esdeath values future possibilities. You must train yourself to become a general-level figure in order to catch her eye. Second, she has courage. Even with nothing, she dares to go hunting dangerous species with her. The third one, like her, grew up not in the imperial capital but in the border areas. Fourth, be younger than her, because that way she can easily dominate you. Fifth, preferably someone with a pure smile. After Nichiren finished speaking, she suddenly stood up from the sofa and circled around Shen Yuan a few times. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. Not bad, not bad. You basically meet all these requirements. Although the fifth one, a pure smile, that's only the best. If you excel in other aspects, Esdeath will also change her standards for choosing a partner. You want me to go on a blind date and seduce Esdeath? Shen Yuan was stunned for a moment. Things were developing in a strange direction. For an assassin, this should be an essential skill, right? Besides, do you have a more suitable method? If I can make Esdeath unconscious, then there's a way. I need the blood of a powerful, super dangerous species. If I can obtain the blood or cells of this super dangerous species, I'll have the power to defeat Esdeath. Shen Yuan said that after fusing with the super dangerous species, he would unlock the power of the heavenly evil tribulation and his physical fitness would be greatly improved. This way, when he released the forbidden secret instant prison shadow killing formation, the power would be doubled. As long as all the power is poured on the enemy in an instant, even if that person is made of steel, he will be shattered into pieces by shadow magic. Hunting super dangerous species? That's just plan B. If you want to have complete control of your chances of success, my suggestion is that you use your knowledge of the Imperial Assassination Department to disguise yourself and join the Hunter Corps as Esdeath's subordinate. While acting as a spy, you also need to keep in touch with us. I will try my best to have the Revolutionary Army inform you of the location of the super dangerous species. You must find a way to convince Esdeath to hunt with you. With her help, you can easily obtain materials on super dangerous species. Then, take this opportunity to contact Esdeath when she's off guard. Nichiren made a gesture of wiping her neck. Whether to kill or persuade you to surrender is up to you. But if both fail, we will find a way to support you and try to get you out safely. Then we can continue with Plan C. All professional killers, attack together. That day will come soon. Shen Yuan nodded in agreement with Nichiren's proposal. He had the same idea. Because this is the only chance to get close to Esdeath. As long as Esdeath does not take action, even if she cannot be persuaded to surrender and chooses to sit back and watch, with the help of the Night Raid killer organization in him, it will not be difficult to wipe out the top leaders of the Empire. I wish you good luck in martial arts. After Nichiren and Shen Yuan had communicated for so long, she showed her usual confident smile on her face. No matter whether Shen Yuan succeeds or fails, there will be no major losses for either her or the Revolutionary Army. What if it succeeds? Without giving it much thought, Nichiren gathered all the members of the Night Raid into the hall again and began to speak. Everyone, I have a news announcement here today. This is Shen Yuan. You've all met him. From today on, he's our common partner. Of course, the girl who came with Shen Yuan is also our partner. Please take good care of her. Nichiren made the official announcement, but Tatsumai was the only one who looked anxious, as if saying, "What about me? What about me? Oh. Great. We have another powerful partner." It is said that even Akame felt the pressure when facing him. My fighting spirit is surging. Also, I won't go into too much detail about Shen Yuan's strength. Instead, I'll give you a mission to coordinate with him. Also, from today on, Shen Yuan will be a special member of the Night Raid team. His future missions will alter the course of the entire imperial capital. You must obey his words as orders. Do you understand? When Nichiren explained Shen Yuan's plan to assassinate Esdeath, everyone was shocked. Apart from anything else, this courage alone is not something that ordinary people can possess. Yes. Boss. Learn. At night, in the base camp. Even for a group of professional assassins that targeted the corrupt nobles of the imperial capital, they didn't have missions to carry out every day. The main reason for this is that the rumors of night raids have spread everywhere recently, and most nobles have begun to pay attention to their own safety. The garrison in the imperial capital is also significantly larger than usual. The imperial capital's secret police force, Wild Hounds, established in the name of a minister's son, becomes the opponent of Night Raid. Their members are top masters from all over the world, most of whom are imperial weapon users. But compared to the Night Raid that only killed corrupt nobles, they committed many evil deeds and acted cruelly, killing countless civilians. However, at present, they have not found the location of the Night Attack headquarters. During this rare free time, the Night Raid members would choose various ways to pass the time. Except for the eldest brother Brand, who would pull Tatsumai to exercise in the yard, no one else seemed to practice their fighting skills. Obviously, since the nobles involved in the Night Raid were all greedy, lustful, and greasy guys, it was not difficult at all. So much so that except for the eldest brother Brand, who liked to challenge the strong in battle, everyone thought that assassination was a very simple thing. Therefore, they will die one after another in the future, and each death will be more miserable than the last. In this regard, Shen Yuan felt helpless about the fact that everyone thought assassination was a simple matter, and decided to teach them a lesson for being lazy. He released several shadow clones to attack these guys, showing their ugly appearance in front of everyone. No matter whether they were men or women, they were all knocked to the ground by the shadow clones, as if to tell them that if Shen Yuan was an enemy, they would be dead. Chapter 39, Fusion Skills. Obtain the Phantom Spirit. At first, everyone was dissatisfied with Shen Yuan's use of force to intimidate. But when they began to challenge Shen Yuan one after another, they found that their so-called assassination skills and combat experience were simply a joke. No one could get close to Shen Yuan, or hurt his real body. He was like a ghost, switching positions with his shadow clone in an instant every time. Unless they attacked together, Shen Yuan's real body would be able to swing the sword to block the moves. In other cases, he would just passively take the beating. But the most surprising and shocking thing is, when they were about to confront Shen Yuan head-on, they found that Shen Yuan took out a magical sword, Spirit of Dreams, emitting a purple glow from his back as if by magic. This was a legendary weapon that Shen Yuan had obtained after traveling to this world through assassinations and exchanging the gold coins he had saved. Ding! A sound like the sound of a sword ringing out was heard. It sounded so pleasant, like the sound of a flowing spring, but it gave people a creepy feeling that made their souls tremble. Double Swords Hwa Slash. Instant Prison Shadow Killing Formation. Cardiopulmonary Arrest. The three shadow clones released by Shen Yuan actually waved the shadow copies of Spirit of Phantom Dreams at the same time, releasing the Demon Sealing Sword Soul's ultimate move, Sealing Dust and Absolute Thought Slash in different directions. At that moment, several huge slashes landed at the same time. The sword energy crossed each other, turning the scarred earth into a crack leading to hell in an instant. The shocked crowd was blown up by the strong wind, their clothes torn to pieces as they fell to the ground, and all of them lost their fighting ability. This is more than just ridiculously strong. The Night Raid members, shocked by the force, looked at Shen Yuan again with eyes filled with awe and fear. Only at this moment did they know what Chi Tong had experienced that day. You guys, take me as your goal and start training. Shen Yuan held the demon sword Phantom of the Night in his left hand and the demon blade Drokthar's Dusk Blade in his right hand, looking down at the group of Night Raid members who fell to the ground. For a moment, there were only a few people who could still keep kneeling on one knee except Chi Tong and the eldest brother Brand. At first, Shen Yuan didn't expect that the shadow clone could actually simulate the swordsmanship of the demon sealing sword soul. But when he thought about it, the shadow clone was shadow magic, a part separated from himself, so the physical skills, swordsmanship and all other movements that he knew, the shadow clone should naturally inherit 100%. This is also the reason why Feng Chen's Junian Zhan was not just one strike, but multiple strikes occurred at the same time. The scene was simply spectacular. It was like a clone brawl, with several heroes appearing at the same time and launching their ultimate moves together. This undoubtedly greatly improved Shen Yuan's explosive power. If you think about it this way, if you gain more hero abilities in the future, doesn't that mean you can combine them freely? For example, when Blade Shadow activates his ultimate to become invisible, he uses Nightmare's ultimate to fly towards the enemy, then uses the instant prison shadow killing array to mark the target, then uses the sealing dust and absolute thought slash to knock the enemy away, and finally uses the gale of death slash to keep the enemy suspended in the air and unleash thousands of slashes. After this, no one can survive, right? It also means that the mage's skills can be combined freely. If there is a chance to unlock the evil little mage's passive supernatural power, the Desert Reaper's passive soul drain, Thresh's Hell Curse, Feast of the Void, etc., and integrate these skills with super growth potential and infinite stacking layers into various mage skills. Requiem, energy blast, crow storm, flame storm, glacial storm. By then, any one of them will be at the super magic level. How about it, do you know my strength now? Hee. Main, clutching the gun-shaped imperial weapon romantic turret pumpkin cannon, forced herself to stand up from the ground, not caring about the damage to her clothes and the exposure. What an arrogant fellow! Fine, I acknowledge you. But you are so powerful, you should be stronger than anyone in the Imperial Assassination Corps. How did you lose to General Bud? The next time we meet, he will be dead. Shen Yuan said casually that he was too lazy to answer this question because it was a background story setting in the past, not him. In other words, Shen Yuan is now like a power leveler. And he is a master of all trades, so he has no pressure in playing such low-end games. Hey, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. Nichitan appeared here at some point, and looked at Shen Yuan's lesson to the Night Raid group with satisfaction. Well done, thank you for letting these lazy guys see what a killer should be like. You can definitely be a killer instructor. No, I'm just trying to spark their competitive spirit, Shen Yuan said calmly, so that you don't accidentally die outside and make your teammates sad. As long as you don't give away any heads and proceed steadily, the future of the Empire is just around the corner. There was nothing magical or inspiring about Shen Yuan's words. On the contrary, this poisonous chicken soup was the most contemplative. Akito, Main, Hill, Leona, Brand, and Lubbock all looked at him seriously and kept Shen Yuan's words in mind. This was a teaching from a top assassin. The reason you are still alive today is because you worked hard yesterday, otherwise the unclaimed corpse tomorrow will be you soon. Don't worry, as a professional killer, I don't expect to die so soon, said the green-haired Lubbock who wanted to be the protagonist. Me too. I cherish my life more than anyone else. Leon patted his chest confidently. I won't die easily before I see Tatsumaya become a man. Brand also showed a sunny smile of a muscular brother, and looked at Tatsumaya with loving eyes, which made the latter feel creepy. I'm very happy here, and I want to continue to be with everyone. Hill, who is not good at speaking, also said so. Humph. I am the strongest sniper and a super professional assassin. I won't die so easily. The proud twin-tailed Marin snorted. I don't want any of my companions to die, including Shen Yuan. Akaji's thoughts are also very simple and pure. Yet, Shen Yuan looked at their sincere eyes and felt slightly touched. He died, but he can start over. But once these people die, there will be no chance to come back. Even if the cycle of reincarnation starts over, they may not be the same group of people in front of him now. The erasure of memories and the reshaping of the body are equivalent to the change of the world line. They are no longer the group of people in front of him who will call his name, but a group of virtual humanoids with empty forms. It was this unique idea that made Shen Yuan determined to complete this world and achieve a perfect ending. Well, next. It's time to officially start taking action. Chapter 40, The Mission with Akame in Mind. System Log. You've officially joined the Night Raid organization, earning their approval thanks to your past assassination efforts. After discussing your plan with their leader, Nichitan, you've decided to target Esdeath, an extremely dangerous woman. To get close to her, you'll need to leave Night Raid alone, enlist in the army, and approach the hunters as a spy. After several days and nights of training and instruction, the members of the Night Raid have begun honing their skills. After reaching an agreement with them that no one must die, you once again travel to the Imperial capital. Next, you pretend to fight against the Night Raid, preparing to infiltrate the hunters, the Imperial capital's special police force founded by Esdeath. A bustling street in the Imperial capital. On this day, Shen Yuan, Ma Yin, and Qi Tong came here. At first, I planned to bring only Akame, but Marin insisted on coming along, perhaps because she was worried. Because what he has to do next is that Shen Yuan plays the role of a prey targeted by the killer group Night Raid, and shows tenacious resistance in front of the Imperial Special Police Organization. In the end, Akame and mine pretended to be repelled by the Imperial Guard, thus creating the illusion that they had survived by chance. There are two purposes for doing this. One is to eliminate the Imperial Police's vigilance against Shen Yuan, and the other is to separate the positions between Shen Yuan and Ye Xi, making it easier to gain their trust. After hearing the plan, Akaji agreed without hesitation. On the contrary, Main was unwilling to get involved in such a troublesome thing at first. After all, she was not very good at acting. But when he heard that he could take this opportunity to bully Shen Yuan, he insisted on following him no matter what he said. Wow! Is this the bustling street? A man and two women were walking on the streets of the imperial capital, but it seemed that not every house here was so prosperous and beautiful. There were also many dilapidated places and a whole row of slum houses. This place seems to be an area where poor people abandoned by the empire live. They coexist on the same street with the wealthy areas, but are divided by a line. The sharp contrast is extremely ironic. Humph, that's all. Marin snorted coldly. She seemed to be disgusted with those high-ranking nobles. This has to do with her life experience. This girl with long pink hair, double pupils, twin ponytails, a dress, and a skinny, flat-bottomed figure comes from the western border of the empire. She suffered discrimination since childhood because of her mixed ethnic minority background. After the Revolutionary Army formed an alliance with Western ethnic groups, she chose to join the killer organization Night Raid to fight to prevent children like her from being discriminated against. Her dream is to see a country in the future where discrimination is eradicated and even the poor can have enough to eat. Marin's usual interests don't have much to say, if I have to say it's window shopping. This was another reason why she came along. Walking on the bustling streets of the imperial capital, Chi Tong behaved very easily. Akaji's name is just like her bright red eyes, so it's easy to imagine that her childhood wasn't so smooth. What kind of hardships has this guy been through? The three of them walked side by side down the street in silence. Shen Yuan could feel that Chi Tong, who should be at the age of a girl acting coquettishly, was different from Main and others of the same age. She seemed extremely calm and serious. With red eyes, fair cheeks, and a cold and serious expression, she looks like a typical iceberg beauty. Shen Yuan, who knew Chi Tong, knew some secrets. Akaji has a somewhat silly and cute personality and is usually taciturn, and his life story is quite tragic. When she was young, she and her sister Hei Tong were sold to the Imperial Agency. She was subjected to the cruel training of the Empire since childhood and buried countless enemies of the Empire. He once completed all the assassination tasks alone. During the mission, he constantly felt the evil and distortion of the Empire. Finally, when assassinating Nichitan, he was persuaded by her and joined the Night Raid. However, compared to the two of them, if you just look at the background story, Shen Yuan may be even more miserable. But few of those who can truly become killers are normal people. Either their families have been broken up, or they have an extremely cruel past. It is this sense of identity. After learning about Shen Yuan's background, Marin was no longer as wary and hostile as before, and instead felt a little pity for him. The same was true for Akaji. Due to their similar experiences, the three of them quickly got along well with each other. Goo goo goo. A barely audible sound broke the silence between the three people and attracted the attention of Shen Yuan and Ma Yin. Why are you looking at me? Mine blushed slightly and said, it's not me. There were only 3 people here, and Shen Yuan was sure that he was not hungry at all. So, the source of his stomach growling could only be Chi Tong, who was lowering his head beside him. Chi Tong lowered her head in embarrassment and muttered, Main stole too much meat from me last night. I only had bread to eat this morning and haven't eaten anything yet. It's really hard to keep up the energy to move. Is that so? Shen Yuan showed a surprised look. He didn't expect that Chi Tong was not completely indifferent. When it came to eating, he was unexpectedly honest and cute. When performing important tasks, she would complain because she was hungry. This loss of composure was completely inconsistent with Akaji's cold temperament. The contrast in temperament really made people smile. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? It was you who stole several pieces of meat from me. Marin couldn't help but retort, then snorted, Kai Tong, how dare you slander someone's innocence? It was you who ate the most last night. After the truth was exposed, Akame pouted and said, I don't want to ruin mine's lovely figure, so let me burn the extra calories. I won't gain weight no matter what I eat. Chi Tong looked righteous as if he had shared the sin with you. She seems to have a special obsession with meat delicacies, just like Luffy. However, considering that Akame is a swordsman, he consumes a lot of calories every day due to exercise and becomes hungry more easily, so it is understandable that he has a big appetite. But don't eat too much, too. Otherwise, how can you be as light as a swallow and complete difficult commissions? Don't worry. Chi Tong patted his chest confidently, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, no matter how much I eat, I can digest it quickly. When it comes to appetite, Shen Yuan, you can't compare to me. In that case. Shen Yuan looked at the sky. It was noon. Although it's a mission, it's better to wait until night. The streets of the imperial capital are now extremely prosperous, with a constant stream of people coming and going. It is really not reasonable to draw swords and knives in such a public place. So, Akame, mine, would you like something to eat? Shen Yuan looked at the moved Qi Tong and Ma Yin, then smiled and said, it's my treat. After this mission, I'm going undercover in the Hunter Corps. Money is just a thing, so it's a waste to keep it. I might as well ask you two to spend it. Whether it's shopping or dining, I'll pay for it all. Really, really? Ma Yin's eyes suddenly widened. She hadn't expected Shen Yuan to be so generous. You're surprisingly generous. I've decided. I'll be gentle when I attack you tonight. Chapter 41, The Guard Girl and the Dog. In order to further improve the reading quality, the author is revising this chapter and it is not supported for reading at the moment. You can also open the User Settings interface, clear the file cache and try again, or contact customer service QQ32216243442 for assistance. Chapter 42, The Ancient Shadow Magic of Eternal Nightmare. Yet. Shen Yuan stared at Seletu Yufakitas in front of him, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Anyone who has seen Akame Ga kill knows that this girl leaves a very deep impression on people. She has a twisted sense of justice. It's so ugly that it's disgusting, hateful, and also pitiful. The sunny and lovely Seleucus Euphakhides advocates what he calls justice and regards it as his own. Ultimately, it was the murder of her parents and master that led her to have an extreme hatred for evil people. Later, she would make fair judgments and impose the death penalty on anyone who committed any crime. Should such a person deserve death? From God's perspective, she was born in the wrong era and the wrong environment. The simple Seletu has been indoctrinated with wrong education and deceived by false information. The justice in her heart has finally been distorted, and her heart has also been distorted. In the original novel, when she was dying, she burst into tears and lamented her regret for not completely eliminating all the evil, which made people feel sad and sigh. There are many similar characters, such as the absolutely righteous Akainu, the tragic Lelich, the crazy Kiritsugu Emiya, and so on. But compared to these, Shen Yuan decided to test his inner thoughts. Okay, I can help. Shen Yuan smiled and approached the girl with long ponytail. Really? That's great. Before he could even say thank you, the moment Seletu Euphakhides raised his head, a knife-like hand chopped down in front of him. He lost consciousness and fell unconscious in Shen Yuan's arms. This is a dark alley, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. A deep, dim light emerged from the darkness. Shen Yuan pulled out the dusk blade of Drakthar which was glowing with a terrifying red light, but he had no intention of killing Seleucus Eupictus. Instead, he wanted to do some experiments. Seletu Euphakhides. The justice you advocate is misguided. True justice is. Above the curtain blade, an ancient shadow energy similar to that of Eternal Nightmare Nocturne appeared, turning into black mist and drilling into the mind of Seletu Euphakhides. Shen Yuan was brainwashing her while she was unconscious. In her dream, Seleucus Euphakhides dreamed of herself as a young girl, and the scene of her parents being killed when she was a child reappeared in her mind. But this time it's not a complete nightmare. After her parents died at the hands of a bandit, a vague man's figure appeared and killed the bandit, avenging her. He then told Seletu Euphrates with guilt that he was too late and if he had come earlier, this tragedy would not have happened. It's not you who's wrong, it's the world. The man said this and taught Seletu Euphakhides what true justice is. He also said, when evil appears in the world that cannot be defeated by justice, will you defeat it with evil? When justice begins to cover up evil, then the only way to defeat the real evil is to use the evil in people's eyes. At this moment, Seletu Euphakhides suddenly shed tears. She seemed to understand something. The man who saved him was also in pain. He hated this corrupt empire and was determined to change it all even if he had to fight alone and was not understood. Even at all costs. Was he wrong? Maybe it's not him who is wrong, but the world. The revolutionary army isn't necessarily traitors to the empire. They might be desperate, and forced to resort to unconventional means to defeat false justice. Seletu Euphakhides, I believe you can do it, too. The man's face gradually turned into holy light and disappeared, and at this time Seletu Euphakhides gradually opened her eyes, but when she came to her senses, she found that she was crying. What's wrong with me? Seletu Euphakhides looked at the silver-haired boy beside him, who was looking at him with a smile on his face. Seletu Euphakhides, what do you mean by justice? Shen Yuan asked softly as if testing. Of course, it's to eradicate all evil. However, some evil may not be truly evil. Oh, right, what happened to me just now? Salo blinked his eyes, and they seemed to be glittering with bright lights. I feel a little dizzy all of a sudden. Am I too tired? Maybe, Miss Officer, we should go find your puppy, Ziobi. How gentle, sir, you are such a gentleman. Sai Liu's heart beat faster. For some reason, when she looked at Shen Yuan's face, she always felt that he was the figure of the man who saved her in her childhood memory. However, her memory was false, and Shen Yuan used shadow energy to change it in order to correct her inner justice. No matter what, Salo will become a member of the Hunter in the future. If I could persuade her to rebel in advance and turn her into a traitor, it would be very helpful to me. But she should feel fortunate, because if Shen Yuan didn't have the mythical weapon Draxar's Dusk Blade, he might have killed her right here. It didn't take long. Celia found her puppy, who was running clumsily on the town streets, holding Celia's boots with a look of grievance on his face, as if he was very sad because he was separated from his owner. Although it looks cute, this dog is actually a brutal biological taigu. Its real name is Magic Beast Transformation, 100-armed giant. It usually stays by its master's side. It can grow to a gigantic size during battle, and can be used to defend against attacks. It can also regenerate continuously unless its core is destroyed. This also means that although Celucia looks harmless and like a cute girl, she is actually a powerful imperial weapon user. Woo woo, I was so worried, Ziobi. Shen Yuan watched as Salo hugged her biological imperial weapon, Ziobi, and cried. He stared into the eyes of this cute little thing with round eyes, but he did not show any hostility. Therefore, no matter how sharp the little thing's sense of smell was, it would not suddenly attack him. At most, it would be alert. After all, Ziobi also noticed that his master seemed to like this strange man very much. Even if there is hostility, you have to be aware of the situation. However, this tranquility soon came to an end, because a bullet suddenly shot from the roof and hit Shen Yuan's feet and in front of Sai Lu, scaring her and the puppy so much that they jumped and looked up in panic. Not far away, Marin was aiming a sniper rifle at this side. I'm so pissed. That guy just left for a few minutes and he's already hooked up with another beautiful girl. And I was so worried about his safety. Marin said angrily as if she was a little jealous. At this time, she aimed at Shen Yuan's feet and kept pulling the trigger of romantic turret pumpkin, converting her spiritual energy into shockwave bullets and shooting them out. Akate, go and kill him. I'll cover you. It is good. Akame, expressionless, leaped down from a height, unsheathed one-hit kill, Murasame, and charged forward swiftly, the sword flashing and carrying a dangerous light. Chapter 43, Successfully Penetrated the Enemy. There are enemies. Shen Yuan pretended to be shocked and shouted, reminding Salo to prepare for battle. Night Raid. When Sirius saw that the people coming were none other than Akame and Mine, who were on the wanted poster, his expression suddenly turned furious. The evildoers who have been plaguing the Imperial Capital Guard have finally appeared. Ziobi, prepare to fight. In the name of justice, I hereby sentence you to death for your evil deeds. The girl on guard shouted some silly slogans and stood in front of Shen Yuan, as if protecting him. Do not be afraid. Sai Lu tilted his head slightly and gave Shen Yuan a gentle smile, leave this kind of evil guy to me, because that is the responsibility of the Imperial Capital Guard. At this moment, the guard girl showed a strong, brave, and decisive spirit. It can't help but make people's eyes light up. Humph. Salo walked forward step by step, her fair face full of confidence and her eyes revealing a hint of coldness. The unique and cool aura gives people a sense of reliability. Let me help you. As Shen Yuan spoke, he pulled out a long sword from behind him. It was just an ordinary long sword from the mall. After all, weapons like Phantom Spirit are of the Imperial level, and taking them out casually will arouse suspicion. Don't look at me like this, I'm actually a powerful adventurer. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yuan was attacked by the enemy Qi Tong. The opponent swung a sword at him, but he dodged and blocked it flexibly. Ding! The two swords collided, sparks flew, and a crisp collision sound was made. But even so, relying on the swordsmanship and skills of the demon-sealing sword soul, Shen Yuan, holding an ordinary long sword, can still launch a powerful slash. Try your best to keep your strength at the same level as Akame. The two sides fought back and forth, and stopped when the time was right. After a few rounds, Shen Yuan, who was on equal footing with Akagi, also attracted Seilo's attention, making her open her eyes wide. Amazing! Sai Lu looked at Shen Yuan in shock. His fighting ability can actually rival that of Night Raid's ace. We have to work harder too, Ziobi. Sai Lu said, setting his sights on Mayan and Akame, and excitedly said, with you and me, let's defeat them all in one go. Woo! Woof! The puppy, who originally looked cute, suddenly had a ferocious expression and his muscles bulged. Akat, quick victory! As soon as he finished speaking, the opponent's attack became more fierce. It would be fine if it was just main sniping from a distance, but Akame's strength was too great, and the terrifying power displayed by one hit kill, Murasame made Seru feel danger and fear. Her intuition told her that if she faced Akame one-on-one, she would most likely be killed instantly. But at this time, in order to pretend to be as convincing as possible, Shen Yuan began to retreat one after another and became extremely embarrassed. Immediately afterwards, a bullet broke through the air and hit Zero. Danger! Shen Yuan pushed her away violently and blocked it with his body. What? Shen Yuan wailed as he was hit in the leg by Ma Yin's sniper bullet. He then knelt on one knee with his sword stuck in the ground. I'm injured. Shen Yuan's shouting sounded serious, causing Qi Tong's attack to suddenly pause. You're such a good pretender. I only used half of my power. In the distance, Marin saw this scene through the sniper rifle and couldn't help but complain. However, this also seemed to be a signal to retreat. After seeing Shen Yuan fall to the ground, Qi Tong, just as the other members of the Imperial Guard had just arrived upon hearing the news, said coldly to the two men in front, "You're lucky." After saying that, Qi Tong disappeared into the dark alley like a gust of wind. They're over there. Come on. Don't run. Sai Lu wanted to chase after him, but when he saw the injured Shen Yuan, he became extremely anxious and had to stay behind to take care of him while letting other members of the security team chase after him. But that's why. This unexpected development also allowed the plan to proceed smoothly. Shen Yuan achieved outstanding performance by repelling the Night Raid ace and the most vicious killer Red Eye, and instantly attracted the attention of the Imperial Guard. After that, with the introduction of Seilu, Shen Yuan successfully joined the Imperial Guard, put on a military uniform, and became a member of the Empire. The plan officially began from here. System log. By chance, you met Zaletu Upicitus, who was looking for a lost puppy. You gave her mental hints, changed her view on justice, and gained her favor. At this moment, just as planned, you were attacked by Akame and mine, and suffered a bitter experience. Your performance was a bit clumsy, but the ending was okay. The Imperial Guard is very pleased with your heroic performance and has allowed you to join the Imperial Guard. In the next few days, you will be promoted to squad leader. You began to show dissatisfaction with the status quo and applied to join the Hunter unit under the command of the Imperial female General Esdeath. Although you don't have an Imperial weapon, you have successfully attracted the attention of the Empire's top brass with your amazing swordsmanship and combat power that rivals that of an Imperial weapon user. Your battle record reached Esdeath's ears. After hearing about such a brave young man, she became very interested in you. However, as the special police force of the Imperial capital, the Hunters, which she personally founded, all members are composed of Imperial equipment users. Their purpose is to eliminate the assassins and thieves who threaten the Empire, such as the Night Raid in the surrounding areas of the Imperial capital. Therefore, they need some strength. With Esdeath's permission, you and Zaletu joined the Hunters and responded to orders to go to the Hunters' headquarters, where Esdeath intended to personally examine all of you. So, in order to get closer to Esdeath, you headed to the Hunter headquarters. Next, you'll finally have the chance to meet Esdeath. P.S. The next chapter is up. Please give me a first order. Also, what do you think is a suitable word count for a chapter? 2, 3, 5 words? The pace is very fast, and because of the simulator speed up, the plot will not be watered down. Chapter 44, The Empire's Strongest General. Ice Queen Esdeath. In the Imperial Guard. Shen Yuan, dressed in a pitch-black military uniform, had already taken off his shadow ninja mask and stood straight in front of the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. His dark and deep black eyes looked wild and unruly. The facial features that were once hidden under the black mask are now revealed to outsiders. They are as handsome as if carved by a knife, and they exude the awe-inspiring righteousness and heroic spirit of a great swordsman, completely different from the aloof and murderous nature of the assassins in the past. Today, Shen Yuan has also changed into the image of demon sealing sword soul and looks like a proud swordsman. Whether it is his temperament, appearance, or swordsmanship, he is completely different from the Shadow Lord in every aspect. This kind of disguise is like becoming a different person. Almost no one can see through it. Film. Shen Yuan raised his head and looked at the captain. Here. Congratulations. From today on, you will officially be transferred to the Hunter Corps. Shen Yuan has been in the Imperial Guard for some time. With his outstanding strength and talent, he easily became an elite member. Not long ago, he applied to join the Hunter Force and received personal approval from Esdeath. Now he is invited to join the Special Police Force Hunter along with the Imperial weapon user Seleucus Ubiquitous. However, there seems to be a newcomer at the same time. His name is Will. Originally affiliated with the Imperial Navy, he had a great benefactor in the army. With this relationship and the recognition of his strength, Will successfully joined the Special Police Force. In other words, there are a total of 3 new members, Ying, Shen Yuan, Selu, and Will, who joined the Hunter at the same time. In addition, a gay genius scientist named Dr. Fashion was also invited to join the Hunters, but he was not in the team going to the Hunters' headquarters this time. Hello, my name is Will. I used to be a Marine. Nice to meet you. From now on, we'll be colleagues. August 17th. After hearing that his application to join the Hunters was successful, Shen Yuan wanted to leave directly, but was stopped by a young man about 20 years old. His enthusiasm, integrity, sense of justice and courage attracted Shen Yuan's attention. My name is Ying, nice to meet you. Shen Yuan also smiled back and reached out to shake hands. Hey! Thank goodness, someone is finally willing to talk to me. Will's tense expression finally relaxed. He looked at Shen Yuan apologetically and explained, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'm from a small fishing village in the countryside. I've never been to a big city before. I thought people would look down on me this time. I prepared thoroughly before coming here and brought a lot of special seafood, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. No, I think you're too nervous. Shen Yuan shook his head and asked, but why did you join the Hunters? For justice and world peace, of course. Will spoke righteously, then glanced around at the people around him. After confirming that no one was staring at him, he whispered to Shen Yuan, actually, I was forced to do this. My master is a big shot in the navy. He lost a bet with General Esdeath. Then, when the Emperor recalled the generals to temporarily form a team to fight against the night raid, they were short of manpower, so I was drafted in. Will said this with an innocent look on his face, and judging by his appearance, that was indeed the case. That's really hard on you. Shen Yuan patted Will's shoulder, as if to comfort him. By the way, Ying. Why did you join the Hunters? I've heard of your name. I heard you're a swordsman genius, very powerful, and you volunteered to join the Hunters. At this point, a hint of fighting spirit appeared on Will's face, as if strong people would also be attracted to each other. I came here to make a name for myself and bring a better life to my impoverished village. Besides that, eradicating evil and slaying demons is also my goal. Only by becoming a high-ranking official in the Empire can I change all of this. Therefore, I want to become the future great general of the Empire. Shen Yuan has created a positive image for himself as a serious, rigorous, hard-working, and progressive person. These words immediately attracted Will and won his approval. Becoming a general. That's a big dream, but keep going, I'm rooting for you. But before they could continue chatting, that Siriu Ubiquitous, standing beside them, interrupted with a smile, excuse me, we should get in the car. General Esdeath is waiting for us at Hunter's headquarters. It's time to reunite with everyone. It is good. Let's go then. Shen Yuan boarded the carriage and went to the Hunter headquarters with Seletu Ufakitas and Will. So far, everything has been going smoothly. Imperial capital, Imperial Palace. Sitting on the imperial throne that has been developed for 1,000 years, the current emperor is a green-haired boy about 12 years old. Although he looks like a young girl, that is only a sign of his young age. In addition, only men can sit on the throne of emperor, so there is no need to worry about the ministers finding an emperor dressed as a man. Today, the luxuriously decorated palace beneath the young emperor's throne symbolizes the dignity of imperial power. But today, when the empire is gradually crumbling, it seems like an accusation of tyranny, which is particularly ironic. Your Majesty, in the night raid operation, over a dozen nobles have been assassinated. With their help, the revolutionary army is growing stronger. The situation is now imminent. Your Majesty, please immediately order the complete eradication of this evil force. A man was kneeling on his knees at the bottom of the hall, reporting recent intelligence to the young emperor. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the civil and military officials and nobles on both sides changed and became extremely solemn. Because no one knows who will be killed next. At this moment, those who had something to hide began to panic. It seems that the night raid has become a sharp weapon used by the rebels to intimidate and spread terror. We can no longer sit idly by. If we don't come up with a solution quickly, the empire will be in danger. Several frightened ministers began to whisper to each other, and their discussion reached the ears of the little emperor and the minister Ernest. Please be quiet. The young emperor immediately stood up from his throne, waved his scepter, and shouted to the civil and military officials in the hall, "It's just a small force. Our empire is so powerful that there is no need to panic no matter what situation we face. Wouldn't it be more efficient to let the rebels gather together and then wipe them out in one fell swoop? Don't worry, everything is under my control." After the majestic little emperor said this, he shocked the entire audience, and his aura was no less than those of the battle-hardened generals. Is that all that's required, minister? The young emperor seemed satisfied with the reactions of his subjects. He turned to look at a giant con man who was munching on meat and hamburgers, as if asking for his opinion. Minister Ernest seemed to be still greedily eating something. His burly body weighing several hundred pounds was like a mountain of meat in front of the little emperor. As he swallowed the food, he praised, "Oh! As expected of His Majesty, you are wise. But since these little thieves dared to offend the imperial power, let us eradicate them once and for all." I don't know if it was because the meat was too tough to chew, or if it was something the minister was thinking about. He paused, then continued, "The imperial capital guard has been attacked numerous times. Many of the imperial capital's nobles are facing threats to their personal safety and property by the professional assassin group Night Raid. It's said they also possess a large number of imperial artifact users. They're truly a formidable force that shouldn't be ignored." Having said that, the minister angrily grabbed the huge piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, tearing and biting it off, with minced meat flying in his mouth. "In that case, Your Majesty." The minister's face was twisted and ferocious, like a demon. "We can no longer tolerate the rebellious behavior of these rebels. Please recall General Esdeath, who has suppressed the north, to the imperial capital. Let her defeat these little thieves." Hearing Esdeath's name, all the civil and military officials in the hall were suddenly frightened. They all seemed unwilling to see the sadistic Ice Queen who was decisive in killing people and had a terrible temper. Minister, wouldn't it be better to let General Bud do this?" A civil servant swallowed his saliva. Esdeath was famous, and nothing good would happen if he recalled her. "Are you telling me what to do?" The minister glared at the official and said coldly, "General Bud is stationed at the imperial palace. How could he, a calm and steady man, throw away his pride to deal with such a petty thief? On the contrary, General Esdeath is not so stubborn. She only likes to hunt valuable prey. Your Majesty, let Esdeath take action." The minister said this, then looked up and looked directly at the little emperor, as if giving an order. With his keen sense of smell, he had already sensed the danger of a night attack. If this rebellious force is not eliminated soon, it will be a major obstacle to his future rule. Therefore, a crisis is gradually approaching Night Raid. At this time, Shen Yuan, who was sitting in a carriage on his way to the hunter headquarters, did not know the situation on the minister's side, but he knew the plan for the night attack. Because Shen Yuan is a member of the Imperial Capital Guard, commonly known as a ghost. Not long ago, the night raid suffered a devastating attack that almost resulted in the loss of its members. The members who attacked them were the three beast warriors, Esdeath's subordinates. They had fought with the Esdeath army for many years and were an important fighting force of the Esdeath army. If it weren't for Shen Yuan's timely notification, Brand, the big brother of the professional killer group's night raid, might have died in this operation. After all, the leader of the three beast warriors, Leva, was once Brand's boss. His imperial weapon was water dragon possession, Black Marlin. He was a former imperial general who was both wise and brave. He was framed and arrested for refusing to bribe, but was later rescued by Esdeath and has been loyal to her ever since. The other two are a perverted transvestite boy who likes to collect human skin masks and dissect small animals, and a warmonger who likes to fight against the strong. The three beast warriors initially fought against Brand, Tatsumai, and others who attacked at night on the dragon ship. However, because Shen Yuan revealed the actions of the three beast warriors in advance, Qi Tong and others also participated in the battle. Under siege from multiple sides, the three beast warriors were eventually defeated and killed. This incident also angered Esdeath. After receiving the recall order from the Little Emperor, she immediately expanded the size of the Special Police Force hunters. As a result, Shen Yuan successfully joined the hunter and got the opportunity to get close to Esdeath. So cold. In the carriage, Seletu Yufakitas suddenly couldn't help shivering. Cold. Shen Yuan was stunned for a moment and looked at Will. The upright and righteous young retired Navy officer also felt a slight chill and nodded. It seems there really is a sudden cold snap, but it's clearly not winter yet. To be honest, Shen Yuan also felt a chill. He looked out the carriage window and the sky seemed to have changed slightly. Unlike the gathering places of ethnic minorities in the north where there is a vast expanse of white frost, there should not be a cold climate and flying snow here, but the temperature is still terribly low, and the movement of carriages is also greatly restricted. This force does not seem to be a change in the natural environment. Could it be that it was Esdeath's power? Snowflakes. Shen Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky. Because of the power of ice, the sky and the earth were covered in white. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. In just a dozen seconds, the earth was covered in silver. There was a hint of cold air in the air, mixed with a faint pungent smell of blood. It was as if he had just returned from a tragic battlefield. The frosty air was mixed with the smell of blood. But this is not a battlefield, why is there such a strong momentum? The only possibility that Shen Yuan could think of was that Esdeath appeared nearby. She seemed to be testing him and the others, or testing their strength. Looks like we're almost there. Shen Yuan said indifferently to the other two. He was surprised at Esdeath's imposing display. I've heard of generals in ancient times massacring cities, or allowing their soldiers to massacre cities with blood, but this general who killed 400,000 prisoners had an even more terrifying aura. Feeling the cold and bloody breath, Shen Yuan vaguely had a picture in his mind. Led by Esdeath's three lieutenants, the three beast warriors, the soldiers of the imperial army hollowed out a vast expanse of white ice into a huge tomb, and then tied up the captives of the northern ethnic group and threw them in one by one. Piles of cold frozen soil mixed with snowflakes were buried from the shovels wielded by the imperial army on high altitude, covering the mountains of corpses. Even if some of these people were still conscious and alive, they were buried because they had lost the ability to resist. Maybe strength is justice, maybe weakness is sin. As the snow continued to fall and covered the huge tomb, the warriors who had watched all this blood turned around and left, while the officials who came to the northern ice field of the empire to convey the message were trembling with fear, as if they had never seen such a scene before. Ying! Wake up, there's something happening up ahead. Will and Seilu's words brought Shen Yuan, who was immersed in this momentum, back to his senses. He looked up and looked forward. On the frozen ground of the road, a tall and slender figure stood there motionless, with long ice-blue hair reaching past the knees. Blue pupils, long blue eyelashes, a white military uniform, a belt around the waist, slender thighs, and white boots. He said nothing, but his cold eyes seemed like those of a natural king, staring at this side coldly. The empire's strongest general just stood in the middle of the road. The ground beneath his feet began to freeze, and the air nearby stagnated and froze. With a neigh from the carriage, the wheels slipped on the icy surface of the frozen ground and began to roll to one side. Too lazy. Esdeath snorted coldly, as if dissatisfied with the reaction of these newcomers, and began to move. Disappeared. Will got up from the ground in panic, then looked left and right for the icy blue figure. But the next moment, he suddenly groaned, rolled his eyes, and was hit on the back of the head by a knife without any preparation. He fell to the ground unconscious. Will, you bastard! Seletu Ubiquitous raised her head on the other side and looked at the figure that appeared in front of her in shock and anger. But before she could recognize who the person in front of her was, Esdeath looked at her with contempt with a cold gaze, raised her long beautiful legs, and kicked out. The next moment, Seletu's neck tilted to the side, and the whole person was stepped on. Like Will, she lost consciousness. Undoubtedly a kill. Okay. As if she had noticed something, Esdeath suddenly raised her head and looked at the figure that appeared behind her with a look of surprise. When did you, and why didn't you take action? I have no intention of disobeying your superiors, General Esdeath. Shen Yuan looked at the icy beauty in front of him with a smile on his face, his hand resting on his sword, and for the time being, he did not move. Chapter 45 Hey, Esdeath! Why are you blushing? If it's a real fight, the enemy won't give you a chance to talk. Esdeath said coldly. General, I am right, but I am worried about hurting you. Shen Yuan calmly said something that sounded very arrogant. Esdeath's eyes really became strange, but she actually admired people who dared to speak like that. Interesting. Thinking of this, Esdeath's lips curved into a beautiful arc, full of the Queen's majesty. I'm really looking forward to the appearance of someone who can hurt me. I allow you to attack with all your strength, and you are not allowed to hold back. If you can't do it, kneel down and lick my feet. Every inch of the gap must be licked clean. If there was a pervert here, he would have agreed long ago. But Shen Yuan behaved like a proud and arrogant swordsman. He said nothing but released a fierce sword intent and momentum. Then let me test your strength. The mark on Esdeath's chest glowed blue, and the air rapidly condensed and squeezed into pieces of ice crystals. The light-emitting icy dust awakened several ice knights covered in ice crystals the moment it landed on the ground. Then, an ice magic spear appeared in Esdeath's hand, pointing it at Shen Yuan's position, and she shouted loudly, Ice Knight, charge! Esdeath's demon god appearance, Devil's Essence is a terrifying ice imperial weapon forged from the blood of a legendary extremely dangerous species. This imperial weapon was called the strongest imperial weapon by Nichitan, the leader of Night Raid. It was previously placed in a pot, and everyone who drank from it went crazy. Only Esdeath drank the blood and mastered its power. She can freely control the power of ice, attack and defense with ease, and her speed and power are amazing. Even if Esdeath does not use the power of this imperial weapon, her physical fitness is already exaggerated, and she can completely fight dangerous creatures with her bare hands. Then, I'm offended. Shen Yuan shouted loudly, unleashing all the power of the demon-sealing sword soul without reservation. A sharp sword intent fell from the sky, and only the clanging sound of metal clashing reflected his astonishing movements. Double sword slash! As the voice fell, a strong wind arose, and countless devastating sword energies were stirred up in the line he passed, slashing towards Esdeath's position. Feng Chen Juanianzan released a terrifying sword energy in an instant, like the sharpest blade in the world, enough to gather all objects in a straight line together, leaving the enemy nowhere to hide. Boom! The earth shook and a dark ravine split the earth in two. Everything along the way was destroyed by this sword. Crack! Ice chips were flying all over the sky, and all the ice knights disappeared in this blow, but a terrifying blizzard was blowing. Ha 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 ha! Esdeath's wild and unrestrained laughter rang out in the ice and snowstorm. She possessed amazing speed and explosive power that surpassed that of wild beasts, and she dodged the moment Shen Yuan rushed forward. That sword move was very interesting. It seems you are one of the few strong men who can fight me head-on. Esdeath's voice came from the frost storm, and then she suddenly attacked, raised the ice magic spear with both hands, and stabbed it at Shen Yuan. Wrong Tamakiri! Clang! The ice demon spear and the long sword in Shen Yuan's hand collided. The crisp sound of metal tearing apart was enough to pierce the ears, but Shen Yuan and Esdeath's intertwined movements did not change at all, and their figures once again distanced themselves from each other. This time, Shen Yuan quietly began to use the power of Ji, the Lord of Shadow Stream, and swung the long sword in his hand, using the Shadow Secret technique. Ghost Slash! Esdeath immediately blocked the ice demon spear in her hand, but it was cut off at the waist. At this point, Shen Yuan had already shown half of his strength, but Esdeath still showed no signs of defeat. A moment of hesitation made Shen Yuan give up the idea of using Draxar's Dusk Blade and instead pulled out Phantom Flame. As a legendary equipment, Phantom Flame's attributes are no less than those of an imperial weapon. Its most notable feature is that it gives the holder the ability to ignore volume collisions and provides explosive movement speed. This time, Shen Yuan suddenly teleported away, made a gesture of drawing his sword, and appeared behind Esdeath, who was standing upright. His movement speed increased explosively, so that Esdeath had no time to condense an ice weapon to resist. Then the demon sword human hovered over Esdeath's snow-white neck, in a beheading posture, causing Esdeath to subconsciously lean back. Shen Yuan took advantage of the situation and put his arm around Esdeath's waist, whispering in her ear, "Excuse me, General." Humph! Looking closely at the silver-haired boy's resolute face, Esdeath felt her heart beating. But it was only for a moment. She snorted coldly, and the blue ice armor she had prepared in advance appeared on her snow-white neck and body, resisting the further armor-piercing cuts of the demon sword human. I didn't expect you to have an imperial weapon of this power. Didn't the intelligence say that you are a non-imperial weapon holder? Seeing that his move was neutralized, Shen Yuan did not press forward any further. He let go of Esdeath's waist and took a tactical step back. Esdeath stood up straight again, her beautiful eyes and eyelashes flickering, staring at Shen Yuan questioningly, as if waiting for his explanation. General, this imperial weapon is my family heirloom. My name is Ying. Born into a declining sword family, my father taught me to draw this sword only when facing a truly formidable foe. And you, General, are the strongest being I've ever faced. I was lucky to have managed a sneak attack just now. If I had given you a little more time, I might have given up. Shen Yuan spoke seriously, because although there were a total of 48 imperial instruments, only 37 had been discovered. He. Esdeath sneered, raising the brim of her sergeant's cap and looking at Shen Yuan suspiciously. That wasn't a fluke, you clearly came prepared. Hear this. Shen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Esdeath had seen something? General Esdeath. Shen Yuan quickly explained, are you doubting my intentions? I joined the hunters for one reason, revenge on those who killed my master. You mean night raid? Esdeath stirred slightly, as if she understood Shen Yuan's motive, but her intuition told her that it was more than that. Is that all? Don't try to deceive me. You were staring at me the whole time, and you didn't seem surprised at all when you saw me, as if you already knew me. So, you've already discovered it. Shen Yuan closed his eyes, sighed, and said, if that's the case, then I won't act anymore. Just tell the truth. Esdeath looked at Shen Yuan, who was approaching, and became inexplicably nervous. General Esdeath, I did meet you once. Shen Yuan's hand quietly reached behind him, ready to launch a surprise attack with Drokthar's Dusk Blade and Shadow Clone at any time. You were incredibly beautiful back then, but you were aloof and cold, keeping people at a distance. But when I first saw you, to be honest, I fell in love with you at first sight. When he said this, Shen Yuan paused tactically and observed Esdeath's reaction. Esdeath lowered her head, and all the changes in her facial expression were hidden by the brim of her sergeant's hat. She stood there motionless and silent. General Esdeath? What's wrong with you? Shen Yuan asked subconsciously. Why are you serious, love at first sight or something, and for me? Suddenly, Esdeath's voice sounded a little strange. Unlike the previous Super S Queen, she sounded like a shy girl, with flickering eyes, not daring to look at Shen Yuan's burning gaze. Shen Yuan looked at Esdeath's reaction in surprise. Wait, is she shy? This made Shen Yuan, who was already prepared for battle, stunned. The excuse he made up was so easy that any normal person would know it was fake. I didn't expect Esdeath to actually believe it. Are you serious? Esdeath asked angrily, her eyes now extremely dangerous and terrifying. If you dare to play tricks on me, I swear I will kill you. I never lie. Shen Yuan said shamelessly. Esdeath was stunned for a moment, thinking about Shen Yuan's words, and then her mind became clear. I see. You want to date me, right? Having said that, Esdeath raised her head and looked at Shen Yuan. Although she was an ice queen, she unexpectedly showed a smile that made people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. The test was over, and she fully recognized Shen Yuan's strength. Now that they were talking about love, the frost on her face had faded a lot. Ah? Why yes. When Shen Yuan saw Esdeath's wolf-like eyes, he was suddenly surprised. I didn't expect that although she has a sadistic personality, she actually has a feminine side inside. And this woman is serious. Her eyes were full of depth, different from the look she gave when gazing at her prey, they were more serious and focused. Yes, I like you. Shen Yuan told himself in his heart that he was an assassin without emotions. Everything we do is to complete the mission. Thus sacrificing the self for the benefit of everyone. May I? Shen Yuan put on a clean and refreshing smile again. Esdeath was attracted by his smile and fell in love with him at first sight. Her cheeks were slightly red at this time, and she looked at him with an extremely beating heart. Of course can. Esdeath immediately agreed, then began to ask, Ying, how old are you? I heard your goal is to become a general of the empire, which is what I admire most about you. What do you like to eat? Am I really as good as you say? The others in the empire are clearly afraid of me. Will you join me in hunting dangerous species and defeating those guys from Night Raid? General, I'm already a member of the hunters. It's my responsibility to destroy the enemy. Great. Esdeath put on a smile, then revealed a hostile tone. According to the intelligence, I already know where the Night Raid's headquarters is. Now, join me in rooting them out. Hey, Ying. You'll always like me, right? That's, of course. Shen Yuan was shocked. He didn't expect that Esdeath actually knew the headquarters of Night Raid. And we will take action against it soon. Not good. This is not good news. It seems that I have to act quickly. Within the Imperial capital. Except for Shen Yuan, the other 6 Imperial weapon users had already gathered in a building exuding a dark atmosphere. The 6 summoned Imperial artifact users included Seletu, Will, and the others, along with other powerful warriors who had come from far and wide, including Will himself, a powerful marine. Even though his performance was poor, he was killed instantly by Esdeath. But in fact, Will's strength is quite extraordinary. He is the user of the Imperial weapon Ashura Incarnation Noble Chariot. This ability is similar to Brand's Imperial weapon Operation Armor Evil Spirit Possessed. Both are armor-type Imperial weapons that summon possession, which is very handsome. In terms of armor and performance, the Noble Chariot is tougher and more flexible than the Haunted Chariot, but it lacks the latter's explosive power and evolutionary capabilities. The other 5 people. Not to mention Celiu, the user of a biological dog-shaped Imperial weapon. Among the 4 extra people is a soldier wearing a strange mask. He used to work in a very bad arsonist burning unit, but he is actually a shy and very gentle person. He has been married for 6 years and has a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. He is very good at cooking. His Imperial tool is called Purgatory Summoning Ruby Gand, which is a flame-emitting Imperial tool that can spray out flames that cannot be extinguished by water, and can also spray magma from a distance. Its killer move is ultra-large-scale self-destruction. The second one is a man wearing glasses. His name has been mentioned before, called Dr. Fashion. He is good at creating precision machinery and can even cause amazing transformations to the human body. The name of the Imperial weapon is God's Hand Perfect. He is a scientist in the team with keen observation skills. His dream is to be able to create equipment like Imperial weapons. Unfortunately, he is a male ketone. 817 The third person who looks like a blonde girl is actually a handsome young man. He used to be a teacher in a rural village on the edge of the central part of the empire. He was deeply loved by his students and fell in love with a local woman. The Imperial weapon was also given to him by his lover. But after returning from an outing, he discovered that the students had been brutally massacred by evil thieves. So, in order to find out the truth, this young man named Lan joined the Special Police Force Hunter. However, he is upright and kind-hearted in his heart, and resents the corruption of the empire. He does not think that the members of the Night Raid are unforgivable people, but wants to change the empire through reform. He belongs to the reformists who are opposed to the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, he was not really working for Esdeath, he just wanted to observe her. The Imperial tool he possesses is Mistima, 10,000 miles flying, a winged Imperial tool that allows the user to fly and shoot enemies with its feathers. The last one. She is a cute girl with black hair and black eyes. She is happily eating cookies and carefully watching her surroundings for fear that her cookies will be stolen. Her name is just like her eyes, Hei Tong. She is the younger sister of the ace killer aka Tong, the wanted criminal of Night Raid. The cute-looking Hei Tong looks almost the same as aka Tong, but her personality is quite bloodthirsty compared to her sister. She has a very aloof personality and uses the Imperial tool March of the Dead, 8 chambers, which allows her to manipulate the people killed by this sword through a curse, up to 8 corpse puppets. The puppets retain their appearance in life and will turn into ordinary corpses after contact. The above plus the 7th member Shen Yuan himself make up the complete members of Hunter. It is also the special police force that Esdeath created to fight against the Night Raid. Ah! Celiu sighed, leaning on the table, and said with some worry, Ying, Shen Yuan, has been captured by the general for quite some time. I really don't know what he said to General Esdeath while we were unconscious. The general was so angry that his face turned red. Don't worry, maybe it's some special mission. Will comforted them from the side. He was still a little scared. He didn't expect Esdeath to conduct a surprise inspection on them. He just hoped that he would not leave any bad impression. After all, the other party is his boss. But my performance was too poor. If I was persuaded to return to the Navy, it would be a great disgrace. Crack. Hei Tong, like a little hamster, had her mouth full of biscuits. She carefully observed the people around her and would not feel relieved until she was sure that no one would snatch her biscuits. Inside the assembly room, the 6 people were getting anxious waiting, but most of them were unfamiliar with each other and didn't know how to start a conversation. Before the leader Esdeath arrived, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward and silent. "Hey!" A burly man wearing a strange mask suddenly said in a timid voice, "Please stop staring at me. I'm a socially anxious person, I'm sorry." He is clearly a muscular man, wearing weird clothes, but he speaks as if he is being cute. Thank you." Will was sweating profusely, fearing that the other party would become interested in him. Chapter 46, Dating is exhausting. Unfortunately, Will ignored the genius scientist behind him, who was staring at him with interest, as if he was looking at some handsome young man. "Will, you have great muscles. Did you work out your whole body? Come, let me see your sphincter." "Do not want." A few rather strange people started chatting for a while and soon became friends. But most of them are just killing time. They are bored and have their own ulterior motives and purposes. Crunch! The door of the house was suddenly opened, and Shen Yuan walked in with a tired look on his face, followed by a masked woman with a good figure, tall and slender. Her long ice blue hair reached below her knees, and she exuded a cold temperament. However, she held Shen Yuan's hand, like a little girl who was being adorable in front of her lover. "Hey, who are they?" Except for Siriu and Will, the others opened their eyes wide and looked at the 2 extra people. "It's Ying, and." Will's pupils shrank as he recognized the masked woman with ice blue hair. He seemed to have been taught a lesson and did not dare to move. "I am Esdeath, your leader." The tall woman took off her mask, revealing her stunningly beautiful face that stunned everyone and caused the atmosphere in the room to freeze. Everyone was stunned, not because of Esdeath's beauty, but because of her reputation as a fierce and powerful person. "General Esdeath." The atmosphere suddenly became weird. "What? You don't like this kind of prank? I think it's quite interesting." Esdeath picked up her sergeant's cap and put it on her head. Then she looked at them coldly and said, "Your opponents are the Night Raid, a group of elusive assassins. Their bad reputation has spread throughout the imperial capital. I believe you are all aware of it." "Yes, General." After hearing Esdeath's warning, the others nodded and understood the purpose of their gathering. "Since you have no objections." Esdeath glanced at everyone and said in a cold voice, "Then follow me to meet His Majesty. No need to introduce yourself or anything like that. We'll have plenty of time to spend together later." As she finished saying this, Esdeath looked lovingly at the young man Shen Yuan, whose hand she was holding. The other man had a bitter face and looked helpless. Seeing this scene, others seemed to react. It seems that this handsome young man has been favored by the general, and he wants to take advantage of him. The reason why he was in such a hurry to see His Majesty was probably to ask His Majesty to approve their wedding, but they had only known each other for one day. Going right now. Everyone's expression was a little strange. General Esdeath's expression suddenly turned cold and she glared at them. "It's better to resolve this troublesome matter quickly. The Night Raid must be brought to justice. After the audience with His Majesty, you will follow me to attack that professional killer group. When facing such a vicious band of thieves, drastic measures are necessary. General, I don't think we need to rush. The Night Raid won't be going away anytime soon, and rushing into it might alert the enemy. Besides, we hunters have just been organized, and everyone is unfamiliar with each other, so there might be some lapses in coordination." Shen Yuan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. His words caused the others to suffer cardiac arrest, and even He Tong couldn't help but open his eyes wide. This guy is so brave that he dares to refute General Esdeath's words. Dr. Fashion whispered to Will beside him. Everyone else seemed to have seen Esdeath's face darken. "However, unbelievable. You actually said that." Esdeath seemed to ponder for a moment, then nodded. "It's true, going to see the Emperor so soon is too hasty. It also makes me seem unkind as a leader, not caring enough for my subordinates. I didn't even have a chance to celebrate. As expected of my lover, you're truly far-sighted." Esdeath thought of the 3 beast warriors who died at the hands of the Night Raid group a few days ago. The first thing she did when she came back was to dutifully visit the graves of these 3 people and add a white flower. This also shows the care that Esdeath, as the strongest general, has for her subordinates. But in fact, Shen Yuan said this only to give Ye Xi a chance to catch his breath. Of course, he also felt strange about Esdeath's behavior. Before meeting Shen Yuan, Esdeath was a Super S queen who treated her enemies ruthlessly and acted like a queen. After meeting him, his gentle personality is so annoying, he is completely like a little woman in love. General. Call me Captain. Yes, Captain. May I ask how you are related? Everyone looked over curiously, their eyes flickering between Shen Yuan and her. Let's not talk about the past. Anyway, I'm tired of hunting dangerous species and torturing prisoners. Even though fighting strong enemies does pique my interest, but... Esdeath said this with a shy look in her eyes. Now, I want to try to have a real relationship. Even the super sadistic queen couldn't help but have two faint red clouds rising on her cheeks after making such remarks, which was extremely inconsistent with the image of General Esdeath in everyone's impression. Although she is indeed cute. But Esdeath has a bad reputation, and many people look at her with strange eyes. I can sense that Ying not only possesses formidable strength and masculinity, but more importantly Esdeath smiled, the frost fading from her cheeks as if she were a young girl in love. He's my type. In love. Everyone who heard this had a dazed look on their faces. No matter what, why did the word love sound so strange when it came from the mouth of the Empire's strongest general, the Super Esdeath? Shadow brother, if you are forced, just blink. Will looked straight into Shen Yuan's eyes, as if asking something. Noticing Will's gaze, Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes as if in a manly way, as if he had something to hide. Brother, I'm sorry for you, please accept my condolences. Will closed his eyes, he could feel the despair through the air. But he seemed to have misunderstood something. Shen Yuan is not the bottom, it is better to say that he is the one who holds the dominant position. Esdeath was completely unaware that she was the one being led by the nose. Of course, there were other people who couldn't believe it, including Salo and Haitong, whose faces suddenly changed and their eyes when they looked at Shen Yuan completely changed, wondering if this guy had any special hobbies. What kind of mentality did he have when he attacked Esdeath? Or, could it be that Esdeath abused her power to threaten her subordinates into dating her? This is too scary. In the eyes of the hunter, General Esdeath was the kind of warrior who had nothing to do with love, but the topic was quickly dropped. By the way, we hunters all have taigu, including Xiaoying, so we'll hold a banquet to celebrate the birth of our organization, and you can exchange your experiences with taigu. It's worth mentioning that Xiaoying has had a direct encounter with Akame, the ace of Night Raid. As Esdeath finished speaking, the hunters all looked up with their own thoughts in their minds and cheered for the banquet. But when she heard her sister Akame's name, Haitong, who was biting a biscuit, unexpectedly fell silent. Her bright eyes stared at Shen Yuan, as if she had a lot to ask him. The banquet went smoothly. Will, Boris, and Dr. Fashion were very good at livening up the atmosphere. Compared to them, the handsome young man Lan kept looking over here with a smile. The two girls, Selu and Haitong, were whispering in private, discussing the matter between Shen Yuan and Esdeath. While Haitong was listening, she was teasing Selu's dog Ziobi, her mind full of things about Chi Tong. Of course, it was not because she missed her sister, but because of hostility. If I have to say, among these people, Shen Yuan is actually the most correct one. Although he looks like a proud swordsman, with the awe-inspiring righteousness and heroic spirit of a great swordsman, this also attracts Esdeath to be obsessed with him. Tonight, you are mine. Esdeath turned her head and looked at Shen Yuan closely. Her body-length ice blue hair fluttered freely, and a cool and refreshing breath came from her hair. It was different from the coldness of the Ice Queen, but it was as cool as mint. Esdeath pulled gently, and the two of them moved closer to each other and hugged each other. Okay. Shen Yuan, who was spending time with Esdeath, suddenly noticed that Haitong was stealing glances at him, and he looked into their eyes. This made Esdeath, who was hiding under the table and almost losing control, react. She stood up awkwardly and announced the end of the banquet. Looks like I have to find an opportunity to do it tonight. Shen Yuan realized that something was wrong and immediately set a small goal for himself. After the banquet, Shen Yuan reluctantly followed Esdeath back to her palace. However, Shen Yuan, who had many tricks up his sleeve, did not resist at all, and even his heart beat faster, but the main reason was that he had the opportunity to attack Esdeath's mental consciousness. The mythical equipment Duskblade of Drakthar has some of the nightmare abilities of the Eternal Nightmare, which can silently change a person's mind, but this needs to be realized in a dream. Because only when people are asleep does their brain lack judgment. Especially for someone as determined as Esdeath, if shadow magic is used while she is conscious, the consequences are obvious. After returning to Esdeath's palace, Shen Yuan took advantage of Esdeath changing clothes and secretly ran out. Under the moonlight, he prepared to pass on the news that the hunters were going to launch a general attack on the night raid. Under the moonlight, in the palace courtyard of Esdeath, the lake is quiet, with only the crisp chirping of insects, which actually sets off the beautiful scenery. How to say? What Shen Yuan did could not be considered as betrayal of his lover, rather it was to save her. If Esdeath insisted on the Empire's position, she would inevitably become an opposing force, a love-hate relationship. That was not what Shen Yuan wanted to see. Regardless of whether he could succeed tonight, he would give it his all. If it doesn't work once, try it twice. If it doesn't work twice, then try it again. Hey! Come to think of it, it's all my fault for not reading more love guides. Shen Yuan thought that if he were a love saint, he probably wouldn't need to use shadow magic at all to deal with Esdeath. But compared to him, Esdeath is more inexperienced, and her foundation in love is almost zero. The only possible date scenario is to go to a dangerous species lair and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the monster, having a thrilling battle. This is all due to Esdeath's father, who instilled in her the idea that the strong are respected since she was a child. Because Esdeath was born in the northern border area, the daughter of the chief of the Baruts tribe, a race that specialized in hunting dangerous species, the idea of the survival of the fittest was deeply ingrained in her since childhood. But Esdeath's past is also quite tragic. After returning from a solo hunting trip, she discovered that her entire tribe had been wiped out by a northern alien tribe. From then on, she embarked on the path of revenge and became more convinced that the only way to survive was to become strong. This is also the reason why Esdeath coldly killed 400,000 people of the northern ethnic group, because of the hatred for genocide. Shen Yuan could understand what Esdeath did. It would be difficult for anyone to let go of the hatred for genocide. But she has already taken revenge, so why should she remain loyal to the emperor? Although loyalty to the empire is a good stance, blind loyalty will only exacerbate the demise of the empire. An empire can exist without an emperor, ministers, and generals, but it cannot exist without common people. Such a simple truth might be difficult to understand for Esdeath, who has been deeply ingrained with the idea of the survival of the fittest since childhood. Same for the ninja who threw themselves into the arms of the shadows and took a different path. They follow the precepts of the mystery of shadow and are not moved by the rules of the secular world. No cruel means or temptations can shake the cold thoughts in their hearts. This was the thought in the heart of the true master of Shadow Stream Zed. Shen Yuan, the embodiment of hero. Are you here? Shen Yuan watched as the shadow of a crow flew over and dropped a piece of letter into his hand. It was sent by Nishida, the leader of the night raid, probably asking her to be more careful with Esdeath. In addition, the Revolutionary Army discovered signs of activity of a wild and extremely dangerous species near the island west of the Empire. But just as Shen Yuan was about to reply, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. Then, a pair of icy white arms came from behind and hugged his neck. Looking at the object in Shen Yuan's palm, Esdeath's voice rang out, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me? I came out to get some fresh air and picked this for you." Shen Yuan put the note into the system space, then took out a blue and white flower from his palm like a magic trick and handed it to Esdeath behind him. So that's how it is. Seeing the words in Shen Yuan's hand, Esdeath seemed to be relieved, and her slightly cold arm, Qian Dezeo, was withdrawn from Shen Yuan's neck, giving people the illusion that her neck would be broken if she said the wrong thing. Of course, that's just speculation. As if she didn't notice anything unusual, or maybe Esdeath pretended to understand nothing and enjoyed the time alone with her under the moonlight. "Why do you seem to be worried about something?" Shen Yuan tilted his head and asked curiously, muttering to himself, "Is there no basic trust between people? Even if you come out for a breath of fresh air, you will be monitored. I can't help it. I also want to spend more time with my lover." Esdeath chuckled and slowly moved closer to Shen Yuan, sticking even closer to him, as if to draw more warmth from her lover. It would be bad if this continued, Shen Yuan sighed. The two enemies, who were clearly on opposite sides, became a pair of happy lovers under the reflection of the bright full moon. It is indeed a bit ironic. As for what the future will be like, Shen Yuan is not sure about it. "Esdeath, do you want to go on a date tomorrow?" A date? Esdeath seemed a little flattered, and her heart began to beat wildly. Okay. Esdeath felt the throbbing in her heart, then smiled, all frost gone. Where are we going tomorrow? Imperial City Street. If we just wander around and shop, it'd be too boring. Why don't you come with me to the islands west of the Empire? There are waves and beaches there, and I heard there's a very powerful and dangerous species there. Let's go on a romantic hunt under the sunset. I don't dislike this kind of date either. Okay. Shen Yuan's dark pupils and Esdeath's beautiful ice blue eyes looked straight into each other's eyes, reflecting each other's figures. Both of them quietly enjoyed this brief lover's moment. Chapter 47, Yandere Black Eyes. Showdown with Esdeath. After joining the hunters, you successfully became Esdeath's lover, but after a sleepless night, you couldn't find the opportunity to strike, so you had to wait. The next day, early in the morning, Shen Yuan walked out of Esdeath's palace. In a good mood, he stretched and looked at the things outside. Ugh! Although he was in a good mood, Shen Yuan sighed. He didn't succeed. Because Esdeath didn't sleep all night. It is indeed a dangerous humanoid species that can rival ferocious beasts. It seems that I can only look for another opportunity. Yo! Looks like you didn't sleep very well last night, Ying. An upright figure walked nearby. Shen Yuan looked over and found that Will was greeting him. Yet. Shen Yuan nodded without denying it. Is breakfast ready? Yes, everyone is waiting for you and General Esdeath. As Will was speaking, Shen Yuan followed him out into the courtyard and saw the other members of the hunters busy preparing breakfast. Hey Tong, give me some of your cookies. Will shamelessly ran to the little girl in the team and stared at her bag full of cookies. No, I hate you, Hey Tong said mercilessly, rejecting anyone's thoughts. It looks delicious, crispy, and tasty. Shen Yuan looked at the biscuits and didn't care about Hey Tong's temper. Even if you say so, I won't give it to you. Hey Tong looked at Shen Yuan warily as if she was protecting a dessert. This reminded him of Chi Tong's behavior when she was protecting food. They were exactly the same. They were indeed sisters. But he prefers red eyes to black eyes. Of course it's not because Kai Tong has long straight black hair and a good figure, but because although Kai Tong likes to eat meat, she will share it with her companions. She is not as selfish as Hai Tong. Who doesn't like a sister with such good qualities? But considering the relationship between the two sisters Akame and Kurogane, according to Akame, she and her sister were sold to the Empire's assassination training school. The two received different training and saw different darkness, so the personalities they shaped may be different. Shen Yuan is quite familiar with the Empire's assassination training school. The first thing you do when you enter is to kill someone to test your courage. If you don't do it, you may be killed by the target. But even with Hai Tong's condition, there was no cure. She is quite caring towards her companions and is ruthless towards the enemy, but is considerate towards her comrades and values those around her. Such a guy is not lacking in kindness in his heart. It's just that you need to change her distorted cognition and foolish loyalty before you can use it to your advantage and persuade her. For Kai Tong's sake, Shen Yuan felt that he needed to provide in-depth guidance to Hai Tong. Hey Tong, you look a lot like the Chi Tong on the wanted poster. Shen Yuan suddenly spoke, deciding to attract Hai Tong's attention first. Really? I think so too. Will echoed from the side, not realizing the hidden meaning in Shen Yuan's words. He simply felt that they were similar. Yes, my sister was an excellent student of the Empire, but she betrayed the Empire. Hee. I really want to meet her sooner, after meeting her. Hai Tong let out a creepy low laugh, his expression slightly twisted, like a yandere. I will sentence my beloved sister to death. After all, abandoning your sister to join the enemy is absolutely unforgivable. It's over, this guy has completely turned evil. Shen Yuan shook his head, wondering if Drokthar's Duskblade's shadow magic could change Hai Tong's cognition. After all, his temperament was twisted to this extent, and he was already in the late stage of yandere. Before going completely crazy, Seleucus changed his inner thoughts about justice. Although Esdeath hasn't tried it yet, her stance towards the Empire may not be as firm as imagined, at least not as crazy. But Hai Tong's obsession with Chi Tong is not just as simple as betrayal. However, in order to fully understand Hai Tong, Shen Yuan felt that he needed to look at her file after she joined the Imperial Assassination Department. Black pupils, so scary. Will felt a chill and never dared to mess with this little girl again. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff and cold. By the way, Mr. Ying. Someone approached. It was the gentle, hooded man. Lady Esdeath, why isn't she up yet? Didn't you say yesterday that you were going on a date to the island west of the Empire? Shen Yuan was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Could it be that your captain fell down because he exerted too much force yesterday? But this cannot be said. Esdeath is getting herself ready, so she might not be out for a while. As for breakfast, just leave some for her. Okay. Burris patted Shen Yuan's shoulder meaningfully, then walked away. Gradually, it was noon. Esdeath finally opened her eyes from lying on her side. She sat up and was slightly stunned to see that there was one person missing beside her. Esdeath. Shen Yuan appeared outside the door, carrying a meal. Come and eat something. We have to go hunting dangerous species this afternoon. Well. Esdeath looked flattered as Shen Yuan came over with the food, then said, why are you up so early? Maybe I have plenty of energy. After Shen Yuan presented a portion of food, he whispered, Esdeath, can you do me a favor? I'd like to see the files of the Imperial Assassination Department, about He Tong. What do you want her file for? It's an imperial secret and requires the permission of the Emperor and the ministers. However, when Esdeath said this, she rubbed her chin, thought for a moment, and pointed to a pile of information on the table beside her. But when I gathered these people, I already got the information. If you want to see it, you can take a look. Shen Yuan walked forward, picked up the information and began to look through it. He said, only by understanding my teammates can I understand their personalities and preferences. I want He Tong to trust his teammates more, so I did this. You're so gentle, Ying. I really like you more and more. Esdeath's beautiful ice blue eyes stared at the other person's back. Shen Yuan also got the information he wanted. When they were young, He Tong and her sister Ak Tong were wandering the streets together. They were sold by the Imperial Agency and trained as birds to pick the seeds of rebellion, and became assassins of the Empire. However, He Tong deeply loves her sister, and together they passed the brutal Elite 7 selection, but because the Elite 7 cannot have blood relatives, she was pulled away from Akame. After joining the Imperial Assassination Corps, she was forced to inject drugs, and then developed a serious dependence. Later, Sister Akame wanted to bring Haitu to join the Revolutionary Army, but was rejected by Haitu, who then had the idea of executing her sister. Although the sisters value and care for each other, they both want to end the other's life with their own hands. He Tong hopes to defeat her sister and turn her into a member of the 8th House, zombie, so that she will no longer abandon her. Injection of drugs. Perhaps this is the key to freeing He Tong from the Empire's dependence, if there is an antidote. Secondly, in addition to He Tong, Shen Yuan also looked at the information of other hunters. Almost all of them were good people with a sense of justice. They could easily be persuaded by himself about the night attack. Ultimately, we still have to capture Esdeath. As long as she nodded, the entire hunter army would recognize the darkness of the Empire. In fact, they also knew it in their hearts, but they deliberately pretended not to see it and wanted to change it in their own way. So we need someone with absolute say to lead. Today, let's show our hand. Shen Yuan put down the information in his hand, looked at Esdeath, and said softly, it is said that there is an extremely dangerous species on the island west of the Empire, a giant beast. Let's go and see it together. I listen to you. Esdeath also seemed to have noticed something, but her happy smile was like a little girl, enjoying this rare lover life. By the sea. Near the golden beach, waves pushed forward one after another. After informing the hunters, Esdeath and Shen Yuan left the palace. However, the hunters looked at each other, and some seemed to want to secretly follow and observe, but they were all warned by Esdeath not to follow. But even so, it couldn't stop these guys' curious thoughts. After doing all this, the two rushed to the romantic beach. However, Will, He Tong, Lan, Bruce, Seletu, Dr. Fashion and others had already disguised themselves as passers-by and waited on the beach for a long time. Hey, speaking of the sea, I'm quite familiar with the dangerous species here. Will said proudly to the people around him, and quietly looked at the two figures surfing on the sea in the distance. It seems that Lady Esdeath and that guy Ying are having a lot of fun. Salo said a little sourly. Seaweed-flavored cookies. Woohoo, so delicious. He Tong didn't care about any of this. She just came here to have fun and was only interested in beach snacks. Dr. Fashion, I found this. Dr. Shizhang was lying on the beach, with a special cyborg standing beside him. He stared at Shen Yuan, who was surfing in the distance, with a telescope-like device. He said, Lord Ying in front of us, his background is vague, but during the battle with Lady Esdeath, the demon slash he used was very similar to that of one of the Elite 7 members of the Imperial Assassination Department. After investigation, that person's name is Shen Yuan. The modified person beside Dr. Fashion spoke word by word like a machine. Are you serious? Dr. Shizhang took off his sunglasses and looked off into the distance in disbelief. If it was one of the 7 elite members of the Imperial Assassination Division, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the name Shen Yuan is a newcomer to Night Raid. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Dr. Fashion, the probability of error is 0.01%. He, if it's true, that would be interesting. Dr. Fashion put on his sunglasses again, pretending to have noticed nothing for the time being. I knew that General Esdeath must have been targeted. Such a swordsmanship genius appeared out of nowhere and became an elite member of the Imperial Guard in a very short time. It's obvious that they came prepared. The most interesting thing is, the strongest assassin and the strongest general fell in love and became lovers? This is completely beyond my imagination. I'm suddenly a little excited. What will happen if they know each other's true identity? Dr. Fashion has imagined a wonderful drama. The other side. Shen Yuan didn't know that his identity was under suspicion, but he was ready for a showdown. But not now, but after the super dangerous species appears and hunts. Wow! Stepping on the ice skateboard created by Esdeath, Shen Yuan looked at the dark whirlpool brewing in the distance. There seemed to be a huge dragon-like shadow looming on the seabed. Lady Esdeath, please hide behind me. Shen Yuan pulled out the Phantom Dream Spirit and said calmly, this is an S-class, extremely dangerous species. I don't want you to get hurt. Well. Seeing the person she loved standing in front of her without hesitation, Esdeath had never been so happy. Ever since the Baradis tribe was exterminated, she had never experienced the warmth of being protected. At best, it was just the comradeship between her and her subordinates. Even many weak subordinates are not considered companions in Esdeath's eyes, but pets at most. No, let me do it, even though it's an S-class dangerous species. Esdeath, please rely on your lover a little more. Because Shen Yuan needs to obtain the material of the super dangerous species, he must personally participate in the battle, bathe in its blood, absorb its life energy, turn it into his own use, and integrate it with himself. If Esdeath takes action, wouldn't she be stealing the kill? Of course, it is true that I don't want her to get hurt, even though it is impossible for her to get hurt. After hearing the gentle scolding from her beloved, Esdeath's mind wandered to other things. Father, is this the love you talked about between a man and a woman? It's really very heartwarming. Now I finally know what the feeling of being in love is. Esdeath muttered to herself. Originally, she was prepared to hunt dangerous species by herself, but she didn't expect that she would be treated as a little woman who was loved and protected, and even faced such a crisis without having to take any action herself. Just like now, at some unknown moment, the sea suddenly raised terrifying waves, and the rumbling sound shook the earth. A deep-sea dragon demon with a body size of more than 100 meters swooped down from below, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Esdeath's feet. But the Ice Queen did not move, because she knew that her lover would take action. Sealing the dust, absolute thought slash. In an instant, a sharp slashing light burst out from the spirit of human, and a huge sword energy fell from top to bottom into the sea, slashing towards the mouth of the S-level dangerous deep-sea dragon demon. Boom! The huge sea water surged up with blood, and then Esdeath was embraced by a hand and disappeared in the huge waves. Roar! An S-level dangerous species with a wound on its mouth, a huge sea dragon roared angrily. After falling into the sea, it immediately adjusted its position and rushed over. Woo! For the first time, Esdeath felt that hunting dangerous species could be so romantic. In front of the bloody mouth of the sea dragon, a man and a woman looked deeply into each other's eyes, reflecting each other's figures, and were not moved by the danger. The sea dragon may have felt the anger of being shown dog food, and blood-red energy ripples appeared on its fins, abdomen, and even in its mouth. Then a huge beam of breath pierced through the sky and earth, splitting the sea surface in two and passing through the two people. Be careful! Shen Yuan pushed Esdeath away, and a beam of energy light separated the two of them. The short-lived romance was finally brought back to reality by the crisis, and they had to look seriously in the direction of the S-level dangerous sea dragon. Roar! The giant sea dragon roared loudly, and the smell of blood from its mouth hit my face. The terrifying sound waves immediately caused the waves to surge high. The azure dragon's back and fins seemed to have entered a state of rage, and glowing substances similar to feather-like floating catkins appeared. The surrounding storm seemed to be gathered by it, and huge whirlpools appeared in the ocean currents. So annoying! Esdeath glared at the giant sea dragon demon with a slightly angry expression, as if she was angry at it forcibly separating the two of them. The blue mark on her chest gradually lit up. It was a powerful ice imperial weapon demon god appearance essence of demon forged with the power of the same super dangerous species. General Binglan. Esdeath's eyes narrowed, and her beautiful ice blue eyes, like those covered in frost, stared at the super dangerous species below. She raised her hand, and the entire sky became gloomy, and the air gradually froze. Hoo-hoo! The giant sea dragon demon felt the threat from its own kind, opened its bloody mouth and gathered its strength to exhale. Seeing this, Shen Yuan also made a new move. With a flip of his wrist, Draxar's dusk blade appeared on his right hand. A massive snowstorm. Shen Yuan understood Esdeath's intention and began to freeze the entire ocean, leaving the giant sea dragon with nowhere to escape. Chapter 48, Heavenly Tribulation. Fusion of super dangerous species. Esdeath, is there any way to restrict its movements? Leave the rest to me. Of course. Esdeath looked at Shen Yuan deeply, and she used her strongest control skill without hesitation. Show yourself here, Ice Demon. Suddenly, Esdeath showed a sign of using the ultimate ice secret. Although she inherited the power of a super dangerous species, Esdeath herself is a strong person who is constantly improving. After all, she is only in her 20s. However, after using this move, Esdeath seemed to have no ability to resist, but she still chose to trust Shen Yuan without hesitation. In that case, there is no need for me to hold back my strength. Everything will be frozen in front of me. As Esdeath raised her bright white jade hand, the demon mark on her chest suddenly shone with crystal light, resonating violently with the ice element between heaven and earth. Behind Esdeath, a giant, roaring ice beast 100 meters long seemed to appear. Correspondingly, an even more biting cold air spread in all directions, instantly freezing and silencing the entire world. Secret technique. Mo Kopit Mo. With Esdeath's low murmur, the entire space froze in an instant, and endless frost covered everything in the world. Everything would be frozen, even time and space, which were considered absolutely impossible to stand still. Mokapatma is the 8th of the 8 cold hells in Buddhism. The people suffering there suffer from extreme cold, and their skin and flesh are frozen and cracked, and their entire body is frozen and cracked, like a big red lotus. Translated, it means purgatory of extreme ice. Even Esdeath could only release this kind of power once a day, but now she chose without hesitation to help Shen Yuan temporarily freeze the S-level dangerous giant sea dragon demon for a few seconds. In this short period of time, Shen Yuan did not let her down. Forbidden secret technique. Instant prison shadow killing formation. The next moment, the giant sea dragon demon fell into the range of the cruel shadow killing array. With the strange and cold laughter of H.A. Ha! Ha! Many shadow clones transformed by Shen Yuan appeared in several directions in the sky, completely surrounding the frozen giant sea dragon demon. All blades. Demon slash. The moment Shen Yuan used this skill, a cursed mark of death appeared above the giant sea dragon's head. The sound of phantom spirit in his left hand, like the sound of a clear spring, rang out in the cold and silent space. Then Shen Yuan grabbed Dusk Blade of Drakthar and launched a surprise attack towards the front. Double sword slash. There was not just one voice, but several low shouts appeared in the sky at the same time. All the shadow clones rushed towards the direction of the giant sea dragon demon at the same time, and a sword hurricane blew up in the sky in an instant. Shadow secret. Teleport. Shen Yuan moved quickly, showing his true strength, which was different from the first time he met Esdeath. He slid down and rotated along the neck of the frozen giant sea dragon demon, using the 2 mythical and legendary weapons in his hands to cause huge armor-piercing damage to it. Finally, the 3 shadow clones moved in unison, and 4 dark rays of light shot out. Shen Yuan finally reached the dragon's reverse scale and ruthlessly stabbed the weapon into its heart. Shadow Ninja Technique. Soul-destroying tribulation. When all this was done, 4 figures simultaneously spun and slashed with dark ghost light. The giant sea dragon demon suddenly stopped, its neck broke, and the time of the mark of death on its head seemed to have ended. Boom! The mark of death on the giant sea dragon demon's head shattered, and the terrifying shadow energy burst out. The ancient dark magic completely destroyed its body, turning it into a bloody wave falling from the sky. The scarlet blood instantly flowed into the sea, dyeing the sea of blood red. There is no doubt that the S-level dangerous species, the deep sea dragon demon, is completely dead. I am the Dark Blade quest completed. The host and the dangerous species have been fused, and you will be rewarded with the Imperial Skin Tianchi. Chi. Drokthar's Dusk Blade's passive skill was triggered after killing its prey, and Shen Yuan's figure disappeared like a ghost. Sizzle. Sizzle. Blood spilled on the glacier. Esdeath looked around with wide eyes, only to find that Shen Yuan's shadow had completely disappeared. What are you hiding? Esdeath whispered. Just as she stood up to look for her lover, she heard the sound of ice breaking behind her. Do not move. A cold voice came from behind, and the blood-red dusk blade of Drokthar and the purple-red phantom flame faintly revealed a sharp and deadly aura. Esdeath was a powerful ice mage, but she was unable to deal with Shen Yuan, who was outflanked. Because his aura has changed compared to before, a violent energy fluctuation is merging with him along with the flesh and blood energy of a super dangerous species. Faintly, Esdeath saw on the reflection of the ice in front of her, what looked like the external soul bone 8 spider lance Tian Shaji slowly revealing its original fangs and true face. Looks like I don't need to expose your boring disguise. Esdeath exhaled lightly. She had activated the ultimate ice skill, but she felt a little exhausted. After all, stagnating time was a realm that mortals could not reach. Even Esdeath had to release all the ice elemental energy condensed for a day in one breath to achieve the effect of freezing time and space. In this situation, having lost her ultimate move, she was no longer able to fight against the current Shen Yuan. Esdeath, please forgive my disrespect. I took advantage of your identity, your power, your status. So, your romance with me is also fake. Esdeath turned around and faced Shen Yuan, who was holding 2 imperial artifacts. Her eyes were filled with surprise. There were not many people who could use 2 imperial artifacts at the same time. It could be said to be extremely rare. As for the other party's identity, she had an answer in her mind based on his performance just now. No, this is true. Shen Yuan raised his weapon, and behind him seemed to grow 8 spider spears, which were domineering and dangerous features, indicating that his power had begun to merge with the dragon demon. I use everything you have, except your feelings. Esdeath, I'm a member of Night Raid. My real name is Shen Yuan. I was once one of the 7 elite members of the Imperial Assassination Corps. Before that, I was an assassin dedicated to eradicating the corruption and evil of the Empire, targeting ministers, the Emperor, and General Bud. Oh? It seems you don't intend to hide it anymore. Esdeath's face turned cold and she scolded, I never thought you were the strongest assassin. But why did you stop? Now is the best time for you to attack me. Yes, Esdeath, I can easily kill you now. However, I cannot go against my conscience and kill the person who loved me just a moment ago. If you are willing, can you come with me? No longer noble and arrogant, no longer dominating, but as a gentle and kind wife. Haha, is this your purpose? Esdeath smiled lightly, looking extremely surprised. But I can't promise you. Is it because of your loyalty to the Empire? Shen Yuan lowered his voice, and behind him, the sharp blade of heaven's evil, like 8 spider lances, gradually extended. We will heal the Empire's strife and cleanse its ignorance. I'll give you time to consider. The Night Raid's headquarters is in the mountains 10 kilometers north of the Imperial capital. I'll be waiting there. You can bring the rest of the hunters to a fair and direct showdown with the Night Raid. None of us will flee. Having said this, Shen Yuan's figure turned into a disappearing shadow, and his real body disappeared into the distance in an instant. Although she had known this for a long time, Esdeath felt extremely complicated after hearing Shen Yuan admit the location of the night attack base with her own ears. Lady Esdeath, what happened? I saw Ying and he suddenly left. Did they have a quarrel? Seeing the group of subordinates suddenly approaching, Esdeath stared at them with a sullen expression, puffing up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. I've been heartbroken. Ying's true identity is the assassin of Night Raid. What? The one who was most shocked was actually Will. He couldn't understand why Shen Yuan was actually a spy for the enemy forces. He immediately clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, how dare you deceive my brother's feelings? How despicable! How come? Seilu's eyes flickered, but after her view of justice was changed by shadow magic, although she was shocked, she did not think Shen Yuan was a bad person. The others also looked incredulous. Even Dr. Fashion looked like he was watching a show. Only the handsome young man Lan seemed to be like Ruosi. He did not dislike the night attack, but he did not completely agree with the other party's approach. What should we do now? Needless to say, of course I'm going to kill them and take revenge. We have to put an end to this. I'm all alone again. 2 lines of crystal tears flowed down Esdeath's white cheeks, quiet and deep. She did waver in her desire to be a gentle and kind wife, but this idea ended as soon as it came into her mind. System log. You successfully obtained and fused the cells of the super dangerous species. Your level has risen to 16, wielding the Empire's greatest power. You are confident you can defeat even Esdeath in her prime. However, you failed to persuade Esdeath to surrender. You chose Plan C, which pitted all hunters against all night raids in a decisive battle in the northern part of the imperial capital. Knowing Esdeath well, she wouldn't refuse, so you still have one more chance to succeed. The Imperial City, a millennium of decay, is about to be reckoned with. You look forward to the moment when the professional killer group, after defeating Esdeath, will night raid and dominate the Imperial City. Shen Yuan appeared in the northern part of the Imperial capital. Before heading to the night raid headquarters, he looked at his newly acquired Imperial weapon skin, which looked like the Heavenly Tribulation with the attached Soul Bone 8 Spider Lance. This skin belongs to the Odyssey series. In the background story, Zed is a Thanos-like being with a new name called G. He is responsible for cleaning up the weak and those who are unworthy of living. He was raised by the Holy Order and devoted himself to the Order at a very young age. He mastered every original truth, passed every rigorous test, and finally stood proudly in front of the Masters, officially becoming a holy messenger. It was also at that time that G was assigned his final and most difficult test, to find and protect a legendary deep space beast, a creature from extremely ancient times, worshipped as a god by the inhabitants of many fringe planets. Rather than a test, it was more of a failure that he had to experience. From then on, the precept turned into a disaster. After the giant beast was killed, powerful arcane energy poured into G's body. G's body changed, becoming stronger, but also more lonely. The Milky Way, a vast space that breeds the weak. Tianxia G. Although G is very powerful in the background story of this skin, Shen Yuan only simulated the ability of the Shadow Lord. Therefore, although he obtained the Tianxia skin, his strength is at most the level of a fusion of super dangerous species, and it is impossible to compare with the G in the background story of Odyssey. Because this does not belong to the same worldview, the system will not be kind enough to give you invincible power. But even so, the current imperial weapon Tianxia is enough to allow Shen Yuan to gain stronger power. Its ability is to extend several ferocious and powerful blades around the body. The sword weapon on the wrist shines with golden light and has extremely high attack power. During the battle, it can provide unimaginable combat power blessing. Next. Join forces to launch a night attack and defeat Esdeath's hunter army. Attack the imperial capital in one fell swoop. Kill the minister. We are about to face a reckoning. The 3-year period has come. The hunting time is about to begin. Chapter 49, On the eve of the decisive battle, all professional killers gather. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, a night raid on the main base camp. This place is located in the border forest. The deep mountains have become a natural shelter here. Coupled with the protection of a large area of sparsely populated forest, it is even more impossible to be discovered. The tall house halfway up the mountain is where the night raiders rest. Hey, Kaitong, do you think Shen Yuan was discovered by Esdeath and then silenced? He hasn't replied to the message for such a long time. Marin's face was full of worry, and she asked Kaitong, who was eating meat in big mouthfuls. Chi Tong chewed hard on her thin-looking mouth, swallowed the large piece of barbecue that filled her mouth, and then panted, "No, I believe Shen Yuan will be fine. If you ask me, he's probably obsessed with Esdeath's beauty and can't help himself," Leon said carelessly, but quickly changed her tone. That being said, the enemy is Esdeath after all. If he accidentally reveals his true colors, he could be killed. Also, I heard that Esdeath was furious when she learned that her subordinates, the 3 beast warriors, were killed by us. After Leon added to the situation, he looked at Akame with a stern expression. So, acting boss, what should we do? Shen Yuan. Chi Tong lowered her head. After hearing what Leona said, she became a little worried. I say, now is not the time to be indecisive. Marin loudly reminded the hesitant Akame, after all, that bastard is one of ours. Even if Esdeath didn't kill him right away, she must have imprisoned him. Otherwise, how could there be no news after all this time? I think we should trust him a little more. The eldest brother, Brand, looked up at everyone and said in a deep voice, if it weren't for him, Tatsumai and I would probably be in hell now. He risked being exposed to tell us the information about the 3 beast warriors. This time, he will definitely. Jingle bell. August 17th. Suddenly, the discussion about the night raid was interrupted by the sound of an alarm. Although the sound was not loud, it silenced everyone for a moment. Lubug. Chi Tong slammed the table and stood up. Everyone else also looked at the green-haired boy who wanted to replace Shen Yuan as the protagonist, that is, Lubug. Yes, that's right, it's an invader. Lubug curled his fingers, and a tiny silver light flashed at his fingertips. His smile disappeared in an instant, and his expression returned to a cold one. Someone broke into our base. Everyone, stand alert. The entire night raid base was covered with alarm devices, the most subtle of which was Lubug's silver thread. Any slight tremor would attract his attention. Ready to fight. Akahima, who had a worried look on her face just now, immediately stood up and clenched the imperial weapon one-hit kill, demon sword Murasame in her hand. Now that the leader Nishida is temporarily out, Akahima is the boss here. Understood. As members of a professional killer group, the ability to deal with such emergencies is a must, and everyone acted quickly. A few seconds later, the imperial weapon also emerged. Main raised the large spear-shaped imperial artifact romantic turret, Pumpkin, Leon transformed King of Beasts, Lion King, and the eldest brother Brand also instantly completed the transformation operational armor, Devil Haunted, and the taciturn bespectacled girl, Seal, also raised the scissor imperial artifact Sever All Things, soul extinguishing. The members of the professional killer group Night Raid moved quickly without any delay, and Tatsumai and Sao were temporarily left at the headquarters to guard because they did not have imperial weapons. The others, led by the eldest brother Brand, who was wearing armor covered with evil spirits, rushed to the place where the enemy invaded. The whole process took less than half a minute, which shows how fast they were. Who are you? Akame frowned, holding down the demon sword Murasame in his hand, staring at a dark golden and domineering figure in the heavy rain ahead. A figure shrouded in darkness and wearing dark gold armor and a mask appeared in front of them. Didn't you recognize me? The voice coming from under the armor mask was as cold as steel. Shen Yuan was equipped with the armor-type imperial weapon Tianxia Dragon Demon. Not only did its appearance look very different from the original, even the voice was changed because of the mask. He raids at night in front of everyone. Like wearing armor that is haunted by evil spirits, the Tianxia G-skin comes with a set of domineering armor, including golden armor like dragon scales and ferocious dark golden thorns, which unfold behind the body like 8 spider spears and can also form blade wings. It has some characteristics of a dragon, but its main means is assassination. This is the new ability Shen Yuan gained after killing the S-level super dangerous species not long ago and fusing its cells. This sound. Chi Tong twitched slightly, but before she could speak, Shen Yuan vanished from the spot. Shadow Abyss clones materialized continuously, and in an instant, numerous shadow monsters clad in heavenly evil armor surrounded the Night Raiders, their sharp blades pointed at their necks. Ferocious dark golden thorns also extended from their arms and shoulders, surrounding them. Kang! Just as Akado was about to draw his sword, a hand held down the blade. To be precise, it was the Tencha sleeve sword with many blades, held in a claw shape, holding the demon sword Murasame in place. The powerful force made it difficult for Akado to attack or draw his sword and retreat. It's really warm to meet you, everyone. Shen Yuan's facial armor suddenly faded away, revealing his original appearance. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone in the audience looked over. They were still confused, but when they recognized Shen Yuan, they were suddenly surprised. Shen Yuan? Why are you here? This place is my home, so is there any problem with coming back directly? Of course. A smile appeared on Chi Tong's lips. No matter what, it's good that he's back. Woo woo. Ma Yunfei rushed over and hugged Shen Yuan. She had been worried for a long time without any news. It was not only because Shen Yuan was a person who was willing to spend money on them, but more because the bags she bought from shopping in the imperial capital last time were all stored in Shen Yuan's system space. Of course, if you insist on asking whether she has other ideas, only Mayan herself knows. Could it be that Esdeath was dealt with by you? Asked the eldest brother Brand in astonishment, and then looked at Shen Yuan's Tianjia armor, which was even more handsome than his evil ghost armor. That's true. The haunted armor is an armor-type imperial weapon made of the ferocious dragon-shaped dangerous species Tyrande. It has the defense of an iron wall, but it is extremely burdensome to the wearer. Ordinary people will die if they wear it. This kind of dragon lives in extremely harsh environments, and their traces can be found in permafrost and deserts. Due to their strong adaptability and vitality, the dragon's cells still survive and continue to evolve after being made into imperial weapons. The material that Shen Yuan absorbed and fused was the deep-sea dragon demon, which could manipulate energy and continuously absorb power from the outside world. It had a special organ in its body that stored energy, and could release the power in an instant during battle. Its destructive power was so strong that it could even blow down a mountain. As an orthodox sea dragon, the deep-sea dragon demon can be regarded as one of the top dangerous species in its ecological niche. It was difficult to kill it with Shen Yuan's strength alone. It was mainly because of Esdeath's ultimate move that froze time and space, giving him enough time to output. No, Esdeath is still alive, and she will be here soon. Shen Yuan briefly recounted everything he had experienced in the past few days. Although the threat posed by Esdeath cannot be underestimated, it's good that you're back. Hill pushed his glasses and breathed a sigh of relief. Although she is not good at speaking and expressing herself, she has long regarded Shen Yuan as a companion. That's why, Shen Yuan said solemnly, looking at them all. This time, we must make a final decision with the hunters. I will tell you everything about their imperial equipment's abilities and personalities. From now on, we will use this foothills as our base and wage a battle of offense and defense to completely capture Esdeath. What Shen Yuan said was exactly what everyone in the night raid was thinking. Naturally, they did not refuse, because the special police organization Hunters was established specifically to target them. If possible, they would try to wipe them out while everyone retained their physical strength. First, there's Will. That guy is just a passionate, upright young man from the eastern coast of the Empire. He's essentially no different from Tatsumi, but he hasn't seen through the Empire's corruption yet, so he's being manipulated and deceived by the Imperial Minister. At this point, Shen Yuan looked at his muscular brother Brand and said to him, his imperial gear is called Ashura Incarnation, Noble Chariot. Its armor is similar to your demonic haunting, and its combat power is also very strong, so I'll leave it to you. Oh. Leave it to me. Saving the lost boy is my responsibility. The eldest brother Brand patted his strong chest muscles and said that he would make this upright young man realize the reality of the Empire's corruption and have a real man's fencing duel with him. Lan sounds like he has something to hide. He's actually just an imperial weapon user temporarily transferred from the border after a student was murdered. His student's killer is the Wild Hound, a subordinate of the minister's son, Sheila, who is extremely cruel and lustful, having raped and tortured countless young women. If there's a way to get Lan to know the truth, he might side with us. At this point, Shen Yuan looked at Lubbock and said, if you want to be the protagonist, then use your verbal skills to convince him to lay down his weapon. Verbal skills are a must to become the protagonist. Likely a trick. Lubbock looked at Shen Yuan in confusion, but he roughly understood what he meant. I know. I will. As for Siryu, she's a girl who holds on to her sense of justice, but I've modified her cognition with shadow magic. Leona, you just need to hold her back. You don't need to strive for victory, just buy time until we're done. I understand. Leon, who grew up in the slums of the imperial capital, was very familiar with the situation of the members of the Imperial Guard. After all, she joined the night raid because she couldn't stand the cruel scene of nobles riding horses and trampling children to death. Boris is a burly man who once served in the incineration corps, but he possesses a tender heart. He once burned many innocent people to death in compliance with the Empire's orders, and he believes he will be punished one day. Therefore, use his inner guilt to make him recognize the Empire's sins. Hill and Shehu, he'll be in your care. Do not worry. Okay. They both nodded. What about me? Tatsumi suddenly asked. He was also eager to find an opponent. You deal with Dr. Fashion's cyborg troops. He has a lot of subordinates, a bunch of enhanced soldiers who are like zombies walking around. Just deal with them. And Marin, you snipe from a distance to cover everyone else. But Dr. Fashion doesn't need convincing. His own sins and karma are enough to send him to hell, just like Burris's. But Burris can still be redeemed, but forget about Dr. Fashion. If he doesn't surrender, I'll kill him. This is differential treatment. Tatsumi couldn't help but complain in a low voice. This isn't discrimination. Compared to him, the one who's more dangerous is actually Akame's sister, Kurome. Having said that, Shen Yuan and the others looked at Chi Tong, and the pressure instantly came to her. Black Eyes has actually joined the hunters. Hearing this, Chi Tong clenched her pink fists and said somewhat unwillingly. Hei Tong is addicted to sugar, Chi Tong, you should know something, right? Akame is also a foodie, so it's normal for her to like meat, but candy is different. Liking candy is definitely a sign of some kind of addiction. She's been eating candy all the time. Akahime said with a sad expression, the only reason is that Hei Tong's health is deteriorating, and she has to use candy to suppress the pain. It was the poison injected into her by the Empire, Shen Yuan said gravely. I've read her information. The medicine isn't incurable, but it requires her cooperation. But the current situation is that Hei Tong deeply hates you as her sister. She resents you for betraying the Empire and wants to execute you. Really? In her eyes, I'm a betrayer. Chi Tong held her hands nervously, and there was a sense of sadness in her words. As a sister who was not trusted by her younger sister, only she could understand the sorrow. I will take care of her myself. There's another option. Before Chi Tong could even say he wanted to kill Hei Tong, Shen Yuan added, with your strength, completely suppressing Hei Tong is no problem. After all, a sister can't lose to her younger sister. But you need to be resolute enough to do it. As long as you capture Hei Tong alive, even if her younger sister is disobedient, a good lesson will be very effective. If you really can't change her mind, let me do it. I'll use shadow magic to plunge you into the nightmare that has been haunting Hei Tong for years, clearing up the misunderstanding between you two. Entering a dream and changing a person's thoughts and ideas. So Shen Yuan, you have this ability. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Leon tried to liven it up by joking, if I had your ability to suggest thoughts, I'd sleep with all the girls in the team. Puff. Leon, what are you talking about? Marin felt like she was still a child, and her face immediately turned red as she glared at this bold and unruly guy. This terrifying ability, can't it really exist? Hill pushed his glasses and looked at Shen Yuan warily. I'm not that crazy yet. I'm not interested in love without emotional support. Shen Yuan said that he had never had any bad ideas. Shadow magic was only used to assist in assassination. Its essence was to take advantage of the good and evil in human nature. It was the power from the ancient nightmare. The mythic weapon Draxar's Dusk Blade looks identical to the Eternal Nightmare's weapon. It's likely a weapon once used by Nightmare, and for some unknown reason, it ended up in the hands of the top assassin named Draxar. Night falls. As everyone dispersed and began to prepare for the upcoming war. As if she could see that Shen Yuan was worried, the carefree Leona volunteered to use her older sister's body to save the lovelorn boy and came to his side. Leon, if you had a mortal enemy who approached you disguised as a stranger and deceived you into giving away your heart, taking away your body and soul, what would you do? Shen Yuan felt that he couldn't simply look at the problem between himself and Esdeath from the surface. He needed a woman's perspective to get answers. Humph. Leon sat next to Shen Yuan, a sneer on his face. If anyone dares to lie to me like this, I will use the power of Lion King transformation to break all his bones and drag him out to feed the dangerous species. So cruel. Feeling Leona's inner anger, Shen Yuan's face changed slightly, as if he felt the ferocious danger of a wild beast, but, what if you like that person? Oh? I like him, then give him some preferential treatment. Leon looked at Shen Yuan meaningfully and said without hesitation, completely destroy him, then crush his bones bit by bit, and let a group of dangerous species eat him while he still retains consciousness. Terrible. Shen Yuan thought to himself, he couldn't help but worry that Esdeath would do the same to him in anger and humiliation. Chapter 50, The Man Who Controls the Power of Time and Space. Esdeath's trust. Why do you ask? Could it be that you don't think too much? A friend of mine asked me to ask for him. Shen Yuan made friends out of nothing. Oh. Lionel said in a long voice, don't pretend. The friend you are talking about is you. But since you said that, how much must Esdeath hate you? Burying you in ice might be the most merciful thing to do. Shen Yuan had no expectations for Leon's beast-like, degenerate brain. Don't be fooled by her carefree appearance. In fact, she doesn't even have a boyfriend, and she doesn't know what love is. She just heard a lot from strangers and pretends to know a lot. Don't think too much about it for now. Everything, let it be. Dark depths. Under the cover of night, several figures appeared not far from the night raid headquarters. With the extraordinary clairvoyance of a cyborg, Dr. Fashion and his subordinates tracked the enemy all the way, gazing at the depths of the forest in the distance from the mountains. Oh! Very good. Even in such a situation, he still maintains such strict security, with small traps everywhere. He is worthy of being the man that Lady Esdeath has set her eyes on. Under the sight of the cyborg troops, the eyes, ears, and nose, the reconnaissance trio, whose microscopic vision has been greatly enhanced, can clearly see the tiny silk threads under the night sky. Lady Esdeath, there is a barrier made of silk threads ahead. Please follow our movement pattern to avoid it. Dr. Fashion seemed to be talking to someone, and several figures appeared behind him. Yet, a tall and slender woman walked out. Her long ice blue hair reached below her knees, and she exuded a cold aura. Esdeath stared coldly at a barely perceptible flicker of light in the darkness. That should be the headquarters of the night raid. Shadow, that guy deceived my feelings. We can't let him off so easily. Yes, General Esdeath. Will also instantly entered the armored state, summoning Avatar of Shura, noble chariot on his body, and said in a heavy voice, "Brother, this time you forced me to do it. All troops attack. Eliminate all those involved in the night raid." Esdeath raised her jade hand and waved it, and the 6 figures behind 10 quickly moved, quickly approaching the headquarters of night raid. This time, I chose to fight using the method you are best at, assassination. As if giving someone a taste of their own medicine, Esdeath puffed up her cheeks, her beautiful eyes flashing with an icy light, and it was unclear whether she was angry or murderous. As the night deepened and the moonlight was obscured by the forest, it was a perfect time to kill someone. I have a feeling that Esdeath will definitely take action tonight. Now that Nichitan is not here, Chi Tong, the second in command of the night raid, has taken up the lead, but she trusts Shen Yuan more, so everything goes according to Shen Yuan's wishes. Why do you say that? Everyone was gathered in a small hut despite feeling sleepy, but without waiting for them to react. Shen Yuan's mind moved slightly. He seemed to see something. It turned out that when Esdeath and others passed through a certain area, the reconnaissance guard placed by Shen Yuan in the grass discovered the movements of Dr. Fashion's troops. It was also because of this that Shen Yuan learned that Esdeath and others were approaching. Ready to fight. As if he had sensed something, Akame tightened his grip on his weapon. Are you here? As the words fell, the figure of Hunter Burris appeared nearby, holding up the imperial weapon Purgatory summoning Ruby Gand flamethrower and pointing it at the room. Then, the turbine bellows on his back began to roar under overload, and in an instant, a huge flame penetrated the entire room. Get out of here quickly. As if a sneak attack had succeeded, Burris raised the flamethrower in his hand and sprayed huge flames into the house. In an instant, the entire roof was blown off by the high-temperature heat wave, which was extremely dazzling in the night. Well done, Burris. Are they all dead? When the teammates rushed over to ask, they suddenly found that the situation had changed. Several figures disappeared in the sea of fire, and the figure of Hill, a girl with glasses, holding a huge scissors imperial weapon, appeared in the open space nearby. Sorry, please, just fall down here. Drink. The swordsman girl Shehu also ran quickly and attacked Burris from the side. Seeing this, Burris' companions were about to take action when they saw several other figures. Hey Tong, I'm here. As an assassin who is very good at seizing opportunities, Kai Tong naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity and attracted his sister Hai Tong. Although she wanted to kill Burris at this time, Burris's flames were now very powerful. If she rushed up rashly, she would definitely be hit by a severe fire attack. So this task was given to Hill and Sao, one to hold him back while the other used the imperial weapon to destroy his flamethrower. Don't try to succeed. Wool suddenly rushed forward, in the form of Shura and the noble chariot. Just as he was about to attack Chi Tong, he was blocked by another tall and burly figure in silver-white armor. Hey, little brother, your opponent is me. The eldest brother Brand's strong body leaned over and collided head-on with Will. Both of them took a few steps back, then stood up and began to confront each other. Two-sided battle, full-scale outbreak. Leon used King of Beasts Lion King to fight against Zero's monster transformation 100-armed giant. The two sides fought back and forth, as if they regarded the battle as a kind of pleasure. Are you Lan from Hunter? Lubbock looked coldly at Lan, who was strangely stretching his angelic wings in the air. Interesting. His 1,000 changes crosstail and Lan's 1,000 miles flying mastema were competing against each other in power, but both sides were in a state of slacking off and no one was willing to use their trump card. Others also found their respective goals. Mr. Shen Yuan, let me help you. Tatsumai roared, running out of the bushes, drawing his sword and slashing at Esdeath, who was facing Shen Yuan but hadn't made a move. Even if there's only a momentary flaw. Oh! The next second, a dull crashing sound was heard, and as the crashing sound fell, Tatsumai was kicked away by the Ice Queen, crashing into several large trees before coming to a sudden stop. Didn't I tell you to follow the plan? Looking at Tatsumai, who was given away for free, Shen Yuan frowned, but he did not expect Esdeath to move so quickly. Barely a day had passed. He just brought his men and attacked directly. Ying, I will give you one last chance. As long as you wear this chain and swear never to leave me, I will let you and Night Raid go. Esdeath was wearing a pure white sergeant's uniform and holding a training tool that looked like a collar in her hand. Her tone was extremely cold, and the cooling air around her seemed to indicate that she was very angry. Same thing to you. Shen Yuan said, if you are willing to be a gentle and kind wife, I will give you everything in this world. It seems like I can't convince you. Although Boris told me that impatient people can't eat hot tofu, and that you need to never give up to capture someone's heart, I am impatient. Today, either you come with me, or I tie you up and take you away. Esdeath smiled softly, appearing extremely excited, as if her sadistic spirit was ignited. First, let me give you a taste of this sword. As she spoke, Esdeath's hand reached for her chest, and an ice blade was pulled out from the demon mark on her chest. In an instant, the surrounding sky and earth turned white, and the ice quickly froze all directions, forcing the others who were fighting to move away and look at the scene in horror. She will show no mercy to her enemies, even to her loved ones. This is Esdeath's fighting principle. Suddenly, everything around her turned into an icy purgatory. Ice Knight, attack! Esdeath swung her sword through the air, scattering ice to the ground, and instantly transformed into several tall ice knights charging towards Shen Yuan. Shadow Secret. Ghost Killing. With the help of the Imperial Armor Tianxia, Dragon Demon, Shen Yuan's speed and attack range have increased a lot, which is a qualitative change. The shadow clones separated from under his feet and landed in front of the Ice Knight. Then he turned around and slashed them all in half, turning back into a wisp of ice element and disappearing between heaven and earth. Absolutely, I will not let you escape again. Esdeath's eyes condensed, and her beautiful ice blue eyes, like those covered with frost, stared at Shen Yuan, who was controlling the shadow clone in front of her. This time, I will bind you to me forever. Esdeath raised her hand and pointed the ice demon sword at the sky. In an instant, the entire forest was shaking, the sky became extremely dark, and the air was freezing rapidly. It seemed that she was planning to freeze everything here completely. I don't have time to play games with you, Esdeath. Shen Yuan's heart sank and he began to mobilize all the energy of the Tianxia armor. Esdeath's readiness for a quick battle made him feel pressured. To be honest, Shen Yuan had no intention of going to war with his fiancée. It is too helpless that the relationship has become so strained just because of the position of a mere empire. And now, Esdeath's crazy idea made him sigh inwardly, feeling the violent resonance of the ice element between heaven and earth. A large amount of frost could be seen condensing around him with the naked eye. The biting cold air had begun to erode Shen Yuan's feet, slowing down his movements. Close your eyes and let everything freeze. Esdeath whispered softly, crossing her hands in front of her chest. As she moved, the entire space froze, the world was covered with a layer of white frost, and time and space stopped flowing at this moment. Secret technique, Mak Patma. Even the laws of physics could not escape this freezing state of absolute zero. With time frozen, Shen Yuan turned into an ice sculpture and stood still, continuing to retreat. Now, you are mine. Esdeath whispered, walking forward with a sad face. She came to the ice sculpture, pinched the man's frozen chin, and there was an indescribable quietness and depth in her eyes. Well, now it's time to punish you. The Ice Queen Esdeath exhaled a breath of orchid, raised the magic sword of ice in her hand, and stabbed it towards the ice sculpture, but the next moment, she was surprised to find that the magic sword could not pierce Shen Yuan's body. Moreover, the man in the ice sculpture seemed to be made of pure gold, shining with a sacred golden light. Ding! As the power of freezing time disappeared, Esdeath heard a belated crisp sound, as clear as the sound of a flowing spring. Then Shen Yuan maintained a tactical retreat and froze in space in a very handsome posture. Looking closely, there seemed to be a faint smile on his cheek. What's going on? It's turning gold. Esdeath's eyes were filled with shock as she stared at the sculpture of a man that was shining with dazzling gold. It was not made of metal, but rather the effect of being wrapped in some kind of sacred golden power of time and space. This power did not belong to this world, nor was it even in the same dimension. But when Esdeath was in a daze, Shen Yuan was secretly heartbroken. You used a stopwatch. Active stagnation, one-time use, immune to damage and unselectable for 2.5 seconds, but unable to take any other actions during this period, transformed into a broken stopwatch after use. Then, before Esdeath's ultimate freeze skill came, Shen Yuan turned into a little golden man with a ding sound. Even if Mokopatmo really had the power to freeze time and space, it was definitely not as good as the supreme artifacts such as stopwatch and Zhonya's hourglass that could control the flow of time. Although this Zhonya hourglass has not been refreshed yet, Shen Yuan took out the stopwatch, which can only be used once in a lifetime. But the effect is significant. Shen Yuan perfectly countered Esdeath's power to freeze time and space. Crack! The next moment, a figure covered in Tianxia armor broke through the ice. Looking at Esdeath, who was so close to him, Shen Yuan stretched out his hands without hesitation and hugged her tightly. Under the influence of the power of the armor, the power of the demon in front of Esdeath's chest was suppressed, and she was unable to use the power of ice for a while. I never thought you had such a method. Is this also the effect of that magical imperial weapon? Esdeath opened her eyes wide unwillingly and let Shen Yuan control her actions. If I give you another chance, I might really be helpless. But, my queen, this time, you lose. As he spoke, a hint of dark shadow energy flashed in Shen Yuan's eyes. The darkness enveloped him and Esdeath, and the surrounding frost-covered air was gradually shrouded in black mist. This is an imperial weapon? Could it be? Before Esdeath could react, she saw the black fog enveloping her, and then her consciousness fell into a drowsy state, as if she had entered a dream. It was a pitch-black space. A ray of light shone in front, illuminating a figure. It was Shen Yuan's figure. It seemed that he was the only one in this special space. Let's talk, Esdeath. What is this place? Ice Queen Esdeath felt as if she had lost all her strength and had a deep sense of powerlessness. This is the nightmare realm, the deepest part of your consciousness. Because your mind is still very active, I have wrapped your mind in a dark shadow to talk to you about your true inner thoughts. Here, neither of us can lie, and we can talk openly. This ability is really interesting. So Ying, no, Shen Yuan, do you really like me? That's right. Unable to lie, Shen Yuan, transformed from the shadow, nodded, I like you, that's why I want to save you. Really? Esdeath's eyelashes trembled, and she was obviously very happy. Then why do you want to be an enemy of the Empire? Not with the Empire, but with the ministers and this corrupt imperial capital. Shen Yuan waved his hand, and his reflection appeared in front of Esdeath. However, he was the boy in the background story. His experience and past were also displayed in Esdeath's eyes, as if she was recalling her memories. It was shadow that inspired me. In an instant, an atmosphere of desolation and grandeur enveloped the place. The young man in the misty reflection opened his ruthless eyes. Staring at that will, Esdeath was not only shaken, she looked at the young man who had experienced all this with great heartache, and finally felt relieved. Just as humans decay, the empire will one day be destroyed. Even the imperial capital, which has prospered for 1,000 years, will become nothing more than a corrupt hell on earth, with demons and monsters in human form roaming rampantly and arrogantly. If heaven is unable to punish evil, we will vanish into darkness. What I have accomplished cannot be reversed. Esdeath, come with me and leave here. We will heal the empire of discord, we will purge the empire of ignorance. No one can escape their shadow. Looking at Esdeath approaching, Shen Yuan understood the answer in her heart. Chapter 51, Cut off the shadow of the empire. Launch the final counterattack. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle between Mayan and others has also ended. However, a small accident happened to Akaji and her sister Haitong. Because the sword-shaped imperial weapon held by Kurome is the March of the Dead, 8 chambers, which is equivalent to summoning 8 corpse puppets. Among these corpses, one was a friend who grew up with Akame and Kurome. They belonged to the same assassination team and were very powerful. There are even super dangerous giant monsters that were imperial generals in their previous lives and materials for imperial weapons in their previous lives. This made Chi Tong feel a lot of pressure. Damn it! You actually possess this imperial weapon that can manipulate corpses to insult human dignity. Kurome, even if you are Akame's sister, you cannot be forgiven. It is hard to imagine how painful it was for them to see their own people being killed by the imperial army, and then be killed by Hei Tong and made into puppets of 8 rooms. They had to fight to protect their enemies while letting out shrill howls. This kind of imperial weapon that plays with the dead bodies of humans is really too infuriating. Although there is no magic in this world, Hei Tong is actually equivalent to a necromancer. The corpses she controlled still retained some of their will and were tortured by pain. The battle is over, Kurome. Akame's hand holding the one-hit kill demon sword Murasame was trembling slightly. He resisted the urge to kill his sister and advised her. Yet, Hei Tong still maintained a faint smile. Even if General Esdeath lost, I haven't lost either. I wonder if it would be fun to make my sister into a doll. Chi Tong, you can't keep this sister anymore, just kill her. If you can't do it yourself, let me do it. Everyone who participated in the night raid began to persuade them, while the hunters stood on Hei Tong's side. No matter what, Hei Tong could still be considered a companion. But that's it. Stop. There's no need to keep fighting. Appearing before everyone's eyes were the figures of Esdeath and Shen Yuan, the strongest imperial general and the strongest assassin, walking side by side. General Esdeath. When Hei Tong saw the newcomer, his eyes flickered, and then he revealed hostility. So that's how it is, you have also betrayed the Empire. Ah! Esdeath glanced at Black Eyes with a cold, arrogant expression, then said in a cold voice, No, I'm already on the Empire's side, but now I've turned my attention to someone else. All hunters, listen. Our next target is the Minister. Our goal is to slay Minister Ernest, who manipulates the young Emperor into endless tyranny. Show your might. What? Assassinate the Minister. Are you serious about this, General Esdeath? Are you questioning my decision? Esdeath's answer was straightforward, but considering that these people were her subordinates, she gave them a choice, submit or die. I think, if Minister Ernest is truly the culprit endangering the Empire, I choose to stand on the side of the night raid. The handsome young man Lan, after a moment's thought, was the first to express his opinion. I want to atone for my sins. Boris lowered his head and walked towards night raid with a flamethrower. Brother Brand's words make sense. I've decided to believe in a night raid. Will seemed to be convinced by his muscular brother. A lot of things can be explained between men using their fists. The thing about stance. It's not about asking them to commit treason, but about killing the ministers. Any normal person would be angry after learning about the minister's sins. Me too. Seilu's eyes were filled with determination, for justice. Are you all going to betray me too? Hei Tong's expression gradually became ferocious, but before she could continue speaking, Shen Yuan's shadow clone appeared behind her and knocked her to the ground with one blow. Akate, your sister talks too much. Send her to my room later. I'll try to reform her mind. Well, thank you. Akaji nodded with great trust and hugged Hei Tong's body. So, Dr. Fashion. I surrender. Without waiting for Shen Yuan to look over, the man raised his hands to show that he was on the side with the majority, and whoever had the stronger fist had the final say. Since that's the case, if everyone agrees, then let's get started. Next, in the name of Shadow Stream, you will impose sanctions on the corrupt land. Make sure those ignorant people are not able to escape. Congratulations, you've completed the quest. Embrace the shadow or die in the darkness. The system simulator began recording. You led the night raid to defeat the hunters and successfully recruited Esdeath into your faction. You then established the shadow cult. They will become your shadow assassins, assassinating the emperor, the ministers, the grand generals, and other supreme commanders. The final moment is approaching. Before that, you met the revolutionary army and their leader, Nishida. She brought you a newcomer. 2 days later. Chelsea, say hello to everyone. Nishidan still looks the same as usual, with a modified mechanical arm, a black mask on her right eye, a well-fitting black suit, and a cigarette in her mouth, giving people the feeling of a big sister. However, when she heard that Esdeath fell in love with Shen Yuan and stayed here, her expression was extremely shocked. Nice to meet you again, Esdeath. Nyenda looked at the Ice Queen with a complicated expression. Esdeath used to be her deputy general and was terrifyingly powerful. She had thought they would meet on the battlefield, but she had not expected it to happen in this way. Moreover, Esdeath seemed to be much more docile than before. She kept hugging Shen Yuan's arm and snuggling up to him, and she didn't even want to go back to the empire. In response, Shen Yuan said that he had no choice because Esdeath was too clingy. He spends all day with me and gets angry if I'm not with him for a minute. Hello everyone. At this time, when Chelsea greeted again, the others noticed her presence. Hello. Shen Yuan looked at the cute girl in front of him. In his impression, Chelsea is a black-bellied girl with headphones who likes to play tricks on others and has an assassination record comparable to that of Akame. According to the information available about her, she originally worked as a maid in the prefect's mansion and had a first-hand experience of official corruption. One day, he accidentally discovered the Imperial Weapon Gaia Foundation, which can disguise himself as any object. He then used its ability to kill the governor. After that, he joined the Revolutionary Army's assassination unit in order to correct the distorted world. However, in the original work, this cute, dark and lovable girl had a tragic ending. She failed to assassinate Kuroneki on the road that the hunter had to pass, and was killed instead. After her death, her body was eaten by Cell's biological imperial weapon Kobito, and her head was chopped off and impaled on a pole for public display in the street. But now it's different. The hunters have disappeared, and a new force called the Shadow Sect has replaced them. This sect's motto is, all is false, all is permitted. Everyone should become the guardian of their own civilization. Abandon the rules and regulations that bind them, embrace the power of the shadows, embrace darkness, and kill those who stubbornly refuse to convert. It means correcting the empire, and if the empire refuses to be corrected, then destroy it and rebuild it. Such domineering slogans and doctrines were quickly recognized by the Night Raid members. Their goal this time was to discuss with the Revolutionary Army and Boss Nichidan to disband the Night Raid and join the Shadow Sect. And the Lord of Shadow is naturally Shen Yuan. With his amazing strength and swift tactics, he achieved many victories and won over the Empire's strongest general, Esdeath. In other words, he was the one who held the power of killing. The Revolutionary Army responded after a little thought. They recognized and acknowledged the existence of Shadow Stream because their goals did not conflict. In addition, there are many former hunters who are qualified to become generals. They themselves represent the highest combat power of the Empire and are fully capable of overthrowing the rule of the existing ministers and rebuilding order. Shen Yuan, do you have any plans for calling us here this time? Yes, but this is the last action. Shen Yuan nodded. He looked at everyone and said in a resounding voice, cut off their last breath. Including the emperor, ministers, generals, and other high-ranking commanders, all of them must be eliminated. The Revolutionary Army is waiting for you to say this. It seems that the time for change has come, and all we need is the right momentum. As soon as the emperor and his ministers are dead, the Revolutionary Army will storm the imperial capital and completely take over the city. Of course, General Bud is so loyal that he will definitely not surrender. He will be handed over to you, Shen Yuan. Hearing this, Shen Yuan began to issue orders. We'll split into 3 groups, Akame, mine, Brand, Leon, and Chelsea. You'll form one group, led by Nichidan, to assassinate the minister and eliminate the 4 Rakshasa demons. We'll utterly slay them. Will, Seletu, Lan, Porus, Dr. Fashion, you will go against the minister's son, Sheila, and his wild hounds. Just in case, Esdeath, you will lead them personally and ensure Sheila's death. As for me, I will eliminate the greatest threat for you, General Bud, the Empire's other most powerful general. Yes. Learn. Looking at everyone's gaze, Shen Yuan announced the final action plan for this time. After he finished speaking, he looked up towards the distant imperial capital and murmured, it's time to settle the feud between us. System log. There is as much evil as there is good in the world, as much chaos as there is order. All material and spiritual things in the world must be equally balanced, this is called balance. But the evil of the Empire has seriously affected this balance, and you are the product of this sin, the son of vengeance. Under your leadership, a group of heroes who hated evil gathered and sounded the clarion call to resist the Empire. During this period, the revolutionary army assembled a large number of troops under the banner of the saint and stationed them outside the city, awaiting news of your and the Shadow's actions. 4 days later, you uncover the minister's minions, planted within the palace to protect him, the 4 Rakshasas of the Imperial Fist Temple. They aren't imperial weapon users, but thanks to their consumption of a strange deep-sea fish, their bodies have mutated and their organs have transformed, making them a formidable foe. Even so, with Bran's haunted power and Akame's one-hit kill ability, the 4 Rakshasas are ultimately defeated one by one. Despite the fierce resistance of the 4 Rakshasa demons, they were still mere mortals, and none survived the curse of the demon sword Murasame. The other members of the Imperial Fist Temple were also sent flying by Bran's demonic power, while the rest were dispatched in one fell swoop by the leader's imperial weapon, Lightning Bolt, Susanoo. One of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts feigned death and launched a counterattack, but was met with dozens of crushing blows from Leon's Lion King transformation, shattering the entire house. However, after their deaths, they failed to discover the whereabouts of the minister, apparently sensing danger and fleeing early. In order to hunt down the fleeing minister, Akaji and his group decisively gave chase. At the same time, on the other team's line, after the 4 Rakshasa demons sent by the minister were slain by Akame and his men, the minister's son, Sheila, was also on his way back. This ruthless man, known for his debauchery and his penchant for preying on young girls, was ambushed by Will, Saletu, Porus, Kurome, and the others. However, they were confronted by a group of deranged, perverted murderers known as the Wild Hounds, who would even prey on ordinary civilians, shifting the blame onto the revolutionary army. As the Wild Hounds continue to slaughter and torture innocent civilians in the imperial capital, anger against the imperial forces grows. Unable to tolerate this, Saletu, Will, and their companions engage in direct confrontation with the Wild Hounds, resulting in the slaying of 2 of their members. Upon learning of this, Sheila becomes enraged and begins seeking revenge against her former hunter. She sets her sights on Esdeath, intending to capture the traitorous general and act recklessly. Sheila's arrogance angered Esdeath, and the Ice Queen's fury annihilated the Wild Hounds. Using the spatially mobile imperial artifact Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La, Sheila escaped danger. However, unable to use it continuously, he was caught red-handed by Boris. The gentle, large man smiled and used his flamethrower on him. Bathed in flames, Sheila let out a horrific howl. He quickly used his imperial artifact to relocate, but this time he was ambushed by Dr. Fashion's cyborgs, who trapped and captured Sheila alive. After brutally detaining and interrogating him, they discovered the minister's whereabouts. Finally, he was devoured by Saletu's little bit, ending his sinister life. As the assassination teams on both fronts successfully completed their missions, more and more shouts were heard from the imperial capital. Perhaps because the people were disgusted with the corrupt rule of the empire, even the imperial capital guard was unable to suppress the calls for armed uprising. Finally, under the infiltration of the revolutionary army, voices of formal uprising were heard from within the empire. They shouted the slogan "The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky, Qian de Zhao, must be established," and began a violent resistance against the corrupt empire. Led by the revolutionary saint, the assembled volunteers of various ethnicities also set out simultaneously with the rebels, forming a multi-pronged alliance and sounding the call for an attack. The empire, already weakened by its long history of corruption, saw its nobles and high-ranking officials' first instinct not to resist but to flee with their money. Within the army, due to excessive greed and corruption, the emperor was unable to even raise the funds to mobilize the troops from the moment the revolutionary army arrived. For a moment, smoke of war erupted across the empire. After capturing the border city, the revolutionary army advanced unstoppably, advancing all the way to the imperial capital. Shockingly, the civilians, persecuted by the empire's brutal rule, did not hate the revolutionary army. Instead, they rewarded and welcomed these saviors who had swept away the dark rule, sincerely providing them with vast amounts of resources and supplies. Winning the hearts of the people, the revolutionary army overcame all obstacles and finally laid siege to the imperial capital. However, the revolutionary army will soon be unable to make further breakthroughs. One man stands against 10,000. Standing at the imperial capital's last line of defense is a single man. One of the empire's most powerful generals, General Bud, and his guards have been waiting for a long time in the imperial city. The city he guards is impregnable, like an insurmountable giant, bringing a heavy sense of oppression to the tens of thousands of troops. General Bud, the last strong pillar in the imperial capital that has been decaying for 1,000 years. Only by defeating him can we get even half a step closer to the emperor and truly put an end to all this. Arrest. The time has come now. On the last line of defense of the Imperial City, there was no trace of fear on General Bud's angular and resolute face. Even when facing an army of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, he remained calm, as if as long as he was there, no matter how large the number of revolutionary troops was, it would not be a problem at all. The Empire will never fall. The fanatical guards shouted in unison, spreading out like a tidal wave. But at this moment, a voice came from the dark shadows behind General Bud, "We meet again." Chapter 52, Clear the Red Eye World. Unlock the Kenyan Simulator. The armor-type Imperial weapon equipped on General Bud is called Thunder God's Wrath Adrameli. A thunder armor that can manipulate lightning to attack, and transform lightning into energy balls for long-range attacks. It is suspected to be a Thunder Imperial weapon of the same type as the Ice Imperial weapon of Esdeath, another great general of the Empire, Devil God Appearance, Devil's Essence, which is an element manipulating Imperial weapon and is extremely powerful. General Bud himself was not a bad person, but he chose blind loyalty and became a victim of the Empire. We meet again. Emerging from the shadows of the city wall was a figure shrouded in darkness, Shen Yuan, the heroic incarnation of the Lord of Shadows. "You bastard! Who are you?" General Bud snorted coldly. He didn't remember meeting this kind of person before. "It seems you've forgotten who I am." Shen Yuan's icy voice came from behind his steel mask. "But this is just as well. Since you've chosen to die for this empire, you've already prepared yourself mentally." "Humph." General Bud snorted coldly, not in the least bit frightened by the other party's threat. "My family has served the empire loyally for generations, continuing its future, even now." Tisk. Stupid, outdated, stubborn thinking. For the ninja who has thrown himself into the arms of the shadow, General Bud is the one who must be killed. His blind loyalty is the biggest factor hindering the future of the empire. Your loyalty is not to the empire itself, but to the corpse of the empire. Pathetic, diehard of the past. The words fell. Several shadow clones emerged from under Shen Yuan's feet, surrounding General Bud and the guards around him. The secret of shadow. All blades. Shen Yuan shouted and swung the shuriken in his hand. At the same time, all the shadow clones launched a standard throwing action together, which was obviously the starting move for a hidden weapon assassination. "Admiral!" General Bud shouted, and the heavy Imperial armor of thunder appeared on his body. The ancient grey-black heavy armor surrounded him tightly, blocking the shuriken outside and preventing it from penetrating further. Shadow secret. Ghost killing. All the shadow clones spun together and unleashed a fierce demonic slash. The arc-shaped blade sliced open the abdomens of the dozen or so guards behind General Bud, severing them in two. Blood gushed out. "How dare you! Adramelech, the wrath of Thunder God!" But General Bud opened his hands in anger, and the accumulated pressure of thunder and lightning came towards him. The huge lightning crackled, but before it hit Shen Yuan, he had already switched positions with his shadow clone. "It seems that I can't hurt you unless I destroy your heavy armor." Tianxia, Armor Fusion. 817. Having said that, Shen Yuan's armor was not summoned, but grew out from under his skin. This was because he had merged with the super dangerous species of Imperial weapon material into one, allowing him to be awakened at any time. In an instant, a Tianxia armor that looked like it had the characteristics of a dragon and could absorb external energy appeared domineeringly. The ferocious dark golden blades unfolded behind it like 8 spider spears, like blade wings. Zzzz. The lightning ball hit the Tianxia armor, but it seemed to be absorbed. Instead, it awakened countless feather-like floating objects on the armor. They seemed to be some kind of energy organ of the super dangerous deep-sea dragon demon, which gave Shen Yuan super explosive power and movement speed. "It seems that your ability is just so-so, a little worse than Esdeath." Shen Yuan sneered and no longer held back. "Go to hell." General Bud suddenly swung a heavy punch, carrying the fury of thunder, piercing through the position where Shen Yuan was. Ha! 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 Shen Yuan disappeared in an instant, as if he had split into countless shadows and scattered in all directions towards General Bud. Countless shadow clones surrounded him at this moment. Forbidden secret technique. Instant prison shadow killing formation. The scarlet mark of death appeared on the chest of General Bud's heavy armor, as if it could protect him from the dangerous shadow killing formation, but what was the use? As long as this armor is broken, General Bud will instantly lose the power of the Imperial weapon and will be just an ordinary strong man. Open up, a killing spree. Just like the Shadow Lord Ji, the heroic will of a rebel ninja who hates the world and his enemies emerged in Shen Yuan's heart. After being tempered in this world, he had long become as cold as an assassin in the dark. Dark shadows surrounded General Bud, and an ancient dark magic was attached to his heavy armor. Although General Bud continued to launch counterattacks, the heavy collision sounds from the constant attacks could be heard on his body, making the scarlet mark on his chest armor even more glaring. What on earth is this thing? Even General Bud couldn't calm down. He stared at the mark on the heart of Admalek armor, which was like a curse and gave people a terrible ominous omen. Ticket to hell. As soon as Shen Yuan finished speaking, the shadow killing formation completed all its actions. Even with the strongest defense, if you focus a little, you can kill it. Back. This is the strongest assassin burst. As the curtain blade and demon sword in Shen Yuan's hands showed a terrifying light, the sharp blades carved into the skin and flesh of General Bud. With a heavy muffled bang, the defense of the heavy armored Miller was torn apart by the armor-piercing attack. The shadow energy that exploded from within directly turned General Bud's chest into a large cloud of blood mist. Even if he was a tough guy, he would fall down without his entire upper body. Boom! General Bud's heavy body fell heavily to the ground, and the sound of killing came to Shen Yuan's ears. You have been promoted to level 18. You killed the Empire's guardian god, General Bud, and received 15 gold coins. Now, when General Bud fell, countless guards rushed up with red eyes, wanting to avenge him. Double swords Hua slash. The demon sword human flashed by, and a huge sword energy and wind instantly rose on the city wall. Dozens of figures in a straight line were instantly killed and cut off, turning into blood rain falling on the ground. There's only one target left. Just as Shen Yuan was saying this, he suddenly felt an earthquake. A huge tremor came from the direction of the imperial city, as if some god had awakened. The magnificent imperial palace was now surrounded by the revolutionary army. However, the iron-clad defense could not withstand a frontal brute force attack, and the little emperor who had been ignored by everyone was the real master of this imperial city. Is it because of its mouth that the empire has stood for thousands of years? No. Instead, he possesses the supreme imperial weapon passed down from the emperor's clan. At this moment, the minister was gazing at the revolutionary army outside in shock and anger, and instigated the emperor, "Your Majesty, there is no time for deliberation. Quickly use the supreme imperial artifact to kill them all." Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded throughout the imperial capital, causing everyone to stop what they were doing. Including Shen Yuan, they all looked up in the direction of the imperial palace. It seems that the National Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne has been activated. The so-called strongest imperial weapon is not only the origin of imperial weapons, but also the pinnacle of all imperial weapons. It possesses abilities comparable to those of gods and is a terrifying imperial weapon that can only be used by those with the blood of the emperor. It has the appearance of a tall mecha giant, and in the second stage it can transform into a dragon. Its special move is Purge Mode, which fires laser-like destructive beams from its eyes. Combining the characteristics of alchemy and imperial equipment, the user will be corrupted by the imperial equipment and become bloodthirsty. The destructive power and number of weapons will increase greatly, and the hardness of the armor will also be improved. But, Akame's situation should be almost over. As Shen Yuan was muttering to himself, the tall mecha giant suddenly stopped and a figure rolled down from it. Upon closer inspection, it was the minister's fat body. "Did you make it?" When this sentence was spoken, Shen Yuan knew that he had set a flag, and the tall mecha giant started up again in just an instant. Faintly, one could hear the angry cry of a young emperor, "How dare you! How dare you! How dare you push me to this extent! I will destroy you and this empire! Since you want me to die, everyone must be buried with me!" Angry roars like these filled the air, and it seemed that his mind had been eroded by the imperial weapon itself. "Everyone, attack together, gather the power of the imperial weapons, and stop him." When talking about this, Akame and others, Esdeath and others also took action. At the same time, Shen Yuan began to stimulate the power of the imperial weapon in his body by absorbing the life force of General Bud. In an instant, a shadow like a dragon appeared behind him. Tianxia evolves. Shen Yuan, who was covered in pale golden armor, had fin-like flying membranes growing from behind his shoulders that fluttered like white feathers and covered most of his body, making him look like a dragon dancing in the sky riding on the clouds. At the same time, a pair of sacred, magnificent, and huge golden horns appeared on the armor covering the head, standing upright and pointing to the sky, looking extremely domineering. Bang! The force under his feet exploded, and the entire city wall collapsed and shattered in the explosion of terrifying power. Shen Yuan, who was soaring into the sky, was covered by an energy coat like a white feather on the surface of his body. All the power was gathered at one point, and the airflow in the air also outlined the appearance of the dragon-shaped super-dangerous species in its lifetime. Like an oriental dragon, he rushed straight towards the tall mecha giant. The next moment, together with Esdeath as General Binglan, Akame's slash, and the light power of everyone's imperial weapons, led by the dragon-shaped collision, directly shattered the facial armor of the tall mecha giant, revealing the figure of the little emperor with horror-stricken eyes in the cockpit. Boom! The tall mecha giant, whose defense was penetrated, fell to its knees on the ground. Its giant body of dozens of meters caused a huge roar in the imperial capital. The light of the dragon-shaped armored figure covered with white feathers floating in the sky gradually disappeared. Shen Yuan appeared in front of the cockpit of the tall mecha giant, staring down at the little emperor. "Any last words?" he asked indifferently, as if asking a person who was about to die. The little emperor, paralyzed in the cockpit of the imperial dragon throne, looked at Shen Yuan with empty eyes. After a moment of silence, he seemed to understand everything. "Beheading? Hee. In the end, please let me die with some dignity. I hope you can build a peaceful and stable country in the future without bloodshed. Please." "I see." A line of blood flashed, and a neat blood mark appeared on the little emperor's neck. He died without any pain. "Is this the end?" As Shen Yuan was muttering these words, two figures appeared behind him, Akame and Esdeath. They opened their mouths to say something, but saw Shen Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the breath between heaven and earth. He seemed to be thinking about something. It also seems like it is receiving some kind of message. "You killed the emperor. Cut off their last breath. Mission accomplished. The host can now leave the world of kill. Akame ga Mitsukoshi. Only experts can survive. Hidden quest completed, everyone survived. You've earned a chance to win a prize for mythical equipment. System simulation record. You killed the emperor, bringing this 1,000-year-old empire to an end. Everything is over, but you can't be happy. Since the decaying old empire has ended, it also means a new life is about to begin." As if sensing your confusion, Esdeath embraces you like a young swallow. Even Akame cries tears of joy at the end of it all, hugging you. Next, it's time to spend time together before parting. The simulation record will not end until the host decides to complete the game. Actually, there is no need to say it so sadly. It's not that Shen Yuan can't return to this world, it's just a temporary end. For Shen Yuan, the remaining time is a time to enjoy a peaceful life. Being alone with Akame, memories of moonlit nights with Esdeath, memories of hunting with Maine, drinking competitions with Leon, and after getting drunk. In addition to all this, there are also steaming and winter swimming with Big Brother Brand. Of course, Miss Hill, Chelsea, and Shehu also have their own lovely sides. The Shadow Sect did not disappear, but continued to remain in this world. It became the unchanging organizational creed for the next millennium, and even an assassin organization called the Brotherhood was born in the future. At the end, Hei Tong's illness has been cured, but she still seems to like desserts, but she rarely shares her cookies with others. The two sisters, Red Eye and Black Eye, were very grateful for Shen Yuan's help and stayed with him. In the end, Esdeath also completed her wedding with her beloved lover Shen Yuan. Until this moment, it was finally over. Shen Yuan collected several useful props and kept them with him, such as the space-type Imperial Tool Dimensional Matrix Shangri-La, a life-saving Imperial tool that could be teleported at critical moments. System, clear the world. Finally, one day not long after, Shen Yuan said this. A voice that had been silent for a long time also came to my ears. You have cleared this world. You can now enter Akame's world through the portal. Entering doesn't consume real-world time, and you can visit the recollection room at any time. Simulation completed. This simulation took 16 years and 5 months, including background simulation. Achievements achieved: Shadow Master, Heavenly Dragon, Imperial Equipment Collector. You have unlocked the new feature Canyon Simulator. You can now invite members from different worlds to join the Canyon Simulator. In the Canyon Simulator, you can choose to become a hero and engage in simulated battles. There is no penalty for death. Canyon Simulator. Shen Yuan had a face full of question marks, meaning that he could invite Shinobu, Kocho and Akame to a 1v1 duel? Or should we let the Demon Slayer world and the Akame world have a 5v5 showdown? If this doesn't go well, my own backyard will explode. And many more. Can simulated battles help you accumulate hero experience? Next time when I simulate the world, can I directly reach the maximum level? Doesn't this mean that when you get the hero template again, it will be at 100% strength? Interesting. PS. Do you think the pace is fast or slow? Feel free to adjust based on feedback. The next chapter will feature interactions with the main world, and then a new world will begin. Feel free to share your thoughts if you like what you read. Chapter 53, Different Dimension Invasion. Space-time fluctuation warning. Then. The corrupt empire has been overthrown, and everything is done. Shen Yuan left the world of Akame Only. Esdeath and Akito, who are extremely dependent on Shen Yuan, and Haitong, who fell in love with him after treatment, are unwilling to part with Shen Yuan no matter what. But at this moment, the system told him that the Kenyan simulation function had been unlocked. To sum it up in one sentence, female heroes who have made a contract with Shen Yuan can be teleported to Summoner's Rift at any time to interact. But the early Summoner's Rift was not as complete as it is in the game. Not to mention wild monsters, even the map was not built. Shen Yuan recalled the outline of the Kenyan in his previous life, and began to fill the terrain with the essence energy points exchanged for a large amount of gold coins in the system. After a period of hard work, Shen Yuan finally completed the initial construction of the Kenyan. He created a V-shaped valley that was deeper than it was wide and had steep slopes. It was located in a remote jungle, divided by a serpentine river and the Iron Ridge Mountains, and the surrounding valley slopes were made of hard rock. This is the initial Kenyan 1.0 version. There are high mountains on both sides of the Kenyan, and it is deep on all sides. In ancient times, military ambushes were mostly located here. There are many trees and grass, layer upon layer, mainly located in the wild areas on both sides, which looks like a paradise. In addition, due to the special terrain and river erosion in the middle of the Kenyan, the terrain is mostly flat. When the two armies fought here, the sounds of swords and shouts of killing could echo among the mountains in the Kenyan, which was magnificent and shook the world. The Summoner's Rift, which originally belonged to the League of Legends, is one of the areas with the most concentrated magical energy in the Valoran continent, and has also become a must-fight place for those pursuing powerful magic. Since the founding of the League of Legends, Summoner's Rift has become the birthplace of Valoran's most important political decisions. Shen Yuan, is this the Summoner's Rift you mentioned? After bringing Esdeath, Akame, Kurom, and others into this mysterious space, they felt a lot of dangerous auras coming from the heavy fog of war in the distance. Of course, in addition to these, there is a tribe or base on both sides. The architectural style of the base will vary depending on the world view. For example, some may be technological, some may be magical, and some may be alchemy punk. The base where Esdeath, Akame, and the others are located was built by Shen Yuan according to the style of their world. There is a luxurious palace, numerous restrooms, a training base, and a large number of virtual soldiers are being generated. It's a beautiful place, but is there anything special about it? Akame and Kurom might be attracted and amazed by the scenery of this paradise, but Esdeath felt it was very ordinary because for her, it didn't matter where she lived, as long as she had Shen Yuan. Look carefully, this isn't just any ordinary mysterious space. Here, you can constantly grow stronger, yet you won't die, remaining eternally young. However, the area shrouded in the fog of war is a dangerous battlefield. There lurk dangerous species, including 6 red-beaked birds, 3 demonic wolves, giant stone beetles, and even elemental dragons comparable to S-rank dangerous species. Deep within the river lies the most powerful creature in the entire Kenyan, the soul-devouring sea worm. Although it hasn't fully grown yet. I've named it Baron Nash, Big Dragon. Since the Kenyan was built by Shen Yuan alone, even every blade of grass and tree was constructed. Therefore, all the wild monsters here were replaced by the dangerous species he caught, and there was no one to replace Baron Nash. Shen Yuan had an idea and caught the soul-eating sea worm to fill the number. I see. Chi Tong's eyes lit up, and then he asked, is there any meat here? Hehe. The base has everything you need. Besides paying you a salary every day, you also need to find ways to hunt monsters or defeat enemies to get it. Enemy. Haitong raised his head slightly, and Esdeath also smelled a different scent. Rather than an enemy, they're more like opponents from another world. Before summoning them, Shen Yuan gave them some explanations, allowing them to barely understand that they were travelers from a mysterious time and space, and came to their world because of the power of some imperial weapon. You can build our homeland, our base civilization, and develop all the weapons you want. All technology can be unlocked with gold coins. You only need to give orders, and the soldiers will complete them automatically. Apart from that, if we have to say the meaning of the existence of Summoner's Rift, it is probably to find a way for them to kill time and energy, and also to increase their proficiency and hero experience points. After this simulation, if you are the winner, I can grant you one wish. Having said that, Shen Yuan looked at the 5 girls who volunteered to participate in this war simulation, and after repeatedly telling them the rules, he confirmed their places. Red Team Heroes, Ice Queen Esdeath, One Hit Kill Red Eyes, Necromancer Black Eyes, Romantic Gunner Main, Lion King Leon. Enemy Lineup: Blue Team Heroes, Mikage no Ume Chako Kane B and Butterfly Dance Chako Shinobu, Love Time Rain Ken Roji Mitsurai, The Other Shore Red Eyes Kurihana Ryokan Kaneo, Demonized Girl Kamatu Nezuko. In fact, there is no upper limit to the number of people. In addition, the fan clubs of Night Raid and Demon Slayer Corps also came to the Kenyan, but they did not have the opportunity to participate in the battle. Instead, they were cheering for the players. It was like the Olympic Games, with both teams having high morale. And those who were invited to watch the battle, such as the Big Sister Nishida or the Butterfly House Nurse Kanzaki Aoi and others, all seemed to see the cut parts of the battle scenes through live broadcast. Just like that, a contact that was initially cautious and tentative on both sides, when they learned that Shen Yuan was their common lover and husband, conflicts suddenly broke out and a war was inevitable. Then, not long after, both sides seemed to be familiar with the so-called Summoner's Rift and the gameplay of death, rebirth, and continuous strengthening. Later, they gradually became addicted to this virtual world with extremely high freedom, where even if they didn't like fighting, they could still build houses and simulate business operations. Shen Yuan. Who is that guy? I don't know him well. The girls looked at Shen Yuan with hatred and created a training scarecrow similar to Shen Yuan in the Kenyan, which was stabbed hundreds of times every day. Ice Queen Esdeath completed a triple kill. Ice Queen Esdeath is already super awesome. Someday. An ethereal voice sounded in the Kenyan, and the girls in the Demon Slayer world continued to report that Esdeath was cheating, meaning that she used the power of the imperial weapon that was not in line with normal people's concepts, and protested that this was unfair. Shen Yuan suddenly felt a headache. Should he weaken Esdeath to maintain balance? But Esdeath's warning eyes seemed to say, if you dare to weaken me, you will definitely suffer the consequences tonight. So Shen Yuan had to temporarily stop the fighting in the Kenyan and temporarily strengthen the combat effectiveness of the Demon Slayer side. But at this moment he suddenly realized that although he created this world, he was not very good at maintaining the so-called balance. It would be great if there was an administrator, or a goddess of the Kenyan, to help me manage all this. When Shen Yuan thought about this, he felt that it would be better for him to find a fair and just administrator who would be responsible for running this world. Then, in the first Kenyan championship, the one with the highest score in the Red Eyes world wins. But as compensation for the imbalance of power, the defeat of the Demon Slayer world was not counted in the battle record. Shen Yuan also went to the Demon Slayer world to comfort them, and after resting for a few days, he returned to the real world. Main world. Who? Shen Yuan opened his eyes and felt very tired, although the Summoner's Rift simulation ran smoothly. But there are too many things to be responsible for operating. Many bugs appeared at once, and I had to find a reliable helper to manage it. Are you awake? Suddenly, Shen Yuan saw a figure in a white military uniform appear in the apartment where he was. She had long ice blue hair that fell below her knees, an extremely tall and queen-like figure, and long legs that protruded in front and curved in the back, making her very beautiful. Esdeath. After Shen Yuan saw the figure appearing in the room clearly, he immediately remembered what had happened. It turns out that after Esdeath's victory, as the MVP of the red team, she asked Shen Yuan to take her to the main world because she wanted to see what the world Shen Yuan was in looked like. Is this your room? As far as a bridal chamber is concerned, it's quite shabby. Esdeath had a happy smile on her face, but as long as you're here, it doesn't matter to me where I live. However, since I'm here, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Although Esdeath did not have high material demands, she frowned slightly when she saw that Shen Yuan's house of dozens of square meters was empty, and felt a little sorry for Shen Yuan living in such a place. Followed by Esdeath picked up a package from behind and threw it on the ground. The full package spread out, and suddenly a pile of gold, silver, and jewelry were scattered all over the ground, instantly illuminating the simple house with golden splendor. Oh my god, you actually brought it here. Shen Yuan looked at Esdeath in shock. He had tried to take away some treasures before, but the system told him that he could only choose a maximum of 6 items, including artifacts. But the system didn't say that when Shen Yuan summoned other characters, these characters themselves couldn't carry anything. In other words, is there a system bug? But think about it, these things essentially belong to Esdeath. Moreover, when Shen Yuan summoned Esdeath, he consumed some energy, which could be considered as the transmission cost. Because I'm thinking that if it were a different world, the currency might be different, since there's no currency interchange between countries. But there's one thing that everyone likes, sparkling gems and dazzling gold. I don't believe people in this world don't like these either. If they really have no value, then just treat them as decorations. Esdeath said as she held the gem in her hand. Then an ice cone appeared, froze the gem and hung it on the ceiling, making the empty room suddenly taller and more majestic. I love it. Who wouldn't like these? Shen Yuan nodded vigorously, but just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from outside the house, accompanied by the roaring voice of the beautiful landlady in black stockings. Shen Yuan, did you bring someone here secretly? I told you that everyone in this apartment needs to register before entering. Bang! Just as the beautiful landlord in black silk stockings was about to kick the door, it was opened by Shen Yuan, and she almost fell into his arms. Hey, beautiful sister, why are you so angry so early in the morning? You! The beautiful landlady in black silk stockings glared at Shen Yuan, then said coldly, I heard other people's voices. While talking, the beautiful landlord in black stockings saw a figure in the house through Shen Yuan and was stunned for a moment. What a beautiful girl! Esdeath has gorgeous long silver blue hair, wears a sergeant's cap, a tight white military uniform, and thigh-high white high-heeled boots. Deep ice blue eyes, delicate facial features, a queen-like face, snow-white skin, a proud figure, a domineering and powerful aura, with a touch of soul-stirring charm. Who is she? The beautiful landlord in black stockings looked at the woman and her first reaction was a daze. Second reaction, so domineering. This temperament is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Like an imperial general. And he is a very powerful general. She is. I am his wife. Esdeath naturally also heard the question from the beautiful landlord in black stockings. Her red lips moved slightly and her ice blue eyes looked over. She stared unkindly at the woman who almost hugged her husband. It seems like a warning. But at this moment, the black-stockinged beautiful landlord's face turned strange, and she looked at Shen Yuan seriously. You are so poor, and you can still find such a beautiful wife? But no matter what, if there are 2 or more people living in the house, you have to pay more. Here you go, no need to look for it. Shen Yuan casually picked up a palm-sized piece of gold from the package on the ground and threw it to the beautiful landlord in black stockings. The other party's eyes lit up, and she seemed to have discovered the pile of wealth in Shen Yuan's house. A hint of greed flashed in her eyes, but she quickly stopped. Ahem, Mr. Shen Yuan and this beautiful lady, you 2 are always welcome to visit Happiness Apartment. As for the rules, you must be back before 10 p.m., not allowed to go out after midnight, and not allowed to go to the 7th floor. Everything else is fine. The beautiful landlord in black silk stockings said this and walked out with a smile on her face. But she paused and said to Shen Yuan meaningfully, no matter where you come from, if you encounter trouble outside, please return to the apartment. Even if the world ends, this apartment will still stand. Of course, this is only for tenants here. Okay, no problem. Shen Yuan nodded without thinking too much. Then he looked at Esdeath and said with a smile, ignore her. This place is mostly full of weirdos. No matter what you encounter next, please don't be surprised. Just follow me. Okay. With a smile on her face, Esdeath followed Shen Yuan to the outside of the Happiness Apartment. Maybe it was because it was early morning, but Shen Yuan always felt that the apartment was shrouded in fog, isolated from the outside world, as if it was in an independent dimension. Just as he was thinking this, the fog suddenly dissipated a lot at 8 o'clock in the morning. A ray of sunlight fell from the sky, warming the gloomy atmosphere of the apartment. Ding ding! Shen Yuan's cell phone rang. He opened his phone and took a look, seeming a little surprised. It was a message from Jabamaya Yumko. I lost the poker game yesterday, but don't get too cocky. I'll be waiting for you at our usual place next Wednesday. Will you come? Decide as things go. Shen Yuan was not sure when he would be able to fully inherit the card master's abilities. Besides, he is not short of money at the moment. At the same time, shortly after Shen Yuan and Esdeath appeared on the street, in an underground base more than 10 kilometers away from here. Commander. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. A level A threat intrusion detected somewhere on 13th Street, Area B. Target locked, it's a woman. In a high-tech underground base, many researchers are staring at a photo taken on the satellite screen. Esdeath, a beautiful lady with long silver blue hair and a tight white military uniform, appeared on the screen, and a young man followed her. The person next to her doesn't have any abnormal fluctuations, he should be an ordinary person. I mean, are there guys from other dimensions invading again? At this moment, a red-haired girl with twin tails sitting in the commander's seat turned around, biting a lollipop, with a serious expression on her face. Chapter 54, Battle Invasion? My room is haunted by a female ghost. Report to the commander. The target has been confirmed to be on 13th Street in Area B. It's locked on. Shall we initiate the operation? Wait a minute, let's first confirm the danger of the target. Yes. In the monitoring room, a girl with red twin tails stared at the screen for a few seconds before suddenly saying, that girl seems to know the intruder. Anyway, let's activate the detection function to see if she's carrying any kind of material or energy weapon. Yes, Commander. A-level threat intruder? Interesting. This cute girl who looks about 14 years old and has red twin tails is named Kotori Itsuka. In fact, she is also from another dimension, but she is not an invader. But 5 years ago, the world where Kotori lived suffered a dimensional collapse and was forced to merge with the main world. However, this world is even more dangerous. Ancient gods from other dimensions, enemies from parallel worlds, ancient witchcraft, anime characters that break through the dimensional wall, people who awaken superpowers, myths and legends, super AI, magic, mysterious creatures from another world, and more. Since then, Kotori has been accidentally involved with Radadoskr, a mysterious organization formed to peacefully resolve the disaster caused by the invasion of characters from other dimensions. Its core team is composed of high-ranking officials called the Round Table Conference, with Kotori as the commander, and they recruit various volunteers under the call of protecting other dimensional people. Essentially, this is an organization similar to the Occult Foundation. Only, there are so many indescribable things that humans face in this world. Terrible disasters are common in all places. Dimensional cracks began to appear somewhere in the world, and strange alien creatures emerged from them. Some of these creatures are extremely powerful, such as the demons from hell, the indescribable monsters of Thulhu, and superpowered beings who claim to be gods and angels. There are also various mutant monsters, weirdos, zombies, and vampire girls. And those virtual two-dimensional characters and girls in the game may appear in reality. And if they are powerful, they can even have a huge impact on reality. Even destroy the world. In order to fight, contain, and prevent these malicious invaders from destroying the world, governments around the world have begun to summon kind-hearted people with superpowers, calling them heroes to fight against these unspeakable monsters. There is more than one organization similar to Radadosk, and there are different organizations all over the world. The only thing responsible for governing this area is a group of people headed by Kotori, as for other countries. For example, places like Yan Country, John Country, and Eagle Sauce Country are not within the control of Radadosk. Moreover, the mysterious organization Radadosk is not recognized by the Neon government. It is a private organization of volunteers. Neon has its own shelter, but most of their shelters restrict the freedom of some extra-dimensional invaders. They are more like prisons than shelters. Because invaders from other dimensions are not necessarily bad people. There may be powerful supernatural creatures such as murderers and demons, but there are also beautiful girls similar to ordinary people in the everyday world. In order to prevent these ordinary people and kind-hearted girls who were drawn into this world due to the collapse of the dimension from being indiscriminately taken in by the country, Radadoskr will provide them with help so that they can survive in this world. In a sense, the happiness apartment where Shen Yuan lives is a similar place. However, most of the people taken in are abnormalities and freaks, who are usually feared by ordinary people and wanted by the country. The sky is clear and the wind is calm. Noon. Shen Yuan was happily on a date with Esdeath, eating ice cream and walking down the street, when suddenly a horn sounded in front of them. An armed girl with short silver hair fell from the sky and blocked their way. Plant. The girl who appeared in the shimmering sunlight had short, light-colored hair that reached her shoulders, and a face as straight as a doll. She raised her head and looked at Esdeath. He seemed to ignore Shen Yuan standing beside him. I'm a member of the AST, a unit dedicated to fighting alien invaders. Young man, please stay away from this dangerous woman. What? Shen Yuan rubbed his eyes and was stunned after seeing the appearance of the silver-haired girl in front of him. When Esdeath saw the person coming, her eyes flickered, and she suddenly raised her palm, and a pile of ice cones condensed out of thin air in front of her, but before she could make a move, Shen Yuan stopped her. What's your name? Shen Yuan took a step forward and blocked Esdeath and the other party. Origami. Really? Shen Yuan looked at the beautiful girl, who looked like a doll. She was wearing AST standard equipment, tactical manifestation device mounting kit. A team member equipped with this type of equipment possessed sufficient combat capabilities to serve as a frontline warrior, and could be considered a modern magician or artificial magician. Did you misunderstand something? Shen Yuan smiled and explained, my wife is not an elf, she's a human. Elves. The silver-haired girl tilted her head, as if she didn't quite understand the concept, but still said, please explain. Explain? There's no need. Esdeath had a smile on her face as she looked at the girl in front of her with great interest. Shen Yuan, the people in this place you're in seem quite unique. There are iron and steel alchemy buildings everywhere, and the imperial gear on this girl also exudes a hint of danger. That's not an imperial weapon. But speaking of it, Esdeath's aura is too strong. Especially since she had experienced a lot of killings, coupled with the freezing power of ice, this made the silver-haired girl feel seriously threatened, so she showed hostility. But at this moment, another person suddenly ran over. Wait a minute. Don't get me wrong, we are not your enemies. At this time, because of the silver-haired girl's rash actions, her captain, Kusake Ryoko, ran over anxiously and stopped the conflict. I'm so sorry that my subordinate Origami has caused you trouble. A woman with the rank of captain breathed a sigh of relief and explained, my name is Kusake Ryoko. Could I have a moment to talk with you about why you came to this world, and the origins of origami and the others? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan and Esdeath looked at each other and decided to hear what this organization had to say. Please sit down. Entering a fairly well-decorated store, the black-haired female captain, Kusake Ryoko, and the silver-haired girl with a nonchalant look were sitting opposite each other. The decoration here is quite interesting. Esdeath was also sitting opposite, but she had her long, white legs crossed, her ice blue eyes staring straight ahead, with a look of arrogance and coldness on her face. As always, she exudes the temperament of the Ice Queen. But compared to before, he has become much gentler because of Shen Yuan's changes. Then allow me to speak frankly. Kusake Ryoko glanced at the silver-haired girl under her command, then asked, excuse me, where are you two from? I'm a local. Shen Yuan took a sip of coffee and said, Esdeath's words come from an empire similar to the Middle Ages, but with a complex imperial civilization. I see. Kusake Ryoko looked at Shen Yuan in surprise. The reason why they didn't care so much about this boy was because there was no abnormal energy fluctuation on his body. Maybe it was blocked by the system. Ms. Esdeath, to be honest, this world doesn't belong to yours. Simply put, you must have traveled through time, just like in a novel. Well, considering that the concept of transmigration may not exist in your world, then to explain it in your terms, it's equivalent to arriving in a mysterious space. Is that understandable? Kusake Ryoko explained patiently. But she underestimated Esdeath's ability to understand, because Shen Yuan had already told her in advance that there are many worlds and the universe is endless. Travel through time? A different world? But what's the problem with that? Esdeath asked curiously. By the way, how do you know this? Shen Yuan asked. Because. Kusake Ryoko said, looking at the silver-haired girl, and said, because we came to this world a few years ago just like you. Yet. Shen Yuan was slightly surprised. So, it seems like there are a lot of transmigrators? Moreover, they are all well-known characters from various dimensional worlds. Unlike them, I have read their background stories. Of course, it's not just us. Just like Mrs. Death, there are many people from different dimensions in this world, or they are monsters, dangerous people, and enemies of humanity. Kusake Ryoko then explained her purpose. The only reason we chose to contact you two is to confirm whether you pose a threat to this world. As long as you do not harm others, you will not be attacked. On the contrary, she continued, it would be best if you were willing to join our organization. This way you can help other chaotic transmigrators who haven't been contained but are still feeling lost. However, the prerequisite is that your files need to be recorded in the organization. Sorry, I refuse. Shen Yuan stopped Kusake Ryoko from speaking any further. Esdeath will not join your organization because she will soon return to her own world. Because this time Esdeath was brought out to play temporarily, this world is too dangerous and complicated, and Shen Yuan is not willing to take any risks. Secondly, the other party's organization is very deep-rooted, and who knows what will happen. That's it. Kusake Ryoko nodded slowly, but she was very curious, how can you be sure that she can return to her own world? You don't need to worry about this. Even if we can't go back, we won't join. Okay. Kusake Ryoko stopped trying to stop him and said, this is our organization's emergency contact information. If you encounter any trouble or attack, please call us. Thank you. After Shen Yuan accepted the business card she left behind, he smiled and left with Esdeath. But not long after he left, a young girl's voice chided Kusake Ryoko through her mini earphones, why did you let him go? But no matter what, follow them and see where they're going. Yes, Commander. Kusake Ryoko sighed helplessly, then called the silver-haired girl to follow and secretly observed where Shen Yuan and Esdeath were going. So the tailgating began. The two women followed Shen Yuan and Esdeath through several streets, and finally watched them enter a foggy neighborhood and near an unfinished building. Wait, how did they get so close to that? It's actually Happy Apartment. Through the camera perspectives of the silver-haired girl and the female captain, Gokuwa Kotori in the base widened her eyes and jumped up from her chair. No wonder they rejected our proposal. Oops, there's so much trouble in this apartment. It seems that Kotori Itsuka is familiar with this apartment, and it is said that she has lived there before. Ordinary people can't see the existence of this apartment. All those who know about it are either possessed by evil spirits or tenants who have traveled from another dimension. The mysterious female landlady has the support of an evil spirit. Although the origin and purpose of this apartment are still unknown, let Origami find a way to monitor that boy. He is definitely not an ordinary person, because anyone who can enter this apartment can never be a normal person. Yes, Commander. The other side. After returning to the Happy Apartment, Shen Yuan saw the beautiful landlord in black stockings lying on a chair with her legs crossed, living like a rich man, with a facial mask and cucumbers on her face. Came back. The beautiful landlord in black stockings knew the identity of the visitor without even looking up. Hello, beautiful sister. Shen Yuan greeted with a smile. Just as I was about to go in, I heard the beautiful landlady in black stockings say something, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, you should agree to them. What? Shen Yuan asked. Aren't you short of work? The beautiful landlady in black silk stockings looked at Shen Yuan with a wink, then said with a smile, why don't you come work for me? When you're out and about every day, find some outliers who can't be accepted by society and can't adapt to this world, and take them into this apartment. I can waive your rent, and I won't bother you with any girls you bring in the future. What are you talking about? I'm an upright person. Shen Yuan hesitated to speak, even though he had many questions to ask. However, after seeing Esdeath's expression, he mouthed, let's talk later. After such an incident, Shen Yuan also understood that the happiness apartment might not be as simple as he imagined. Could this be a shelter as well? To sum up, some of the mysterious events that I saw before might be true. By the way, Shen Yuan, have you encountered any strange things while sleeping recently? The beautiful landlord in black stockings pondered for a moment and said hesitantly. What do you mean? Shen Yuan thought she had discovered something about his simulator. But in fact it is impossible for the other party to know. Soon, the beautiful landlord in black stockings gave an explanation, saying, that's good. Because before you came, a girl died in room 106, and recently the female tenant next door to you in room 107 said she saw it. Well, it's okay, you can go back. Could it be that it's haunted? Shen Yuan's expression changed slightly. No, don't talk nonsense. Go back to sleep. The beautiful landlord in black stockings looked panicked and said that it didn't exist and told me not to use this to reduce the rent. I knew there was something wrong with this room. It turns out there's a ghost. No wonder my things keep changing places every day. The more Shen Yuan spoke, the more terrifying it became. Then he hurried back to his room. After making an agreement with Esdeath that he would summon her next time after buying a bigger house, he began to examine his room. Devils, retreat! Shen Yuan, who had entered the state of soul leaving his body when the demon sealing sword soul came out of his body, observed his room as if he had opened his spiritual eyes. No, there's nothing here. Could it be that the landlord was cheating me? Or, this female ghost is not at home at the moment and has gone out? What? Suddenly, a soft scream came from the next room. Shen Yuan was about to open the door and go out, but he remembered the landlord's words, no matter what you encounter or what you hear, don't pay attention to it. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Arrest. Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding whether to knock on the door next door. He suddenly thought of the reconnaissance guard. He remembered that he seemed to have put an eye in the corridor last time. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan opened the system records. Start monitoring playback. In the system logs, Shen Yuan saw what happened last night. Chapter 55, Zombie Girl and Ghost Girl. Unlock the death crown of the destroyer. At the same time, Shen Yuan began to replay the surveillance video of the reconnaissance guard that was inserted in the corridor last night. After completing Demon Slayer, when Shen Yuan went to the Akame world for reincarnation, the time he spent in the main world was equivalent to just one night's sleep. So let's look at the timeline. The surveillance video shows Shen Yuan encountering the fallen Gabriel, defeating Jabamaya Yunko through gambling, and returning to the apartment shortly after. From the god's perspective of the reconnaissance guard, he happily pushed open the door and walked in. However, shortly after he entered the room, the door of the next room creaked open, but there was no sound. He could vaguely see that it was pitch black inside, and it seemed that no lights were on. There was a weird atmosphere. Under the remote surveillance of the reconnaissance guard, a pair of pale, slender feet stepped out of the room, but only stayed for a few seconds before retracting. Time passes little by little. Soon it was 23:50 p.m. At this time, Shen Yuan remembered that he had already started simulating reincarnation in the world of Kill. Scarlet Eyes, so he knew nothing about the outside world. Traveling through the Scarlet Eyes world was equivalent to the protagonist of the main world suddenly disappearing. Since then, it seemed that not long after he began to travel through time, the reconnaissance guard saw a large number of ghost lights floating out of his room. A terrifying female ghost that was completely pale and could not be caught by the reconnaissance guards quickly left the room and ran to the next room, number 107. The female tenant with the pale feet also screamed. After that, everything was normal until the next day when he walked out the door. Only the beautiful landlord in black stockings was holding a pot of purple flowers, a salad that looked like hydrangeas, and handing it to the female tenant of room 107. Then the beautiful landlord in black stockings looked around as if she was looking for some surveillance, but she did not find the invisible reconnaissance guard, and she heard a series of noises coming from room 106, which was Shen Yuan's room. Immediately afterwards, Ice Queen Esdeath walked out of room 106 and had an argument with the beautiful landlord in black stockings. Seeing all this from a god's perspective, I'm the weirdest person. Shen Yuan watched the highlights of the night captured by the reconnaissance guards. Apart from the somewhat creepy pale female ghost, the strangest thing was the sudden appearance of a living person in his own house. The ghost girl can't be observed by the detection guard. You have to use the true sight guard. But if you use the true sight guard, although the ghost girl's ghost will appear, it will also be discovered by the landlord and will definitely be confiscated. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan saw that it was only 21:50 p.m. and it was not yet time for house arrest. Let's go check out the situation. Shen Yuan took a deep breath, opened the door of room 817, and walked towards the room next to room 107. Tuk tuk tuk. He knocked on the door of room 107 and said, "Hello, do you need any help?" However, the room was dead silent. No one answered him, but he could faintly hear the rustling sound of footsteps, but the sound quickly stopped behind the door, as if they were afraid to open it. "Anyone there?" Shen Yuan continued to ask. He could sense that there was definitely something behind the door. But there is no breath of life. Very weird. It felt like a cold corpse. Judging from the pair of pale, slender feet observed by the reconnaissance guard, the owner of the room should be a girl, but not a human. Don't pretend, I know you are behind the door. Shen Yuan's words made the thing behind the door pause slightly, and one could faintly hear something being knocked to the ground. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I was asking if there was anything strange that had run from my house to yours. If so, I can help you get rid of it. I'm an exorcist. Shen Yuan explained successively. However, the thing behind the door didn't seem to react. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, Shen Yuan shook his head and prepared to leave. He couldn't just break into the house or sneak into someone else's tenant's house. That would violate the tenant agreement here. The female landlord with black stockings will definitely come with a knife to cause trouble for him. Will you hurt me? A soft voice came from the room behind the door. Me? Impossible. Believe me, if I hurt you, that cannibalistic landlady would definitely kill me. She's been annoyed with me for a long time. Shen Yuan explained that as long as no one came to harass him. Why hurt your neighbors? Okay. I'll open the door right away. As if he was slowly thinking about something, the owner of the soft voice slowly opened the door lock and looked at Shen Yuan. Ah! The door creaked open, and a very cute girl appeared in front of Shen Yuan. Straight and long black hair, red ruby-colored eye lenses, and a slender figure with curves in all the right places. Are you, a zombie? Shen Yuan's pupils shrank slightly as he looked at the girl in front of him. She was wearing a purple sailor suit. Judging from the pale, lifeless skin that was slightly exposed on her body, she should be an ordinary zombie, more like a zombie. No, Miss Zombie. If an ordinary person were here, he would probably be terrified. Not right either. If the old pervert were here, he would probably be drooling because the zombie lady in front of him is so cute. No, please don't hurt me. I'm just afraid of contact with outsiders. Please don't keep staring at me. I have no intention of hurting you, so don't destroy me, okay? Mr. Exorcist. I won't hurt you. Shen Yuan put away the two knives in his hands. It was probably the sharp blades that scared the other party. Can I come into your room? I suspect a female ghost has run into your room. Ghost girl. Ghost. The girl, who was already pale, looked even more pale, and a hint of fear flashed in her beautiful red eyes. You, a zombie, are afraid of ghosts. Shen Yuan was truly enlightened. So what kind of monsters are housed in this shabby apartment? Woo-woo, I'm sorry. The female zombie said fearfully, then smiled at Shen Yuan and said, then please take her back. Mr. Exorcist. The zombie girl turned around and smiled, her ruby red eyes shimmering with a faint blood red hue matched with her pale but beautiful and delicate face. It gives people a feeling of being melted in the heart, and they want to protect her at all costs. But how can zombies be so cute? In Shen Yuan's understanding, vampires, werewolves, and zombies belong to the same category of monsters. Vampires are okay, noble and cold, handsome and elegant. Werewolves are muscular men and extremely powerful. At most, zombies are monsters that like to eat human brains and can only roar and rush forward recklessly. There are a lot of them and they bite anyone they see. But the talking girl zombie in front of him was extremely beautiful. Although her cheeks were pale and bloodless, they were very white. She had bloodshot eyes and a curvy figure, which looked particularly slender in the tight black stockings. She was a perfect beauty that existed only in fantasy. However, judging from the lack of any wounds on her body, she was probably not a zombie that had been bitten and infected. I'm Shen Yuan, your neighbor. Shen Yuan entered the girl zombie's house. It was unexpectedly clean and tidy, and exuded the fragrance of hydrangeas. There was a pile of uneaten hydrangeas on the table, and it seemed that the girl was feeding on them. Ordinary people cannot eat this plant because it is slightly poisonous. But it seems that the girl loves this plant very much. My name is Sankaria. I'm a first-year student at Sanka Private Girls Academy. I seem to have lost some of my memories. I remember falling off a cliff and dying. When I came to, it was the landlady who found me and let me live here. The zombie girl, or rather the girl named Sankaria, said with a smile as if she was recalling something. I see. But speaking of that evil spirit. Just as Shen Yuan was about to look around for any supernatural phenomena, he suddenly discovered a round object stuck in the wall. When I looked closer, I saw it was a skirt. Wrong. It was a girl's butt stuck in the wall, which was very weird. There was a cold blue ghost fire next to it. This should be the female ghost in his house. Don't run. Shen Yuan stepped forward, grabbed the round object, and pulled it out. Wow! No, I'm coming out right now. Come on, Mr. Exorcist. At this time, the zombie girl Sanhualimai also rushed over to help, hugged Shen Yuan's wrist and dragged the girl ghost stuck in the wall. Who are you and why are you in a place like this? Immediately afterwards, the owner of the skirt, a girl with a pouting face and a wronged expression, was dragged out by, back, floating in the air, staring at Shen Yuan with resentment. I didn't mean to scare her. The ghost girl seemed aggrieved. She looked at the zombie girl and said apologetically, that boy is so scary. He disappeared from the room in a flash and reappeared just as quickly. This morning, he even brought a cold woman with him. She almost discovered my presence. If I had been exposed, I would have been wiped out. So, you came here, hey? At this point, Shen Yuan seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously asked, wait, are you the previous occupant of room 106? Are you dead? I'm so sorry, but you're right, I'm indeed dead, and I've been dead for a long time. I don't know exactly how long. When I woke up, I found myself as a ghost in this apartment building. But I will always look like a 16-year-old. Speaking of this, the ghost girl showed a cheerful personality that was completely different from Sankaria. She was more simple and lively, cute and kind, just like an ordinary young girl. He also seems to be very shy and may experience supernatural events when he is emotionally agitated. What's your name? Shen Yuan asked. Yuyuna. Yuana Hana Yuyuna. Although the ghost girl pouted because of Shen Yuan's barrage of questions, she quickly regained her slightly lively nature after seeing that Shen Yuan had no intention of eliminating her. So Miss Ghost is hiding in my house because she's scared. Sankaria was also surprised, but soon revealed a gentle smile, sure. I'd feel lonely and scared living here alone, so you can live with me from now on. Hey? Really? Yuna Hana Yuna seemed very happy, then looked at Shen Yuan with resentment and said playfully, I know the secret of your mysterious disappearance. If you dare tell anyone, I'll send you to heaven. I know a chief angel in heaven. Shen Yuan threatened. Woo woo woo, you're scaring me again. Yuna Hana Yuna seemed very timid and looked pitiful. Tell me your stories. Looking at your appearance, one of you is dead without even a bone left, and the other has turned into a zombie. You must be so lonely. Shen Yuan sat down cross-legged, looking straight at Sanhuaria and Yuna Yuna who was floating in the air. Yet. Sanhuaria nodded immediately. After she saw that Yuna Yuna was not a human being like herself, she became less wary. She was as innocent and cute as a little animal and trusted Shen Yuan, who claimed to be an exorcist. Then Yuna Yuna and Shen Yuan listened to Sanhuaria telling her story, which gradually brought back Shen Yuan's memories. It turns out that Sankaria is the heroine from How Can Zombies Be This Cute? She is the only daughter of the Sanka family, a 15-year-old rich girl. In the eyes of outsiders, she is a pure, beautiful and elegant girl who excels in both academics and popularity. But due to family reasons, she could not live the life of an ordinary girl. Because her father is a pervert with a strong possessiveness, Sankaria lives a painful life under such surveillance, until one day, the world she lives in collapses. First, there was a zombie crisis, and then a large number of cities fell. Finally, it was the turn of the area where Sanhuariami was. She also drank rainwater infected with the zombie virus, and then slipped and fell off a cliff. She was pierced through by the sharp stone spikes and died. When she woke up, Sankaria found herself turned into a zombie, but she still had human memories. Perhaps it was because the toxin of some hydrangea neutralized it, so she retained some human emotions, desires and instincts. And he survived until now as a zombie. Until recently, Sanhuaria was discovered by the landlady and taken into this apartment. She no longer had to worry about being taken to a prison shelter for experiments by local government officials. What about you? Yuna Hana Yuna, what's your story? Yuna Hana Yuna seemed to have lost a lot of memories, but she started talking about the ones that left a deep impression on her. She is the heroine from Yuna and the haunted house, and paranormal phenomena occur when she feels shy. Although he could not be seen, he could touch real things as long as he wanted, so he was touched by Shen Yuan and pulled out. However, in Shen Yuan's memories, Yuna Hana Yuna's true identity is a celestial fox from one of the 3 top psychic families. Her real name is Tenko Genri Yusai and she has strong combat power. Unlike Sankaria, she has white hair and red eyes, and also has a great figure. As for the difference, Sankariya is a cold-blooded creature. Since zombies have no body temperature, they are cold, but still retain their elasticity. Their pupils will react to light sources and they prefer dark places. Yuna is a spirit, but because she has the ability to physically collide, she theoretically has temperature. Will-o'-the-wisp is also a manifestation of power, but she ignores the ultraviolet rays of sunlight and can bask in the sun. Is that so? Shen Yuan nodded in understanding. You two are lucky to have met such a kind person like the landlady. It was rare to hear Shen Yuan praise the female landlord. What about you? Shen Yuan, what's your story? There are several versions of my story. To put it simply, I've played a swordsman who slayed demons in a world where demons devoured people, and I've also played a ruthless assassin in a corrupt empire. Shen Yuan briefly summarized his two lives, as if he was telling a wonderful story, which fascinated the two non-human girls. But compared to these two, I'm about to start the third story. Shen Yuan smiled meaningfully and said, it's getting late, and I'll be going to bed soon. I'll go back to my room first. If you want to hear a story, I'll tell you a new one tomorrow evening. Really? Thank you so much. It's a deal. After saying hello to Sanhuria and Yuna, Shen Yuan left their room, walked to his door in 2 or 3 steps, stretched, and walked in. Then, system, third world, let the reincarnation begin. Shen Yuan lay on the bed, ready to travel through time. It has been detected that the host has obtained a random draw for a mythical level item. Do you want to use it? Yes. Congratulations, you've obtained the mythical equipment crown of the destroyer. Chapter 56, Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. Evil little wizard. Congratulations, you've obtained the mythical equipment crown of the destroyer. Wait, the death crown of the destroyer? Shen Yuan was stunned. The big hat in his impression is plus 120 spell power, and there is a passive skill called Magic Melody that increases the total spell power by 3.5%. But shouldn't this be a legendary equipment? How did it become a mythical equipment? Is it a version update? Or maybe the system sold me a fake product? But upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this equipment, which looked exactly like the death cap of the destroyer, was actually called the death crown of the destroyer. The difference in the name made the grade gap even wider. Crown of Death of the Destroyer, S end level. Level, Mythical. Attribute, huge increase in spell power. Unique passive Song of Destruction, increases your magic power by 400%. As the seal is lifted, the higher your mana, the stronger the power. There is no upper limit to the stacking. Background story: the Death Crown of the Destroyer is a divine artifact in the hands of the master who once destroyed the entire Rune continent. It indirectly led to the destruction of the hometown of the wandering mage Rise, the killing of the explorer Ezreal's parents, and the burning of the village of the infinite swordsman Master Yi, allowing many heroes to embark on their own heroic journey. The owner of this hat is Morello, the greatest mage in the Valoran continent. The thoughts of a strong man like Morello are different from those of normal people. Just because the First Rune War affected his mood, he waved his hat of destruction and destroyed the entire continent. However, even the strongest wizard will eventually grow weak and old. After Morello died, his belongings were left behind, and the most powerful magical weapon among them was this hat. Many years later, the hat fell into the hands of its second owner, the Deathsinger Karsus. But even though Karsus was known as a powerful dark magician, he still had no way to control the power of this hat. Although Morello had been dead for many years, Karsus still feared him. Since he could not obtain the power of the hat, no one else could, so Karsus sealed it in Nakus with dark magic. Later, the hat was found by the founding marshal of Nakus, Katarina's father, who placed it in his basement as a permanent collection. Thus, the hat disappeared from people's world. And now, it fell into Shen Yuan's hands. Cow! Is this the hat of the strongest magician who destroyed the continent? It looks like Harry's sorting hat in the novel Harry Potter, with 2 eyes and a circle of patterns that resemble a mouth, giving it a sense of evil and domineering. It seems that this should be one of the magic graduation equipment for the mage. It's hard to say whether it is the strongest. Because there are other equipment, such as Sonya's hourglass and the Staff of Time, which also have bug powers. The Staff of Time is the weapon of Time Guardian Kiran. Anyone who possesses this staff can have infinite life and the ability to resurrect the dead, and can store the power of time and manipulate the flow of time during battle. If that cool Morello had the Wand of Time, he wouldn't have died of old age due to the decline of his strength. Of course, we won't discuss how Morello died. It might be that he jumped too fast and was killed by the Protoss. After all, among the Protoss, the worst one has a child's face. This time, this hat is enough. As he spoke, Shen Yuan put on the destroyer's crown of death on his head. Moment. As if enlightened, Shen Yuan felt that his power had become stronger, right? Why no response? The host has not yet inherited the mage profession template, and his magic power is 0. Because the demon sealing sword soul and the shadow lord are heroes that do not consume mana, Shen Yuan is still a swordsman and assassin who cannot use magic. Although the crown of the destroyer can double the magic strength, it is useless without magic. Okay, let's start the simulation. I hope I can choose a mage class this time. Shen Yuan chose to start reincarnation without hesitation. Ding! Detected that the host has selected the world of Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. As a reincarnation. Do you want to enter directly? Or will you restart randomly? The Seeking World. In Shen Yuan's impression, there didn't seem to be any particularly dangerous monsters in this world, unlike the one in Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon. However, there is no randomly generated dungeon world now, and there are not many world views with magic professions to choose from. Just choose it. As soon as Shen Yuan finished speaking, a turntable with countless flashing hero portraits appeared in front of him. Mage. 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 Shen Yuan seemed to be praying as he watched the hero's portrait randomly change to Swift Scout Tima. Fuck, no. I don't want to become Tima, it's too disgusting. Because Shen Yuan had seen so many indescribable things in his past life, a scene suddenly emerged in his mind, Aqua, tumbling on the ground in the inn, uttering all sorts of intelligent noises. Then, his sight shifted to reveal the invisible Tima, crouching beneath Huai's skirt. His eyes held an indescribable expression, his face remarkably gentlemanly, like a killer lurking beneath her skirt. Huai was lying on the table as if she was asleep, lying on her side on the sofa, looking defenseless. It was too obscene to see. There's a delay. I asked to start over. Hey! Just when Shen Yuan was finding it hard to accept, he suddenly discovered that the pointer of the turntable had shifted a little bit and pointed to a mysterious character. If our roles were reversed, I would show you what cruelty is. When the familiar lines appeared in Shen Yuan's ears. The next moment, his vision changed drastically. Ah! Evil little wizard. Successful. It seemed like the prayer had come true, as the pointer locked onto the evil little mage vigor. Although he was a Yordle like Tima, his abilities were completely different. The most important thing is that the evil little wizard has a super powerful and infinitely growing passive skill, Superb Evil Power. Hero is being randomly selected, target confirmed. Evil little mage, vigor. Talent is being randomly generated, generation completed. S rank rune arcane comet. You have equipped the mythical weapon Death Crown of the Destroyer. Friendly reminder, while stacking extraordinary evil power is important, excessive killing is not advisable. Too much darkness will affect the ending of the story, except for the enemies. The simulation is about to begin. I wish you a smooth journey. Hero template, Evil Little Mage. Occupation, Yodel Wizard, Dark Mage. Skill. Supernatural power, passive vigor is the most powerful demon, capable of attacking even the heart of Runeterra, the core of the magical planet, and he only grows stronger. Each attack with a skill grants 1 stack of supernatural power. Killing a unit or assisting in a kill grants 1 to 5 stacks, depending on health. Each stack of supernatural power grants Vigor a permanent bonus to spell power by 25, with no upper limit. Dark Priest, Q releases a beam of dark energy, similar to a dark ball, dealing massive damage to the first enemy hit. If the enemy is penetrated, the damage will continue to the next target. Dark Matter, W summon the dark matter energy from the universe, which falls from the sky and bombards the ground. When the level of supernatural evil power is high enough, the cooldown time can be reduced, and the sky and the ground will be covered with dark matter. Evil is the essence of this world. Everywhere is filled with sinister energy. Dark matter exists in multidimensional space, forever invisible to humans. Ants are destined to never comprehend the vastness of the universe. To master the power of dark matter is to grasp the true meaning of the universe's mysteries. Note, the power of dark matter, W, varies with spell strength. Distort space, E uses dark energy to distort the space in the target area, preventing any enemies who want to escape from this area through space teleportation, or enemies at the edge of the stun area. Space is not nothingness. Space is the extensibility of material movement and the property of matter, while dark energy can act on space. Energy explosion, R uses source magic to detonate the target area. Damage increases based on the spell's strength. This is the most powerful explosive magic in the world. On the planet Runeterra, magic is everything. Here, magic is not just a mysterious concept of energy, it is a semi-material substance that can be guided, shaped, molded, and manipulated. The so-called source power magic is source ecological magic. It is the root of all attribute magic, can be transformed into any attribute, and has extremely high research value. Vagar is a yodel wizard who is passionate about magic. Faced with terrifying powers that almost no mortal dares to touch, he can embrace them with open arms. He once yearned for the celestial magics wielded by mortals, but captivity within the immortal bastion twisted his curiosity, and now he is a deeply paranoid creature who wields the dark wrath of the stars. Over time, if the extraordinary evil power is accumulated to a qualitatively changed level, Vega may grow into a demon capable of destroying stars. If my extraordinary evil power were to be stacked up tens of thousands of times, it could probably destroy a planet, right? At worst, we can use dark matter to clean the surface, but the yodels don't seem to be able to survive in space. If we want to devour the starry sky, we have to rely on the void behemoth. Shen Yuan opened his eyes wide and looked at the skill description in front of him. He was completely shocked. Is this the true power of the yodel wizard? It is worthy of being the oldest civilization, with a history even older than Dalmatia and Ionia. Celestial magic, explosion magic, and space distortion magic, these are enough. Then, system, start the reincarnation. After Shen Yuan finished speaking, his body began to transform into countless energy points and began to travel through time. Hero simulation in progress. Selected world, Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. Quest 1, Magic. It's calling me. Target the world's most powerful dark magician. Stack your extraordinary evil powers to 100 levels. One day, you will explore the ultimate realm of magic. Mission 2, Final Boss. You will become the world's greatest villain, a demon king. Clutch your unholy staff and make everyone before you kneel in submission. If anyone dares to defy you, they will be instantly annihilated and beg for mercy. However, because you have been blessed by the goddess Aqua, your bad deeds will have a high chance of turning into good deeds. Is this a blessing? It's clearly a curse. Mission 3, Kidnap the Goddess of Luck. Kidnap Eris, the Goddess of Luck, and make her your Rift Master. Hidden mission, beware the Axis cult. To avoid your intelligence being dragged down, stay away from those heretics. Of course, you can also choose to become one of them and take the opportunity to kidnap the water goddess Aqua to complete the third mission. World clearance conditions, hero proficiency 100%, complete all missions to clear. The consciousness is dull. When Shen Yuan gradually opened his eyes, a soft voice came to his ears, and he seemed to be in an unknown space. The simulator seems to start running from here. Mr. Shen Yuan, welcome to the afterlife. I am Eris, the goddess of luck from another world. Not long ago, you tragically lost your life. Though it was brief, your life has ended. In a pure black space, what caught my eye was an extremely dazzling and beautiful girl. Her beauty is completely different from that of an ordinary human girl. She has pure and flawless skin as white as jade, and her dignified and beautiful face is full of delicate beauty, as if she has surpassed the beauty of humans. Her soft silver white hair flows down to her waist like a waterfall, her fair hands are cupped in front of her chest, and her blue eyes give people a light and gentle impression. But a few meters behind her was a void of dead silence and darkness. So, goddess, how did I die? Shen Yuan quickly understood everything in front of him, and he asked curiously. Unlike other people who died tragically in accidents, you passed away suddenly in your sleep, so you passed away peacefully. Tranquil? This isn't a sudden death, but I understand. Eris was taken aback by Shen Yuan's nonchalant attitude. She then chuckled softly, please allow me to explain. The reason I summoned you here without your consent is because I sensed a holy aura in you that was unlike any mortal. Have you had any contact with angels from heaven? Angel. Shen Yuan thought of the fallen Gabriel and nodded slightly, I guess so, but she doesn't seem to belong to your world, right? Yes. However, while the goddesses and angels of heaven rule over different worlds, we are all employees of the Supreme God, who controls the multiverse. So, although our worldviews differ, we can perhaps be considered colleagues." After a light cough, the girl seemed to realize she had said too much. She changed her words and said, "The reason I summoned you is because you were blessed by an angel, so your luck is extremely high. As the new goddess, I also want to learn the management methods of my predecessors." "Don't learn it." When Shen Yuan thought of Gabriel, who became addicted to games after her fall, although she was not a goddess, it was too outrageous for her to become like this as the chief angel. A hint of doubt appeared on Eris's delicate face, as if she was a little confused. "Nothing. But you said I was blessed by an angel, so you summoned me after death, right?" "Yes, it is." After hearing this, Shen Yuan knew why he was here. As the goddess who manages the other world, Eris will inevitably greet the administrator before going to her world. After understanding everything, Shen Yuan raised his head and looked subtly at the slightly raised part of Eris. "Is it really padded?" As if she noticed Shen Yuan's gaze, Eris's eyes became strange, but Shen Yuan quickly looked away, so as not to leave a bad impression on the goddess. It would be bad if she was regarded as a pervert. "Anyway, let's get back to the point." Eris opened her red lips slightly, then looked at Shen Yuan excitedly. "I have discovered that you have great talent, especially in magic, and have unlimited potential for growth. In the other world where I am the commander, there is an extremely cruel demon king wreaking havoc." The goddess Eris seemed to be beginning to reveal her true purpose. "But I believe you can definitely defeat the demon king and restore peace to that world. If you can do all this, I can grant you one wish. How about it?" The goddess said all this in one breath, and then stared at Shen Yuan expectantly. "Any wish?" Shen Yuan leaned back tactically and glanced up and down at the goddess Eris. "No, you can't be shy. Apart from this, I can satisfy you." "No problem, the demon king of another world, hey? Leave it to me. But if you change your mind later, I'll become the new demon king and bring destruction to the world." "Ah, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously." Shen Yuan smiled and said half-jokingly. Chapter 57, As soon as I crossed over, I was kidnapped by two beautiful girls. Don't worry, I'm an upright and good person blessed by angels. I won't make any excessive wishes." After seeing Eris's eyes become a little panicked, Shen Yuan quickly changed his words, which made her feel relieved. "Don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your wish when the time comes. I swear in the name of the goddess of luck that if I break the promise, I will be expelled from heaven." Eris smiled softly, as if she hadn't considered at all what kind of wish would make her regret her decision in the near future. After all, she is different from Aqua, who is also a goddess. Eris is a beautiful goddess who is gentle, kind, generous, occasionally naughty, and very responsible. As a goddess, she is very dedicated and conscientious, handling the affairs of heaven very seriously and working hard for peace in the other world. Who wouldn't like such a hard-working and capable goddess? Kidnapping her and making her your own Rift Master, in charge of changes in Summoner's Rift, is simply perfect. Thinking of this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. But the goddess Eris didn't know at this time. The person she invited was not a good man blessed by angels, but a devil in formal attire. But as long as she can get rid of the devil, she can endure any punishment. Next, please select an ability or equipment here and then travel to another world. A charming smile appeared on Eris's face. She raised her fair hand, and a large number of talents, artifacts, skills, etc. appeared before her eyes. But most of them are talents from another world, such as super strength, super sensory magic, and the holy sword of the brave. Your soul is naturally endowed with powerful magical talents, so I suggest you choose equipment. Eris can see souls. She could clearly see that the boy in front of her had an extremely strong magical talent, the power of the yodel, and his efficiency would be greatly improved when learning magic. If combined with the power of the August 17th artifact, he will definitely become a powerful magician. The reason why Eris trusted Shen Yuan was because she felt that Shen Yuan had the blessing of an angel, and it was not an ordinary angel, but the blessing of the highest angel Gabriel. How could someone who was recognized by such a chief angel be a bad person? Therefore, Eris was not worried at all that Shen Yuan would become the next more evil demon king after destroying the demon king. No need. Shen Yuan suddenly smiled and pointed to the hat on his head. Just let me take this thing over. Feeling the terrifying power that was enough to destroy the world emanating from Shen Yuan's hat, The eyes of the goddess Eris trembled slightly. I see. So you already have something you want to take away? It looks like a very powerful artifact. Eris said softly, so, is this confirmed? Yes. Shen Yuan nodded. He showed a sunny and refreshing smile. At this moment, he looked like a handsome boy, almost the same as when he was 12 or 13 years old. But because his race is Yodel, he should be about 1 meter tall. However, Shen Yuan refused to compromise and grew his height to 1.24 meters, while still looking like a handsome boy. After all, Yordles have a longer lifespan than humans, and rarely show signs of aging like Heimerdinger. Looking forward to your triumphant return. Eris raised the corners of her lips slightly, then stretched out her jade-white arms. Behind her, a portal emitting a vortex appeared. Then wait for me to come back, goddess. Without saying anything more, Shen Yuan's figure disappeared into the teleportation vortex. I always feel a little uneasy, so I better follow and take a look. After seeing Shen Yuan disappear, Eris also stood up and decided to transform herself into a silver-haired thief girl to secretly monitor Shen Yuan's work. On the first day, you were reincarnated into another world, and everything started from here. When the system simulation starts running, Shen Yuan looked up at the world in front of him. It was like medieval Europe with houses everywhere and vendors selling fruits and meat on both sides of the street. Crunch! The sound of the carriage's movement echoed across the muddy ground. On the street, a dark wizard appeared. He was not particularly short, but not tall either. He wore a pointed hat that exuded an aura of destruction, his face was shrouded in shadow, and his entire body exuded an ominous aura of magic and evil. If he were tall, some people might really be afraid of him. But at the moment, the Yodel's size doesn't seem to be oppressive at all, and it might even seem a bit cute. Okay. Shen Yuan lowered his head and looked at his black cape, cloak, and the wooden staff held in his black leather gloves. A mysterious arcane energy surged in his body, and he could clearly feel the flow of elements in nature, the fire element in the blacksmith's furnace, the water element flowing on the sink, the wind element everywhere in the air, the earth element on the ground under his feet, and so on. These elements are all transformed from source ecological magic. Just like chemistry, they change into different energies through different reactions and can be guided, formed, shaped, and manipulated. And all of this was extremely familiar to Shen Yuan. It's a pity that he doesn't know any of them. Apart from dark magic and pure energy explosion magic, things like frost storms, cursed thunder, hellfire, weather control, etc. have nothing to do with him. According to the world setting, learning magic or skills in this world requires something called skill points. However, skill points can only be obtained through leveling up or using magic potions worth tens of millions of Eris currency. But even if the level is increased, if you want to learn powerful skills, you can only spend months or even years to increase the level. When he thought of this, Shen Yuan felt that there was no need for that. He has skill points, but instead of upgrading the skills of the evil little wizard, he learns the indigenous skills of this world? Isn't that sick? Just like that, after standing there in a daze for more than 10 seconds, Shen Yuan finally took the first step. That is to register at the Adventurers Guild first. Without an adventurer card, many things cannot be done. Then, in this flat plain, in the human city of Axel surrounded by white rocks, a small man dressed in traditional black magician clothing wandered around the city. But he soon attracted the attention of others. Hey bro, do you want to see the latest wands? Hey bro, you look like a magician, right? So, would you consider joining our team? Why is this guy ignoring me? All kinds of voices rang in Shen Yuan's ears, but he walked forward unmoved, his body entangled by an ominous magical power, emitting a terrifying pressure. Is this the Adventurers Guild? Shen Yuan glanced at the sword and shield emblem in front of him in the shadow under the brim of his hat. Just as he was about to step into it, he heard bursts of crying and shouting. Please spare me. Darkness, please go and harm the other teams and leave us alone. At the door, an adventurer was crying out to a tall, plump, blonde, and at first glance quite feminine and cold female knight. His miserable expression was beyond words. How come? Seeing the adventurer who was unwilling to continue to team up with her no matter what, the female knight who looked like an icy beauty looked extremely lost. Please give way. Suddenly, Darkness heard a voice calling her from behind. When she turned around on the stairs, she found that there was no one behind her. It's here. Only then did Darkness realize that there was a cute boy wearing a hat and a black wizard robe glaring at her from behind, as if he was disgusted that she was blocking her way. You are. After Shen Yuan saw Darkness's face clearly, his expression changed slightly. That masochistic knight? No, it's nothing. Just think of it as me mistaking her for someone else. After realizing the other party's identity, Shen Yuan immediately changed his words and pretended not to know him, fearing that the other party would target him. But he soon regretted it. Even though she was wearing heavy armor, the blonde knight, with a hot body and a delicate and cool face, stared at Shen Yuan intently. Instead of getting angry, she smiled and said, "Hey! Little brother, are you here to register as an adventurer? So what? Please get out of the way." Shen Yuan wanted to say something nasty, but when he thought about the fact that the female knight in front of him was a super masochist at heart, the type who would feel good just by scolding her, he immediately changed his tune. "I see. Then, little brother, why don't you team up with me? I'll protect you." "I do not want." Shen Yuan knew the true identity of the female knight in front of him. He also knew that she had put all her skill points into defensive skills, and her attacks could hardly hit anyone, and she might even make mistakes when facing a stationary target. Because of this, she was disliked by many adventurers, who cried and shouted for her to get out of the team. I am being stared at with disdain by a boy who looks younger than me. Suddenly. I feel so good." After feeling Shen Yuan's disgusted gaze, Darkness suddenly blushed and gasped with excitement for some reason. She seemed to have imagined some unspeakable situation of being stared at with contempt by a young boy. Similarly, if a masochistic boy is stared at with contempt by a cute and pretty little girl with delicate features, he would probably have a similar reaction. But this scene was full of shock in Shen Yuan's small eyes. This woman's nature is beyond redemption. But he still resisted the urge to hit someone, and said, "Go harass the other adventurers. Those uncles will definitely be happy to team up with you." "No way, little brother, you're the one that sister is waiting for." "What do you mean?" "To be honest, my sister's name is Darkness, and our family has been devout Eris believers for generations. But just now, when I went to the church of Goddess Eris to pray for a companion for adventure, Goddess Eris suddenly gave me a prophecy, saying that I would meet a magician wearing a black hat today, and that we would become best friends." The tall female knight half-crouched, staring at Shen Yuan with ardent eyes. With her delicate features, she still had the aura of a wealthy lady. Because she had no friends, Darkness chose to become an adventurer when she grew up, but she was still alone. So she persisted in praying to the goddess every day until she met Shen Yuan today. Eris. Hearing this name, Shen Yuan understood everything. It was as if this was a thread of fate that had been arranged by some unknown force, causing him to have a bad start and be entangled by Darkness. Damn it! Hey! Bro, you look troubled. Suddenly, a lively and playful voice sounded behind Shen Yuan, and then a slender finger wrapped in a black leather glove fell on his shoulder. Chris! The blonde knight's eyes lit up with joy, as if she recognized the person. Shen Yuan also looked back and found a beautiful silver-haired thief girl with one hand on his shoulder and the other hand on her fair waist, with a smile on her face. She seemed to know the blonde knight and greeted her. "Darkness, you're harassing boys again." No. This is all destined by the goddess Eris." Seeing that there was an acquaintance here, Darkness calmed down a little, opened her beautiful green eyes and stared at the boy in front of her, and the silver-haired girl also smiled lively and introduced him. "Hello, I'm Chris. I'm a thief. My name is Shen Yuan, and I'm a black magician." Having said that, Shen Yuan also stared at Chris. This lively and somewhat masculine poor girl had a playful and cute appearance, but there seemed to be some unique aura about her. Yes. She is the goddess Eris in disguise. Because Shen Yuan had read the script, he immediately recognized that Chris was the silver-haired thief girl disguised as Eris, who seemed to have come to supervise whether he was doing his job well, defeat the Demon King. Dark magician. Such a rare profession, with a bright future. Chris didn't know that his identity had been exposed. But the reason she couldn't help but show up was because she couldn't stand Darkness's nymphomaniac behavior anymore. It seemed that someone had to neutralize her, otherwise the team would definitely be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Chris approached Shen Yuan seriously and explained, "Don't worry, Darkness and I are not bad people. She's a knight, good at defense, and I'm a thief, good at reconnaissance. Add to that your mage profession, and we are the strongest combination." Shen Yuan looked at Chris blankly with a speechless expression. In just a few words, she formed a professional team for herself, consisting of a knight, a thief, and a mage, and then analyzed it very clearly. Even Darkness looked excited and nodded continuously, as if she was looking forward to the formation of this strongest team. But I'm not an adventurer yet. It's okay, we'll take you to register. After saying that, Chris pushed Shen Yuan's back, and Darkness grabbed his hand and dragged him towards the Adventurers Guild. To outsiders, it looked as if two female hooligans had defeated a handsome and cute little boy. No way. The yodel form is so adorable. But if Chris and Darkness didn't look like bad people, someone would probably have called the police. That's really torture. Being forced to come to the counter of the Adventurers Guild, Shen Yuan was forced to come to the counter of the Adventurers Guild. Hello, please help him register as an adventurer. Chris said with a smile on his face. Then he threw a bag of currency, on the table. Okay. Luna, the receptionist at the Adventurers Guild, looked up at them, and her eyes lit up when she saw the appearance of the little boy Shen Yuan. What a handsome boy, I really want to kiss him. Please wait. Luna is a mature woman who looks gentle. Because she was the most beautiful of the guild's receptionists, any man who tried to get close to her would be openly treated with hostility. But now, Luna rarely looked at the other person a few more times. Thank you. Shen Yuan showed a clean smile as if he was forced to do business. Because Chris had already paid for him, he couldn't run away now. What a handsome boy. What a pity. If he were a little older, he would definitely be very handsome. Luna sighed inwardly. It was normal for her to think this way, because the work of an Adventurers Guild receptionist was very stressful. She had to collect intelligence, assign tasks, and deal with all kinds of weird adventurers who acted up, often working for 3 consecutive months without a vacation. Most of Luna's colleagues in other cities are married. As a single woman of her age, Luna often looks for handsome men, but she also accumulates a lot of negative emotions because of her work. But because of Shen Yuan's smile, Luna felt that all her inner fatigue was healed in an instant. After all, in the eyes of these older women, Shen Yuan is just like a cute little girl in the eyes of an uncle. Chapter 58, The Evil Little Wizard and the Self-Proclaimed Strongest Explosion Wizard. All right. Since you, sir, said you want to be an adventurer, you should have some kind of magical talent. But let me reiterate. First and foremost, adventurers are meant to defeat monsters that inhabit the outside world. In other words, those that threaten the people. Anyway, that's pretty much it. If you find defeating monsters difficult, you can always help out with commissions from the townspeople. The counter lady Luna explained patiently and gently. If a normal man was here, she would definitely not waste so much time talking. And this, look here. The receptionist handed Shen Yuan a card similar to an ID card and said, it will show your level. Everything in the world has a soul. When you kill them, you can absorb a portion of that soul, which is called experience points. Therefore, please make sure to work hard to increase your level. As long as you hold this card, you can display experience points. By increasing your level, you can gain points for learning skills, etc. Finally, please fill out this document with your height, weight, age, and physical characteristics. It is good. Shen Yuan took the card and filled in his own data. That's all. Please touch this card. This will reveal your magical talent and the parameters of your various abilities. You can then choose a class based on these values. When Shen Yuan's fingers touched the card, pieces of soul information were recorded on it. Surprisingly, this parameter. Luna looked at the data on the card with shock in her eyes, and exclaimed in surprise, Sir, your magical talent is surprisingly high. Although your muscle strength and vitality are not inferior, your magical talent can definitely be converted into a high-level magician. Occupations are divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower. Data like this generally refers to geniuses who are gifted and have innate abilities. Of course, it's too biased. It is the level where magic attack is maximized and everything else is ignored. What? A high-level profession? Or a mage? Don't fight with me, I want this little brother. Hey, don't mess around, he's ours. Chris and Darkness stared at the adventurers around them as if they were facing a great enemy, as if warning them not to rob people openly, since they were the ones who arrived first. Ignore Shen Yuan who they are fighting for. Looking at my own attributes on the card, I saw that I was 124 centimeters tall, which seemed to be the standard height for a yodel, or even tall. But that's the genes of about 10 del people. The after effects of a powerful magical talent. And compared to other talents, magic power, spell strength, is the most significant. After all, this was all thanks to his own mythical item, the Death Crown of the Destroyer, and the passive power of the extraordinary evil power. Hero Template, Evil Little Mage. Level 1. Skills, Supernatural Power, Passive, Dark Sacrifice, Causes Damage, Dark Matter, Burst Damage, Distorted Space, Control, Energy Burst, Ultimate Explosion. S-Level Talent, Arcane Comet, actively released, can summon celestial bodies to smash into the enemy. Mythical Equipment, Crown of the Destroyer. There is no inherited experience this time. Because Shen Yuan was reincarnated by the hands of the goddess Eris, all the basics are zero, but it is not a big problem, because the power of the demon sealing sword soul and the Shadow Lord is still there, and there are other mythical equipment in the system. It was just that Shen Yuan disguised himself because he didn't want to expose a power that was not in line with this world and attract the attention of the gods. Excuse me, can I accept the mission now? Shen Yuan looked up and asked the lady at the counter. Please wait a moment. I'll bring the quest board. Although you have a strong talent for magic, considering your young age, it's better to start with small quests to get used to the combat methods. Too young. Shen Yuan looked down at his yodel size and was speechless. But size is only temporary, strength is eternal. For my first mission, I'll choose to defeat a weaker monster. Then trouble you. Thus, the adventure of the black magician Yodel in another world began. Under a clear, cloudless sky. On the plains. A huge frog-like monster, a giant toad was chasing a blonde female knight, and a silver-haired thief girl was screaming and shouting for help. Ah! Shen Yuan! Help! I told you to pull the monsters, not to send yourself into the frog's stomach. How can I deal damage like this? Shen Yuan, dressed like an evil black magician, held his staff high and wore a black cloak. He stood on a high place and silently watched darkness enter the belly of the giant toad. He was really impressed by this stupid knight. I'll have to wait until there's a chance to summon Esdeath and let my wife from the other world give her a good beating. Anyway, let's cast the spell first. Shen Yuan raised his wand and waved it forward. An ominous magical power gathered between the wand and his fingers, and purple dark energy sparks began to leap out. Dark Sacrifice. He gathered up ominous magic power, and a fist-sized ball of dark matter energy flew into the void and landed on the body of the giant toad. Chi. As the terrifying power exploded, the giant toad's body was melted and pierced, and its life force was instantly robbed. Supernatural Evil Power Level +3. Without even a scream, the giant toad fell to the ground, spitting out the figure of the blonde knight Darkness, who was covered in slime and wrapped in her long tongue. Wow, that's amazing! The silver-haired thief girl looked at the giant toad that was knocked to the ground with surprise, and gave Shen Yuan a thumbs up as if praising him. After all, it's the weakest monster. Shen Yuan stared at the giant toad's corpse. If it could be as durable as the magic frog in the alliance, it could probably hold on for a few more hits. But even the frog cannot defeat a level 1 hero unit. Think of this. Shen Yuan closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and ignored Darkness who was struggling to stand up. Upgraded. Chris noticed Shen Yuan's aura rising and immediately reacted. System, you have learned Dark Matter, W skill. After mastering the power to summon the dark matter of the universe, Shen Yuan picked up the wand and continued looking for other giant toads. Rest is over, Darkness. Are you still able to fight? Don't worry, it's just the clothes that are a little damaged. Darkness said that she enjoyed the feeling of being swallowed by the giant toad. Seeing her like this, Shen Yuan had no choice but to let her continue to attract hatred and gather all the giant toads. With my current magical power, I can tear space apart and summon a massive energy mass. It will cause devastating damage to an entire area. So, Darkness, you'll be responsible for attracting all the giant frogs. Chris, you'll use the thieves' traps to trap them, and then I'll summon dark matter to destroy them all in one fell swoop. Okay, leave it to me. Chris blinked at Shen Yuan after seeing Shen Yuan show such amazing talent in the early stage. She was even more convinced that the little boy in front of her would be able to defeat the devil in the near future. It is also possible to become a demon king. Come on! Darkness started a new wave of pulling monsters. I have to say that apart from her attacks which miss 100%, her defense is still very strong. To put it bluntly, She is very durable. Chris's trap was also well dug. As the giant toads chased darkness, they fell into the pit one after another, and their movements were restricted, making them unable to struggle out in a short time. At this time, Shen Yuan seemed to be possessed by the evil little wizard Vega. Grinning in the shadow beneath the brim of his hat. Try to show your majestic posture in front of everyone as much as possible. Shen Yuan, it's your turn. When Darkness and Chris hurriedly escaped from the attack range, Shen Yuan, who was on a high place, had already started casting spells. Next, let those weak giant frogs feel the power of ultimate magic. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion in the sky, and a dark flash tore through the sky, bombarding the huge pit like a beam of light. The dark matter instantly destroyed all the giant toads in the trap pit, turning them into charcoal-like ruins. The huge shock wave caused the surrounding grass to fall down, and the soil was blown dozens of meters away, forming a deep gully. Dust rose up and covered the entire sky. Did you make it? Darkness and Chris came running back from the side. A hint of excitement flashed across their faces. Okay. Shen Yuan nodded. Under the bombardment of dark matter, there are very few creatures that can withstand this energy explosion head-on. However, the dark matter needs to be guided for 1 second before it can fall, so it is difficult to hit it for those who are prepared in advance. But the giant toad fell into the trap and could not escape at all, and was hit directly. Amazing! Darkness looked at Shen Yuan in admiration. Although you look so much younger than me, you are the most powerful magician I have ever seen. Woohoo, thank Goddess Eris for giving me a thigh. As she spoke, Darkness, covered in slime, went to hug Shen Yuan. It stinks, stay away from me. Wow wow wow. Chris, I got scolded again. In front of Shen Yuan was Darkness, who was squatting on the ground with her knees hugged, her body covered in toad slime, but the excitement on her face seemed a little difficult to understand. Hee hee. The silver-haired thief girl Chris looked at Darkness helplessly, with her hands on her fair and slender waist, looking at her, as if she also looked at her with disgust. Are you okay, Darkness? Cheer up. We've completed our mission for the day. Now we can go to the inn, take a hot bath, and then go to the tavern to feast. Huge skewers of honey-glazed barbecue and ale, just thinking about it makes me hungry. Because she felt lonely in heaven, the goddess Eris disguised herself as Chris, a thief from another world. This identity allowed her to release her usually suppressed lively personality, giving people the impression of a cheerful and handsome girl. She seemed to enjoy this adventurer's life. I understand. We'll go back today. By the way, Shen Yuan, have you leveled up again? I guess so. After a whole day of killing monsters, I finally reached level 3. Shen Yuan nodded. Being able to reach level 3 today was a good achievement. The extraordinary evil power has also accumulated to the level of 33 layers. This means his spell damage has increased by 33%, not counting the bonus from the Doomsday Cap. Spell strength is equivalent to magic attack. 1 point is equal to a 1% increase in strength. Keeping up this momentum, it wouldn't be long before he became a dark magician more powerful than the Demon King. Followed by the three of them returned to the town in a hurry. The first thing to do was to go to the bathhouse to take a hot bath, and then go to the tavern near the Adventurers Guild to have a glass of ale each, eat crispy fried honey barbecue, and discuss the next battle plan. To put it simply, it means making money while quickly improving your combat power level. Therefore, it is necessary to defeat stronger and more numerous monsters, and then update the equipment to challenge the forces of higher-level demons and the Demon King's army to save the people. This is what a team of brave men should do. But speaking of it, Darkness was shocked when Shen Yuan was able to drink. But when she heard that Shen Yuan was already 15 years old, she was stunned and shocked. Then Darkness asked for Shen Yuan's ID card and found out that his race was not human after a closer look. Maybe it's a new race. Chris's cheeks were bulging with meat. He chewed carefully and thought about Shen Yuan's race. When she was still a goddess, she seemed not to notice Shen Yuan's identity and thought he was a human. So there was no need to change Shen Yuan's identity, and he was directly allowed to enter the portal. But now it seemed that this special race was one he had never known before. Could it be dwarves? No, dwarves don't have this kind of magical talent. It should be elves, right? To be precise, it's the Yodel tribe. Shen Yuan corrected it intentionally or unintentionally. Oh. That's a good name. Got it. Next time I create, Next time I'll write the Yordle race into my diary. You still keep a diary? Darkness 817 was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Who writes a diary normally? Shen Yuan, do you write one? Me? Write it. The system simulator records could be considered a diary, and Shen Yuan updated his records every day. Pfft, ha ha ha. Looking at the dumbfounded Darkness, Chris burst out laughing. Only bad kids don't keep diaries. No, you really wrote it. Darkness looked incredulous. She was a daughter of a noble family, but she didn't keep a diary. Yet, her two companions answered her questions so seriously. I always feel that I am out of tune with them because I am too ignorant. But speaking of which, our team seems to be missing a profession. Chris pondered for a moment and said, it would be great if we had a high priest who could use various recovery and auxiliary spells to treat poisoning, paralysis, and other conditions. That way, Darkness could be treated quickly after being injured. It's okay, I'm fine. Darkness said she could handle it. I think we need a DPS class. With more firepower, we don't have to worry about monsters hurting us. That's all good then. Our team is to defeat the Demon King, so we need at least 5 people. How about going to the Adventurers Guild to recruit teammates tomorrow? Shen Yuan suggested that having more helpers would also help him increase the efficiency of stacking extraordinary evil power. Wait until the level of extraordinary evil power reaches 1000. What devil? It was killed in one hit. Can you give me the leftover fried frog legs? Oh no, I heard you're looking for adventurer teammates, right? Those were a pair of red eyes that looked a little expectant and a little lazy. But she has black texture and shoulder-length hair. The girl was dressed in a black cloak, a black robe, black boots, a staff, and even a pointed hat. She was a typical wizard. But her eyes were fixed on Shen Yuan, as if she was curious about the boy who was also a magician. Because the girl felt a strong fluctuation of magic from him. That is a symbol of the magician's power. Chris and Darkness turned around and looked at the girl who spoke to them. Her facial features are as clean as a porcelain doll, she is a cute little kid. Are kids this young working now? They look like they're only 12 or 13 at most. Darkness couldn't help but mutter, and then looked at the petite and slender girl wearing an eye patch covering one eye. But it seemed that their chattering had aroused the girl's dissatisfaction. She glared at them, pulled down her cloak with her hand, and said, I'm Huiwei. I'm a great magician, and I use the most powerful attack magic, explosion magic. Besides, if that little kid can join the team, why can't I? The flames of war suddenly spread to Shen Yuan, and he looked at the girl named Huiwei in astonishment. Chapter 59, I am Huiwei, Explosive Magic and Arcane Comet. If he can do it, then so can I. The girl was pointing at her nose with her slender fingers, as if complaining about something. Explosion magic? Ha 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 ha, Shen Yuan's dark magic is even stronger than your explosion magic. No, it's impossible. Huiwei looked disdainful, and she seemed to realize her own impoliteness as she hurriedly said, explosion magic is the most powerful offensive magic. I won't tolerate any rebuttal. If you don't agree, we can have a duel. By the way, you have those red eyes, Mo Fan, are you from the Red Demon Clan? Chris looked at Huiwei with interest, then took her adventurer card and studied it. Yes. I'm Megaman, the most monstrous and talented magician of the Crimson Demon Clan. My ultimate magic is powerful enough to cause the earth and sky to collapse. If you need a great magician, invite me. By the way, I haven't eaten in 3 days. Could you please give me the fried frog legs on your table and then we can talk more? Okay. As she spoke, Huiwei stared at them pitifully with eyes that looked like they were about to cry. Her stomach also started to growl. I'm fine with treating you to a meal, but what's with your eye patch? And are you really that powerful? Our Shen Yuan is a great dark magician who can kill a giant toad in one blow. Humph. Just a bunch of giant frogs. I can kill them all in one blow. As for the eye patch, it's a top-level magical item that seals my powerful magic. If it's removed, a great disaster will befall this world. Hey? Really? Chris said with a playful smile, it's the same hat as Shen Yuan's. He said it's the crown of the world destroyer. Once the hat is taken off, the sky will collapse and the world will end. It's said that the owner of the hat was once a powerful magician who destroyed the world. Shen Yuan didn't expect that something he mentioned casually would be publicly punished by Chris. But he was not wrong. This hat is indeed the artifact of the great magician who destroyed the world, and Hui's eye patch is purely a case of middle school syndrome. I see. Hui's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Shen Yuan as if she had found her organization. Hey! So you are the great devil who destroys the world. Hui, admit that you are my rival. While it's good that you are so motivated, by the way, Shen Yuan is the captain of our team. Chris said to Hui seriously. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. This eye patch of mine is just an ordinary prop, it just looks good when I wear it. Please don't kick me out of the team. I don't think I've asked you to join the team yet. Shen Yuan, who had been silent the entire time, finally couldn't help but sigh. The red demons are born with extremely high intelligence and a physique that excels at magic. Most of them have the potential to become expert magicians. Red eyes are their hallmark. Similarly, please take a closer look. First of all, I'm not human. I'm a member of the Yodel tribe, the oldest guardian clan in the world. I specialize in root magic, and blast magic is also my ultimate move. It's just that my level is not high enough, so I can't learn it yet. You also know explosion magic. Hui's eyes widened, and then she became excited. Do you know Oni-chan? She's super powerful, and can use earth-shattering and earth-shattering explosion magic that's even more powerful than mine. No, I taught myself explosion magic. But one thing is for sure, it is the most powerful offensive magic in the world. It's impossible, I don't believe it. After hearing that Shen Yuan was self-taught, Hui was stunned for a moment, then looked dissatisfied, thinking that he was just bragging. One day, you will witness the true explosion of energy. But until then, welcome to the team, outstanding Crimson Demon Clan Mage. Hui looked like she had something to say, but it was better for her to silently surrender to the delicious food in front of her. Speaking of which, I saw a girl with aqua blue hair and a dusty face trying to scam people on the street this morning. I heard she's a high priestess who can perform healing magic. Do you want to go look for her? Hui ate the barbecue with big mouthfuls, and then revealed information to the trio with a puffy mouth. A dirty girl with aqua blue hair is scamming someone on the street. Could it be Aqua? The first person Shen Yuan thought of was a girl with a wise expression on her face. Chris, also holding a cup of tea, looked thoughtful. He thought to himself, it seems that the senior has been tricked by a young man recently. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be here too. I just wonder what kind of life she's leading. At the same time, the goddess Aqua they were talking about was standing with her hands on her hips, laughing wisely, with the light of wisdom flashing in her aqua blue eyes. But he was sleeping in a stable and was working as a brick mover not long ago. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Aqua's eyes and she felt extremely aggrieved. This morning she was swallowed by a giant toad and her body was covered in mucus. She started crying, sobbing, and sobbing. And the shut-in high school student named Sato Kazuma yelled at her, calling her a waste goddess. Recalling everything that happened in the past few days, even the goddess Aqua could not bear such grievance and burst into tears silently. Haha! At this moment, loud laughter came from a nearby tavern, which seemed to be the biggest irony to her. If I remember correctly, Aqua saw Eris today. She disguised herself as a silver-haired girl who was a thief, and travelled with a powerful-looking female knight and a strong magician. When she returned, she brought back a lot of spoils and a good harvest. Then I saw them go to an expensive bathhouse and order a bubble bath and scrub, while Aqua hid in the pool and didn't dare to show her head for fear of being recognized. Finally, he watched them enter a high-end looking restaurant and eat a delicious meal. At that time, Aqua hurriedly passed by Eris and the others. Because she looked dirty and disheveled, she was too embarrassed to recognize her for fear of being laughed at by her juniors. When Aqua thought of this, her stomach started to growl uncontrollably. If I had known this earlier, I would have put aside my so-called self-esteem and asked for help. I haven't eaten yet, I'm so hungry. Thinking of this, Aqua curled up on the hay in the stable, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Wow! What sin have I committed? I'm a goddess, and yet I've been so terribly harmed by a toad, I've been tainted. I couldn't even complete my subjugation mission, and was beaten back in disgrace. In the end, I used the little money I had left to take a bath, and then I had nothing to eat. If Eris knew I was in this state, how could I be worthy of the name of the beautiful goddess Aqua? Aqua whispered with resentment. Stop talking nonsense. You usually carry several times more wood than this uncle, and where's that happy look on your face while sweating profusely? Just be content to sleep on the straw in the stable. Look at your character, you even envy other goddesses. If you hadn't run away when you saw the toad, we would have completed the mission long ago. Now, stop crying, we still have to work tomorrow, and if you don't defeat the toad, you can forget about making money. Sato Kazuma was lying on the straw pile on the other side, complaining with a look of embarrassment on his face. Honestly, Sato Kazuma is more suitable to be a businessman than an adventurer. Because in terms of sports, he is mediocre in every aspect and cannot be compared with others. After all, he was a stay-at-home before he traveled through time. Because he dragged Aqua into trouble when he was reincarnated, he didn't choose any talents in combat and was just an ordinary person. Come to think of it, I'm envious too, damn it. Sato Kazuma murmured, it was my first time in the Adventurers Guild, and I was already being pestered by two beautiful girls with fantastic figures. Then, they even displayed powerful magical talents, like the protagonists in so-called real-life RPG games. It instantly caused a sensation. It seems that Sato Kazuma was also present at the time and saw this scene. He also wanted to invite the other party, but when he learned that the other party could switch to a higher level job at any time, his only thought was, well, I don't deserve it. Didn't you see? Aqua, the girl next to him is super beautiful. She could definitely be a love interest, like a classic Bishoujo protagonist. That's Eris. That guy actually found such a powerful helper. I'm so envious. Eris? Your goddess colleague? No wonder. But then again, I wish you could switch places with her. Sigh. But it seems they're also an adventuring team formed to defeat the Demon King? Doesn't that make them our competitors? Will the title of hero be taken away? Well, for those of us who can't even afford to sleep in an inn, we're not destined to be heroes anyway. Sato Kazuma lay on his side on the straw pile, sighing helplessly. By the way, Kazuma, did you see the bag that the boy in the black hat and cloak was carrying today? I see, there must be at least 10 Eris. Wait, you're not up to something bad, are you? If you get caught, you'll be killed. Aqua's eyes rolled around with wisdom, and no one knew what she was thinking. How about we follow them and pick up the spoils tomorrow? Good idea. Boom. On the endless plain, a deafening roar was heard early in the morning, and then many adventurers saw a mushroom cloud with a sense of doom exploding in the mountains. Then, under the gazes of Shen Yuan, Chris, and darkness, Huai fell backwards and fell to the ground in a big shape. He didn't move at all, as if he had lost all his strength. What's going on? I'm awesome, right? Explosion magic is incredibly powerful, and therefore consumes a lot of mana. Simply put, I've exhausted my mana and reached my limit, so I can't move. Huai lay on the ground, looking at the three people with dull eyes with a proud look on her face. She had just finished shouting, watch carefully, this is the most extreme offensive magic. Then a flash of light appeared at the front of the staff. An extremely large beam of light condensed, and with a cry of explosion, the dazzling light was aimed at a giant toad, and then it became what it is now. It's quite powerful, but, you missed. It seems like a girl with aqua blue hair was blown away, and a young man chased after her in a panic. My Huai, you killed someone. Nanny. Huai's red eyes flashed with surprise and widened. We have you, sobbing, it hurts, why did you attack us? I almost died. Aqua, whose body was blackened by smoke, was sobbing, and seemed to be affected by the aftermath of the explosion magic just now, and the whole person flew out directly. She is a goddess. But Aqua, look, that giant toad is dead. Great. We got a lucky break. After seeing that Aqua was fine, Sato Kazuma looked at the dead giant toad with excitement, and then saw someone approaching from a distance. Hurry up, Aqua, take the toad's spoils. They seem to have discovered this place, run. I see. Aqua was still crying miserably, but after seeing the spoils, she immediately forced herself to stand up. If you try to steal other people's spoils, you might get killed in the wild. So Aqua and Sato sneaked away with the spoils at lightning speed, and the other party couldn't catch up with them. What about people? Darkness looked around for the blonde, cold night but couldn't find where the figure that was blown away had gone. There was only a huge dead toad on the ground. Hee. See? My explosion magic is just that powerful. Even if someone really were to be blown to ash. Wait, they won't really be blown to ash. Ugh, it's over. I'm going to be taken to jail. Are you guys going to abandon me? As she spoke, Hui's expression changed drastically, and she really thought she had accidentally killed someone. Don't worry, Hui. Even if you really did kill someone accidentally, we won't throw you in jail. We also won't let you suffer torture every day in a dark dungeon and be hanged to atone for your sins. Chris said with a deliberate smile. She saw clearly who was blown up. As the goddess of water, Aqua, it was impossible for her to die so easily. No, no, no. Please, I can do without the reward, just let me stay in the team, don't send me to prison. I am a high-level profession after all. Although I am still a newbie and only level 6, I can help you if my level is higher. So we can talk it over, please don't call the police and let the guards arrest me. Okay, stop playing with such a young child. Then, Shen Yuan interrupted Chris and the others quarreling, staring at the huge, charred hole in the ground. He said, your magic is powerful, but your control is still a little lacking. Of course, compared to darkness, who can only withstand monster attacks, your ability to only cast explosion magic once a day is pretty useless. But, Qian Dezeo, don't lose heart. Just think of yourself as the team's ace. Don't use this move unless it's absolutely necessary. But the Crimson Demons must cast explosion magic once a day, otherwise they will die. What nonsense is this? Oh, why are there so many problematic teammates? The only normal one right now is Chris. Hehe, I am indeed the best. Hearing the praise from the Black Magician Captain, the silver-haired thief girl made a victory gesture towards the two of them, blinked, and smiled. Today's mission is to defeat 50 giant toads and 30 prairie wolves. The goal is to reach level 6, so we have to work harder. After saying that, Shen Yuan straightened his hat, then raised his staff and looked at darkness. It's the same old routine from now on. You pull the monsters, Chris digs the trap, and then I'll deal damage. Hui, watch carefully, this is how the so-called ultimate magic is used. The dark mage Shen Yuan raised one hand high, and faint flashes of lightning could be seen in the sky, which instantly became dark like a gathering cloud. Oh! Hui's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she looked ahead with wide eyes. Thunder and lightning rolled across the distant mountains, promising lightning and wildfires, but nothing happened. A few seconds passed. The atmosphere gradually calmed down. Just when they were feeling embarrassed for Shen Yuan and trying to find a way out of the situation. Boom! Arrest! A loud explosion was heard in the sky. In outer space, an arcane comet composed of energy with a diameter of more than 10 meters was dragging a long tail. Carrying lightning and fire, it roared and fell towards the giant frogs and wolves running somewhere on the plain. Boom! With a loud bang, the arcane comet landed and created an energy shock wave, which instantly blew away the giant frogs and wolves. Wow! Seeing such a spectacular sight, Hui's eyes widened bigger than copper bells. What kind of advanced magic is this? Chris couldn't help but shout, it's so easy to wipe out the giant frog wolf pack. Chapter 60, Cunning Aqua, the Headless Horseman attacks. Boom! A deafening roar sounded, and then everyone saw that between the mountains and the endless plain, an arcane comet fell to the ground, causing a huge energy shock wave, killing the herd instantly. What's going on? Are you going to make things so big right from the start? This is too scary. Aqua, it's a good thing we ran fast, otherwise we would have almost died. Sato Kazuma looked at the shock wave coming from behind as if he had survived a disaster. Is this the advanced magician? It turns out that a rookie like him cannot compare with him. There is a huge difference. Wow! All the monsters have been killed. I'm afraid we won't be able to complete our mission of defeating 5 giant toads within 3 days. Aqua felt like crying, but she had no tears, although she was also amazed at the power of this move. But when I thought about having to work as a bricklayer or folding milk cartons to earn money after I returned, I became sad. She also wanted to live that kind of luxurious and decadent life, surrounded by fine red wine in bed every day, and no longer had to go outside the city to fight wits and courage with giant frogs, get swallowed, and be covered with disgusting mucus. After returning home, she had to fight for free bathing spots in public baths. The other side. Wow! Seeing such a spectacular sight, Hui's eyes widened bigger than copper bells. At the site where the arcane comet fell, a huge circular crater of several dozen meters appeared. The surrounding surface turned extremely red, and high temperature permeated the air. The shock wave also caused widespread damage. Why is it so small? Shen Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied with the size of the arcane comet, but when he thought about it, it made sense. The arcane comet increases in size according to the summoner's level. He is currently only level 3. No, level 5. And I'm only 1% away from reaching level 6. At the same time, dense supernatural evil power layers plus 3. Crazy sound. Finally, the number of levels of supernatural evil power rose to 233 and then stopped. This means that the power of all Shen Yuan's magic has increased by a factor of 2.3, which is a bit like the grinding game in Diablo. Coupled with the terrifying bonus of the Destroyer's Hat, the power of each of Shen Yuan's magic skills has increased by 8 times. That's why the power seems so exaggerated. When Shen Yuan reaches level 18, the size of the arcane comet will increase several times, enough to rival a real celestial body. Arcane comet is a rune effect, so it does not consume mana. After Shen Yuan grew to level 5, he clicked on the first level of Distorted Space, E, and then he focused all his points on the ultra-high burst skill Dark Matter, W. As for the Dark Sacrifice, Q, of the Energy Beam, he only needed to click on the first level to make up for the damage. By the way, I think I've leveled up. Darkness looked at her ID card in surprise, her face full of joy. Me too. Megumin's eyes widened. It seemed like they also received experience points for being near the edge. By the way, I'm currently the highest level in the team. I'm already level 7. Chris gave a playful and energetic smile. The lowest level member of the team is actually Captain Shen Yuan, who is at level 5. Even Darkness is already level 6 now. But the strongest offensive magic is still mine, Megumin. Hui said with pride. But you can only use explosion magic once a day. Then can your arcane comet be used twice a day? Not yet, not yet. Arcane comet has a cooldown, which is equivalent to an energy bar that accumulates over time. It can be released once a day before level 6, twice a day at level 11, 3 times a day at level 16, and no cooldown at level 18, but additional arcane comets will consume mana. This means that if you have unlimited magic power, you can summon dozens of comets at the same time to smash into the earth. But it has really come to this late stage. The arcane comet is not that powerful. The real strength lies in the destructive power of energy explosion, R. The principle of this move is similar to that of atomic weapons like nuclear fission, except that the material that produces the chain reaction and explosion is source ecological magic. Therefore, when it explodes, the destructive force is mainly magical energy. When the extraordinary evil power is superimposed to 10 layers, it is released inside the planet with enough power to destroy the planet. When it reaches 1 billion layers, it may threaten the stars, and it can grow infinitely. Let alone a billion layers, even stacking up to 100,000 layers is difficult. This is obviously not a huge amount of work that can be completed overnight, at least the probability of this happening in this world is low. After returning to the Adventurers Guild, the 4-member group is extremely cool. Under the admiring gazes of the adventurers, he walked with great dignity. Sorry, give in. At first glance, the blonde female knight looked like an icy beauty, looking at everyone with an expressionless face. Her face was so cold and mesmerizing. Listen to the sound of extinction and feel awe. Mortal. I am the strongest explosion mage of the Crimson Demon clan. That attack just now was created by me, Megumin-sama. Hui, wearing a magic pointed hat and a magic robe, held a magic wand in one hand and covered her eye with the other hand. There was a seductive red light flashing in her pupils, and there were faint fluctuations of black magic emanating from her body. Behind her, Shen Yuan, dressed as an evil wizard with a black hat and cloak, slowly raised his head. Due to the height difference, everyone could only see him grinning in the shadow under the brim of his hat. Although it was a very ordinary smile, it looked extremely terrifying in this atmosphere. I am the strongest assassin. Shadow Killer, Silver Moon Assassin. Chris, who was standing in front of the 3 men on the left, half crouched down and made an ambush sprint movement, with dagger-like blades in his 2 hands, drawing cold light in the air. All of a sudden, the entire Adventurers Guild was in complete silence. Who understand the applause? At this time, the lady at the counter was stunned at first, then reacted and started applauding. Under her crisp applause, everyone in the Adventurers Guild burst into thunderous cheers. For a moment, a sense of awkwardness could be felt even through the screen. I told you long ago not to make this awkward, but you guys wouldn't listen. Shen Yuan in the team felt a little embarrassed. He seemed to have never encountered such a situation before. In the past, he was a chivalrous and righteous sword spirit who slew demons and eliminated evil, and a cold, ruthless, and decisive shadow master. And now, he's an evil little wizard who plays it tough and wants to be a villain, but somehow he turns out to be a hero. Boss, are you still recruiting people? Are you short of someone to run errands and do odd jobs? I'm a girl, can I join? It's awkward, but the effect is significant. The adventurers seemed to fall for this and admired it, wanting to join this recently famous legendary team. The lineup of 3 girls and 1 little boy could be considered a harem team after all, a standard brave adventure group. Those big and strong men were fighting over who would join the team. Forget it, let's eat. The foursome hurried to the bar inside the guild to eat lunch. The first one to run to the table, sit down, and pick up the knife and fork was Huai. Before joining the team, she was a poor adventurer who was penniless and had no decent food to eat. But once she started eating, her appetite was astonishing. She didn't look like a girl in her prime at all. I didn't expect that she's such a big eater even though she's just a little girl. Little one. Hui stared at Shen Yuan with wide eyes, seemingly shocked. Hat. You actually called me a little. How old are you? 7? Or 8? By the way, I'm 13. That's already considered an adult in this world. Sorry, I'm older than you. Shen Yuan said this, then retorted, if you want to judge based on appearance, forget it. You're malnourished because you don't have enough food. But I'm a yordle, and even among yordles, I'm considered tall, rich, and handsome. In my village, dwarfs like Tima and Tristana are only a little over 1 meter tall. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Chris suddenly spit out a mouthful of water, which drenched darkness, making her inexplicably excited. I can't do anything about you, please spray more. Megaman, who was deeply shocked for some reason, looked dejected, as if she was frustrated by being looked down upon because of her age. Young man, which goddess do you believe in? The female adventurers around seemed to have heard the conversation and came closer. At this moment, the expression of the silver-haired thief girl Chris calmed down. She looked at the woman who was walking towards her with a smile. You are. Her long golden hair spilled out from her nun's hat. Although I don't know who she is, based on her malicious gaze, I can guess that she is most likely a member of the Axis cult. My name is Cecily. I'm just curious which goddess you all worship. The nun named Cecily looked at Huai and Shen Yuan with malicious eyes. It was obvious that she was a female pervert who was interested in Shota. Of course it's the goddess Eris. Darkness said without hesitation, and then Chris gave her a thumbs up. Ahem. I am a priest of the Axis cult. Cecily ignored Darkness, seemingly uninterested in her. She then fixed her gaze on Shen Yuan and said, this young man looks like someone without faith. How about joining our Axis cult? Believe in Aqua, the goddess of water, and you can gain eternal life. At this point, she suddenly bent down, revealing a huge evil, and approached and whispered, if you join the Axis cult, I can let you support me. A shocking word came out of her mouth. How can you be so shameless, woman? Chris suddenly became anxious and said coldly, don't you know we are members of the Eris cult? You actually seduced our captain in front of the female team members and forced others to join your Axis cult. This is too evil. Hat. Eris cult, hey? But beliefs can change, you know. Cecily lifted her long golden hair and cast a seductive look. She put one leg on the stool and posed seductively in her long black stockings. If you just look at her appearance, she is a very beautiful woman. However, the male adventurers around retreated in horror after seeing this scene. The Axis cult's reputation was extremely bad, and it could even be said to be more terrifying than the Demon King's army. Many of them have been poisoned, so although lust is a man's nature, you still have to distinguish the situation clearly. The only thing you can't touch is the women of the Axis cult, because most of them are mentally retarded or perverted, and they might even be more extravagant than you. But, I refuse. The corners of his lips moved slightly as Shen Yuan spoke sternly. He didn't think the Axis cult was that outrageous at first, but today he finally saw it. They were basically human traffickers and nuns who kidnapped children to join a cult. How about my sister sponsoring you? It was so hard to meet a non-believer with good qualifications, and he was so young. Cecily would definitely not let go of this big piece of fat meat. Sorry, I still refuse. Then I'm going to force myself on you. Don't blame me for being too strong. It's just that there are so few cute and talented little brothers like you. Cecily raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. But just as she was about to pounce, she was stopped by 3 figures at the same time. Huai, Chris, and Darkness stared at her as if they were facing a great enemy and began to protect the captain. My Huai, take the captain and run. We'll take care of this woman. This is the Adventurers Guild, not a place for violence. Ahem, okay. Seeing the overwhelming force of the enemy, Cecily calmed down and sighed, but we, the Axis cult, will definitely get whoever we want. Then Cecily shouted long live the goddess Aqua and left. At the same time, Sato Kazuma, who saw this scene in the corner of the crowd, looked at the water goddess Aqua with a mocking expression and said, "Didn't you say it would definitely succeed? How shameful. I don't know. He must have too many people around him. And I didn't expect Cecily to try to poach him right in front of Eris." Aqua also looked helpless. That's right, she was the one who caused this. He had wanted to use the goddess's name to send down the oracle of find a way to make that young man convert to our religion and use the people of the Accusis cult to win over Shen Yuan so that he could gain benefits from him. After all, I can't do it myself. It's not impossible, but I'd have to find a time when Eris isn't around. If there's a way to get Eris away and leave him alone, perhaps the success rate will increase significantly. But that's it. A magical broadcast was heard outside, and a disheveled adventurer desperately ran towards the guild. Emergency! Emergency! All adventurers in town, please gather at the Adventurers Guild immediately. I repeat, emergency! All adventurers, assemble immediately. A slightly embarrassed adventurer and some unsettling notice. Everyone here soon understood what was going to happen next. The Demon King's army has attacked. They've occupied an ancient castle on the hill outside the town. Everyone should try not to go out during this period, especially not near the ancient castle on the hill. Someone shouted outside the guild bar. Shen Yuan, Chris, Huai, and others who were drinking looked at each other. The Demon King's generals? You mean the elite monsters and bosses? Shen Yuan murmured. Who knows? This isn't the capital of the kingdom. God knows why the Demon King's army leaders would come here. But since they're leaders, they must be troll lords, vampire counts, or something like that. Of course, they could also be archdemons or dragons. Regardless, they're beings that only elite forces can fight against. Darkness, who was sitting opposite, analyzed the situation seriously, which was rare. Speaking of an elite team, are we considered one? Chris thought, his heart stirring slightly. Why don't we investigate this Demon King army Cotter? Shen Yuan glanced at her and wondered why she was so anxious. How much do you hate demons? Before you become a hero who defeats the Demon King, you must first become a hero who defeats the Demon King's army leaders. Darkness also clenched her fists. I'll show them the power of explosion magic. Huai's eyes flickered with fire, and she was eager to try. I'm almost level 6 now, and I can learn energy explosion. I can test the power of this magic with the Demon King's army officers. Really? Huai seemed very excited. Because she had heard Shen Yuan bragging about how powerful his original explosive magic was in the past few days, but she would never believe it until she saw it with her own eyes. Anyway, let's go investigate the intelligence first. So saying, the 4-man team began to rush out of the town with their equipment. 10 minutes later. On the hill far ahead, you can vaguely see an abandoned ancient castle standing there abruptly. It looks like a spooky old castle.